Preface and Introduction of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Preface. In the mind of the mariner, there is a superstitious horror connected with the name of pirate, and there are few subjects that interest and excite the curiosity of mankind generally, more than the desperate exploits, foul doings, and diabolical career of these monsters in human form. A piratical crew is generally formed of the desperadoes and renegades of every clime and nation. The pirate, from the perilous nature of his occupation, when not cruising on the ocean, the great highway of nations, selects the most lonely isles of the sea for his retreat, or secretes himself near the shores of rivers, bays, and lagoons of thickly wooded and uninhabited countries, so that if pursued he can escape to the woods and mountain glens of the interior. The islands of the Indian Ocean and the east and west coasts of Africa, as well as the West Indies, have been their haunts for centuries, and vessels navigating the Atlantic and Indian Oceans are often captured by them, the passengers and crew murdered, the money and most valuable part of the cargo plundered, the vessel destroyed, thus obliterating all trace of their unhappy fate, and leaving friends and relatives to mourn their loss from the inclemencies of the elements, when they were butchered in cold blood by their fellow men, who, by practically adopting the maxim that dead men tell no tales, enable themselves to pursue their diabolical career with impunity. The pirate is truly fond of women and wine, and when not engaged robbing keeps maddened with intoxicating liquors, and passes his time in debauchery, singing old songs with choruses like, "Drain, drain the bowl, each fearless soul, let the world wag as it will, let the heavens growl, let the devil howl, drain, drain the deep bowl and fill." Thus his hours of relaxation are passed in wild and extravagant frolics amongst the lofty forests of palms and spicy groves of the torrid zone, and amidst the aromatic and beautiful flowering vegetable productions of that region. He has fruits delicious to taste, and as companions the unsophisticated daughters of Africa and the Indies. It would be supposed that his wild career would be one of delight, but the apprehension and foreboding of the mind when under the influence of remorse are powerful, and every man, whether civilized or savage, has interwoven in his constitution a moral sense, which secretly condemns him when he has committed an atrocious action, even when he is placed in situations which raise him above the fear of human punishment, for conscience, the torturer of the soul unseen, does fiercely brandish a sharp scourge within. Severe decrees may keep our tongues in awe, but to our minds what edicts can give law? Even you yourself to your own breast shall tell your crimes, and your own conscience be your hell. With the name of pirate is also associated ideas of rich plunder, caskets of buried jewels, chests of gold ingots, bags of outlandish coins secreted in lonely out-of-the-way places, or buried about the wild shores of rivers and unexplored sea-coasts, near rocks and trees bearing mysterious marks indicating where the treasure was hid. And as it is his invariable practice to secrete and bury his booty, and from the perilous life he leads, being often killed or captured, he can never revisit the spot again. Immense sums remain buried in those places and are irrecoverably lost. Search is often made by persons who labor in anticipation of throwing up with their spade and pickaxe gold bars, diamond crosses sparkling amongst the dirt, bags of golden doubloons, and chests wedged close with moidores, ducats, and pearls. But although great treasures lie hid in this way, it seldom happens that any is so recovered. Introduction. By the universal law of nations, robbery or forcible depredation upon the high seas, animo furandi, is piracy. The meaning of the phrase high seas embraces not only the waters of the ocean, which are out of sight of land, but the waters on the sea-coast below low water mark, whether within the territorial boundaries of a foreign nation or of a domestic state. Blackstone says that the main sea or high sea begins at low water mark. But between the high water mark and low water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows, the common law and the admiralty have divisum imperium, an alternate jurisdiction, one upon the water when it is full sea, the other upon the land when it is ebb. He doubtless here refers to the waters of the ocean on the sea-coast, and not in creeks and inlets. Lord Hale says that the sea is either that which lies within the body of a country, or without. That which lies without the body of a country is called the main sea or ocean. So far, then, as regards the states of the American Union, high seas may be taken to mean that part of the ocean which washes the sea-coast, and was without the body of any country, according to the common law, and so far as regards foreign nations, any waters on their sea-coasts below low water mark. Piracy is an offence against the universal law of society, a pirate being, according to Sir Edward Coke, hostis humani generis. As therefore he has renounced all of the benefits of society and government, and has reduced himself to the savage state of nature by declaring war against all mankind must declare war against him, so that every community has a right by the rule of self-defense to inflict that punishment upon him which every individual would, in a state of nature, otherwise have been entitled to do for any invasion of his person or personal property. By various statutes in England and the United States, other offences are made piracy. Thus, if a subject of either of those nations commit any act of hostility against a fellow subject on the high seas, under colour of a commission from any foreign power, this act is piracy. So if any captain of any vessel, or mariner, run away with the vessel or the goods, or yield them up to a pirate voluntarily, or if any seaman lay violent hands upon his commander, to hinder him from fighting in defence of the ship or goods committed to his charge, or make a revolt in the ship, these offences are acts of piracy by the laws of the United States and England. In England, by the statute of 8 George I, chapter 24, the trading or correspondence with known pirates, or the forcibly boarding any merchant vessel, though without seizing her or carrying her off, and destroying any of the goods on board, are declared to be acts of piracy, and by the statute 18 George II, chapter 30, any natural-born subject or denizen who in time of war shall commit any hostilities at sea against any of his fellow subjects, or shall assist an enemy on that element, is liable to be punished as a pirate. By statute of George II, chapter 25, the ransoming of any neutral vessel which had been taken by the captain of a private ship of war is declared piracy. By the Act of Congress, April 30th, 1790, if any person upon the high seas or in any river, haven, or bay, out of the jurisdiction of any particular state, commit murder or robbery, or any other offence which, if committed within the body of a country, would, by the laws of the United States, be punishable by death, such offender is to be deemed a pirate. By the Act of Congress, 1820, chapter 113, if any citizen of the United States, being of the crew of any foreign vessel, or any person being of the crew of any vessel owned in whole or part by any citizen of the United States, shall be engaged in the foreign slave trade, he shall be adjudged a pirate. Notwithstanding the expression used in this statute, the question, says Chancellor Kent, remains to be settled whether the act of being concerned in the slave trade would be adjudged piracy within the code of international law. In England, by the Act of Parliament passed March 31st, 1824, the slave trade is also declared to be piracy. An attempt has been made to effect a convention between the United States and Great Britain by which it should be agreed that both nations should consider the slave trade as piratical, but this attempt has hitherto been unsuccessful. In the time of Richard III, by the laws of Oberon, all infidels were regarded as pirates and their property liable to seizure wherever found. By the law of nations, the taking of goods by piracy does not divest the actual owner of them. By the civil institutions of Spain and Venice, ships taken from pirates become the property of those who retake them. Piracy is everywhere pursued and punished with death, and pirates can gain no rights by conquest. It is of no importance for the purpose of giving jurisdiction in cases of piracy, on whom or where a piratical offence is committed. A pirate who is won by the law of nations may be tried and punished in any country where he may be found, for he is reputed to be out of the protection of all laws. But if the statute of any government declares an offence, committed on board one of their own vessels, to be piracy, such an offence will be punished exclusively by the nation which passes the statute. In England the offence was formerly cognizable only by the Admiralty Courts, which proceeded without a jury, in a method founded on the civil law. But by the statute of Henry VIII, chapter 15, it was enacted that piracy should be tried by commissioners, nominated by the Lord Chancellor, the indictment being first found by a grand jury of 12 men, and afterwards tried by another jury, as at common law. Among the commissioners there are always some of the common law judges. In the United States, pirates are tried before the Circuit Court of the United States. Piracy has been known from the remotest antiquity, for in the early days every small maritime state was addicted to piracy, and navigation was perilous. This habit was so general that it was regarded with indifference, and whether merchant, traveller, or pirate, the stranger was received with the rites of hospitality. Thus Nestor, having given Mentor and Telemachus a plenteous repast, remarks that the banquet being finished, it was time to ask his guests to their business. "Are you," demands the aged prince, Merchants destined to any port, or are you merely adventurers and pirates, who roam the seas without any place of destination, and live by rapine and ruin?
End of preface and introduction.
Chapter 1 of the Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 1 The Danish and Norman Pirates. The Saxons, a people supposed to be derived from the Cimbri, uniting the occupations of fishing and piracy, commenced at an early period their ravages in the German Ocean, and the shores of Gaul and Britain were for ages open to their depredations. About the middle of the 5th century, the unwarlike Vortigern, then king of Britain, embraced the fatal resolution of requesting these hardy warriors to deliver him from the harassing inroads of the Picts and Scots, and the expedition of Hengist and Horsa was the consequence. Our mention of this memorable epoch is not for its political importance, great as that is, but for its effects on piracy, for the success attending such enterprises seems to have turned the whole of the northern nations towards sea warfare. The Danes, Norwegians, and Swedes, from their superior knowledge of navigation, gave into it most, and on whatever coast the winds carried them, they made free with all that came in their way. Canute IV endeavored in vain to repress these lawless disorders among his subjects, but they felt so galled by his restrictions that they assassinated him. On the king of Sweden being taken by the Danes, permission was given to such of his subjects as chose to arm themselves against the enemy, pillage his possessions, and sell their prizes at Ribnitz and Gulnitz. This proved a fertile nursery of pirates, who became so formidable under the name of Victellian Broaders that several princes were obliged to arm against them and hang some of their chiefs. Even the females of the north caught the epidemic spirit and proudly betook themselves to the dangers of sea life. Saxo Grammaticus relates an interesting story of one of them, Alwilda, the daughter of Sinardus, a Gothic king, to deliver herself from the violence imposed on her inclination by a marriage with Alf, the son of Sagarus, king of Denmark, embraced the life of a rover, and attired as a man, she embarked in a vessel of which the crew was composed of other young women of tried courage, dressed in the same manner. Among the first of her cruises, she landed at a place where a company of pirates were bewailing the loss of their commander, and the strangers were so captivated with the air and agreeable manners of Alwilda, that they unanimously chose her for their leader. By this reinforcement she became so formidable that Prince Alf was dispatched to engage her. She sustained his attacks with great courage and talent, but during a severe action in the Gulf of Finland, Alf boarded her vessel, and having killed the greatest part of her crew, seized the captain, namely herself, whom nevertheless he knew not, because she had a casque which covered her visage. The prince was agreeably surprised, on removing the helmet, to recognize his beloved Alwilda, and it seems that his valor had now recommended him to the fair princess, for he persuaded her to accept his hand, married her on board, and then led her to partake of his wealth and share his throne. Charlemagne, though represented as naturally generous and humane, had been induced, in his extravagant zeal for the propagation of those tenets which he had himself adopted, to enforce them throughout Germany at the point of the sword, and his murders and decimations on that account disgrace humanity. The more warlike of the pagans flying into Jutland, from whence the Saxons had issued forth, were received with kindness, and furnished with the means of punishing their persecutor by harassing his coasts. The maritime towns of France were especially ravaged by those pirates called Normans, or men of the north, and it was owing to their being joined by many malcontents in the provinces since called Normandy that the district acquired its name. Charlemagne, roused by this effrontery, besides fortifying the mouths of the great rivers, determined on building himself a fleet, which he did, consisting of 400 of the largest galleys then known, some having 5 or 6 benches of oars. His people were, however, extremely ignorant of maritime affairs, and in the progress of having them taught, he was suddenly called to the south by the invasion of the Saracens. Another division of Normans, some years afterwards, in the same spirit of emigration, and thirsting, perhaps, to avenge their injured ancestors, burst into the provinces of France, which the degeneracy of Charlemagne's posterity, and the dissensions which prevailed there, rendered an affair of no great difficulty. Louis le Debonair had taken every means of keeping on good terms with them, annually persuading some to become Christians, and then sending them home so loaded with presents, that it was discovered they came to be baptized over and over again, merely for the sake of the gifts, as Duchesne tells us. But on the subsequent division of the empire among the undutiful sons of Louis, the pirates did not fail to take advantage of the general confusion, braving the sea almost every summer in their light coracles, sailing up the Seine, Sumet, and Loire, and devastating the best parts of France almost without resistance. In 845 they went up to Paris, pillaged it, and were on the point of attacking the royal camp at St. Denis. But, receiving a large sum of money from Charles the Bald, they retreated from thence, and with the new means thus supplied them, ravaged Bordeaux, and were there joined by Pepin, king of Aquitaine. A few years afterwards they returned in great numbers. Paris was again sacked, and the magnificent abbey of St. Germain-des-Prés burnt. In 861, Wayland, a famous Norman pirate, returning from England, took up his winter quarters on the banks of the Loire, devastated the country as high as Touraine, shared the women and girls among his crews, and even carried off the male children, to be brought up in his own profession. Charles the Bald, not having the power to expel him, engaged the freebooter, for 500 pounds of silver, to dislodge his countrymen, who were harassing the vicinity of Paris. In consequence of this subsidy, Wayland, with a fleet of 260 sail, went up the Seine, and attacked the Normans in the Isle of Oiselle. After a long and obstinate resistance, they were obliged to capitulate, and having paid 6,000 pounds of gold and silver, by way of ransom, had leave to join their victors. The riches thus acquired rendered a predatory life so popular that the pirates were continually increasing in number, so that under a sea king called Eric, they made a descent in the Elbe and Weser, pillaged Hamburg, penetrated far into Germany, and after gaining 2 battles, retreated with immense booty. The pirates, thus reinforced on all sides, long continued to devastate Germany, France, and England. Some penetrated into Andalusia and Hetruria, where they destroyed the flourishing town of Luni, whilst others, descending the Dnieper, penetrated even into Russia. Meanwhile, the Danes had been making several attempts to effect a lodgment in England, and allured by its fertility, were induced to try their fortune in various expeditions, which were occasionally completely successful, and at other times most fatally disastrous. At length, after a struggle of several years, their success was so decided that King Alfred was obliged for a time to abandon his kingdom, as we all know, to their ravages. They immediately passed over to Ireland, and divided it into 3 sovereignties. That of Dublin fell to the share of Olaf, that of Waterford to Sitra, and that of Limerick to Yavar. These arrangements dispersed the forces of the enemy, and watching his opportunity, Alfred issued from his retreat, fell on them like a thunderbolt, and made a great carnage of them. This prince, too wise to exterminate the pirates after he had conquered them, sent them to settle Northumberland, which had been wasted by their countrymen, and by this humane policy gained their attachment and services. He then retook London, embellished it, equipped fleets, restrained the Danes in England, and prevented others from landing. In the 12 years of peace which followed his 56 battles, this great man composed his body of laws, divided England into counties, hundreds, and tithings, and founded the University of Oxford. But after Alfred's death, fresh swarms of pirates visited the shores, among the most formidable of whom were the Danes, who spread desolation and misery along the banks of the Thames, the Medway, the Severn, the Tamar, and the Avon, for more than a century, though repeatedly tempted to desist by weighty bribes, raised by an oppressive and humiliating tax called Danegeld, from its object, and which, like most others, were continued long after it answered its intent. About the end of the 9th century, one of the sons of Rognwald, Count of the Orcades, named Horolf or Rollo, having infested the coasts of Norway with piratical descents, was at length defeated and banished by Harold, King of Denmark. He fled for safety to the Scandinavian island of Sodoro, where finding many outlaws and discontented fugitives, he addressed their passions, and succeeded in placing himself at their head. Instead of measuring his sword with his sovereign again, he adopted the wiser policy of imitating his countrymen, in making his fortune by plundering the more opulent places of southern Europe. The first attempt of this powerful gang was upon England, where, finding Alfred too powerful to be coped with, he stood over to the mouth of the Seine, and availed himself of the state to which France was reduced. Horolf, however, did not limit his ambition to the acquisition of booty. He wished permanently to enjoy some of the fine countries he was ravaging, and after many treaties made and broken, received the duchy of Normandy from the hands of Charles the Simple as a fief, together with Gisla, the daughter of the French monarch, in marriage. Thus did a mere pirate found the family which in a few years gave sovereigns to England, Naples, and Sicily, and spread the fame of their talents and prowess throughout the world. Nor was Europe open to the depredations of the northern pirates only. Some Asiatic Moslems, having seized on Syria, immediately invaded Africa, and their subsequent conquest in Spain facilitated their irruption into France, where they pillaged the devoted country with but few substantial checks. Masters of all the islands in the Mediterranean, their corsairs insulted the coasts of Italy and even threatened the destruction of the Eastern Empire. While Alexis was occupied in a war with Pansignaces on the banks of the Danube, Zachas, a Saracen pirate, scoured the archipelago, having, with the assistance of an able Smyrniote, constructed a flotilla of 40 brigantines, and some light fast-rowing boats, manned by adventurers like himself. After taking several of the surrounding islands, he established himself sovereign of Smyrna, that place being about the center of his newly acquired dominions. Here his fortunes prospered for a time, and Solomon, Sultan of Nicaea, son of the Grand Solomon, sought his alliance, and married his daughter about A.D. 1093. But in the following year, young Solomon, being persuaded that his father-in-law had an eye to his possessions, with his own hand stabbed Zachas to the heart. The success of this freebooter shows that the Eastern emperors could no longer protect or even assist their islands. Maritime pursuits had now revived, the improvement of nautical science was progressing rapidly, and the advantages of predatory expeditions, especially when assisted and masked by commerce, led people of family and acquirements to embrace the profession. The foremost of these were the Venetians and Genoese, among whom the private adventurers, stimulated by an enterprising spirit, fitted out armaments and volunteered themselves into the service of those nations who thought proper to retain them, or they engaged in such schemes of plunder as were likely to repay their pains and expense. About the same time, the Roxolani, or Russians, became known in history, making their debut in the character of pirates, ravenous for booty, and hungry for the pillage of Constantinople, a longing which 900 years have not yet satisfied. Pouring hundreds of boats down the Borysthenes, the Russian marauders made 4 desperate attempts to plunder the city of the Caesars, in less than 2 centuries, and appear only to have been repulsed by the dreadful effects of the celebrated Greek fire. England, in the meantime, had little to do with piracy, nor had she anything worthy the name of a navy. Yet Coeur de Lion had given maritime laws to Europe. Her seamen, in point of skill, were esteemed superior to their contemporaries, and King John enacted that those foreign ships which refused to lower their flags to that of Britain should, if taken, be deemed lawful prizes. Under Henry III., though Hugh de Burgh, the governor of Dover Castle, had defeated a French fleet by casting lime into the eyes of his antagonists, the naval force was impaired to such a degree that the Normans and Britons were too powerful for the Cinque Ports, and compelled them to seek relief from the other ports of the kingdom. The taste for depredation had become so general and contagious that privateers were now allowed to be fitted out, which equipments quickly degenerated to the most cruel of pirates. Nay more, on the disputes which took place between Henry and his barons, in 1244, the Cinque Ports, who had shown much indifference to the royal requisitions, openly espoused the cause of the revolted nobles, and under the orders of Simon de Montfort burnt Portsmouth. From this, forgetful of their motives for arming, they proceeded to commit various acts of piracy, and considering nothing but their private interests, extended their violence not only against the shipping of all countries unfortunate enough to fall in their way, but even to perpetrate the most unwarrantable ravages on the property of their own countrymen. Nor was this confined to the Cinque Port vessels only. The example and the profits were too stimulating to the restless, and one daring association on the coast of Lincolnshire seized the Isle of Ely, and made it their receptacle for the plunder of all the adjacent countries. One William Marshall fortified the little island of Lundy, in the mouth of the Severn, and did so much mischief by his piracies, that at length it became necessary to fit out a squadron to reduce him, which was accordingly done, and he was executed in London. Yet the example did not deter other persons from similar practices. The sovereign, however, did not possess sufficient naval means to suppress the enormities of the great predatory squadrons, and their ravages continued to disgrace the English name for upwards of 20 years, when the valor and conciliation of the gallant Prince Edward brought them to that submission which his royal parent had failed in procuring. Those harum-scarum expeditions, the Crusades, were perhaps influential in checking piracy, although the rabble that composed the majority of them had as little principle as the worst of the freebooters. From the time that Peter the Hermit set Europe in a blaze, all ranks and all nations streamed to the east, so that few vessels were otherwise employed than in conveying the motley groups who sought the shores of Palestine, some from religious zeal, some from frantic fanaticism, some from the desire of distinction, some for the numberless privileges which the Crusaders acquired, and the rest and greater portion for the spoil and plunder of which they had a prospect. The armaments, fitted in no fewer than 9 successive efforts, were mostly equipped with such haste and ignorance, and with so little choice, that ruinous delays, shipwrecks, and final discomfiture were naturally to be expected. Still the effect of such incredible numbers of people betaking themselves to foreign countries advanced civilization, although vast means of forwarding its cause were buried in the East, and those who assert that no benefit actually resulted cannot deny that at least some evils were thereby removed. Montesquieu says that Europe then required a general shock, to teach her, by the sight of contrast, the theorems of public economy most conducive to happiness; and it is evident that notwithstanding these follies wasted the population of Europe, squandered its treasures, and infected us with new vices and diseases, still the Crusades diminished the bondage of the feudal system, by augmenting the power of the king and the strength of the commons, while they also occasioned a very increased activity in commerce, thus taming the voracity of men's spirits, increasing agriculture in value from the safety it enjoyed, and establishing a base for permanent prosperity. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Greensmith. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 2. Adventures and Exploits of Captain Avery. Containing an account of his capturing one of the Great Mogul's ships laden with treasure, and an interesting history of a colony of pirates on the island of Madagascar. During his own time, the adventures of Captain Avery were the subject of general conversation in Europe. It was reported that he had married the Great Mogul's daughter, who was taken in an Indian ship that fell into his hands, and that he was about to be the founder of a new monarchy, that he gave commissions in his own name to the captains of his ships and the commanders of his forces, and was acknowledged by them as their prince. In consequence of these reports, it was at one time resolved to fit out a strong squadron to go and take him and his men, and at another time it was proposed to invite him home with all his riches, by the offer of his Majesty's pardon. These reports, however, were soon discovered to be groundless, and he was actually starving without a shilling, while he was represented as in the possession of millions. Not to exhaust the patience or lessen the curiosity of the reader, the facts of Avery's life shall be briefly related. He was a native of Devonshire, England, and at an early period sent to sea. Advanced to the station of a mate in a merchantman, he performed several voyages. It happened previous to the Peace of Ryswick, when there existed an alliance between Spain, England, Holland, and other powers against France, that the French in Martinique carried on a smuggling trade with the Spaniards on the continent of Peru. To prevent their intrusion into the Spanish dominions, a few vessels were commanded to cruise upon that coast, but the French ships were too strong for them. The Spaniards, therefore, came to the resolution of hiring foreigners to act against them. Accordingly, certain merchants of Bristol fitted out 2 ships of 30 guns, well manned, and provided with every necessary munition, and commanded them to sail for Corunna to receive their orders. Captain Gibson commanded one of these ships, and Avery appears to have been his mate, in the year 1715. He was a fellow of more cunning than courage, and insinuating himself into the confidence of some of the boldest men in the ship, he represented the immense riches which were to be acquired upon the Spanish coast, and proposed to run off with the ship. The proposal was scarcely made when it was agreed upon, and put in execution at 10 o'clock the following evening. Captain Gibson was one of those who mightily loved their bottle, and spent much of his time on shore, but he remained on board that night, which did not, however, frustrate their design, because he had taken his usual dose and so went to bed. The men who were not in the confederacy went also to bed, leaving none upon deck but the conspirators. At the time agreed upon, the long boat of the other ship came, and Avery hailing her in the usual manner, he was answered by the men in her, "Is your drunken boatswain on board?" which was the watchword agreed between them. Avery replying in the affirmative, the boat came alongside with 16 stout fellows, who joined in the adventure. They next secured the hatches, then softly weighed anchor, and immediately put to sea without bustle or noise. There were several vessels in the bay, besides a Dutchman of 40 guns, the captain of which was offered a considerable reward to go in pursuit of Avery, but he declined. When the captain awoke, he rang his bell, and Avery and another conspirator, going into the cabin, found him yet half asleep. He inquired, saying, "What is the matter with the ship? Does she drive? What weather is it?" supposing that it had been a storm, and that the ship was driven from her anchors. "No, no," answered Avery. "We're at sea, with a fair wind and good weather." "At sea!" said the captain. "How can that be?" "Come," answered Avery, "don't be in a fright, but put on your clothes and I'll let you into a secret. You must know that I am captain of this ship now, and this is my cabin. Therefore you must walk out. I am bound to Madagascar with a design of making my own fortune, and that of all the brave fellows joined with me." The captain, having a little recovered his senses, began to understand his meaning. However, his fright was as great as before, which Avery perceiving, desired him to fear nothing. "For," said he, "if you have a mind to make one of us, we will receive you, and if you turn sober and attend to business, perhaps in time I may make you one of my lieutenants. If not, here's a boat, and you shall be set on shore." Gibson accepted of the last proposal, and the whole crew being called up to know who was willing to go on shore with the captain, there were only about 5 or 6 who chose to accompany him. Avery proceeded on his voyage to Madagascar, and it does not appear that he captured any vessels upon his way. When he arrived at the northeast part of that island, he found 2 sloops at anchor, which, upon seeing him, slipped their cables and ran themselves ashore, while the men all landed and concealed themselves in the woods. These were 2 sloops which the men had run off with from the East Indies, and seeing Avery's ship, supposed that he had been sent out after them. Suspecting who they were, he sent some of his men on shore to inform them that they were friends, and to propose a union for their common safety. The sloop's men, being well armed, had posted themselves in a wood, and placed sentinels to observe whether the ship's men were landing to pursue them. The sentinels, only observing 2 or 3 men coming towards them unarmed, did not oppose them. Upon being informed that they were friends, the sentinels conveyed them to the main body, where they delivered their message. They were at first afraid that it was a stratagem to entrap them, But when the messengers assured them that their captain had also run away with his ship, and that a few of their men along with him would meet them unarmed to consult matters for their common advantage, confidence was established, and they were mutually well pleased, as it added to their strength. Having consulted what was most proper to be attempted, they endeavoured to get off the sloops, and hastened to prepare all things in order to sail for the Arabian coast. Near the river Indus, the man at the masthead espied a sail, upon which they gave chase. As they came nearer to her, they discovered that she was a tall vessel, and might turn out to be an East Indiaman. She, however, proved a better prize, for when they fired at her she hoisted Mogul colours, and seemed to stand upon her defence. Avery only cannonaded at a distance, when some of his men began to suspect that he was not the hero they had supposed. The sloops, however, attacked, the one on the bow, and another upon the quarter of the ship, and so boarded her. She then struck her colours. She was one of the Great Mogul's own ships, and there were in her several of the greatest persons in his court, among whom, it was said, was one of his daughters going upon a pilgrimage to Mecca, and they were carrying with them rich offerings to present at the shrine of Mahomet. It is a well-known fact that the people of the East travel with great magnificence, so that these had along with them all their slaves and attendants, with a large quantity of vessels of gold and silver, and immense sums of money to defray their expenses by land. The spoil, therefore, which they received from that ship was almost incalculable. Taking the treasure on board their own ships, and plundering their prize of everything valuable, they then allowed her to depart. As soon as the Mogul received this intelligence, he threatened to send a mighty army to extirpate the English from all their settlements upon the Indian coast. The East India Company were greatly alarmed, but found means to calm his resentment by promising to search for the robbers and deliver them into his hands. The noise which this made over all Europe gave birth to the rumours that were circulated concerning Avery's greatness. In the meantime, our adventurers made the best of their way back to Madagascar, intending to make that place the deposit of all their treasure, to build a small fort, and to keep always a few men there for its protection. Avery, however, disconcerted this plan, and rendered it altogether unnecessary. While steering their course, Avery sent a boat to each of the sloops, requesting that the chiefs would come on board his ship to hold a conference. They obeyed, and being assembled, he suggested to them the necessity of securing the property which they had acquired in some safe place on shore, and observed that the chief difficulty was to get it safe on shore, adding that if either of the sloops should be attacked alone, they would not be able to make any great resistance, and thus she must either be sunk or taken with all the property on board. That, for his part, his ship was so strong, so well manned, and such a swift sailing vessel, that he did not think it was possible for any other ship to take or overcome her. Accordingly, he proposed that all their treasure should be sealed up in 3 chests, that each of the captains should have keys, and that they should not be opened until all were present. That the chests should be then put on board his ship, and afterwards lodged in some safe place upon land. This proposal seemed so reasonable, and so much for the common good, that it was without hesitation agreed to, and all the treasure deposited in 3 chests and carried to Avery's ship. The weather being favourable, they remained all 3 in company during that and the next day. Meanwhile Avery, tampering with his men, suggested that they had now on board what was sufficient to make them all happy. And what, continued he, should hinder us from going to some country where we are not known, and living on shore all the rest of our days in plenty? They soon understood his hint, and all readily consented to deceive the men of the sloops and fly with all the booty. This they effected during the darkness of the following night. The reader may easily conjecture what were the feelings and indignation of the other 2 crews in the morning, when they discovered that Avery had made off with all their property. Avery and his men hastened towards America, and being strangers in that country, agreed to divide the booty, to change their names, and each separately to take up his residence and live in affluence and honour. The first land they approached was the island of Providence, then newly settled. It, however, occurred to them that the largeness of their vessel, and the report that one had been run off with from the Groyne, might create suspicion. They resolved, therefore, to dispose of their vessel at Providence. Upon this resolution, Avery, pretending that his vessel had been equipped for privateering, and, having been unsuccessful, he had orders from the owners to dispose of her to the best advantage, soon found a merchant. Having thus sold his own ship, he immediately purchased a small sloop. In this he and his companions embarked, and landed at several places in America, where, none suspecting them, they dispersed and settled in the country. Avery, however, had been careful to conceal the greater part of the jewels and other valuable articles, so that his riches were immense. Arriving at Boston, he was almost resolved to settle there, but, as the greater part of his wealth consisted of diamonds, he was apprehensive that he could not dispose of them at that place without being taken up as a pirate. Upon reflection, therefore, he resolved to sail for Ireland, and in a short time arrived in the northern part of that kingdom, and his men dispersed into several places. Some of them obtained the pardon of King William, and settled in that country. The wealth of Avery, however, now proved of small service, and occasioned him great uneasiness. He could not offer his diamonds for sale in that country without being suspected. Considering, therefore, what was best to be done, he thought there might be some person at Bristol he could venture to trust. Upon this he resolved, and going into Devonshire, sent to one of his friends to meet him at a town called Bideford. When he had unbosomed himself to him and other pretended friends, they agreed that the safest plan would be to put his effects into the hands of some wealthy merchants, and no inquiry would be made how they came by them. One of these friends told him he was acquainted with some who were very fit for the purpose, and if he would allow them a handsome commission, they would do the business faithfully. Avery liked the proposal, particularly as he could think of no other way of managing this matter, since he could not appear to act for himself. Accordingly, the merchants paid Avery a visit at Bideford, where, after strong protestations of honour and integrity, he delivered them his effects, consisting of diamonds and some vessels of gold. After giving him a little money for his present subsistence, they departed. He changed his name, and lived quietly at Bideford, so that no notice was taken of him. In a short time his money was all spent, and he heard nothing from his merchants, though he wrote to them repeatedly. At last they sent him a small supply, but it was not sufficient to pay his debts. In short, the remittances they sent him were so trifling that he could with difficulty exist. He therefore determined to go privately to Bristol, and have an interview with the merchants himself, where, instead of money, he met with a mortifying repulse; for, when he desired them to come to an account with him, they silenced him by threatening to disclose his character, the merchants thus proving themselves as good pirates on land as he was at sea. Whether he was frightened by these menaces, or had seen some other person who recognised him, is not known. However, he went immediately to Ireland, and from thence solicited his merchants very strongly for a supply, but to no purpose, so that he was reduced to beggary. In this extremity he was determined to return, and cast himself upon the mercy of these honest Bristol merchants, let the consequences be what it would. He went on board a trading vessel, and worked his passage over to Plymouth, from whence he travelled on foot to Bideford. He had been there but a few days, when he fell sick and died, not being worth so much as would buy him a coffin. We shall now turn back and give our readers some account of the other two sloops. Deceiving themselves in the supposition that Avery had outsailed them during the night, they held on their course to the place of rendezvous; but arriving there, to their sad disappointment, no ship appeared. It was now necessary for them to consult what was most proper to do in their desperate circumstances. Their provisions were nearly exhausted, and both fish and fowl were to be found on shore, yet they were destitute of salt to cure them. As they could not subsist at sea without salt provisions, they resolved to form an establishment upon land. Accordingly, making tents of the sails, and using the other materials of the sloops for what purposes they could serve, they encamped upon the shore. It was also a fortunate circumstance that they had plenty of ammunition and small arms. Here they met with some of their countrymen, and as the digression is short, we will inform our readers how they came to inhabit this place. Captain George Dew and Thomas Tew had received a commission from the governor of Bermuda to sail for the river Gambia in Africa, that, with the assistance of the Royal African Company, they might seize the French factory situated upon that coast. Dew, in a violent storm, not only sprang a mast, but lost sight of his companion. Upon this he returned to refit. Instead of proceeding in his voyage, Tew made towards the Cape of Good Hope, doubled that cape, and sailed for the Straits of Bab el Mandeb. There he met with a large ship, richly laden, coming from the Indies, and bound for Arabia. Though she had on board 300 soldiers, besides seamen, yet Tew had the courage to attack her, and soon made her his prize. It is reported that by this one prize every man shared near £3,000. Informed by the prisoners that 5 other ships were to pass that way, Tew would have attacked them, but was prevented by the remonstrances of his quartermaster and others. This difference of opinion terminated in a resolution to abandon the sea, and to settle on some convenient spot on shore, and the island of Madagascar was chosen. Tew, however, and a few others, in a short time went for Rhode Island, and obtained a pardon. The natives of Madagascar are Negroes, but differ from those of Guinea in the length of their hair and in the blackness of their complexion. They are divided into small nations, each governed by its own prince, who carry on a continual war upon each other. The prisoners taken in war are either rendered slaves to the conquerors, sold, or slain, according to pleasure. When the pirates first settled among them, their alliance was much courted by these princes, and those whom they joined were always successful in their wars, the natives being ignorant of the use of firearms. Such terror did they carry along with them, that the very appearance of a few pirates in an army would have put the opposing force to flight. By these means they, in a little time, became very formidable, and the prisoners whom they took in war they employed in cultivating the ground, and the most beautiful of the women they married. Nor were they contented with one, but married as many as they could conveniently maintain. The natural result was, that they separated, each choosing a convenient place for himself, where he lived in a princely style, surrounded by his wives, slaves, and dependents. Nor was it long before jarring interests excited them also to draw the sword against each other, and they appeared at the head of their respective forces in the field of battle. In these civil wars their numbers and strength were greatly lessened. The servant, exalted to the condition of a master, generally becomes a tyrant. These pirates, unexpectedly elevated to the dignity of petty princes, used their power with the most wanton barbarity. The punishment of the very least offence was to be tied to a tree and instantly shot through the head. The negroes, at length, exasperated by continued oppression, formed the determination of extirpating them in one night. Nor was it a difficult matter to accomplish this, since they were now so much divided both in affection and residence. Fortunately, however, for them, a negro woman, who was partial to them, ran 20 miles in 3 hours, and warning them of their danger, they were united and in arms to oppose the negroes before the latter had assembled. This narrow escape made them more cautious, and induced them to adopt the following system of policy. Convinced that fear was not a sufficient protection, and that the bravest man might be murdered by a coward in his bed, they laboured to foment wars among the negro princes, while they themselves declined to aid either party. It naturally followed that those who were vanquished fled to them for protection and increased their strength. When there was no war, they fomented private discords and encouraged them to wreak their vengeance against each other; nay, even taught them how to surprise their opponents, and furnished them with firearms, with which to dispatch them more effectually and expeditiously. The consequences were, that the murderer was constrained to fly to them for protection, with his wives, children, and kindred. These, from interest, became true friends, as their own safety depended upon the lives of their protectors. By this time the pirates were so formidable, that none of the negro princes durst attack them in open war. Pursuing this system of policy, in a short time each chief had his party greatly increased, and they divided like so many tribes in order to find ground to cultivate, and to choose proper places to build places of residence and erect garrisons of defence. The fears that agitated them were always obvious in their general policy, for they vied with each other in constructing places of safety, and using every precaution to prevent the possibility of sudden danger, either from the negroes or from one another. A description of one of these dwellings will show both the fears that agitated these tyrants, and prove entertaining to the reader. They selected a spot overgrown with wood, near a river, and raised a rampart or ditch around it, so straight and steep that it was impossible to climb it, more particularly by those who had no scaling ladders. Over that ditch there was one passage into the wood. The dwelling, which was a hut, was built in that part of the wood which the prince thought most secure, but so covered that it could not be discovered until you came near it. But the greatest ingenuity was displayed in the construction of the passage that led to the hut, which was so narrow that no more than one person could go abreast, and it was contrived in so intricate a manner that it was a perfect labyrinth, the way going round and round with several small crossways, so that a person unacquainted with it might walk several hours without finding the hut. Along the sides of these paths, certain large thorns, which grew on a tree in that country, were stuck into the ground with their points outwards, and the path itself being serpentine, as before mentioned, if a man should attempt to approach the hut at night, he would certainly have struck upon these thorns. Thus like tyrants they lived, dreading and dreaded by all. And in this state they were found by Captain Woodes Rogers, when he went to Madagascar in the Delicia, a ship of 40 guns, with the design of purchasing slaves. He touched upon a part of the island at which no ship had been seen for 7 or 8 years before, where he met with some pirates who had been put upon the island above 25 years. There were only 11 of the original stock then alive, surrounded with a numerous offspring of children and grandchildren. They were struck with terror upon the sight of the vessel, supposing that it was a man of war sent out to apprehend them. They, therefore, retired to their secret habitations. But when they found some of the ship's crew on shore, without any signs of hostility, and proposing to treat with them for slaves, they ventured to come out of their dwellings, attended like princes. Having been so long upon the island, their cloaks were so much worn, that their majesties were extremely out at elbows. It cannot be said that they were ragged, but they had nothing to cover them but the skins of beasts in their natural state, not even a shoe or stocking, so that they resembled the picture of Hercules in the lion skin, and being overgrown with beard and hair upon their bodies, they appeared the most savage figures that the human imagination could well conceive. The sale of the slaves in their possession soon provided them with more suitable clothes and all other necessaries, which they received in exchange. Meanwhile, they became very familiar, went frequently on board, and were very eager in examining the inside of the ship, talking very familiarly with the men, and inviting them on shore. Their design was to surprise the ship during the night. They had a sufficient number of men and boats to effect their purpose, but the captain, suspecting them, kept so strong a watch upon deck, that they found it in vain to hazard an attempt. When some of the men went on shore, they entered into a plan to seize the ship, but the captain, observing their familiarity, prevented any one of his men from speaking to the pirates, and only permitted a confidential person to purchase their slaves. Thus he departed from the island, leaving these pirates to enjoy their savage royalty. One of them had been a waterman upon the Thames, and having committed a murder, fled to the West Indies. The rest had all been foremast men, nor was there one among them who could either read or write. End of chapter. Recorded by Jane Greensmith of JaneGS.com.
Chapter 3 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 3 The Remarkable History of the Joassamee Pirates of the Persian Gulf. Containing a description of their chief town, Ras el Khyma, and an account of the capture of several European vessels and the barbarous treatment of their crews, with interesting details of the several expeditions sent against them, and their final submission to the troops of the English East India Company. The line of coast from Case Musandam to Bahrain on the Arabian side of the Persian Gulf had been from time immemorial occupied by a tribe of Arabs called Joassamees. These, from local position, were all engaged in maritime pursuits. Some traded in their own small vessels to Bassorah, Bushire, Muscat, and even India. Others annually fished in their own boats on the pearl banks of Bahrain, and a still greater number hired themselves out as sailors to navigate the coasting small craft of the Persian Gulf. The Joassamees, at length perceiving that their local position enabled them to reap a rich harvest by plundering vessels in passing this great highway of nations, commenced their piratical career. The small coasting vessels of the Gulf, from their defenseless state, were the first object of their pursuit, and these soon fell an easy prey, until, emboldened by success, they directed their views to more arduous enterprises, and having tasted the sweets of plunder in the increase of their wealth, had determined to attempt more promising victories. About the year 1797, one of the East India Company's vessels of war, the Viper, of 10 guns, was lying at anchor in the inner roads of Bushire. Some dhows of the Joassamees were at the same moment anchored in the harbor, but as their warfare had hitherto been waged only against what are called native vessels, and they had either feared or respected the British flag, no hostile measures were ever pursued against them by the British ships. The commanders of these dhows had applied to the Persian agent of the East India Company there for a supply of gunpowder and cannon shot for their crews, and as this man had no suspicions of their intentions, he furnished them with an order to the commanding officer on board for the quantity required. The captain of the Viper was on shore at the time in the agent's house, but the order being produced to the officer on board, the powder and shot were delivered, and the dhows weighed and made sail. Crew of the Viper were at this moment taking their breakfast on deck, and the officers below, when on a sudden a cannonading was opened on them by 2 of the dhows, who attempted also to board. The officers, leaping on deck, called the crew to quarters, and cutting their cable, got sail upon the ship, so as to have the advantage of maneuvering. A regular engagement now took place between this small cruiser of 4 dhows, all armed with great guns, and full of men. In the contest, Lieutenant Carruthers, the commanding officer, was once wounded by a ball in his loins, but after girding a handkerchief around his waist, he still kept the deck, till a ball entering his forehead, he fell. Mr. Salter, the midshipman on whom the command devolved, continued the fight with determined bravery, and after a stout resistance beat them off, chased them some distance out to sea, and subsequently regained the anchorage in safety. Several years elapsed before the wounds of the first defeat were sufficiently healed to induce a second attempt on vessels under the British flag, though a constant state of warfare was still kept up against the small craft of the Gulf. In 1804, the East India Company's cruiser Fly was taken by a French privateer off the island of Ken in the Persian Gulf, but before the enemy boarded her, she ran into shoal water near that island and sunk the government dispatches and some treasure with which they were charged in about 2.5 fathoms of water, taking marks for the recovery of them, if possible, at some future period. The passengers and crew were taken to Bushire, where they were set at liberty, and having purchased a country dhow by subscription, they fitted her out and commenced their voyage down the Gulf, bound for Bombay. On their passage down, as they thought it would be practical to recover the government packet and treasure sunk off Ken, they repaired to that island, and were successful, after much exertion, in recovering the former, which being in their estimation of the first importance, as the dispatches were from England to Bombay. They sailed with them on their way thither, without loss of time. Near the mouth of the Gulf, they were captured by a fleet of Joassamee boats, after some resistance, in which several were wounded and taken into their chief port at Ras el Khyma. Here they were detained in hope of ransom, and during their stay were shown to the people of the town as curiosities, no similar beings having been before seen there within the memory of man. The Joassamee ladies were so minute in their enquiries, indeed, that they were not satisfied without determining in what respect an uncircumcised infidel differed from a true believer. When these unfortunate Englishmen had remained for several months in the possession of the Arabs, and no hope of their ransom appeared, it was determined to put them to death, and thus rid themselves of unprofitable enemies. An anxiety to preserve life, however, induced the suggestion, on their part, of a plan for the temporary prolongation of it, at least. With this view they communicated to the chief of the pirates the fact of their having sunk a quantity of treasure near the island of Ken, and of their knowing the marks of the spot, by the bearings of objects on shore, with sufficient accuracy to recover it, if furnished with good divers. They offered, therefore, to purchase their own liberty, by a recovery of this money for their captors, and on the fulfillment of their engagement it was solemnly promised to be granted to them. They soon sailed for the spot, accompanied by divers accustomed to that occupation on the pearl banks of Bahrain, and on their anchoring of the precise points of bearing taken, they commenced their labors. The first divers who went down were so successful that all the crew followed in their turns, so that the vessel was at one time almost entirely abandoned at anchor, As the men, too, were all so busily occupied in their golden harvest, the moment appeared favorable for escape, and the still captive Englishmen were already at their stations to overpower the few on board, cut the cable, and make sail. Their motions were either seen or suspected, as the divers repaired on board in haste, and the scheme was thus frustrated. They were now given their liberty as promised, by being landed on the island of Ken, where, however, no means offered for their immediate escape. The pirates, having at the same time landed themselves on the island, commenced a general massacre of the inhabitants, in which their released prisoners, fearing they might be included, fled for shelter to clefts and hiding places in the rocks. During their refuge here they lived on such food as chanced through their way, going out under cover of the night to steal a goat and drag it to their haunts. When the pirates had at length completed their work of blood, and either murdered or driven off every former inhabitant of the island, they quitted it themselves, with the treasure which they had thus collected from the sea and shore. The Englishmen now ventured to come out from their hiding places, and to think of devising some means of escape. Their good fortune, in a moment of despair, threw them on a wreck of a boat near the beach, which was still capable of repair. In searching about the now deserted town, other materials were found, which were of use to them, and sufficient plank and logs of wood for the construction of a raft. These were both completed in a few days, and the party embarked on them in 2 divisions, to effect a passage to the Persian shore. One of these rafts was lost in an attempt, and all aboard her perished, while the raft, with the remainder of the party, reached land. Having gained the mainland, they now set out on foot towards Bushire, following the line of the coast for the sake of the villages and water. In this way they are said to have suffered incredible hardships and privations of every kind. No one knew the language of the country perfectly, and the roads and places of refreshment still less. They were in general destitute of clothes and money, and constantly subject to plunder and imposition, poor as they were. Their food was therefore often scanty, and always of the worst kind, and they had neither shelter from the burning sun of the day, nor from the chilling dews of night. The Indian sailors, sipakis, and servants, of whom a few were still remaining when they set out, had all dropped off by turns, and even Europeans had been abandoned on the road in the most affecting way, taking the last adieu of their comrades, who had little else to expect but soon to follow their fate. One instance is mentioned of their having left one who could march no further, at the distance of only a mile from a village, and on returning to the spot on the morrow to bring him in, nothing was found but his mangled bones, as he had been devoured in the night by jackals. The packet, being light, was still, however, carried by turns, and preserved through all obstacles and difficulties, and with it they reached at length the island of Buship, to which they crossed over in a boat from the main. Here they were detained by the sheik, but at length he provided them with a boat for the conveyance of themselves and dispatches to Bushire. From this place they proceeded to Bombay, but of all the company only 2 survived, a Mr. Jowell, an officer of a merchant ship, and an English sailor named Penmel, together with the bag of letters and dispatches. In the following year 2 English brigs, the Shannon, Captain Babcock, and the Trimmer, Captain Cummings, were on their voyage from Bombay to Basara. These were both attacked, near the islands of Polior and Ken, by several boats, and after a slight resistance on the part of the Shannon only, were taken possession of, and a part of the crew of each cruelly put to the sword. Captain Babcock, having been seen by one of the Arabs to discharge a musket during the contest, was taken by them on shore, and after a consultation on his fate, it was determined that he should forfeit the arm by which this act of resistance was committed. It was accordingly severed from his body by one stroke of a saber, and no steps were taken either to bind up the wound or to prevent his bleeding to death. The captain himself had yet sufficient presence of mind left, however, to think of his own safety, and there being left near him some clarified butter, he procured this to be heated, and while yet warm, thrust the bleeding stump of his arm into it. It had the effect of lessening the effusion of blood, and ultimately of saving a life that would otherwise most probably have been lost. The crew were then all made prisoners, and taken to a port of Arabia, from whence they gradually dispersed and escaped. The vessels themselves were additionally armed, one of them mounting 20 guns, manned with Arab crews, and sent from Ras Al Khaimah to cruise in the Gulf, where they committed many piracies. In the year 1808, the force of the Joassamees, having gradually increased and becoming flushed with the pride of victory, their insulting attacks on the British flag were more numerous and more desperate than ever. The first of these was on the ship Minerva of Bombay, on her voyage to Bussorah. The attack was commenced by several boats, for they never cruise singly, and a spirited resistance in a running fight was kept up at intervals for several days in succession. A favorable moment offered, however, for boarding. The ship was overpowered by numbers and carried amidst a general massacre. The captain was said to have been cut up into separate pieces and thrown overboard by fragments. The second mate and carpenter alone were spared, probably to make use of their services, and an Armenian lady, the wife of Lieutenant Taylor, then at Bushire, was reserved perhaps for still greater sufferings, but was subsequently ransomed for a large sum. A few weeks after this, the Sylph, one of the East India Company's cruisers, of 60 tons and mounting 8 guns, was accompanying the mission under Sir Hartford Jones from Bombay to Persia, when being separated from the rest of the squadron, she was attacked in the Gulf by a fleet of dhows. These bore down with all the menacing attitude of hostility, but as the commander, Lieutenant Graham, had received orders from the Bombay government not to open his fire on any of these vessels until he had been first fired on himself, the ship was hardly prepared for battle, and the colors were not even hoisted to apprise them to what nation she belonged. The dhows approached, threw their long overhanging prows across the Sylph's beam, and pouring in a shower of stones on her deck, beat down and wounded almost everyone who stood on it. They then boarded and made the ship an easy prize, before more than a single shot had been fired, and in their usual way put everyone whom they found alive to the sword. Lieutenant Graham fell, covered with wounds, down the fore hatchway of his own vessel, where he was dragged by some of the crew into a storeroom in which they had secreted themselves, and barricaded the door with a crowbar from within. The cruiser was thus completely in the possession of the enemy, who made sail on her, and were bearing her off in triumph to their own port, in company with their boats. Soon after, however, the commodore of the squadron, in the Nereid frigate hove in sight, and perceiving this vessel in company with the dhows, judged her to be a prize to the pirates. She accordingly gave them all chase, and coming up with a brig, the Arabs took to their boats and abandoned her. The chase was continued after the dhows, but without success. These repeated aggressions at length opened the eyes of the East India government, and an expedition was accordingly assembled at Bombay. The naval force consisted of La Chiffone, frigate, Captain Wainwright as commodore, the Caroline of 38 guns, and 8 of the East India Company's cruisers, namely the Mornington, Ternate, Aurora, Prince of Wales, Ariel, Nautilus, Vestal, and Fury, with 4 large transports, and the Stromboli bomb ketch. The fleet sailed from Bombay in September, and after a long passage they reached Muscat, where they remained for many days to refresh and arrange their future plans. They sailed and soon reached Ras Al Khaimah, the chief port of the pirates within the Gulf. Here the squadron anchored abreast of the town, and the troops were landed under cover of the ships and boats. The inhabitants of the town assembled in crowds to repel the invaders, but the firm line, the regular volleys, and the steady charge of the troops at the point of the bayonet overcame every obstacle, and multiplied the heaps of the slain. A general conflagration was then ordered, and a general plunder to the troops was permitted. The town was set on fire in all parts, and about 60 sails of boats and dhows, with the Minerva, a ship which they had taken, then lying in the roads, were all burnt and destroyed. The complete conquest of the place was thus effected with very trifling loss on the part of the besiegers, and some plunder collected, though it was thought that most of the treasure and valuables had been removed into the interior. This career of victory was suddenly damped by the report of the approach of a large body of troops from the interior, and although none of these were seen, this ideal reinforcement induced the besiegers to withdraw. The embarkation took place at daylight in the morning, and while the fleet remained at anchor during the whole of the day, parties were still seen assembling on the shore, displaying their colors, brandishing their spears, and firing muskets from all points. so that the conquest was scarcely as complete as could be wished, since no formal act of submission had yet been shown. The expedition now sailed to Linga, a small port of the Joassamees, and burnt it to the ground. The force had now become separated, the greater portion of the troops being sent to Muscat for supplies, or being deemed unnecessary, and some of the vessels were sent on separate services of blockading passages and etc. The remaining portion of the blockading squadron, consisting of La Chiffone frigate and 4 of the cruisers, the Mornington, Ternate, Nautilus, and Fury, and 2 transports, with 500 troops from Linga, then proceeded to Luft, another port of the Joassamees. As the channel here was narrow and difficult of approach, the ships were warped into their stations of anchorage, and a summons sent on shore, as the people had not here abandoned their town, but were found at their posts of defense, in a large and strong castle with many batteries, redoubts, and etc. The summon being treated with disdain, the troops were landed with Colonel Smith at their head, and while forming on the beach, a slight skirmish took place with such of the inhabitants of the town as fled for shelter to the castle. The troops then advanced towards the fortress, which is described to have had walls 14 feet thick, pierced with loopholes, and only one entrance through a small gate, well cased with iron bars and bolts, in the strongest manner. With a howitzer taken for the occasion, it was intended to have blown this gate open, and to have taken the place by storm, but on reaching it, while the ranks opened, and the men sought to surround the castle to seek for some other entrance, at the same time, they were picked off so rapidly and unexpectedly from the loopholes above that a general flight took place. The howitzer was abandoned, even before it had been fired, and both the officers and the troops sought shelter by lying down behind the ridges of sand and little hillocks immediately underneath the castle walls. An Irish officer, jumping up from his hiding place and calling on some of his comrades to follow him in an attempt to rescue the howitzer, was killed in the enterprise. Such others as even raised their heads to look around them were picked off by the musketry from above, and the whole of the troops lay therefore hidden in this way, until the darkness of night favored their escape to the beach, where they embarked after sunset, the enemy having made no sally on them from the fort. A second summons was sent to the chief in the castle, threatening to bombard the town from a nearer anchorage if he did not submit, and no quarter afterwards shown. With the dawn of morning all eyes were directed to the fortress, when, to the surprise of the whole squadron, a man was seen waving the British Union flag on the summit of its walls. It was Lieutenant Hall, who commanded the Fury, which was one of the vessels nearest the shore. During the night he had gone on shore alone, taking a Union Jack in his hand, and advanced singly to the castle gate. The fortress had already been abandoned by the greater number of inhabitants, but some few still remained there. These fled at the approach of an individual, supposing him to be the herald of those who were to follow. Be this as it may, the castle was entirely abandoned, and the British flag waved on its walls by this daring officer, to the surprise and admiration of all the fleet. The town and fortifications were then taken possession of. After sweeping round the bottom of the gulf, the expedition returned to Muscat. On the sailing of the fleet from hence, the forces were augmented by a body of troops belonging to the Imam of Muscat, destined to assist in the recovery of a place called Shenaz, on the coast, taken by the Joassamees. On their arrival at this place, a summons was sent, commanding the fort to surrender, which being refused, a bombardment was opened from the ships and boats, but without producing much effect. On the following morning, the whole of the troops were landed, and a regular encampment formed on the shore, with sand batteries and other necessary works for a siege. After several days' bombardment, in which about 4,000 shots and shells were discharged against the fortress, to which the people had fled for refuge after burning down the town, a breach was reported to be practicable, and the castle was accordingly stormed. The resistance still made was desperate, the Arabs fighting as long as they could wield the sword, and even thrusting their spears up through the fragments of towers, in whose ruins they remained irrevocably buried. The loss in killed and wounded was upwards of 1,000 men, notwithstanding that the object of this expedition might be said to be incomplete, inasmuch as nothing less than a total extirpation of their race could secure the tranquillity of these seas. Yet the effect produced by this expedition was such as to make them reverence or dread the British flag for several years afterwards. At length, in 1815, their boats began to infest the entrance to the Red Sea, and in 1816 their numbers had so increased on that coast that a squadron of them, commanded by a chief called Amir Ibrahim, captured, within sight of Mocha, 4 vessels bound from Surat to that port, richly laden and navigating under the British flag, and the crews were massacred. A squadron consisting of His Majesty's ship Challenger, Captain Bridges, and the East India Company's cruisers Mercury, Ariel, and Vestal were dispatched to the chief port of the Joassamees, Ras el Khaimah. Mr. Buckingham, the great Oriental traveler, accompanied the expedition from Bushire. Upon their arrival at Ras el Khaimah, a demand was made for the restoration of the 4 Surat vessels and their cargoes, or, in lieu thereof, 12 lakhs of rupees. Also, that the command of the piratical squadron, Amir Ibrahim, should be delivered up for punishment. The demand was made by letter, and answer being received, Captain Bridges determined to go on shore and have an interview with the pirate chieftain. Mr. Buckingham says, he requested me to accompany him on shore as an interpreter. I readily assented. We quitted the ship together around 9 o'clock, and pulled straight to the shore, sounding all the way as we went, and gradually shoaling our waters from 6 to 2 fathoms, within a quarter of a mile of the beach, where 4 large dhows lay at anchor, ranged in a line, with their heads seaward, each of them mounting several pieces of cannon, and being full of men. On landing on the beach, we found its whole length guarded by a line of armed men, some bearing muskets, but the greater part armed with swords, shields, and spears. Most of them were negroes, whom the Joassamees spare in their wars, looking on them rather as property and merchandise than in the light of enemies. We were permitted to pass this line, and upon our communicating our wish to see the chief, we were conducted to the gate of the principal building, nearly in the center of town, and were met by the pirate chieftain, attended by 50 armed men. I offered him the Mahometan salutation of peace, which he returned without hesitation. The chief, Hassan ben Rama, whom we had seen, was a small man, apparently about 40 years of age, with an expression of cunning in his looks, and something particularly sarcastic in his smile. He was dressed in the usual Arab garments, with a cashmere shawl, turban, and a scarlet benish, of the Persian form, to distinguish him from his followers. They were habited in the plainest garments. One of his eyes had been wounded, but his other features were good, his teeth beautifully white and regular, and his complexion very dark. The town of Ras el Khaimah stands on a narrow tongue of sandy land, pointing to the northeastward, presenting its northwest edge to the open sea, and its southeast one to a creek, which runs up within it to the southwestward, and affords a safe harbor for boats. There appeared to be no continued wall of defense around it, though round towers and portions of walls were seen in several parts, probably once connected in a line, but not yet repaired since their destruction. The strongest points of defense appear to be in the fortress at the northeast angle, and a double round tower near the center of the town, in each of which guns are mounted, but all the other towers appear to afford only shelter for musketeers. The rest of the town is composed of ordinary buildings of unhewn stone, and huts of rushes and long grasses, with narrow avenues winding between them. The present number of inhabitants may be computed at 10,000 at least. There are thought to have been, at present, in 1816, 60 large boats out from their own port, manned with crews from 80 to 300 men each, and 40 other boats that belong to other ports. Their force concentrated would probably amount to at least 100 boats and 8,000 fighting men. After several fruitless negotiations, the signal was now made to weigh and stand closer in towards the town. It was then followed by the signal to engage the enemy. The squadron bore down nearly in line under easy sail and with the wind right aft, or on shore, the Mercury being on the starboard bow, the Challenger next in order, in the center the Vestal following in the same line as the Ariel, completing the division. A large fleet of small boats were seen standing in from Cape Mussendom at the same time, but these escaped by keeping closer along shore, and at length passing over the bar and getting into the backwater behind the town. The squadron continued to stand on in a direct line toward the 4 anchored dhows, gradually shoaling from the depth of our anchorage to 2.5 fathoms, where stream anchors were dropped underfoot, with springs on the cables, so that each vessel lay with her broadsides to the shore. A fire was now opened by the whole squadron, directed at the 4 dhows. These boats were full of men, brandishing their weapons in the air, their whole number exceeding probably 600. Some of the shot from the few long guns of the squadron reached the shore, and were buried in the sand. Others fell across the bows and near the hulls of the dhows to which they were directed. But the cannonades all fell short, as we were then fully a mile from the beach. The Arab colors were displayed on all the forts. Crowds of armed men were assembled on the beach, bearing large banners on poles, and dancing around them with their arms, as if rallying around a sacred standard, so that no sign of submission or conquest was witnessed throughout. The Ariel continued to discharge about 50 shot after all the others had desisted, but with as little avail as before, and thus ended this wordy negotiation and the bloodless battle to which it eventually led. In 1818, these pirates grew so daring that they made an irruption into the Indian Ocean, and plundered vessels and towns on the islands and coasts. A fleet was sent against them, and intercepted them off Ashlola Island, proceeding to the westward in 3 divisions, and drove them back into the Gulf. The Eden and Psyche fell in with 2 Trankeys, and these were so closely pursued that they were obliged to drop a small captured boat they had in tow. The Thetes was one day kept in close chase by 17 vessels, but they were enabled to get away owing to their superior sailing. The cruisers met with the Joassamees 17 times, and were constantly employed in hunting them from place to place. At length, in 1819, they became such a scourge to the commerce that a formidable expedition under the command of Major General Sir W. Grant Keir sailed against them. It arrived before the chief town in December and commenced operations. In his dispatches, General Keir says, "I have the satisfaction to report the town of Ras Al Khaimah, after a resistance of 6 days, was taken possession of this morning by the force under my command." On the 18th, after completing my arrangements at Muscat, the Liverpool sailed for the rendezvous at Kishmi. On the 21st, we fell in with the fleet of the Persian Gulf, and anchored off the island of Larak on the 24th of November. As it appeared probable that a considerable period would elapse before the junction of the ships which were detained at Bombay, I conceived it would prove highly advantageous to avail myself of all the information that could be procured respecting the strength and resources of the pirates we had to deal with. No time was lost in making the necessary preparations for landing, which was effected the following morning without opposition, at a spot which had been previously selected for that purpose, about 2 miles to the westward of the town. The troops were formed across the isthmus connecting the peninsula on which the town is situated with the neighboring country, and the whole of the day was occupied in getting the tents on shore to shelter the men from rain, landing engineers, tools, sandbags, and etc., and making arrangements preparatory to commencing our approaches the next day. On the morning of the 4th, our light troops were ordered in advance, supported by the pickets, to dislodge the enemy from a bank within 900 yards of the outer fort, which was expected to afford good cover for the men. The whole of the light companies of the force under Captain Backhouse moved forward, and drove the Arabs with great gallantry from a date grove and over the bank close under the walls of the fort, followed by the pickets under Major Molesworth, who took post at the sandbanks, whilst the European light troops were skirmishing in front. The enemy kept up a sharp fire of musketry and cannon. During these movements, Major Molesworth, a gallant officer, was here killed. The troops kept their position during the day, and in the night effected a lodgment within 300 yards of the southernmost tower, and erected a battery of 4 guns, together with a mortar battery. The weather having become rather unfavorable for the disembarkation of the stores required for the siege, but this important object being effected on the morning of the 6th, we were enabled to open 3 18-pounders on the fort. A couple of howitzers and 6-pounders were also placed in the battery on the right, which played on the defenses of the towers and nearly silenced the enemy's fire, who, during the whole of our progress, exhibited a considerable degree of resolution in withstanding and ingenuity in counteracting our attacks. sallied out at 8 o'clock this evening along the whole front of our entrenchments, crept close up to the mortar battery without being perceived, and entered it over the parapet after spearing the advance entries. The party which occupied it were obliged to retire, but being immediately reinforced, charged the assailants, who were driven out of the battery with great loss. The enemy repeated his attacks toward morning, but was vigorously repulsed. During the 7th, every exertion was made to land and bring up the remaining guns and mortars, which was accomplished during the night. They were immediately placed on the battery, together with 2 24-pounders, which were landed from the Liverpool. And in the morning the whole of the ordnance opened on the fort and fired with scarcely any intermission till sunset. When the breach of the curtain was reported nearly practicable and the towers almost untenable, immediate arrangements were made for the assault, and the troops ordered to move down to the entrenchments by daylight the next morning. The party moved forward about 8 o'clock, and entered the fort through the breaches without firing a shot, and it soon appeared the enemy had evacuated the place. The town was taken possession of and found almost entirely deserted, only 18 or 20 men and a few women remaining in their houses. The expedition next proceeded against Rumps, a piratical town, 8 miles north of Ras el Khyma, but the inhabitants abandoned the town and took refuge in the hill fort of Zayah, which is situated at the head of a navigable creek nearly 2 miles from the sea coast. This place was the resistance of Hussein bin Ali, a sheikh of considerable importance among the Jozami tribes, and a person who, from his talents and lawless habits, as well as from the strength and advantageous situation of the fort, was likely to attempt the revival of the piratical system upon the first occasion. It became a desirable object to reduce the power of this chieftain. On the 18th December, the troops embarked at Ras el Khyma at daybreak in the boats of the fleet under command of Major Warren, with the 65th Regiment and the flank companies of the 1st and 2nd Regiment, and at noon arrived within 4 miles of their destination. This operation was attending with considerable difficulty and risk, owing to the heavy surf that beat on the shore, and which was the occasion of some loss of ammunition and of a few boats being upset and stove in. At 3:30 p.m., having refreshed the men, says Major Warren, we commenced our march, and fording the creek or backwater, took up our position at sunset, to the northeastward of the fort, the enemy firing at us as we passed, notwithstanding that our messenger, whom we had previously sent in to summon the sheik, was still in the place, and I lost no time in pushing our riflemen and pickets as far forward as I could, without exposing them too much to the firing of the enemy, whom I found strongly posted under secure cover in the date tree groves in front of the town. Captain Cock, with the light company of his battalion, was at the same time sent to the westward to cut off the retreat of the enemy on that side. At daybreak the next morning, finding it necessary to drive the enemy still further in, to get a nearer view of his defenses, I moved forward the rifle company of the 65th Regiment, and after a considerable opposition from the enemy, I succeeded in forcing him to retire some distance, but not without disputing every inch of ground, which was well calculated for resistance, being intersected at every few yards by banks and water courses raised for the purpose of irrigation and covered with date trees. The next morning the riflemen, supported by the pickets, were again called into play, and soon established their position within 300 and 400 yards of the town, which was the base of the hill, was so completely surrounded as to render the escape of any of the garrison now almost impossible. This advantage was gained by a severe loss, 2 24-pounders and the 2 12s, the landing of which had been retarded by the difficulty of communication with the fleet from which we derived all our supplies. Having been now brought on shore, we broke ground in the evening, and notwithstanding the rocky soil, had them to play next morning at daylight. Aware, however, that the families of the enemy were still in the town, and humanity dictating that some effort should be made to save the innocent from the fate that awaited the guilty, an opportunity was afforded for that purpose by an offer to the garrison of security to their women and children should they be sent out within the hour. But the infatuated chief, either from an idea that his fort on the hill was not to be reached by our shot, or with the vain hope to gain time by procrastination, returning no answer to our communication, While he detained our messenger, we opened our fire at 8:30 in the morning, and such was the precision of the practice that in 2 hours we perceived the breach would soon be practicable. I was in the act of ordering the assault when a white flag was displayed, and the enemy, after some little delay in assembling from the different quarters of the place, marched out without their arms, with Hussein bin Ali at their head, to the number of 398, and at 1:30 p.m. the British flags were hoisted on the hill fort and at the Sheikh's house. The women and children, to the number of 400, were at the same time collected together in a place of security, and sent on board the fleet, together with the men. The service has been short but arduous. The enemy defended themselves with great obstinacy and ability worthy of a better cause. From 2 prisoners retaken from the Joassamees, they learnt that the plunder is made a general stock and distributed by the chief, but in what proportions the deponents cannot say. Water is generally very scarce. There is a quantity of fish caught on the bank, upon which and dates they live. There were a few horses, camels, cows, sheep, and goats, the greatest part of which they took with them. They were in general lean, as the sandy plain produces little or no vegetation, except a few dates and coconut trees. The pirates who abandoned Ras al Khaimah encamped about 3 miles in the interior, ready to retreat into the desert at a moment's warning. The Sheikh of Rumps is an old man, but looks intelligent, and is said to be the man who advises upon all occasions the movements of the different tribes of pirates on the coast. And when he was told that it was the wish of the company to put a stop to their piracy, and to make an honest people of them by encouraging them to trade, seemed to regret much that those intentions were not made known, as they would have been most readily embraced. Rumps is the key to Ras al Khaimah, and by its strength is defended from a strong banditti infesting the mountains, as also the Bedouin Arabs, who are their enemies. A British garrison of 1,200 men is stationed at Ras al Khaimah, and a guard ship. The outer places sent in tokens of submission, as driven out of their fortresses on the margin of the sea, they had to contend with the interior hostile tribes. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 4. The barbarous conduct and romantic death of the Joassamee chief Rama ben Jabir. The town of Bushire on the Persian Gulf is seated in a low peninsula of sand, extending out of the general line of the coast so as to form a bay on both sides. One of these bays was, in 1816, occupied by the fleet of a certain Arab named Rama ben Jabir, who has been for more than 20 years the terror of the Gulf, and who was the most successful and the most generally tolerated pirate, perhaps, that ever infested any sea. This man by birth was a native of Grain on the opposite coast, and nephew of the governor of that place. His fellow citizens had all the honesty, however, to declare him an outlaw, from abhorrence of his profession. But he found that aid and protection at Bushire which his own townsmen denied him. With 5 or 6 vessels, most of which were very large, and manned with crews of from 200 to 300 each, he sailed forth and captured whatever he thought himself strong enough to carry off as a prize. His followers, to the number of 2,000, were maintained by the plunder of his prizes, and as the most of these were his own bought African slaves, and the remainder equally subject to his authority, he was sometimes as prodigal of their lives in a fit of anger as he was of his enemies, whom he was not content to slay in battle only, but basely murdered in cold blood after they had submitted. An instance is related of his having put a great number of his own crew who used mutinous expressions into a tank on board, in which they usually kept their water, and this being shut close at the top, the poor wretches were all suffocated, and afterwards thrown overboard. This butcher chief, like the celebrated Jazar of Acre, affecting great simplicity of dress, manners, and living, and whenever he went out could not be distinguished by a stranger from the crowd of his attendants. He carried this simplicity to a degree of filthiness which was disgusting, as his usual dress was a shirt which was never taken off to be washed from the time it was first put on till worn out, no drawers or coverings for the legs of any kind, and a large black goat's hair cloak wrapped over all with a greasy and dirty handkerchief, called the keffiyeh, thrown loosely over his head. Infamous as was this man's life and character, he was not only cherished and courted by the people of Bushire, who dreaded him, but was courteously received and respectfully entertained whenever he visited the British factory. On one occasion, says Buckingham, at which I was present, he was sent for to give some medical gentlemen of the Navy and Company's cruisers an opportunity of inspecting his arm, which had been severely wounded. The wound was at first made by grape shot and splinters, and the arm was one mass of blood about the part for several days, while the man himself was with difficulty known to be alive. He gradually recovered, however, without surgical aid, and the bone of the arm between the shoulder and the elbow being completely shivered to pieces, the fragments progressively worked out, and the singular appearance was left of the forearm and elbow connected to the shoulder by flesh and skin and tendons without the least vestige of bone. This man, when invited to the factory for the purpose of making an exhibition of his arm, was himself admitted to sit at the table and take some tea, as it was breakfast time, and some of his followers took chairs around him. They were all as disgustingly filthy in appearance as could well be imagined, and some of them did not scruple to hunt for vermin on their skins, of which there was an abundance, and throw them on the floor. Rama Ben Jabir's figure presented a meagre trunk with 4 lank members, all of them cut and hacked and pierced with wounds of sabres, spears, and bullets, in every part, to the number, perhaps, of more than 20 different wounds. He had, besides, a face naturally ferocious and ugly, and now rendered still more so by several scars there, and by the loss of one eye. When asked by one of the English gentlemen present, with a tone of encouragement and familiarity, whether he could not still dispatch an enemy with his boneless arm, he drew a crooked dagger, or jambeya, from the girdle round his shirt, and placing his left hand, which was sound, to support the elbow of the right, which was the one that was wounded, he grasped the dagger firmly with his clenched fist and drew it backward and forward, twirling it at the same time, and saying that he desired nothing better than to have the cutting of as many throats as he could effectually open with his lame hand. Instead of being shocked at the uttering of such a brutal wish and such a savage triumph at still possessing the power to murder unoffending victims, I knew not how to describe my feelings of shame and sorrow when a loud roar of laughter burst from the whole assembly, when I ventured to express my dissent from the general feeling of admiration for such a man. Illustration of Rama Ben Jabir, a Jossami chief. This barbarous pirate in the year 1827 at last experienced the fate characteristic of the whole course of his life. His violent aggressions having united the Arabs of Bahrein and Ratif against him, they blockaded his port of Daman, from which Rama ben Jabir, having left a garrison in the fort under his son, had sailed in a well-appointed bungalow for the purpose of endeavoring to raise a confederacy of his friends in his support. Having failed in this object, he returned to Daman, and in spite of the boats blockading the port, succeeded in visiting his garrison, and immediately re-embarked, taking with him his youngest son. On arriving on board his bungalow, he was received by his followers with a salute, which decisive indication of his presence immediately attracted the attention of his opponents, one of whose boats, commanded by the nephew of the Sheikh of Bahrein, proceeded to attack him. A desperate struggle ensued, and the Sheikh, finding after some time that he had lost nearly the whole of his crew by firing off Rama's boat, retired for reinforcements. These being obtained, he immediately returned singly to the contest. The fight was renewed with redoubled fury, when at last Rama, being informed, for he had been long blind, that his men were falling fast around him, mustered the remainder of the crew and issued orders to close and grapple with his opponent. When this was effected, and after embracing his son, he was led with a lighted torch to the magazine, which instantly exploded, blowing his own boat to atoms and setting fire to the Sheikh's, which immediately afterwards shared the same fate. Sheikh Ahmed and few of his followers escaped to the other boats, but only one of Rama's brave crew was saved, and it is supposed that upwards of 300 men were killed in this heroic contest. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kerry Hiles. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms, Chapter 5. The Life of Lafitte, the famous pirate of the Gulf of Mexico, with a history of the pirates of Barataria and an account of their volunteering for the defense of New Orleans and their daring intrepidity under General Jackson during the Battle of the 8th of January, 1815, for which important service they were pardoned by President Madison. Jean Lafitte was born at St. Malo in France in 1781 and went to sea at the age of 13. After several voyages in Europe and to the coast of Africa, he was appointed mate of a French East Indiaman bound to Madras. On the outward passage, they encountered a heavy gale off the Cape of Good Hope, which sprung the mainmast and otherwise injured the ship, which determined the captain to bear up for the Mauritius, where he arrived in safety. A quarrel having taken place on the passage out between Lafitte and the captain, he abandoned the ship and refused to continue the voyage. Several privateers were at this time fitting out at this island, and Lafitte was appointed captain of one of these vessels. After a cruise during which he robbed the vessels of other nations besides those of England, and thus committing piracy, he stopped at the Seychelles and took in a load of slaves for the Mauritius. But being chased by an English frigate as far north as the equator, he found himself in a very awkward condition, not having provisions enough on board his ship to carry him back to the French colony. He therefore conceived the bold project of proceeding to the Bay of Bengal in order to get provisions from on board some English ships. In his ship of 200 tons, with only 2 guns and 26 men, he attacked and took an English armed schooner with a numerous crew. After putting 19 of his own crew on board the schooner, he took the command of her and proceeded to cruise upon the coast of Bengal. He there fell in with the Pagoda, a vessel belonging to the English East India Company, armed with 26 12-pounders and manned with 150 men. Expecting that the enemy would take him for a pilot of the Ganges, he manoeuvred accordingly. The Pagoda manifested no suspicions, whereupon he suddenly darted with his brave followers upon her decks, overturned all who opposed them, and speedily took the ship. After a very successful cruise, he arrived safe at the Mauritius and took the command of La Confiance of 26 guns and 250 men, and sailed for the coast of British India. Off the Sands Heads in October 1807, Lafitte fell in with a Queen East Indiaman with a crew of nearly 400 men and carrying 40 guns. He conceived the bold project of getting possession of her. Never was there beheld a more unequal conflict. Even the height of the vessel compared to the feeble privateer augmented the chances against Lafitte, but the difficulty and danger, far from discouraging this intrepid sailor, acted as an additional spur to his brilliant valour. After electrifying his crew with a few words of hope and ardour, he manoeuvred and ran on board of the enemy. In this position he received a broadside when close to, but he expected this, and made his men lay flat upon the deck. After the first fire they all rose, and from the yards and tops threw bombs and grenades at the forecastle of the Indiaman. This sudden and unforeseen attack caused a great havoc. In an instant, death and terror made them abandon a part of the vessel near the mizzenmast. Lafitte, who observed everything, seized the decisive moment, beat to arms, and 40 of his crew prepared to board, with pistols in their hands and daggers held between their teeth. As soon as they got on deck, they rushed upon the affrighted crowd, who retreated to the steerage and endeavoured to defend themselves there. Lafitte thereupon ordered a second division to board, which he headed himself. The captain of the Indiaman was killed, and all were swept away in a moment. Lafitte caused a gun to be loaded with grape, which he pointed towards the place where the crowd was assembled, threatening to exterminate them. The English, deeming resistance fruitless, surrendered, and Lafitte hastened to put a stop to the slaughter. This exploit, hitherto unparalleled, resounded through India, and the name of Lafitte became the terror of English commerce in these latitudes. As British vessels now traversed the Indian Ocean under strong convoys, game became scarce, and Lafitte determined to visit France. After doubling the Cape of Good Hope, he coasted up to the Gulf of Guinea, and in the Bight of Benin he took 2 valuable prizes loaded with gold dust, ivory, and palm oil. With this booty, he reached St. Malo in safety. After a short stay at his native place, he fitted out a brigantine, mounting 20 guns and 150 men, and sailed for Guadeloupe. Amongst the West India Islands he made several valuable prizes, but during his absence on a cruise, the island having been taken by the British, he proceeded to Carthagena, and from thence to Barataria. After this period, the conduct of Lafitte at Barataria does not appear to be characterized by the audacity and boldness of his former career. But he had amassed immense sums of booty, and as he was obliged to have dealings with the merchants of the United States and the West Indies, who frequently owed him large sums, and the cautious dealings necessary to found and conduct a colony of pirates and smugglers in the very teeth of a civilized nation, obliged Lafitte to cloak as much as possible his real character. As we have said before, at the period of taking Guadeloupe by the British, most of the privateers commissioned by the government of that island, and which were then on a cruise, not being able to return to any of the West India Islands, made for Barataria, there to take in a supply of water and provisions, recruit the health of their crews, and dispose of their prizes, which could not be admitted into any of the ports of the United States, being at that time in peace with Great Britain. Most of the commissions granted to privateers by the French government at Guadeloupe having expired sometime after the declaration of the independence of Carthagena, many of the privateers repaired to that port for the purpose of obtaining from the new government commissions for cruising against Spanish vessels. Having duly obtained their commissions, they in a manner blockaded for a long time all the ports belonging to the royalists, and made numerous captives, which they carried into Barataria. Under this denomination is comprised part of the coast of Louisiana to the west of the mouths of the Mississippi, comprehended between Bastion Bay on the east, and the mouths of the river or Bayou La Forge on the west. Not far from the sea are lakes called the Great and Little Lakes of Barataria, communicating with one another by several large bayous with a great number of branches. There is also the island of Barataria, at the extremity of which is a place called the Temple, which denomination it owes to several mounds of shells thrown up there by the Indians. The name of Barataria is also given to a large basin which extends the whole length of the cypress swamps from the Gulf of Mexico to 3 miles above New Orleans. These waters disembogue into the Gulf by two entrances of the Bayou Barataria, between which lies an island called Grande Terre, 6 miles in length and from 2 to 3 miles in breadth, running parallel with the coast. In the western entrance is the Great Pass of Barataria, which has from 9 to 10 feet of water. Within this pass, about 2 leagues from the open sea, lies the only secure harbour on the coast, and accordingly this was the harbour frequented by the pirates, so well known by the name of Baratarians. At Grande Terre, the privateers publicly made sale by auction of the cargoes of their prizes. From all parts of Lower Louisiana, people resorted to Barataria, without being at all solicitous to conceal the object of their journey. The most respectable inhabitants of the state, especially those living in the country, were in the habit of purchasing smuggled goods coming from Barataria. The government of the United States sent an expedition under Commodore Patterson to disperse the settlement of marauders at Barataria. The following is an extract of his letter to the Secretary of War. Sir, I have the honor to inform you that I departed from this city on the 11th of June, accompanied by Colonel Ross, with a detachment of 70 of the 44th Regiment of Infantry. On the 12th reached the schooner Carolina of Plaquemine and formed a junction with the gun vessels at the Belize on the 13th, sailed from the Southwest Pass on the evening of the 15th, and at 8:30 a.m. on the 16th made the island of Barataria, and discovered a number of vessels in the harbour, some of which showed Carthaginian colours. At 2 o'clock perceived the pirates forming their vessels, 10 in number, including prizes, into a line of battle near the entrance of the harbour, and making every preparation to offer me battle. At 10 o'clock, wind light and variable, formed the order of battle with 6 gunboats and the Seahorse tender, mounting 1 6-pounder and 15 men, and a launch mounting 1 12-pounder carronade, the schooner Carolina drawing too much water to cross the bar. At 10:30, perceived several smokes along the coast as signals, and at the same time a white flag hoisted on board a schooner at the fort, an American flag at the mainmast head, and a Carthaginian flag, under which the pirates cruise, at her topping lift. Replied with a white flag at my main. At 11 o'clock, discovered that the pirates had fired 2 of their best schooners, hauled down my white flag, and made the signal for battle, hoisting with a large white flag bearing the words "Pardon for deserters," having heard there was a number on shore from the Army and Navy. At 11:15 2 gunboats grounded and were passed agreeably to my previous orders by the other 4 which entered the harbour, manned by my barge and the boats belonging to the grounded vessels, and proceeded in to my great disappointment. I perceived that the pirates abandoned their vessels and were flying in all directions. I immediately sent the launch and 2 barges with small boats in pursuit of them. At Meridian, took possession of all their vessels in the harbour, consisting of 6 schooners and 1 felucca, cruisers and prizes of the pirates, 1 brig, a prize, and 2 armed schooners under the Carthaginian flag, both in the line of battle with the armed vessels of the pirates, and apparently with an intention to aid them in any resistance they might make against me, as their crews were at quarters, tompions out of their guns, and matches lighted. Colonel Ross at the same time landed, and with his command took possession of their establishment on shore, consisting of about 40 houses of different sizes, badly constructed and thatched with palmetto leaves. When I perceived the enemy forming their vessels into a line of battle, I felt confident from their number and very advantageous position, and their number of men, that they would have fought me. Their not doing so I regret, for had they, I should have been enabled more effectually to destroy or make prisoners of them and their leaders. But it is a subject of great satisfaction to me to have effected the object of my enterprise without the loss of a man. The enemy had mounted on their vessels 20 pieces of cannon of different calibre, and, as I have since learnt, from 800 to 1,000 men of all nations and colours. Early in the morning of the 20th, the Carolina at anchor, about 5 miles distant, made the signal of "a strange sail in sight to eastward." Immediately after, she weighed anchor and gave chase the strange sail, standing for Grande Terre with all sail. At 8:30, the chase hauled her wind offshore to escape, sent Acting Lieutenant Spedding with 4 boats, manned and armed, to prevent her passing the harbour. At 9 a.m, the chase fired upon the Carolina, which was returned. Each vessel continued firing during the chase when their long guns could reach. At 10 o'clock, the chase grounded outside of the bar, at which time the Carolina was, from the shoalness of the water, obliged to haul her wind offshore and give up the chase, opened a fire upon the chase across the island from the gun vessels. At 10:30 o'clock, she hauled down her colours and was taken possession of. She proved to be the armed schooner General Bolivar. By grounding, she broke both her rudder pintles and made water. Took from her armament, consisting of one long brass 18-pounder, one long brass 6-pounder, two 12-pounders, small arms, etc., and 21 packages of dry goods. On the afternoon of the 23rd, got underway with the whole squadron, in all 17 vessels, but during the night one escaped, and the next day arrived at New Orleans with my whole squadron. At different times, the English had sought to attack the pirates at Barataria in hopes of taking their prizes and even their armed vessels. Of these attempts of the British, suffice it to instance that of June 23, 1813, when two privateers, being at anchor off Cat Island, a British sloop of war anchored at the entrance of the pass and sent her boats to endeavour to take the privateers, but they were repulsed with considerable loss. Such was the state of affairs when on the 2nd of September 1814 there appeared an armed brig on the coast opposite the pass. She fired a gun at a vessel about to enter and forced her to run aground. She then tacked and shortly after came to an anchor at the entrance of the pass. It was not easy to understand the intentions of this vessel who, having commenced with hostilities on her first appearance, now seemed to announce an amicable disposition. Mr. Lafitte then went off in a boat to examine her, venturing so far that he could not escape from the pinnace sent from the brig and making towards the shore, bearing British colours and a flag of truce. In this pinnace were two naval officers. One was Captain Lockyer, commander of the brig. The first question they asked was, where was Mr. Lafitte? He, not choosing to make himself known to them, replied that the person they inquired for was on shore. They then delivered to him a packet directed to Mr. Lafitte, Barataria, requesting him to take particular care of it and to deliver it into Mr. Lafitte's hands. He now prevailed on them to make for the shore, and as soon as they got near enough to be in his power, he made himself known, recommending to them at the same time to conceal the business on which they had come. Upwards of 200 persons lined the shore, and it was a general cry amongst the crews of the privateers at Grande Terre that those British officers should be made prisoners and sent to New Orleans as spies. It was with much difficulty that Lafitte dissuaded the multitude from this intent and led the officers in safety to his dwelling. He thought, very prudently, that the papers contained in the packet might be of importance towards the safety of the country, and that the officers, if well watched, could obtain no intelligence that might turn to the detriment of Louisiana. He now examined the contents of the packet, in which he found a proclamation addressed by Colonel Edward Nichols in the service of His Britannic Majesty and commander of the land forces on the coast of Florida, to the inhabitants of Louisiana. A letter from the same to Mr. Lafitte, the commander of Barataria, an official letter from the Honourable W. H. Percy, captain of the sloop of war Hermes, directed to Lafitte. When he had perused these letters, Captain Lockyer enlarged on the subject of them, and proposed to him to enter into the service of His Britannic Majesty with the rank of post-captain, and to receive the command of a 44-gun frigate, also all those under his command or over whom he had sufficient influence. He was also offered $30,000 payable at Pensacola, and urged him not to let slip this opportunity of acquiring fortune and consideration. On Lafitte's requiring a few days to reflect upon these proposals, Captain Lockyer observed to him that no reflection could be necessary respecting proposals that obviously precluded hesitation, as he was a Frenchman and proscribed by the American government. But to all his splendid promises and daring insinuations, Lafitte replied that in a few days he would give a final answer, his object in this procrastination being to gain time to inform the officers of the state government of this nefarious project. Having occasion to go some distance for a short time, the persons who had proposed to send the British officers prisoners to New Orleans went and seized them in his absence, and confined both them and the crew of the pinnace in a secure place, leaving a guard at the door. The British officers sent for Lafitte, but he, fearing an insurrection of the crews of the privateers, thought it advisable not to see them until he had first persuaded their captains and officers to desist from the measures on which they seemed bent. With this view, he represented to the latter that, besides the infamy that would attach to them if they treated as prisoners people who had come with a flag of truce, they would lose the opportunity of discovering the projects of the British against Louisiana. Early the next morning, Lafitte caused them to be released from their confinement and saw them safe on board their pinnace, apologizing the detention. He now wrote to Captain Lockyer the following letter. To Captain Lockyer, Barataria, 4th September 1814. Sir, the confusion which prevailed in our camp yesterday and this morning, and of which you have a complete knowledge, has prevented me from answering in a precise manner to the object of your mission, nor even at this moment can I give you all the satisfaction that you desire. However, if you could grant me a fortnight, I would be entirely at your disposal at the end of that time. This delay is indispensable to enable me to put my affairs in order. You may communicate with me by sending a boat to the eastern point of the pass, where I will be found. You have inspired me with more confidence than the Admiral, your superior officer, could have done himself. With you alone I wish to deal, and from you also I will claim, in due time, the reward of the services which I may render to you. Yours, etc., J. Lafitte. His object in writing that letter was, by appearing disposed to accede to their proposals, to give time to communicate the affair to the officers of the state government, and to receive from them instructions how to act under circumstances so critical and important to the country. He accordingly wrote on the 4th of September to Mr. Blanc, one of the representatives of the state, sending him all the papers delivered to him by the British officers, with a letter addressed to His Excellency Governor Claiborne of the state of Louisiana. To Governor Claiborne, Barataria, September 4th, 1814. Sir, in the firm persuasion that the choice made of you to fill the office of First Magistrate of this state was dictated by the esteem of your fellow citizens and was conferred on merit, I confidently address you on an affair on which may depend the safety of this country. I offer to you to restore to this state several citizens who perhaps in your eyes have lost that sacred title. I offer you them, however, such as you could wish to find them, ready to exert their utmost efforts in defense of the country. This point of Louisiana which I occupy is of great importance in the present crisis. I tender my services to defend it, and the only reward I ask is that a stop be put to the proscription against me and my adherents, by an act of oblivion, for all that has been done hitherto. I am the stray sheep wishing to return to the fold. If you are thoroughly acquainted with the nature of my offences, I should appear to you much less guilty, and still worthy to discharge the duties of a good citizen. I have never sailed under any flag but that of the Republic of Carthagena, and my vessels are perfectly regular in that respect. If I could have brought my lawful prizes into the ports of this state, I should not have employed the illicit means that have caused me to be proscribed. I decline saying more on the subject until I have the honour of your Excellency's answer, which I am persuaded can be dictated only by wisdom. Should your answer not be favourable to my ardent desires, I declare to you that I will instantly leave the country to avoid the imputation of having cooperated towards an invasion on this point which cannot fail to take place, and to rest secure in the acquittal of my conscience. I have the honour to be your Excellency's, etc., J. Lafitte. The contents of these letters do honour to Lafitte's judgment, and evince his sincere attachment to the American cause. On the receipt of this package from Lafitte, Mr. Blanc immediately laid its contents before the Governor, who convened the Committee of Defence lately formed, of which he was President, and Mr. Rancher, the bearer of Lafitte's packet, was sent back with a verbal answer to desire Lafitte to take no steps until it should be determined what was expedient to be done. The message also contained an assurance that, in the meantime, no steps should be taken against him for his past offences against the laws of the United States. At the expiration of the time agreed on with Captain Lockyer, his ship appeared again on the coast with 2 others, and continued standing off and on before the pass for several days. But he pretended not to perceive the return of the sloop of war, who, tired of waiting to no purpose, put out to sea and disappeared. Lafitte, having received a guarantee from General Jackson for a safe passage from Barataria to New Orleans and back, he proceeded forthwith to the city, where he had an interview with Governor Claiborne and the general. After the usual formalities and courtesies had taken place between these gentlemen, Lafitte addressed the governor of Louisiana nearly as follows: "I have offered to defend for you that part of Louisiana I now hold, but not as an outlaw would I be its defender. In that confidence with which you have inspired me, I offer to restore to the state many citizens now under my command. As I have remarked before, the point I occupy is of great importance in the present crisis. I tender not only my own services to defend it, but those of all I command, and the only reward I ask is that a stop be put to the proscription against me and my adherents by an act of oblivion for all that has been done hitherto." "My dear sir," said the governor, who together with General Jackson was impressed with admiration of his sentiments, "your praiseworthy wishes shall be laid before the council of the state, and I will confer with my august friend here present upon this important affair, and send you an answer tomorrow." As Lafitte withdrew, the general said, "Farewell. When we meet again, I trust it will be in the ranks of the American army." The result of the conference was the issuing of the following order: The governor of Louisiana, informed that many individuals implicated in the offenses heretofore committed against the United States at Barataria express a willingness at the present crisis to enroll themselves and march against the enemy, he does hereby invite them to join the standard of the United States, and is authorized to say, should their conduct in the field meet the approbation of the Major General, that that officer will unite with the governor in a request to the President of the United States to extend to each and every individual so marching and acting a free and full pardon. These general orders were placed in the hands of Lafitte, who circulated them amongst his dispersed followers, most of whom readily embraced the conditions of pardon they held out. In a few days, many brave men and skillful artillerists, whose services contributed greatly to the safety of the invaded state, flocked to the standard of the United States, and by their conduct received the highest approbation of General Jackson. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Among the many evils produced by the wars, which with little intermission have afflicted Europe and extended their ravages into other quarters of the globe for a period exceeding 20 years, the dispersion of a considerable portion of the inhabitants of different countries in sorrow and in want has not been the least injurious to human happiness, nor the least severe in the trial of human virtue. It has been long ascertained that many foreigners, flying from the dangers of their own home, and that some citizens, forgetful of their duty, had cooperated in forming an establishment on the island of Barataria, near the mouth of the river Mississippi, for the purpose of a clandestine and lawless trade. The government of the United States caused the establishment to be broken up and destroyed, and, having obtained the means of designating the offenders of every description, it only remained to answer the demands of justice by inflicting an exemplary punishment. But it has since been represented that the offenders have manifested a sincere penitence, that they have abandoned the prosecution of the worst cause for the support of the best, and, particularly, that they have exhibited in the defense of New Orleans unequivocal traits of courage and fidelity. Offenders who have refused to become the associates of the enemy in the war upon the most seducing terms of invitation, and who have aided to repel his hostile invasion of the territory of the United States, can no longer be considered as objects of punishment, but as objects of a generous forgiveness. It has therefore been seen with great satisfaction that the General Assembly of the State of Louisiana earnestly recommend those offenders to the benefit of a full pardon, and in compliance with that recommendation, as well as in consideration of all the other extraordinary circumstances in the case, I, James Madison, President of the United States of America, do issue this proclamation, hereby granting, publishing, and declaring a free and full pardon of all offenses committed in violation of any act or acts of the Congress of the said United States, touching the revenue, trade, and navigation thereof, or touching the intercourse and commerce of the United States with foreign nations, at any time before the 8th day of January in the present year 1815, by any person or persons whatsoever, being inhabitants of New Orleans and the adjacent country, or being inhabitants of the said island of Barataria and the places adjacent, provided that every person claiming the benefit of this full pardon in order to entitle himself thereto shall produce a certificate in writing from the governor of the state of Louisiana, stating that such person has aided in the defense of New Orleans and the adjacent country during the invasion thereof as aforesaid. And I do hereby further authorize and direct all suits, indictments, and prosecutions for fines, penalties, and forfeitures against any person or persons who shall be entitled to the benefit of this full pardon forthwith to be stayed, discontinued, and released. All civil officers are hereby required, according to the duties of their respective stations, to carry this proclamation into immediate and faithful execution. Done at the city of Washington, the 6th day of February, in the year 1815, and of the independence of the United States the 39th, by the President, James Madison, James Monroe, Acting Secretary of State. The morning of the 8th of January was ushered in with the discharge of rockets, the sound of cannon, and the cheers of the British soldiers advancing to the attack. The Americans behind the breastwork awaited in calm intrepidity their approach. The enemy advanced in close column of 60 men in front, shouldering their muskets and carrying fascines and ladders. A storm of rockets preceded them, and an incessant fire opened from the battery, which commanded the advanced column. The musketry and rifles from the Kentuckians and Tennesseans joined the fire of the artillery, and in a few moments was heard along the line a ceaseless rolling fire whose tremendous noise resembled the continued reverberation of thunder. One of these guns, a 24-pounder, placed upon the breastwork in the third embrasure from the river, drew, from the fatal skill and activity with which it was managed, even in the heat of battle, the admiration of both Americans and British, and became one of the points most dreaded by the advancing foe. Here was stationed Lafitte and his lieutenant Dominique, and a large band of his men, who, during the continuance of the battle, fought with unparalleled bravery. The British already had been twice driven back in the utmost confusion, with the loss of their commander-in-chief and 2 general officers. 2 other batteries were manned by the Baratarians, who served their pieces with the steadiness and precision of veteran gunners. In the first attack of the enemy, a column pushed forward between the levee and river, and so precipitate was their charge that the outposts were forced to retire, closely pressed by the enemy. Before the batteries could meet the charge, clearing the ditch, they gained the redoubt through the embrasures, leaping over the parapet and overwhelming by their superior force the small party stationed there. Lafitte, who was commanding in conjunction with his officers at one of the guns, no sooner saw the bold movement of the enemy than, calling a few of his best men by his side, he sprung forward to the point of danger, and clearing the breastwork of the entrenchments, leapt, cutlass in hand, into the midst of the enemy, followed by a score of his men, who in many a hard-fought battle upon his own deck had been well tried. Astonished at the intrepidity which could lead men to leave their entrenchments and meet them hand to hand, and pressed by the suddenness of the charge, which was made with the recklessness, skill, and rapidity of practised boarders bounding upon the deck of an enemy's vessel, they began to give way, while one after another 2 British officers fell before the cutlass of the pirate, as they were bravely encouraging their men. All the energies of the British were now concentrated to scale the breastwork, which one daring officer had already mounted, while Lafitte and his followers, seconding a gallant band of volunteer riflemen, formed a phalanx which they in vain essayed to penetrate. The British, finding it impossible to take the city and the havoc in their ranks being dreadful, made a precipitate retreat, leaving the field covered with their dead and wounded. General Jackson, in his correspondence with the Secretary of War, did not fail to notice the conduct of the corsairs of Barataria, who were, as we have already seen, employed in the artillery service. In the course of the campaign they proved, in an unequivocal manner, that they had been misjudged by the enemy, who a short time previous to the invasion of Louisiana had hoped to enlist them in his cause. Many of them were killed or wounded in the defense of the country. Their zeal, their courage, and their skill were remarked by the whole army, who could no longer consider such brave men as criminals. In a few days peace was declared between Great Britain and the United States. The piratical establishment of Barataria having been broken up, and Lafitte not being content with leading an honest, peaceful life, procured some fast-sailing vessels, and with a great number of his followers proceeded to Galveston Bay in Texas during the year 1819, where he received a commission from General Long and had 5 vessels generally cruising and about 300 men. 2 open boats bearing commissions from General Humbert of Galveston, having robbed a plantation on the Momento River of Negroes' money, etc., were captured in the Sabine River by the boats of the United States schooner Lynx. One of the men was hung by Lafitte, who dreaded the vengeance of the American government. The Lynx also captured one of his schooners and her prize that had been for a length of time smuggling in the Comento. One of his cruisers, named the Jupiter, returned safe to Galveston after a short cruise with a valuable cargo, principally specie. She was the first vessel that sailed under the authority of Texas. The American government, well knowing that where Lafitte was, piracy and smuggling would be the order of the day, sent a vessel of war to cruise in the Gulf of Mexico and scour the coasts of Texas. Lafitte having been appointed governor of Galveston and one of the cruisers being stationed off the port to watch his motions, it so annoyed him that he wrote the following letter to her commander, Lieutenant Madison. To the commandant of the American cruiser off the port of Galveston. Sir, I am convinced that you are a cruiser of the Navy, ordered by your government. I have therefore deemed it proper to inquire into the cause of your living before this port without communicating your intention. I shall, by this message, inform you that the port of Galveston belongs to, and is in the possession of, the Republic of Texas, and was made a port of entry the 9th October last. And whereas the Supreme Congress of said Republic have thought proper to appoint me as governor of this place, in consequence of which, if you have any demands on said government, or persons belonging to or residing in the same, you will please to send an officer with such demands, whom you may be assured will be treated with the greatest politeness and receive every satisfaction required. But if you are ordered or should attempt to enter this port in a hostile manner, my oath and duty to the government compels me to rebut your intentions at the expense of my life. To prove to you my intentions towards the welfare and harmony of your government, I send enclosed the declaration of several prisoners who were taken in custody yesterday, and by a court of inquiry appointed for that purpose, were found guilty of robbing the inhabitants of the United States of a number of slaves and specie. The gentleman bearing this message will give you any reasonable information relating to this place that may be required. Yours, etc., J. Lafitte. About this time, one Mitchell, who had formerly belonged to Lafitte's gang, collected upwards of 150 desperadoes and fortified himself on an island near Barataria with several pieces of cannon, and swore that he and all his comrades would perish within their trenches before they would surrender to any man. 4 of this gang having gone to New Orleans on a frolic, information was given to the city watch and the house surrounded, when the whole 4, with cocked pistols in both hands, sallied out and marched through the crowd, which made way for them, and no person dared to make an attempt to arrest them. The United States cutter Alabama, on her way to the station off the mouth of the Mississippi, captured a piratical schooner belonging to Lafitte. She carried 2 guns and 25 men and was fitted out at New Orleans and commanded by one of Lafitte's lieutenants, named Lafage. The schooner had a prize in company, and being hailed by the cutter, poured into her a volley of musketry. The cutter then opened upon the privateer, and a smart action ensued, which terminated in favor of the cutter, which had 4 men wounded and 2 of them dangerously, but the pirate had 6 men killed. Both vessels were captured and brought into the Bayou St. John. An expedition was now sent to dislodge Mitchell and his comrades from the island he had taken possession of. After coming to anchor, a summons was sent for him to surrender, which was answered by a brisk cannonade from his breastwork. The vessels were warped close inshore, and the boats manned and sent on shore whilst the vessels opened up upon the pirates. The boats' crews landed under a galling fire of grape shot and formed in the most undaunted manner, and although a severe loss was sustained, they entered the breastwork at the point of the bayonet. After a desperate fight, the pirates gave way. Many were taken prisoners, but Mitchell and the greatest part escaped to the cypress swamps, where it was impossible to arrest them. A large quantity of dry goods and specie, together with other booty, was taken. 20 of the pirates were taken and brought to New Orleans and tried before Judge Hall of the Circuit Court of the United States. 16 were brought in guilty, and after the judge had finished pronouncing sentence of death upon the hardened wretches, several of them cried out in open court, "Murder, by God!" Accounts of these transactions having reached Lafitte, he plainly perceived there was a determination to sweep all his cruisers from the sea, and a war of extermination appeared to be waged against him. In a fit of desperation, he procured a large and fast-sailing brigantine mounting 16 guns, and having selected a crew of 160 men, he started without any commission as a regular pirate determined to rob all nations and neither to give or receive quarter. A British sloop of war which was cruising in the Gulf of Mexico, having heard that Lafitte himself was at sea, kept a sharp lookout from the masthead. When one morning, as an officer was sweeping the horizon with his glass, he discovered a long, dark-looking vessel, low in the water, but having very tall masts, with sails white as the driven snow. As the sloop of war had the weather gauge of the pirate and could outsail her before the wind, she set her studding sails and crowded every inch of canvas in chase. As soon as Lafitte ascertained the character of his opponent, he ordered the awnings to be furled and set his big square sail and shot rapidly through the water. But as the breeze freshened, the sloop of war came up rapidly with the pirate, who, finding no chance of escaping, determined to sell his life as dearly as possible. The guns were cast loose and the shot handed up, and a fire opened upon the ship which killed a number of men and carried away her foretopmast. But she reserved her fire until within cable's distance of the pirate, when she fired a general discharge from a broadside and a volley of small arms. The broadside was too much elevated to hit the low hull of the brigantine, but was not without effect. The foretopmast fell, the jaws of the main gaff were severed, and a large proportion of the rigging came rattling down on the deck. 10 of the pirates were killed, but Lafitte remained unhurt. The sloop of war entered her men over the starboard bow, and a terrific contest with pistols and cutlasses ensued. Lafitte received 2 wounds at this time which disabled him. A grape shot broke the bone of his right leg, and he received a cut in the abdomen. But his crew fought like tigers, and the deck was ankle-deep with blood and gore. The captain of the boarders received such a tremendous blow on the head from the butt end of a musket as stretched him senseless on the deck near Lafitte, who raised his dagger to stab him to the heart. But the tide of his existence was ebbing like a torrent. His brain was giddy, his aim faltered, and the point descended into the captain's right thigh. Dragging away the blade with the last convulsive energy of a death struggle, he lacerated the wound. Again the reeking steel was upheld, and Lafitte placed his left hand near the captain's heart to make his aim more sure. Again the dizziness of dissolution spread over his sight. Down came the dagger into the captain's left thigh, and Lafitte was a corpse. The upper deck was cleared, and the boarders rushed below on the main deck to complete their conquest. Here the slaughter was dreadful, till the pirates called out for quarter, and the carnage ceased. All the pirates that surrendered were taken to Jamaica and tried before the Admiralty Court, where 16 were condemned to die. 6 were subsequently pardoned and 10 executed. Thus perished Lafitte, a man superior in talent, in knowledge of his profession, in courage, and moreover in physical strength. But unfortunately, his reckless career was marked with crimes of the darkest dye. End of Chapter 5. Recorded by Kerry Hiles, Johannesburg, South Africa. www.kerryhiles.co.za, February 2009.
Chapter 6 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 6. The Life of Captain Roberts. Bartholomew Roberts was trained to a seafaring life. Among other voyages which he made during the time that he lawfully procured his maintenance, he sailed for the Guinea coast in November 1719, where he was taken by the pirate Davis. He was at first very averse to that mode of life, and would certainly have deserted had an opportunity occurred. It happened to him, however, as to many upon another element, that preferment calmed his conscience, and reconciled him to that which he formerly hated. Davis having fallen in the manner related, those who had assumed the title of lords assembled to deliberate concerning the choice of a new commander. There were several candidates who, by their services, had risen to eminence among their brethren, and each of them thought themselves qualified to bear rule. One addressed the assembled lords, saying, that the good of the whole and the maintenance of order demanded a head, but that the proper authority was deposited in the community at large, so that if one should be elected who did not act and govern for the general good, he could be disposed, and another be substituted in his place. "We, the original," said he, "of this claim, and should a captain be so saucy as to exceed prescription at any time, why, down with him. It will be a caution, after he is dead, to his successors to what fatal results any undue assumption may lead. However, it is my advice, while we are sober, to pitch upon a man of courage, and one skilled in navigation, one who, by his prudence and bravery, seems best able to defend this commonwealth, and ward us from the dangers and tempests of an unstable element, and the fatal consequences of anarchy. And such a one I take Roberts to be, a fellow in all respects worthy of your esteem and favour." This speech was applauded by all but Lord Simpson, who had himself strong expectations of obtaining the highest command. He at last, in a surly tone, said he did not regard whom they chose as a commander, provided he was not a papist, for he had conceived a mortal hatred to papists, because his father had been a sufferer in Monmouth's rebellion. Thus, though Roberts had only been a few weeks among them, his election was confirmed by the Lords and Commons. He, with the best face he could, accepted the dignity, saying, that since he had dipped his hand in muddy water, and must be a pirate, it was better being a commander than a private man. The governor being settled, and other officers chosen in the room of those who had fallen with Davis, it was resolved not to leave this place without revenging his death. Accordingly, 30 men, under the command of one Kennedy, a bold and profligate fellow, landed, and under cover of the fire of the ship, ascended the hill upon which the fort stood. They were no sooner discovered by the Portuguese than they abandoned the fort and took shelter in the town. The pirates then entered without opposition, set fire to the fort, and tumbled the guns into the sea. Not satisfied with this injury, some proposed to land and set the town in flames. Roberts, however, reminded them of the great danger to which this would inevitably expose them, that there was a thick wood at the back of the town where the inhabitants could hide themselves, and that, when their all was at stake, they would make a bolder resistance, and that the burning or destroying of a few houses would be a small return for their labour, and the loss that they might sustain. This prudent advice had the desired effect, and they contented themselves with lightening the French vessel, and battering down several houses of the town, to show their high displeasure. Roberts sailed southward, captured a Dutch Guineaman, and, having emptied her of everything they thought proper, returned her to the commander. 2 days after, he captured an English ship, and, as the men joined in pirating, emptied and burned the vessel, and then sailed for St. Thomas. Meeting with no prize, he sailed for Anamaboa, and there watered and repaired. Having again put to sea, a vote was taken whether they should sail for the East Indies or for Brazil. The latter place was decided upon, and they arrived there in 28 days. Upon this coast our rovers cruised for about 9 weeks, keeping generally out of sight of land, but without seeing a sail, which discouraged them so that they determined to leave the station and steer for the West Indies, and, in order thereto, they stood in to make the land for the taking of their departure, by which means they fell in unexpectedly with a fleet of 42 sail of Portuguese ships off the bay of Los Todos Santos, with all their lading in for Lisbon, several of them of good force, who lay there waiting for 2 men of war of 70 guns each for their convoy. However, Roberts thought it should go hard with him, but he would make up his market among them, and thereupon he mixed with the fleet, and kept his men concealed till proper resolutions could be formed. That done, they came close up to one of the deepest, and ordered her to send the master on board quietly, threatening to give them no quarter, if any resistance or signal of distress was made. The Portuguese, being surprised at these threats, and the sudden flourish of cutlasses from the pirates, submitted without a word, and the captain came on board. Roberts saluted him in a friendly manner, telling him that they were gentlemen of fortune, and that their business with him was only to be informed which was the richest ship in that fleet, and if he directed them right he should be restored to his ship without molestation, otherwise he must expect instant death. He then pointed to a vessel of 40 guns and 150 men, and though her strength was greatly superior to Roberts', yet he made towards her, taking the master of the captured vessel with him. Coming alongside her, Roberts ordered the prisoner to ask how Senior Captain did, and to invite him on board, as he had a matter of importance to impart to him. He was answered that he would wait upon him presently. Roberts, however, observing more than ordinary bustle on board, at once concluded that they were discovered, and pouring a broadside into her, they immediately boarded, grappled, and took her. She was a very rich prize, laden with sugar, skins, and tobacco, with 4,000 moidores of gold, besides other valuable articles. In possession of so much riches, they now became solicitous to find a safe retreat in which to spend their time in mirth and wantonness. They determined upon a place called the Devil's Island, upon the river Surinam, where they arrived in safety, and met with a kind reception from the governor and the inhabitants. In this river they seized a sloop, which informed them that she had sailed in company with a brigantine loaded with provisions. This was welcome intelligence, as their provisions were nearly exhausted. Deeming this too important a business to trust to foreign hands, Roberts, with 40 men in the sloop, gave chase to that sail. In the keenness of the moment, and trusting in his usual good fortune, Roberts supposed that he had only to take a short sail in order to bring in the vessel with her cargo. But to his sad disappointment, he pursued her during 8 days, and instead of gaining, was losing way. Under these circumstances, he came to anchor, and sent off the boat to give intelligence of their distress to their companions. In their extremity of want, they took up part of the floor of the cabin, and patched up a sort of tray with rope yarns, to paddle on shore to get a little water to preserve their lives. When their patience was almost exhausted, the boat returned, but instead of provisions, brought the unpleasing information that the lieutenant, one Kennedy, had run off with both the ships. The misfortune and misery of Roberts were greatly aggravated by reflecting upon his own imprudence and want of foresight, as well as from the baseness of Kennedy and his crew. Impelled by the necessity of his situation, he now began to reflect upon the means he should employ for future support. Under the foolish supposition that any laws, oaths, or regulations could bind those who had bidden open defiance to all divine and human laws, he proceeded to form a code of regulations for the maintenance of order and unity in his little commonwealth. But present necessity compelled them to action, and with their small sloop they sailed for the West Indies. They were not long before they captured 2 sloops, which supplied them with provisions, and a few days after a brigantine, and then proceeded to Barbados. When off that island, they met a vessel of 10 guns, richly laden from Bristol. After plundering and detaining her 3 days, they allowed her to prosecute her voyage. This vessel, however, informed the governor of what had befallen them, who sent a vessel of 20 guns and 80 men in quest of the pirates. The vessel was commanded by one Rogers, who, on the 2nd day of his cruise, discovered Roberts. Ignorant of any vessel being sent after them, they made toward each other. Roberts gave him a gun, but instead of striking, the other returned a broadside, with 3 huzzas. A severe engagement ensued, and Roberts, being hard put to it, lightened his vessel and ran off. Roberts then sailed for the island of Dominica, where he watered and was supplied by the inhabitants with provisions, for which he gave them goods in return. Here he met with 15 Englishmen left upon the island by a Frenchman, who had made a prize of their vessel, and they, entering into his service, proved a seasonable addition to his strength. Though he did not think this a proper place for cleaning, yet, as it was absolutely necessary that it should be done, he directed his course to the Grenada Islands for this purpose. This, however, had well nigh proved fatal to him, for the governor of Martinique fitted out 2 sloops to go in quest of the pirates. They, however, sailed to the above-mentioned place, cleaned with unusual dispatch, and just left that place the night before the sloops in pursuit of them arrived. They next sailed for Newfoundland, arriving upon the Banks in June 1720, and entered the harbour of Trepassey, with their black colours flying, drums beating, and trumpets sounding. In that harbour there were no less than 22 ships, which the men abandoned upon the sight of the pirates. It is impossible to describe the injury which they did at this place, by burning or sinking the ships, destroying the plantations, and pillaging the houses. Power in the hands of mean and ignorant men renders them wanton, insolent, and cruel. They are literally like madmen, who cast firebrands, arrows, and death, and say, "Are we not in sport?" Roberts reserved a Bristol galley from his depredations in the harbour, which he fitted and manned for his own service. Upon the Banks he met 10 sail of French ships, and destroyed them all, except one of 26 guns, which he seized and carried off, and called her the Fortune. Then, giving the Bristol galley to the Frenchmen, they sailed in quest of new adventures, and soon took several prizes, and out of them increased the number of their own hands. The Samuel, one of these, was a very rich vessel, having some respectable passengers on board who were roughly used, and threatened with death if they did not deliver up their money and their goods. They stripped the vessel of every article, either necessary for their vessel or themselves, to the amount of 8,000 or 9,000 pounds. They then deliberated whether to sink or burn the Samuel, but in the meantime they discovered a sail, so they left the empty Samuel and gave the other chase. At midnight they overtook her, and she proved to be the Snow from Bristol. And because she was an Englishman, they used the master in a cruel and barbarous manner. 2 days after, they took the Little York of Virginia, and the Love of Liverpool, both of which they plundered and sent off. In 3 days they captured 3 other vessels, removing the goods out of them, sinking one, and sending off the other 2. They next sailed for the West Indies, but provisions growing short, proceeded to St. Christopher's, where, being denied provisions by the governor, they fired on the town and burnt 2 ships in the roads. They then repaired to the island of St. Bartholomew, where the governor supplied them with every necessary, and caressed them in the kindest manner. Satiated with indulgence, and having taken in a large stock of everything necessary, they unanimously voted to hasten to the coast of Guinea. In their way they took a Frenchman, and as she was fitter for the private service than their own, they informed the captain that, as a fair exchange was no robbery, they would exchange sloops with him. Accordingly, having shifted their men, they set sail. However, going by mistake out of the track of the trade winds, they were under the necessity of returning to the West Indies. They now directed their course to Surinam, but not having sufficient water for the voyage, they were soon reduced to a mouthful of water in the day. Their numbers daily diminished by thirst and famine, and the few who survived were reduced to the greatest weakness. They at last had not one drop of water or any other liquid, when, to their inexpressible joy, they anchored in 7 fathoms of water. This tended to revive exhausted nature and inspire them with new vigour, though as yet they had received no relief. In the morning they discovered land, but at such a distance that their hopes were greatly dampened. The boat was, however, sent off, and at night returned with plenty of that necessary element. But this remarkable deliverance produced no reformation in the manners of these unfeeling and obdurate men. Steering their course from that place to Barbados, in their way they met with a vessel which supplied them with all necessaries. Not long after, they captured a brigantine, the mate of which joined their association. Having from these two obtained a large supply, they changed their course and watered at Tobago. Informed, however, that there were two vessels sent in pursuit of them, they went to return their compliments to the governor of Martinique for this kindness. It was the custom of the Dutch interlopers, when they approached this island, to trade with the inhabitants, to hoist their jacks. Roberts knew the signal, and did so likewise. They, supposing that a good market was near, strove who could first reach Roberts. Determined to do them all possible mischief, he destroyed them one by one as they came into his power. He only reserved one ship to send the men on shore, and burnt the remainder, to the number of 20. Roberts and his crew were so fortunate as to capture several vessels, and to render their liquor so plentiful, that it was esteemed a crime against Providence not to be continually drunk. One man, remarkable for his sobriety, along with two others, found an opportunity to set off without taking leave of their friends. But a dispatch being sent after them, they were brought back, and in a formal manner tried and sentenced. But one of them was saved by the humorous interference of one of the judges, whose speech was truly worthy of a pirate, while the other two suffered the punishment of death. When necessity again compelled them, they renewed their cruising, and, dissatisfied with capturing vessels which only afforded them a temporary supply, directed their course to the Guinea coast to forage for gold. Intoxication rendered them unruly, and the brigantine at last embraced the cover of night to abandon the Commodore. Unconcerned at the loss of his companion, Roberts pursued his voyage. He fell in with two French ships, the one of 10 guns and 65 men, and the other of 16 guns and 75 men. These dastards no sooner beheld the black flag than they surrendered. With these they went to Sierra Leone, constituting one of them a consort by the name of the Ranger, and the other a store-ship. This port being frequented by the greater part of the traders to that quarter, they remained here 6 weeks, enjoying themselves in all the splendour and luxury of a piratical life. After this they renewed their voyage, and having captured a vessel, the greater part of the men united their fortunes with the pirates. On board of one of the ships was a clergyman, whom some of them proposed taking along with them, for no other reason than that they had not a chaplain on board. They endeavoured to gain his consent, and assured him that he should want for nothing, and his only work would be to make punch and say prayers. Depraved, however, as these men were, they did not choose to constrain him to go, but displayed their civility further by permitting him to carry along with him whatever he called his own. After several cruises, they now went into a convenient harbour at Old Calabar, where they cleaned, refitted, divided their booty, and, for a considerable time, caroused, to banish care and sober reflection. According to their usual custom, the time of festivity and mirth was prolonged until the want of means recalled them to reason and exertion. Leaving this port, they cruised from place to place with varied success, but in all their captures, either burning, sinking, or devoting their prizes to their own use, according to the whim of the moment. The Swallow and another man of war being sent out expressly to pursue and take Roberts and his fleet, he had frequent and certain intelligence of their destination, but having so often escaped their vigilance, he became rather too secure and fearless. It happened, however, that while he lay off Cape Lopez, the Swallow had information of his being in that place, and made towards him. Upon the appearance of a sail, one of Robert's ships was sent to chase and take her. The pilot of the Swallow, seeing her coming, manoeuvred his vessel so well that though he fled at her approach, in order to draw her out of the reach of her associates, yet he at his own time allowed her to overtake the man of war. Upon her coming up to the Swallow, the pirate hoisted the black flag and fired upon her. But how greatly were her crew astonished when they saw that they had to contend with a man of war! And seeing that all resistance was vain, they cried out for quarter, which was granted, and they were made prisoners, having 10 men killed and 20 wounded, without the loss or hurt of one of the king's men. On the 10th, in the morning, the men of war bore away to round the cape. Robert's crew, discerning their masts over the land, went down into the cabin to acquaint him of it, he being then at breakfast with his new guest, Captain Hill, on a savoury dish of salmagundy and some of his own beer. He took no notice of it, and his men almost as little, some saying she was a Portuguese ship, others a French slave ship. But the major part swore it was the French Ranger returning, and they were merrily debating for some time on the manner of reception, whether they should salute her or not. But as the Swallow approached nearer, things appeared plainer, and though they who showed any apprehension of danger were stigmatized in the name of cowards, yet some of them, now undeceived, declared it to Roberts, especially one Armstrong, who had deserted from that ship and knew her well. These Roberts swore at as cowards, who meant to dishearten the men, asking them, if it were so, whether they were afraid to fight or not. In short, he hardly refrained from blows. What his own apprehensions were, till she hauled up her ports and hoisted her proper colours, is uncertain. But then, being perfectly convinced, he slipped his cable, got under sail, ordered his men to arms without any show of timidity, dropping a first-rate oath that it was a bite, but at the same time resolved, like a gallant rogue, to get clear or die. There was one Armstrong, as was just mentioned, a deserterer from the Swallow, of whom they inquired concerning the trim and sailing of that ship. He told them she sailed best upon the wind, and therefore, if they designed to leave her, they should go before it. The danger was imminent, and the time very short, to consult about means to extricate himself. His resolution in this strait was as follows: to pass close to the Swallow with all their sails, and receive her broadside before they returned a shot. If disabled by this, or if they could not depend on sailing, then to run on shore at the point, and every one to shift for himself among the negroes, or failing these, to board and blow up together, for he saw that the greatest part of his men were drunk, passively courageous, and unfit for service. Roberts himself made a gallant figure at the time of the engagement, being dressed in a rich crimson damask waistcoat and breeches, a red feather in his hat, a gold chain round his neck, with a diamond cross hanging to it, a sword in his hand, and 2 pairs of pistols hanging at the end of a silk sling flung over his shoulders, according to the custom of the pirates. He is said to have given his orders with boldness and spirit. Coming, according to what he had proposed, close to the man of war, he received her fire, and then hoisted his black flag and returned it, shooting away from her with all the sail he could pack. And had he taken Armstrong's advice to have gone before the wind, he had probably escaped. But keeping his tracks down, either by the wind's shifting or ill steerage, or both, he was taken aback with his sails, and the Swallow came a second time very nigh to him. He had now, perhaps, finished the fight very desperately, if Death, who took a swift passage in a grape shot, had not interposed, and struck him directly on the throat. He settled himself on the tackles of a gun, which one Stevenson, from the helm observing, ran to his assistance, and not perceiving him wounded, swore at him, and bade him to stand up and fight like a man. But when he found his mistake, and that his captain was certainly dead, he burst into tears, and wished the next shot might be his portion. They presently threw him overboard, with his arms and ornaments on, according to his repeated request in his lifetime. This extraordinary man and daring pirate was tall, of dark complexion, about 40 years of age, and born in Pembrokeshire. His parents were honest and respectable, and his natural activity, courage, and invention were superior to his education. At a very early period, he, in drinking, would imprecate vengeance upon the head of him who ever lived to wear a halter. He went willingly into the pirate service, and served 3 years as a second man. It was not for want of employment, but from a roving, wild, and boisterous turn of mind. It was his usual declaration that, in an honest service, there are commonly low wages and hard labour. In this, plenty, satiety, pleasure, and ease, liberty and power, and who would not balance creditor on this side, when all the hazard that is run for it, at worst, is only a sour look or two at choking. No, a merry life and a short one shall be my motto. But it was one favourable trait in his character that he never forced any man into the pirate service. The prisoners were strictly guarded while on board, and being conveyed to Cape Coast Castle, they underwent a long and solemn trial. The generality of them remained daring and impenitent for some time, but when they found themselves confined within a castle, and their fate drawing near, they changed their course, and became serious, penitent, and fervent in their devotions. Though the judges found no small difficulty in explaining the law, and different acts of Parliament, yet the facts were so numerous and flagrant which were proved against them, that there was no difficulty in bringing a verdict of guilty. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 7. The Life of Charles Gibbs. Containing an account of his atrocities committed in the West Indies. This atrocious and cruel pirate, when very young, became addicted to vices uncommon in youths of his age, and so far from the gentle reproof and friendly admonition, or the more severe chastisement of a fond parent, having its intended effect, it seemed to render him still worse, and to incline him to repay those whom he ought to have esteemed as his best friends, and who had manifested so much regard for his welfare, with ingratitude and neglect. His infamous career and ignominious death on the gallows brought down the grey hairs of his parents in sorrow to the grave. This poignant affliction, which the infamous crimes of children bring upon their relatives, ought to be one of the most effective persuasions for them to refrain from vice. Charles Gibbs was born in the state of Rhode Island in 1794. His parents and connections were of the first respectability. When at school, he was very apt to learn, but so refractory and sulky that neither the birch nor good counsel made any impression on him, and he was expelled from the school. He was now made to labor on a farm, but having a great antipathy to work, when about 15 years of age, feeling a great inclination to roam, and like too many unreflecting youths of that age, a great fondness for the sea, he, in opposition to the friendly counsel of his parents, privately left them and entered on board the United States sloop of war Hornet, and was in the action when she captured the British sloop of war Peacock off the coast of Pernambuco. Upon the return of the Hornet to the United States, her brave commander, Captain Lawrence, was promoted for his gallantry to the command of the unfortunate Chesapeake, and to which he was followed by young Gibbs, who took a very distinguished part in the engagement with the Shannon, which resulted in the death of Lawrence and the capture of the Chesapeake. Gibbs states that while on board the Chesapeake, the crew, previous to the action, were almost in a state of mutiny, growing out of the non-payment of the prize money, and that the address of Captain Lawrence was received by them with coldness and murmurs. After the engagement, Gibbs became with the survivors of the crew a prisoner of war, and as such was confined in Dartmoor prison until exchanged. After his exchange he returned to Boston, where, having determined to abandon the sea, he applied to his friends in Rhode Island to assist him in commencing business. They accordingly lent him $1,000 as a capital to begin with. He opened a grocery in Ann Street, near what was then called the Tin Pot, a place full of abandoned women and desolate fellows. As he dealt chiefly in liquor, and had a license to retail spirits, his drunkery was thronged with customers. But he sold his groceries chiefly to loose girls who paid him in their coin, which, although it answered his purpose, would neither buy him goods or pay his rent, and he found his stock rapidly dwindling away without his receiving any cash to replenish it. By dissipation and inattention his new business proved unsuccessful to him. He resolved to abandon it and again try the sea for a subsistence. With $100 in his pocket, the remnant of his property, he embarked in the ship John for Buenos Aires, and his means being exhausted soon after his arrival there, he entered on board a Buenos Ayrean privateer and sailed on a cruise. A quarrel between the officers and crew in regard to the division of prize money led eventually to a mutiny, and the mutineers gained the ascendancy, took possession of the vessel, landed the crew on the coast of Florida, and steered for the West Indies, with hearts resolved to make their fortunes at all hazards, and where in short time more than 20 vessels were captured by them, and nearly 400 human beings murdered. Havana was the resort of these pirates to dispose of their plunder, and Gibbs sauntered about the place with impunity, and was acquainted in all the out-of-the-way and by-places of that hotbed of pirates, the Regla. He and his commanders even lodged in the very houses with many of the American officers who were sent out to take them. He was acquainted with many of the officers, and was apprised of their intended movements before they left the harbor. On one occasion, the American ship Caroline was captured by 2 of their piratical vessels off Cape Antonio. They were busily engaged in landing the cargo, when the British sloop of war, Jersey, hove in sight and sent her barges to attack them. The pirates defended themselves for some time behind a small 4-gun battery which they had erected, but in the end were forced to abandon their own vessel and the prize, and fly to the mountains for safety. The Juris found here 12 vessels burnt to the water's edge, and it was satisfactorily ascertained that their crews, amounting to 150 persons, had been murdered. The crews, if it was thought not necessary otherwise to dispose of them, were sent adrift in their boats, and frequently without anything on which they could subsist a single day, nor were all so fortunate thus to escape. Dead men can tell no tales was a common saying among them, and as soon as a ship's crew was taken, a short consultation was held, and if it was the opinion of a majority that it would be better to take life than to spare it, a single nod or wink from the captain was sufficient. Regardless of age or sex, all entreaties for mercy were then made in vain. They possessed not the tender feelings to be operated upon by the shrieks and expiring groans of the devoted victims. There was a strife among them, who with his own hands could dispatch the greatest number, and in the shortest period of time. Without any other motives than to gratify their hellish propensities, in their intoxicated moments, blood was not unfrequently and unnecessarily shed, and many widows and orphans probably made, when the lives of the unfortunate victims might have been spared, and without the most distant prospect of any evil consequences as regarding themselves resulting therefrom. Gibbs states that sometime in the course of the year 1819 he left Havana and came to the United States, bringing with him about $30,000. He passed several weeks in the city of New York, and then went to Boston, whence he took passage for Liverpool in the ship Emerald. Before he sailed, however, he has squandered a large part of his money by dissipation and gambling. He remained in Liverpool a few months, and then returned to Boston. His residence in Liverpool at that time is satisfactorily ascertained from another source besides his own confession. A female, now in New York, was well acquainted with him there, where, she says, he lived like a gentleman, with apparently abundant means of support. In speaking of his acquaintance with this female, he says, "I fell in with a woman, who I thought was all virtue, but she deceived me, and I am sorry to say that a heart that never felt abashed at scenes of carnage and blood, was made a child of for a time by her, and I gave way to dissipation to drown the torment." How often when the fumes of liquor had subsided, have I thought of my good and affectionate parents, and of their godlike advice! But when the little monitor began to move within me, I immediately seized the cup to hide myself from myself, and drank until the sense of intoxication was renewed. My friends advised me to behave myself like a man, and promised me their assistance, but the demons still haunted me, and I spurned their advice. In 1826 he revisited the United States, and hearing of the war between Brazil and the Republic of Buenos Ayres, sailed from Boston in the brig Hitty, of Portsmouth, with a determination, as he states, of trying his fortune in defence of a republican government. Upon his arrival he made himself known to Admiral Brown, and communicated his desire to join their navy. The admiral accompanied him to the governor, and a lieutenant's commission being given him, he joined a ship of 34 guns, called the 25th of May. Here, says Gibbs, I found Lieutenant Dodge, an old acquaintance, and a number of other persons with whom I had sailed. When the governor gave me the commission, he told me they wanted no cowards in their navy, to which I replied that I thought he would have no apprehension of my cowardice or skill when he became acquainted with me. He thanked me, and said he hoped he should not be deceived. Upon which we drank to his health, and to the success of the Republic. He then presented me with a sword, and told me to wear that as my companion through the doubtful struggle in which the Republic was engaged. I told him I never would disgrace it, so long as I had a nerve in my arm. I remained on board the ship in the capacity of 5th lieutenant for about 4 months, during which time we had a number of skirmishes with the enemy. Having succeeded in gaining the confidence of Admiral Brown, he put me in command of a privateer schooner, mounting 2 long 24-pounders and 46 men. I sailed from Buenos Ayres, made 2 good cruises, and returned safely to port. I then bought 1/2 of a new Baltimore schooner, and sailed again, but was captured 7 days out, and carried into Rio Janeiro, where the Brazilians paid me my change. I remained there until peace took place, then returned to Buenos Ayres, and thence to New York. After the lapse of about a year, which I passed in travelling from place to place, the war between France and Algiers attracted my attention. Knowing that the French commerce presented a fine opportunity for plunder, I determined to embark for Algiers, and offer my services to the Dey. I accordingly took passage from New York in the Sally Ann, belonging to Bath, landed at Barcelona, crossed to Port Mahon, and endeavoured to make my way to Algiers. The vigilance of the French fleet prevented the accomplishment of my design, and I proceeded to Tunis. There, finding it unsafe to attempt a journey to Algiers across the desert, I amused myself with contemplating the ruins of Carthage, and reviving my recollections of her war with the Romans. I afterwards took passage to Marseilles, and thence to Boston. An instance of the most barbarous and cold-blooded murder, of which the wretched Gibbs gives an account in the course of his confessions, is that of an innocent and beautiful female of about 17 or 18 years of age. She was with her parents a passenger on board a Dutch ship, bound from Curaçao to Holland. There were a number of other passengers, male and female, on board, all of whom, except the young lady above mentioned, were put to death. Her unfortunate parents were inhumanly butchered before her eyes, and she was doomed to witness the agonies and to hear the expiring heart-piercing groans of those whom she held most dear, and on whom she depended for protection. The life of their wretched daughter was spared for the most nefarious purposes. She was taken by the pirates to the west end of Cuba, where they had a rendezvous, with a small fort that mounted 4 guns. Here she was confined about 2 months, and where, as has been said by the murderer Gibbs, she received such treatment, the bare recollection of which causes me to shudder. At the expiration of the 2 months, she was taken by the pirates on board one of their vessels, and among whom a consultation was soon after held, which resulted in the conclusion that it would be necessary for their own personal safety to put her to death, and to her a fatal dose of poison was accordingly administered, which soon proved fatal. When her pure and immortal spirit took its flight to that God whom we believe will avenge her wrongs, her lifeless body was then committed to the deep by 2 of the merciless wretches with as much unconcern as if it had been that of the meanest brute. Gibbs persists in the declaration that in this horrid transaction he took no part, that such was his pity for this poor ill-fated female, that he interceded for her life so long as he could do it with safety to his own. Gibbs, in his last visit to Boston, remained there but a few days, when he took passage to New Orleans, and there entered as one of the crew on board the brig Vineyard, and for assisting in the murder of the unfortunate captain and mate of which, he was justly condemned, and the awful sentence of death passed upon him. The particulars of the bloody transaction, agreeable to the testimony of Dawes and Brownrigg, the two principal witnesses, are as follows. The brig Vineyard, Captain William Thornby, sailed from New Orleans about the 9th of November for Philadelphia, with a cargo of 112 bales of cotton, 113 hogshead sugar, 54 casks of molasses, and $54,000 in specie. Besides the captain there were on board the brig William Roberts, mate, 6 seamen shipped at New Orleans, and the cook. Robert Dawes, one of the crew, states on examination that when, about 5 days out, he was told that there was money on board, Charles Gibbs, E. Church, and the steward then determined to take possession of the brig. They asked James Talbot, another of the crew, to join them. He said no, as he did not believe there was money in the vessel. They concluded to kill the captain and mate, and if Talbot and John Brownrigg would not join them, to kill them also. The next night they talked of doing it, and got their clubs ready. Dawes dared not say a word, as they declared they would kill him if he did. As they did not agree about killing Talbot and Brownrigg, 2 shipmates, it was put off. It was next concluded to kill the captain and mate on the night of November 22, but did not get ready. But on the night of the 23rd, between 12 and 1 o'clock, as Dawes was at the helm, saw the steward come up with a light and a knife in his hand. He dropped the light, and seizing the pump brake, struck the captain with it over the head or back of the neck. The captain was sent forward by the blow, and hallooed "Oh!" and "Murder" once. He was then seized by Gibbs and the cook, one by the head and the other by the heels, and thrown overboard. Atwell and Church stood at the companionway to strike down the mate when he should come up. As he came up and inquired what was the matter, they struck him over the head. He ran back into the cabin, and Charles Gibbs followed him down, but as it was dark he could not find him. Gibbs came on deck for the light, with which he returned. Dawes's light being taken from him, he could not see to steer, and in consequence left the helm to see what was going on below. Gibbs found the mate and seized him, while Atwell and Church came down and struck him with a pump brake and a club. He was then dragged upon deck. They called for Dawes to come to them, and as he came up the mate seized his hand and gave him a death grip. 3 of them then hove him overboard, but which 3 Dawes did not know. The mate when cast overboard was not dead, but called after them twice while in the water. Dawes says he was so frightened that he hardly knew what to do. They then requested him to call Talbot, who was in the forecastle saying his prayers. He came up and said it would be his turn next, but they gave him some grog and told him not to be afraid, as they would not hurt him. If he was true to them, he should fare as well as they did. One of those who had been engaged in the bloody deed got drunk, and another became crazy. After killing the captain and mate, they set about overhauling the vessel, and got up 1 keg of Mexican dollars. They then divided the captain's clothes and money, about $40, and a gold watch. Dawes, Talbot, and Brownrigg, who were all innocent of the murder, were obliged to do as they were commanded. The former, who was placed at the helm, was ordered to steer for Long Island. On the day following, they divided several kegs of the specie, amounting to $5,000 each. They made bags and sewed the money up. After this division they divided the remainder of the money without counting it. On Sunday, when about 15 miles south-southeast of Southampton Light, they got the boats out and put half the money in each. They then scuttled the vessel and set fire to it in the cabin, and took to the boats. Gibbs, after the murder, took charge of the vessel as captain. From the papers they learnt that the money belonged to Stephen Girard. With the boats they made the land about daylight. Dawes and his 3 companions were in the longboat. The others, with Atwell, were in the jollyboat. On coming to the bar, the boat struck. In the longboat they threw overboard a trunk of clothes and a great deal of money, in all about $5,000. The jollyboat foundered. They saw the boat fill, and heard them cry out, and saw them clinging to the masts. They went ashore on Barren Island, and buried the money in the sand, but very lightly. Soon after they met with a gunner, whom they requested to conduct them where they could get some refreshments. They were by him conducted to Johnson's, the only man living on the island, where they stayed all night. Dawes went to bed at about 10 o'clock. Jack Brownrigg set up with Johnson, and in the morning told Dawes that he had told Johnson all about the murder. Johnson went in the morning with the steward for the clothes, which were left on the top of the place where they buried the money, but does not believe they took away the money. The prisoners, Gibbs and Wansley, were brought to trial at the February term of the United States Court holden in the city of New York, when the foregoing facts being satisfactorily proved, they were pronounced guilty, and on the 11th March last, the awful sentence of the law was passed upon them in the following affecting and impressive manner. The court opened at 11 o'clock, Judge Betts presiding. A few minutes after that hour, Mr. Hamilton, District Attorney, rose and said, "May it please the court, Thomas J. Wansley, the prisoner at the bar, having been tried by a jury of his country, and found guilty of the murder of Captain Thornby, I now move that the sentence of the court be pronounced upon that verdict." By the court. Thomas J. Wansley, you have heard what has been said by the District Attorney. By the Grand Jury of the South District of New York, you have been arraigned for the wilful murder of Captain Thornby, of the brig Vineyard. You have been put upon your trial, and after a patient and impartial hearing, you have been found guilty. The public prosecutor now moves for judgment on that verdict. Have you anything to say, why the sentence of the law should not be passed upon you? Thomas J. Wansley. I will say a few words, but it is perhaps of no use. I have often understood that there is a great deal of difference in respect of color, and I have seen it in this court. Dawes and Brownrigg were as guilty as I am, and these witnesses have tried to fasten upon me greater guilt than is just, for their life has been given to them. You have taken the blacks from their own country, to bring them here to treat them ill. I have seen this. The witnesses, the jury, and the prosecuting attorney consider me more guilty than Dawes, to condemn me. For otherwise the law must have punished him. He should have had the same verdict, for he was a perpetrator in the conspiracy. Notwithstanding my participating, they have sworn falsely for the purpose of taking my life. They would not even inform the court how I gave information of money being on board. They had the biggest part of the money, and have sworn falsely. I have said enough. I will say no more. By the court. The court will wait patiently and hear all you have to say. If you have anything further to add, proceed. Wansley. Then proceeding. In the first place, I was the first to ship on board the Vineyard at New Orleans. I knew nobody. I saw the money come on board. The judge that first examined me did not take my deposition down correctly. When talking with the crew on board, said the brig was an old craft, and when we arrived at Philadelphia, we all agreed to leave her. It was mentioned to me that there was plenty of money on board. Henry Atwell said, "Let's have it." I knew no more of this for some days. Atwell came to me again and asked, "What think you of taking the money?" I thought it was a joke, and paid no attention to it. The next day he said they had determined to take the brig and money, and that they were the strongest party, and would murder the officers, and he that informed should suffer with them. I knew Church in Boston, and in a joke asked him how it was made up in the ship's company. His reply, that it was he and Dawes. There was no arms on board as was ascertained. The conspiracy was known to the whole company, and had I informed, my life would have been taken, and though I knew if I was found out my life would be taken by law, which is the same thing, so I did not inform. I have committed murder, and I know I must die for it. By the court. If you wish to add anything further, you will still be heard. Wansley. No, sir, I believe I have said enough. The district attorney rose and moved for judgment on Gibbs, in the same manner as in the case of Wansley, and the court having addressed Gibbs in similar terms, concluded by asking what he had to say why the sentence of the law should not now be passed upon him. Charles Gibbs said, "I wish to state to the court how far I am guilty and how far I am innocent in this transaction. When I left New Orleans I was a stranger to all on board except Dawes and Church. It was off Tortugas that Atwell first told me there was money on board, and proposed to me to take possession of the brig. I refused at that time. The conspiracy was talked of for some days, and at last I agreed that I would join. Brownrigg, Dawes, Church, and the whole agreed that they would. A few days after, however, having thought of the affair, I mentioned to Atwell what a dreadful thing it was to take a man's life, and commit piracy, and recommended him to abolish their plan. Atwell and Dawes remonstrated with me. I told Atwell that if ever he would speak of the subject again, I would break his nose. Had I kept to my resolution, I would not have been brought here to receive my sentence. It was 3 days afterwards that the murder was committed. Brownrigg agreed to call the captain from the cabin, and this man," pointing to Wansley, "agreed to strike the first blow. The captain was struck and I suppose killed, and I lent a hand to throw him overboard. But for the murder of the mate, of which I have been found guilty, I am innocent. I had nothing to do with that. The mate was murdered by Dawes and Church. That I am innocent of this I commit my soul to that God who will judge all flesh, who will judge all murderers and false swearers, and the wicked who deprive the innocent of his right. I have nothing more to say." By the Court: Thomas J. Wansley and Charles Gibbs, the Court has listened to you patiently and attentively, and although you have said something in your own behalf, yet the Court has heard nothing to affect the deepest and most painful duty that he who presides over a public tribunal has to perform. You, Thomas J. Wansley, conceive that a different measure of justice has been meted out to you because of your color. Look back upon your whole course of life. Think of the laws under which you have lived, and you will find that to white or black, to free or bond, there is no ground for your allegations, that they are not supported by truth or justice. Admit that Browning and Dawes have sworn falsely. Admit that Dawes was concerned with you. Admit that Brownrigg is not innocent. Admit in relation to both that they are guilty. The whole evidence has proved beyond a doubt that you are guilty. And your own words admit that you were an active agent in perpetrating this horrid crime. Two fellow beings who confided in you, and in their perilous voyage called in your assistance, yet you, without reason or provocation, have maliciously taken their lives. If, peradventure, there was the slightest foundation for a doubt of your guilt in the mind of the Court, judgment would be arrested, but there is none, and it now remains to the Court to pronounce the most painful duty that devolves upon a civil magistrate. The Court is persuaded of your guilt. It can form no other opinion. Testimony has been heard before the Court and jury. From that we must form our opinion. We must proceed upon testimony, ascertain facts by evidence of witnesses, on which we must inquire, judge, and determine as to guilt or innocence by that evidence alone. You have been found guilty. You now stand for the last time before an earthly tribunal, and by your own acknowledgments, the sentence of the law falls just on your heads. When men in ordinary cases come under the penalty of the law, there is generally some palliative, something to warm the sympathy of the Court and jury. Men may be led astray, and under the influence of passion have acted under some long smothered resentment, suddenly awakened by the force of circumstances, depriving him of reason, and then they may take the life of a fellow being. Killing, under that kind of excitement, might possibly awaken some sympathy, but that was not your case. You had no provocation. What offence had Thornby or Roberts committed against you? They entrusted themselves with you, as able and trustworthy citizens, confiding implicitly in you. No one act of theirs, after a full examination, appears to have been offensive to you. Yet for the purpose of securing the money, you coolly determined to take their lives. You slept and deliberated over the act. You were tempted on, and yielded. You entered into the conspiracy, with cool and determined calculation, to deprive two human beings of their lives, and it was done. You, Charles Gibbs, have said that you are not guilty of the murder of Roberts. But were you not there, strongly instigating the murderers on, and without stretching out a hand to save him? It is murder as much to stand by and encourage the deed, as to stab with a knife, strike with a hatchet, or shoot with a pistol. It is not only murder in law, but in your own feelings and in your own conscience. Notwithstanding all this, I cannot believe that your feelings are so callous, so wholly callous, that your own minds do not melt when you look back upon the unprovoked deeds of yourselves and those confederated with you. You are American citizens. This country affords means of instruction to all. Your appearance and your remarks have added evidence that you are more than ordinarily intelligent, that your education has enabled you to participate in the advantages of information open to all classes. The Court will believe that when you were young, you looked with strong aversion on the course of life of the wicked. In early life, in boyhood, when you heard of the conduct of men who engaged in robbery, nay more, when you heard of cold-blooded murder, how you must have shrunk from the recital. Yet now, after having participated in the advantages of education, after having arrived at full maturity, you stand here as robbers and murderers. It is a perilous employment of life that you have followed. In this way of life the most enormous crimes that man can commit are murder and piracy. With what detestation would you in early life have looked upon the man who would have raised his hand against his officer or committed piracy. Yet now you both stand here murderers and pirates, tried and found guilty. You, Wansley, of the murder of your captain, and you, Gibbs, of the murder of your mate. The evidence has convicted you of rising in mutiny against the master of the vessel. For that alone the law is death. Of murder and robbery on the high seas, for that crime the law adjudges death. Of destroying the vessel and embezzling the cargo, even for scuttling and burning the vessel alone the law is death. Yet of all these the evidence has convicted you, and it only remains now for the court to pass the sentence of the law. It is that you, Thomas J. Wansley, and Charles Gibbs, be taken hence to the place of confinement, there to remain in close custody, that thence you be taken to the place of execution, and on the 22nd April next, between the hours of 10 and 4 o'clock, you both be publicly hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your bodies be given to the College of Physicians and Surgeons for dissection. The court added that the only thing discretionary with it was the time of execution. It might have been ordered that you should instantly have been taken from the stand to the scaffold, but the sentence has been deferred to as distant a period as prudent, 6 weeks. But this time has not been granted for the purpose of giving you any hope for pardon or commutation of the sentence. Just as sure as you live till the 22nd of April, as surely you will suffer death. Therefore indulge not a hope that this sentence will be changed. The court then spoke of the terror in all men of death, how they cling to life whether in youth, manhood, or old age. What an awful thing it is to die. How in the perils of the sea, when rocks or storms threaten the loss of the vessel, and the lives of all on board, how the crew will labor night and day in the hope of escaping shipwreck and death. Alluded to the tumult, bustle, and confusion of battle, yet even there the hero clings to life. The court adverted not only to the certainty of their coming doom on earth, but to think of hereafter, that they should seriously think and reflect of their future state, that they would be assisted in their devotions no doubt by many pious men. When the court closed, Charles Gibbs asked if during his imprisonment his friends would be permitted to see him. The court answered that that lay with the marshal, who then said that no difficulty would exist on that score. The remarks of the prisoners were delivered in a strong, full-toned, and unwavering voice, and they both seemed perfectly resigned to the fate which inevitably awaited them. While Judge Betts was delivering his address to them, Wansley was deeply affected and shed tears, but Gibbs gazed with a steady and unwavering eye, and no sign betrayed the least emotion of his heart. After his condemnation, and during his confinement, his frame became somewhat enfeebled, his face paler, and his eyes more sunken, but the air of his bold, enterprising, and desperate mind still remained. In his narrow cell he seemed more like an object of pity than vengeance, was affable and communicative, and when he smiled, exhibited so mild and gentle a countenance that no one would take him to be a villain. His conversation was concise and pertinent, and his style of illustration quite original. Gibbs was married in Buenos Aires, where he has a child now living. His wife is dead. By a singular concurrence of circumstances, the woman with whom he became acquainted in Liverpool, and who is said at that time to have borne a decent character, was lodged in the same prison with himself. During his confinement he wrote her 2 letters. One of them is subjoined, to gratify the perhaps innocent curiosity which is naturally felt to know the peculiarities of a man's mind and feelings under such circumstances, and not for the purpose of intimating a belief that he was truly penitent. The reader will be surprised with the apparent readiness with which he made quotations from Scripture. Bellevue Prison, March 20th, 1831. It is with regret that I take my pen in hand to address you with these few lines, under the great embarrassment of my feelings placed within these gloomy walls, my body bound with chains, and under the awful sentence of death. It is enough to throw the strongest mind into gloomy prospects. But I find that Jesus Christ is sufficient to give consolation to the most despairing soul. For he saith that he that cometh to me I will in no ways cast out. But it is impossible to describe unto you the horror of my feelings. My breast is like the tempestuous ocean, raging in its own shame, harrowing up the bottom of my soul. But I look forward to that serene calm when I shall sleep with kings and counselors of the earth. There the wicked cease from troubling, and there the weary are at rest. There the prisoners rest together. They hear not the voice of the oppressor, and I trust that there my breast will not be ruffled by the storm of sin, for the thing which I greatly feared has come upon me. I was not in safety, nor had I rest. Yet trouble came. It is the Lord, let him do what seemeth to him good. When I saw you in Liverpool, and a peaceful calm wafted across both our breasts, and justice no claim upon us, little did I think to meet you in the gloomy walls of a strong prison, and the arm of justice stretched out with the sword of law, awaiting the appointed period to execute the dreadful sentence. I have had a fair prospect in the world. At last it budded, and brought forth the gallows. I am shortly to mount the scaffold, and to bid adieu to this world, and all that was ever dear to my breast. But I trust when my body is mounted on the gallows high, the heavens above will smile and pity me. I hope that you will reflect on your past, and fly to that Jesus who stands with open arms to receive you. Your character is lost, it is true. When the wicked turneth from the wickedness that they have committed, they shall save their soul alive. Let us imagine for a moment that we see the soul standing before the awful tribunal, and we hear its dreadful sentence, "Depart ye cursed into everlasting fire." Imagine you hear the awful lamentations of a soul in hell. It would be enough to melt your heart, if it was as hard as adamant. You would fall upon your knees and plead for God's mercy, as a famished person would for food, or as a dying criminal would for a pardon. We soon, very soon, must go the way whence we shall ne'er return. Our names will be struck off the records of the living, and enrolled in the vast catalogues of the dead. But may it ne'er be numbered with the damned. I hope it will please God to set you at your liberty, and that you may see the sins and follies of your past life. I shall now close my letter with a few words which I hope you will receive as from a dying man, and I hope that every important truth of this letter may sink deep in your heart, and be a lesson to you through life. Rising griefs distress my soul, and tears on tears successive roll, for many an evil voice is near, to chide my woes and mock my fear, and silent memory weeps alone o'er hours of peace and gladness known. I still remain your sincere friend, Charles Gibbs. In another letter which the wretched Gibbs wrote after his condemnation to one who had been his early friend, he writes as follows: "Alas, it is now, and not until now, that I have become sensible of my wicked life, from my childhood, and the enormity of the crime, for which I must shortly suffer an ignominious death. I would to God that I never had been born, or that I had died in my infancy. The hour of reflection has indeed come, but come too late to prevent justice from cutting me off. My mind recoils with horror at the thoughts of the unnatural deeds of which I have been guilty. My repose rather prevents than affords me relief, as my mind, while I slumber, is constantly disturbed by frightful dreams of my approaching awful dissolution." On Friday, April 22nd, Gibbs and Wansley paid the penalty for their crimes. Both prisoners arrived at the gallows at 12 o'clock, accompanied by the marshal, his aides, and some 20 or 30 United States Marines. 2 clergymen attended them to the fatal spot, where everything being in readiness, and the ropes adjusted about their necks, the throne of mercy was fervently addressed in their behalf. Wansley then prayed earnestly himself, and afterwards joined in singing a hymn. These exercises concluded, Gibbs addressed the spectators nearly as follows: "My dear friends, my crimes have been heinous, and although I am now about to suffer for the murder of Mr. Roberts, I solemnly declare my innocence of the transaction. It is true, I stood by and saw the fatal deed done, and stretched not forth my arm to save him. The technicalities of the law believe me guilty of the charge. But in the presence of my God, before whom I shall be in a few minutes, I declare I did not murder him. I have made a full and frank confession to Mr. Hopson, which probably most of my hearers present have already read, and should any of the friends of those whom I have been accessory to, or engaged in the murder of, be now present, before my Maker I beg their forgiveness. It is the only boon I ask, and as I hope for pardon through the blood of Christ, surely this request will not be withheld by man to a worm like myself, standing as I do, on the very verge of eternity. Another moment and I cease to exist. And could I find in my bosom room to imagine that the spectators now assembled had forgiven me, the scaffold would have no terrors, nor could the precept which my much respected friend, the Marshal of the District, is about to execute. Let me then, in this public manner, return my sincere thanks to him, for his kind and gentlemanly deportment during my confinement. He was to me like a father, and his humanity to a dying man I hope will be duly appreciated by an enlightened community. My first crime was piracy, for which my life would pay for forfeit on conviction. No punishment could be inflicted on me further than that, and therefore I had nothing to fear but detection; for had my offences been millions of times more aggravated than they are now, death must have satisfied all. Gibbs having concluded, Wansley began. He said he might be called a pirate, a robber, and a murderer, and he was all of these, but he hoped and trusted God would, through Christ, wash away his aggravated crimes and offences, and not cast him entirely out. His feelings, he said, were so overpowered that he hardly knew how to address those about him, but he frankly admitted the justness of the sentence, and concluded by declaring that he had no hope of pardon except through the atoning blood of his Redeemer, and wished that his sad fate might teach others to shun the broad road to ruin, and travel in that of virtue, which would lead to honor and happiness in this world, and an immortal crown of glory in that to come. He then shook hands with Gibbs, the officers and clergymen. Their caps were drawn over their faces, a handkerchief dropped by Gibbs as a signal to the executioner caused the cord to be severed, and in an instant they were suspended in air. Wansley folded his hands before him, soon died with very trifling struggles. Gibbs died hard, before he was run up, and did not again remove them, but after being near 2 minutes suspended, he raised his right hand and partially removed his cap, and in the course of another minute raised the same hand to his mouth. His dress was a blue round-about jacket and trousers, with a foul anchor in white on his right arm. Wansley wore a white frock coat, trimmed with black, with trousers of the same color. After the bodies had remained on the gallows the usual time, they were taken down and given to the surgeons for dissection. Gibbs was rather below the middle stature, thick-set and powerful. The form of Wansley was a perfect model of manly beauty. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Schnell. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 8. History of the Adventures, Capture and Execution of the Spanish Pirates. In the autumn of 1832 there was anchored in the man-of-war grounds of the Havana a clipper-built vessel of the fairest proportions. She had great length and breadth of beam, furnishing stability to bear a large surface of sail, and great depth to take hold of the water and prevent drifting. Long, low in the waist, with lofty raking masts which tapered away till they were almost too fine to be distinguished, the beautiful arrowy sharpness of her bow and the fineness of her gradually receding quarters showed a model capable of the greatest speed in sailing. Her low sides were painted black, with one small, narrow riband of white. Her raking masts were clean scraped, her ropes were hauled taut, and in every point she wore the appearance of being under the control of seamanship and strict discipline. Upon going on board, one would be struck with surprise at the deception relative to the tonnage of the schooner, when viewed at a distance. Instead of a small vessel of about 90 tons, we discover that she was upwards of 200, that her breadth of beam is enormous, and that those spars, which appeared so light and elegant, are of unexpected dimensions. In the center of the vessel, between the fore and main masts, there is a long brass 32-pounder, fixed upon a carriage revolving in a circle, and so arranged that in bad weather it can be lowered down and housed, while on each side of the deck were mounted guns of smaller caliber. This vessel was fashioned at the will of avarice for the aid of cruelty and injustice. It was an African slave trader, the schooner Panda. She was commanded by Don Pedro Gilbert, a native of Catalonia in Spain, and son of a grandee, a man 36 years of age and exceeding handsome, having a round face, pearly teeth, round forehead, and full black eyes, with beautiful raven hair, and a great favorite with the ladies. He united great energy, coolness, and decision with superior knowledge in mercantile transactions and the Guinea trade, having made several voyages after slaves. The mate and owner of the Panda was Don Bernardo de Soto, a native of Coruña, Spain, and son of Isidor de Soto, manager of the royal revenue in said city. He was now 25 years of age, and from the time he was 14 had cultivated the art of navigation, and at the age of 22 had obtained the degree of captain in the India service. After a regular examination, the correspondent diploma was awarded him. He was married to Donna Petrona Pereira, daughter of Don Benito Pereira, a merchant of Coruña. She was at this time just 15, and ripening into that slight fullness of form and roundness of limb which in that climate marked the early passing from girl into woman. Her complexion was the dark olive tinge of Spain, her eyes jet black, large and lustrous. She had great sweetness of disposition and ingenuousness. To the strictest discipline De Soto united the practical knowledge of a thorough seaman. But the master spirit of the whole was Francisco Ruiz, the carpenter of the Panda. This individual was of the middle size, but muscular, with a short neck. His hair was black and abundant, and projected from his forehead, so that he appeared to look out from under it like a bonnet. His eyes were dark chestnut, but always restless. His features were well defined, his eyelashes jet black. He was familiar with all the out-of-the-way places of the Havana, and entered into any of the dark abodes without ceremony. From report, his had been a wild and lawless career. The crew were chiefly Spaniards, with a few Portuguese, South Americans, and half-castes. The cook was a young Guinea negro, with a pleasant countenance and good-humoured, with a sleek glossy skin and tattooed on the face, and although entered in the schooner's books as free, yet he was a slave. In all there were about 40 men. Her cargo was an assorted one, consisting in part of barrels of rum and gunpowder, muskets, cloth, and numerous articles, with which to purchase slaves. The Panda sailed from the Havana on the night of the 20th of August, and upon passing the Moro Castle, she was hailed and asked, "Where bound?" She replied, "St. Thomas." The schooner now steered through the Bahama Channel on the usual route towards the coast of Guinea. A man was constantly kept at the masthead on the lookout. They spoke a corvette, and on the morning of the 20th September, before light and during the second mate's watch, a brig was discovered heading to the southward. Captain Gilbert was asleep at the time, but got up shortly after she was seen, and ordered the Panda to go about and stand for the brig. A consultation was held between the captain, mate, and carpenter, when the latter proposed to board her, and if she had any specie to rob her, confine the men below, and burn her. This proposition was instantly acceded to, and a musket was fired to make her heave to. This vessel was the American brig Mexican, Captain Butman. She had left the pleasant harbor of Salem, Massachusetts, on the last Wednesday of August, and was quietly pursuing her voyage towards Rio Janeiro. Nothing remarkable had happened on board, says Captain B., until 2:30 in the morning of September 20th, in latitude 38° north, longitude 24:30 west, the attention of the watch on deck was forcibly arrested by the appearance of a vessel which passed across our stern about half a mile from us. At 4 a.m. saw her again passing across our bow so near that we could perceive that it was a schooner with a foretopsail and topgallant sail. As it was somewhat dark, she was soon out of sight. At daylight saw her about 5 miles off the weather quarter, standing on the wind on the same tack we were on. The wind was light at south-southwest, and we were standing about southeast. At 8 a.m. she was about 2 miles right to windward of us. Could perceive a large number of men upon her deck, and one man on the foretopgallant yard looking out, was very suspicious of her, but knew not how to avoid her. Soon after saw a brig on our weather bow steering to the northeast. By this time the schooner was about 3 miles from us and 4 points forward of the beam. Expecting that she would keep on for the brig ahead of us, we tacked to the westward, keeping a little off from the wind to make good way through the water, to get clear of her if possible. She kept on the eastward about 10 or 15 minutes after we had tacked, then wore round, set square sail steering directly for us, came down upon us very fast, and was soon within gunshot of us, fired a gun and hoisted Patriot colors, and backed main topsail. She ran along to windward of us, hailed us to know where we were from, where bound, etc., then ordered me to come on board in my boat. Seeing that she was too powerful for us to resist, I accordingly went, and soon as I got alongside of the schooner, 5 ruffians instantly jumped into my boat, each of them being armed with a large knife, and told me to go on board the brig again. When they got on board, they insisted that we had got money, and drew their knives, threatening us with instant death and demanding to know where it was. As soon as they found out where it was, they obliged my crew to get it up out of the run upon deck, beating and threatening them at the same time because they did not do it quicker. When they had got it all upon deck and hailed the schooner, they got out their launch and came and took it back on board the schooner, with 10 boxes containing $20,000. Then returned to the brig again, drove all the crew into the forecastle, ransacked the cabin, overhauling all the chests, trunks, etc., and rifled my pockets, taking my watch and 3 doubloons which I had previously put there for safety, robbed the mate of his watch and $200 in specie, still insisting that there was more money in the hold. Being answered in the negative, they beat me severely over the back, said they knew there was more, that they should search for it, and if they found any they would cut all our throats. They continued searching about in every part of the vessel for some time longer, but not finding any more specie, they took 2 coils of rigging, a side of leather, and some other articles, and went on board the schooner, probably to consult what to do with us. For in 8 or 10 minutes they came back, apparently in great haste, shut us all below, fastened up the companionway, forescuttle and after hatchway, stove our compasses to pieces in the binnacles, cut away tiller ropes, halyards, braces, and most of our running rigging, cut our sails to pieces badly, took a tub of tarred rope yarn, and what combustibles they could find about deck, put them in the caboose house and set them on fire, then left us, taking with them our boat and colors. When they got alongside the schooner, they scuttled our boat, took in their own, and made sail, steering to the eastward. As soon as they left us, we got up out of the cabin scuttle, which they had neglected to secure, and extinguished the fire, which if it had been left a few minutes, would have caught the mainsail and set our masts on fire. Soon after we saw a ship to leeward of us steering to the southeast, the schooner being in pursuit of her, did not overtake her whilst she was in sight of us. It was doubtless their intention to burn us up altogether, but seeing the ship and being eager for more plunder, they did not stop fully to accomplish their design. She was a low, straight schooner of about 150 tons, painted black with a narrow white streak, a large head with the horn of plenty painted white, large main topmast, but no yards or sail on it. Mast raked very much, mainsail very square at the head, sails made with split cloth and all new. Had 2 long brass 12-pounders and a large gun on a pivot amidships, and about 70 men who appeared to be chiefly Spaniards and mulattoes. The object of the voyage being frustrated by the loss of the specie, nothing now remained but for the Mexican to make the best of her way back to Salem, which she reached in safety. The government of the United States, struck with the audacity of this piracy, dispatched a cruiser in pursuit of them. After a fruitless voyage, in which every exertion was made and many places visited on the coast of Africa, where it was supposed the rascals might be lurking, the chase was abandoned as hopeless, no clue being found to their whereabouts. The Panda, after robbing the Mexican, pursued her course across the Atlantic and made Cape Monte. From this she coasted south, and after passing Cape Palmas, entered the Gulf of Guinea and steered for Cape Lopez, which she reached in the first part of November. Cape Lopez de Gonçalves, in latitude 0 degrees 36 minutes 2 seconds south, longitude 80 degrees 40 minutes and 4 seconds east, is so called from its first discoverer. It is covered with wood, but low and swampy, as is also the neighboring country. The extensive bay formed by this cape is 14 miles in depth, and has several small creeks and rivers running into it. The largest is the river Nazareth, on the left point of which is situated King Gula's town, the only assemblage of huts in the bay. Here the cargo of the Panda was unloaded, the greater part was entrusted to the king, and with the rest Captain Gilbert opened a factory and commenced buying various articles of commerce, as tortoise shells, gum, ivory, palm oil, fine straw carpeting, and slaves. After remaining here a short time, The crew became sickly, and Captain Gilbert sailed for Princess Island to recover the health of his crew. Whilst at Princess Island, news arrived of the robbery of the Mexican, and the pirate left with the utmost precipitation for Cape Lopez, and the better to evade pursuit, a pilot was procured, and the vessel carried several miles up the river Nazareth. Soon after the Panda left Princess Island, the British brig of war Curlew, Captain Trotter, arrived, and from the description given to the vessel then said to be lying in the Nazareth, Captain Trotter knew she must be the one that robbed the Mexican, and he instantly sailed in pursuit. On nearing the coast she was discovered lying up the river. 3 boats containing 40 men and commanded by Captain Trotter started up the river with a sea breeze and flood tide, and colors flying to take the desperadoes. The boats kept in near the shore until rounding a point they were seen from the Panda. The pirates immediately took to their boats, except Francisco Ruiz, who, seizing a firebrand from the caboose, went into the magazine and set some combustibles on fire with the laudable purpose of blowing up the assailants, and then paddled ashore in a canoe. Captain Trotter chased them with his boats, but could not come up with them, and then boarded the schooner which he found on fire. The first thing he did was to put out the fire which was in the magazine, below the cabin floor. Here he found a quantity of cotton and brimstone burning, and a slow match ignited and communicating with the magazine, which contained 16 casks of powder. The Panda was now warped out of the river and anchored off the Negro town of Cape Lopez. Negotiations were now entered into for the surrender of the pirates. An officer was accordingly sent on shore to have an interview with the king. He was met on the beach by an ebony chief calling himself Duke. We followed the Duke through the extensive and straggling place, frequently buried up to the ankles in sand, from which the vegetation was worn by the constant passing and repassing of the inhabitants. We arrived at a large folding door placed in a high bamboo and palm tree fence, which enclosed the king's establishment, ornamented on our right by 2 old honeycombed guns, which, although dismounted, were probably, according to the practice of the coast, occasionally fired to attract the attention of passing vessels, and to imply that slaves were to be procured. On the left of the enclosure was a shed, with a large ship's bell suspended beneath, serving as an alarm bell in case of danger, while the remainder was occupied with neatly built huts, inhabited by the numerous wives of the king. We sent in to notify him of our arrival. He sent word out that we might remain outside until it suited his convenience. But as such an arrangement did not suit ours, we immediately entered and found sitting at the table the king. He was a tall, muscular, ugly-looking Negro about 50 years of age. We explained the object of our visit, which was to demand the surrender of the white men, who were now concealed in the town, and for permission to pass up the river in pursuit of those who had gone up that way. He now expressed the most violent indignation at our presumption in demanding the pirates, and the interview was broken off by his refusing to deliver up a single man. We will now return to the pirates. While at Princess Island, Captain Gilbert bought a magnificent dressing case worth nearly $1,000, and a patent lever watch, and a quantity of tobacco and provisions, and 2 valuable cloth coats, some guinea cloth, and black and green paint. The paint, cloth, and coats were intended as presents for the African king at Cape Lopez. These articles were all bought with the money taken from the Mexican. After arriving at the Nazareth, $4,000 were taken from the trunk and buried in the yard of a Negro prince. 4 of the pirates then went to Cape Lopez for $11,000, which had been buried there. Boyga, Castillo, Guzman, and the state's evidence, Ferez, were the ones who went. Ferez took the bags out and the others counted the money. Great haste was made as the mosquitoes were biting intolerably. $5,000 were buried for the captain in canvas bags about 2 feet deep. Part of the money was carried to Nazareth, and from there carried into the mountains and there buried. A consultation was held by Captain Gilbert, De Soto, and Ruiz, and the latter said if the money was not divided, there would be the devil to pay. The money was now divided in a dark room and a lantern used. Captain Gilbert sat on the floor with the money at his side. He gave the mate about $3,000 and the other officers $1,000 each, and the crew from $300 to $500 each. The third mate having fled, The captain sent him $1,000, and Ruiz carried it to him. When the money was first taken from the Mexican, it was spread out on the companion-way and examined to see if there was any gold amongst it, and then put into bags made of dark coarse linen. The boxes were then thrown overboard. After the division of the money, the pirates secreted themselves in the woods behind Cape Lopez. Perez and 4 others procured a boat and started for Fernando Po. They put their money in the bottom of the boat for ballast, but was thrown overboard near a rock and afterwards recovered by divers. This was done to prevent detection. The captain, mate, and carpenter had a conversation respecting the attempt of the latter to blow her up, who could not account for the circumstance that an explosion had not taken place. They told him he ought to have burst a barrel of powder over the deck and down the stairs to the magazine, loaded a gun, tied a fish line to the lock, and pulled it when he came off in the canoe. The Panda, being manned by Captain Trotter and an English crew, commenced firing on the town of Cape Lopez, but after firing several shots, a spark communicated with the magazine and she blew up. Several men were killed and Captain Trotter and the others thrown into the water, when he was made prisoner with several of his crew by the king, and it required considerable negotiations to get them free. The pirates having gone up the river, an expedition was now equipped to take them if possible. The longboat and pinnace were instantly armed and victualled for several weeks. A brass gun was mounted on the bows of each, and awnings fixed up to protect the crew from the extreme heat of the sun by day and the heavy dews at nightfall. As the sea breeze and the flood tide set in, the boats again started and proceeded up the river. It was ascertained the war canoes were beyond where the Panda was first taken. For fear of an ambuscade, great caution was observed in proceeding. As we approached the point, a single native was observed standing near a hut erected near the river, who, as we approached, beckoned and called for us to land. We endeavored to do so, but fortunately the water was too shallow to approach near enough. We had hardly steered about for the channel, when the man suddenly rushed into the bushes and disappeared. We got into the channel and continued some time in deep water, but this suddenly shoaled, and the boats grounded near a mangrove, just as we came in sight of a village. Our crew jumped out and commenced tracking the boat over the sand. While thus employed, I observed by means of my glass a crowd of natives and some of the pirates running down the other side of a low point, apparently with the intention of giving us battle, as they were all armed with spears and muskets. The men had just succeeded in drawing the boats into deep water, when a great number of canoes were observed coming round the point, and at the same instant another large party running down to launch, some more on the beach, when they joined those already afloat, in all made above 28 canoes, and about 150 men. Having collected all their forces, with loud whooping and encouraging shouts to one another, they led towards us with great celerity. We prepared instantly for battle. The awnings were got down to allow room to use the cutlasses and to load the muskets. The brass guns were loaded with grape shot. They now approached, uttering terrific yells and paddling with all speed. On board the canoes the pirates were loading the guns and encouraging the natives. Bernardo de Soto and Francisco Ruiz were conspicuous in maneuvering the negro boats for battle, and commenced a straggling fire upon the English boats. In them all was still. Each man had a cutlass by his side, and a loaded musket in his hand. On arriving within pistol shot, a well-directed fire was poured into them, seconded by a discharge of the 3-pounders. Many of the balls took effect, and 2 of the canoes were sunk. A brisk fire was kept up on both sides. A great number of the negroes were killed, and a few of the pirates. The English loss was small. The negroes now became panic-struck, and some paddled towards the shore, others jumped overboard and swam. The sharks caught several. Captain Gilbert and De Soto were now caught, together with 5 of the crew. Ruiz and the rest escaped to a village, some ways inland, and with the aid of a telescope it was perceived the negroes were rapidly gathering to renew the combat, urged on by Ruiz and the other pirates. After dislodging them from this village, negotiations were entered into by the king of Cape Lopez, who surrendered Ruiz and several men to Captain Trotter. They were carried in the brig Curlew to Fernando Po, and after an examination were put in irons and conveyed to England, and there put on board the British gunbrig Savage, and arrived in the harbour of Salem on the 26th of August, 1834. Her commander, Lieutenant Loney, waited upon the authorities of Salem, and after the usual formalities surrendered the prisoners into their hands, stating that the British government waived their right to try and punish the prisoners in favor of the United States, against whom the principal offense had been committed. The pirates were landed at Crowningshield Wharf, and taken from thence in carriages to the town hall. 12 of them, handcuffed in pairs, took their places at the bar. They were all young and middle-aged, and the oldest was not over 40. Physiognomically, they were not uncommonly ill-looking in general, although there were exceptions, and they were all clean and wholesome in their appearance. They were now removed to Boston and confined in prison, where one of them, named Manuel del Garno, cut his throat with a piece of glass, thus verifying the old proverb that those born to be hung will never be drowned. On the 11th of November, Don Pedro Gilbert, captain, Don Bernardo de Soto, mate, Francisco Ruiz, carpenter, Nicola Coster, cabin boy, aged 15, Antonio Ferrer, cook, and Manuel Boiga, Domingo de Guzman, an Indian, Juan Antonio Portana, Manuel Castillo, Angel Garcia, Jose Velázquez, and Juan Montenegro, alias Jose Basilio de Castro, were arraigned before the Circuit Court of the United States, charged with the crime of piracy. Joseph Perez appeared as the state's evidence, and 2 Portuguese sailors who were shipped on board the Panda at Princess Island as witnesses. After a jury was impaneled, Mr. Dunlap, the district attorney, rose and said, "This is a solemn and also an unusual scene. Here are 12 men, strangers to our country and to our language, indicted for a heinous offense, and now before you for life or death. They are indicted for a daring crime, and a flagrant violation of the laws, not only of this, but of every other civilized people." He then gave an outline of the commission of the robbery of the Mexican. Numerous witnesses were examined, amongst whom were the captain, mate, and several seamen of the Mexican, who recognized several of the pirates as being the individuals who maltreated them and took the specie. When Thomas Fuller, one of the crew of the Mexican, was called upon to identify Ruiz, he went up to him and struck him with a violent blow on the shoulder. Ruiz immediately started up, and with violent gesticulations protested against such conduct, and was joined by his companions. The court reprimanded the witness severely. The trial occupied 14 days. The counsel for the prisoners were David L. Child, Esquire, and George Hillard, Esquire, who defended them with great ability. Mr. Child brought to the cause his untiring zeal, his various and profound learning, and exhibited a labor and desperation which showed that he was fully conscious of the weight of the load, the deadlift, he had undertaken to carry. Mr. Hillard concluded his argument by making an eloquent and affecting appeal to the jury in behalf of the boy Costa and Antonio Ferrer, the cook, and alluded to the circumstance of Bernardo de Soto having rescued the lives of 70 individuals on board the American ship Minerva, whilst on a voyage from Philadelphia to Havana, when captain of the brig Leon. "If, gentlemen," said he, "you deem with me that the crew of the Panda, supposing her to have robbed the Mexican, were merely servants of the captain, you cannot convict them. But if you do not agree with me, then all that remains for me to do is to address a few words to you in the way of mercy. It does not seem to me that the good of society requires the death of all these men, the sacrifice of such a hecatomb of human victims, or that the sword of the law should fall till it is clogged with massacre. Antonio Ferrer is plainly but a servant. He is set down as a free black in the ship's papers, but that is no proof that he is free. Were he a slave, he would in all probability be represented as free, and this for obvious reasons. He is in all probability a slave, and a native African, as the tattooing on his face proves beyond a doubt. At any rate, he is but a servant. Now will you make misfortune pay the penalty of guilt? Do not, I entreat you, lightly condemn this man to death. Do not throw him in to make up the dozen. The regard for human life is one of the most prominent proofs of a civilized state of society. The Sultan of Turkey may place women in sacks and throw them into the Bosporus without exciting more than an hour's additional conversation at Constantinople. But in our country it is different. you well remember the excitement produced by the abduction and death of a single individual, the convulsions which ensued, the effect of which will long be felt in our political institutions. You will ever find that the more a nation becomes civilized, the greater becomes the regard for human life. There is in the eye, the form and heaven-directed countenance of man, something holy that forbids he should be rudely touched. The instinct of life is great. The light of the sun even in chains is pleasant, and life, though supported but by the damp exhalations of a dungeon, is desirable. Often too we cling with added tenacity to life in proportion as we are deprived of all that makes existence to be coveted. The weariest and most loathed worldly life that age, ache, penury, and imprisonment can lay on nature is a paradise to that we fear of death. Death is a fearful thing. The mere mention of it sometimes blanches the cheek and sends the fearful blood to the heart. It is a solemn thing to break into the bloody house of life. Do not, because this man is but an African, imagine that his existence is valueless. He is no driftweed on the ocean of life. There are in his bosom the same social sympathies that animate our own. He has nerves to feel pain, and a heart to throb with human affections, even as you have. His life to establish the law or to further the ends of justice is not required. Taken, it is to us of no value; given to him, it is above the price of rubies. And Costa, the cabin boy, only 15 years of age, when this crime was committed, shall he die? Shall the sword fall upon his neck? Some of you are advanced in years, you may have children. Suppose the news had reached you that your son was under trial for his life in a foreign country, and every cabin boy who leaves this port may be placed in the situation of this prisoner. Suppose you were told that he had been executed because his captain and officers had violated the laws of a distant land, what would be your feelings? I cannot tell, but I believe the feelings of all of you would be the same, and that you would exclaim with the Hebrew, my son, would to God I have died for thee." This boy has a father. Let the form of that father rise up before you and plead in your hearts for his offspring. Perhaps he has a mother and a home. Think of the lengthened shadows that must have been cast over that home by his absence. Think of his mother during those hours of wretchedness, when she has felt hope darkening into disappointment, next into anxiety, and from anxiety into despair. How often may she have stretched forth her hands in supplication, and asked even the winds of heaven to bring her tidings of him who was away? Let the supplications of that mother touch your hearts, and shield their object from the law. After a luminous charge by Judge Story, the jury retired to agree upon their verdict, and at 9 o'clock the next morning came in with their verdict. Clerk: Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdict? Jury: We have. Clerk: Who shall speak for you? Jury: Our foreman. The prisoners were then directed severally to rise as soon as called and receive the verdict of the jury. The captain, Pedro Gilbert, was the first named. He arose, raised his hand, and regarded the jury with a firm countenance and steady eye. Clerk: Jurors, look upon the prisoner. Prisoner, look upon the jurors. How say you, gentlemen, is the prisoner at the bar, Pedro Gilbert, guilty or not guilty? Foreman: Guilty. The same verdict was pronounced against De Soto the mate, Ruiz the carpenter, Boyga, Castillo, Garcia, and Montenegro. But Costa the cabin boy, Ferrer the negro, Guzman, Portana, and Velasquez were declared not guilty. After having declared the verdict of the jury, the foreman read to the court the following recommendation to mercy. The sympathies of the jury have been strongly moved in behalf of Bernardo de Soto on account of his generous, noble, and self-sacrificing conduct in saving the lives of more than 70 human beings, constituting the passengers and crew of the ship Minerva, and they desire that his case should be presented to the merciful consideration of the government. Judge Story replied that the wish of the jury would certainly be complied with both by the court and the prosecuting officer. The appearance and demeanor of Captain Gilbert are the same as when we first saw him. His eye is undimmed, and decision and command yet sit upon his features. We did not discern the slightest alteration of color or countenance when the verdict of the jury was communicated to him. He merely slightly bowed and resumed his seat. With De Soto the case was different. He was much altered, has become thinner, and his countenance this morning was expressive of the deepest despondency. When informed of the contents of the paper read by the foreman of the jury, he appeared much affected, and while being removed from the court, covered his face with his handkerchief. Immediately after the delivery of the verdict, the acquitted prisoners, on motion of Mr. Hillard, were directed to be discharged, upon which several of the others loudly and angrily expressed their dissatisfaction at the result of the trial. Castillo, the half-caste, with an extremely mild and pleasing countenance, pointed towards heaven, and called upon the Almighty to bear witness that he was innocent. Ruiz uttered some words with great vehemence, and Garcia said all were in the same ship, and it was strange that some should be permitted to escape, while others were punished. Most of them, on leaving the court, uttered some invective against the picaro who had sworn their lives away. On Costa, the cabin boy, aged 16, being declared not guilty, some degree of approbation was manifested by the audience, but instantly checked by the judge, who directed the officers to take into custody every one expressing either assent or dissent. We certainly think the sympathy expressed in favor of Costa very ill-placed, for although we have not deemed ourselves at liberty to mention the fact earlier, his conduct during the whole trial was characterized by the most reckless effrontery and indecorum. Even when standing up to receive the verdict of the jury, his face bore an impudent smile, and he evinced the most total disregard of the mercy which had been extended towards him. About this time vague rumors reached Coruña that a captain belonging to that place engaged in the slave trade had turned pirate, being captured and sent to America with his crew for punishment. Report at first fixed it upon a noted slave dealer named Begaro, but the astounding intelligence soon reached Senora de Soto that her husband was the person captured for this startling crime. The shock to her feelings was terrible, but her love and fortitude surmounted them all, and she determined to brave the terrors of the ocean, to intercede for her husband if condemned, and at all events behold him once more. A small schooner was freighted by her own and husband's father, and in it she embarked for New York. After a boisterous passage, the vessel reached that port when she learned her husband had already been tried and condemned to die. The humane people of New York advised her to hasten on to Washington and plead with the President for a pardon. On arriving at the capital, she solicited an interview with General Jackson, which was readily granted. From the circumstance of her husband's having saved the lives of 70 Americans, a merciful ear was turned to her solicitations, and a pardon for De Soto was given her, with which she hastened to Boston and communicated to him the joyful intelligence. Andrew Jackson, President of the United States of America, to all to whom these presents shall come, greeting. Whereas, at the October term 1834 of the Circuit Court of the United States, Bernardo de Soto was convicted of piracy and sentenced to be hung on the 11th day of March, last from which sentence a respite was granted to him for 3 months, bearing date the 3rd day of March 1835, also a subsequent one dated on the 5th day of June 1835 for 60 days, and whereas the said Bernardo de Soto has been represented as a fit subject for executive clemency, now therefore I, Andrew Jackson, President of the United States of America, in consideration of the premises, divers good and sufficient causes me thereto moving, have pardoned and hereby do pardon the said Bernardo de Soto from and after the 11th of August next, and direct he be then discharged from confinement. In testimony whereof I have hereunto subscribed my name and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed to these presents. Done at the city of Washington the 6th day of July, Anno Domini 1835, and of the independence of the United States, and 60th, Andrew Jackson. On the fatal morning of June 11th, 1835, Don Pedro, Juan Montenegro, Manuel Castillo, Angel Garcia, and Manuel Boyga were, agreeably to sentence, summoned to prepare for immediate execution. On the night previous, a mutual agreement had been entered into to commit suicide. Angel Garcia made the first attempt by trying to open the veins of each arm with a piece of glass, but was prevented. In the morning, however, while preparations were making for the execution, Boyga succeeded in inflicting a deep gash on the left side of his neck with a piece of tin. The officer's eyes had been withdrawn from him scarcely a minute before he was discovered lying on his pallet, with a convulsive motion of his knees from loss of blood. Medical aid was at hand, the gash sewed up, but he did not revive. 2 Catholic clergymen attended them on the scaffold, one a Spanish priest. They were executed in the rear of the jail. When the procession arrived at the foot of the ladder leading up to the platform of the gallows, the Reverend Mr. Varela looked directly at Captain Gilbert and said, "Spaniards, ascend to heaven." Don Pedro mounted with a quick step and was followed by his comrades at a more moderate pace, but without the least hesitation. Boyga, unconscious of his situation and destiny, was carried up in a chair and seated beneath the rope prepared for him. Gilbert, Montenegro, Garcia, and Castillo all smiled subduedly as they took their stations on the platform. Soon after Captain Gilbert ascended the scaffold, he passed over to where the apparently lifeless Boyga was seated in the chair and kissed him. Addressing his followers, he said, "Boys, we are going to die, but let us be firm, for we are innocent." To Mr. Peyton, the interpreter, he said, "I die innocent, but I'll die like a noble Spaniard. Goodbye, brother." The marshal, having read the warrant for their execution and stated that De Soto was respited 60 and Ruiz 30 days, the ropes were adjusted round the necks of the prisoners, and a slight hectic flush spread over the countenance of each. But not an eye quailed, nor a limb trembled, not a muscle quivered. The fatal cord was now cut, and the platform fell, by which the prisoners were launched into eternity. After the execution was over, Ruiz, who was confined in his cell, attracted considerable attention by his maniac shouts and singing. At one time holding up a piece of blanket stained with Boyga's blood, he gave utterance to his ravings in a sort of recitative, the burden of which was, "This is the red flag my companions died under." After the expiration of Ruiz's second respite, the marshal got 2 surgeons of the United States Navy, who understood the Spanish language, to attend him in his cell. They, after a patient examination, pronounced his madness a counterfeit, and his insanity a hoax. Accordingly, in the morning of September 11th, the marshal, in company with a Catholic priest and interpreter, entered his cell, and made him sensible that longer evasion of the sentence of the law was impossible, and that he must surely die. They informed him that he had but half an hour to live, and retired. When he requested that he might not be disturbed during the brief space that remained to him, and turning his back to the open entrance to his cell, he unrolled some fragments of printed prayers, and commenced reading them to himself. During this interval he neither spoke nor heeded those who were watching him, but undoubtedly suffered extreme mental agony. At one minute he would drop his chin on his bosom, and stand motionless. At another would press his brow on the wall of his cell, or wave his body from side to side as if wrung with unutterable anguish. Suddenly he would throw himself upon his knees on the mattress and prostrate himself as if in prayer, then throwing his prayers from him, he would clutch his rug in his fingers and like a child try to double it up, or pick it to pieces. After snatching up his rug and throwing it away again and again, he would suddenly resume his prayers and erect posture, and stand mute, gazing through the aperture that admitted the light of day for upwards of a minute. This scene of imbecility and indecision, of horrible prostration of mind, ceasing in some degree when the Catholic clergyman re-entered his cell. At 10 o'clock the prisoner was removed from the prison, and during his progress to the scaffold, though the hue of death was on his face, and he trembled in every joint with fear, he chanted with a powerful voice an appropriate service from the Catholic ritual. Several times he turned round to survey the heavens, which at that moment were clear and bright above him, and when he ascended the scaffold after concluding his prayer, he took one long and steadfast look at the sun, and waited in silence his fate. His powers, mental and physical, had been suddenly crushed with the appalling reality that surrounded him. His whole soul was absorbed with one master feeling, the dread of a speedy and violent death. He quailed in the presence of the dreadful paraphernalia of his punishment, as much as if he had been a stranger to deeds of blood, and never dealt death to his fellow men, as he ploughed the deep under the black flag of piracy with the motto of "Rob, kill and burn." After adjusting the rope, a signal was given. The body dropped heavily, and the harsh, abrupt shock must have instantly deprived him of sensation, as there was no voluntary action of the hands afterwards. Thus terminated his career of crime in a foreign land, without one friend to recognize or cheer him, or a single being to regret his death. The Spanish consul having requested that the bodies might not be given to the faculty, they were interred at night under the direction of the marshal in the Catholic burial ground at Charlestown. There being no murder committed with the piracy, the laws of the United States do not authorize the court to order the bodies for dissection. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Ernst Schnell.
Chapter 9 of the Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 9. The Life of Benito de Soto, the Pirate of the Morning Star. The following narrative of the career of a desperate pirate who was executed in Gibraltar in the month of January 1830 is one of two letters from the pen of the author of the Military Sketchbook. The writer says Benito de Soto had been a prisoner in the garrison for 19 months, during which time the British government spared neither the pains nor expense to establish a full train of evidence against him. The affair had caused the greatest excitement here, as well as at Cadiz, owing to the development of the atrocities which marked the character of this man, and the diabolical gang of which he was the leader. Nothing else is talked of, and 1,000 horrors are added to his guilt, which, although he was guilty enough, he has no right to bear. The following is all the authentic information I could collect concerning him. I have drawn it from his trial, from the confession of his accomplices, from the keeper of his prison, and not a little from his own lips. It will be found more interesting than all the tales and sketches furnished in the annuals, magazines, and other vehicles of invention, from the simple fact that it is true and not fiction. Benito de Soto was a native of a small village near Corna. He was bred a mariner, and was in the guiltless exercise of this calling at Buenos Aires in the year 1827. A vessel was there being fitted out for a voyage to the coast of Africa for the smuggling of slaves, and as she required a strong crew, a great number of sailors were engaged, amongst whom was Soto. The Portuguese of South America have yet a privilege of dealing in slaves on a certain part of the African coast, but it was the intention of the captain of this vessel to exceed the limits of his trade, and to run further down, so as to take his cargo of human beings from a part of the country which was proscribed, in the certainty of being there enabled to purchase slaves at a much lower rate than he could in the regular way, or, perhaps, to take away by force as many as he could stow away into his ship. He therefore required a considerable number of hands for the enterprise, and in such traffic it may be easily conceived that the morals of the crew could not be a subject of much consideration with the employer. French, Spanish, Portuguese, and others were entered on board, most of them renegados, and they set sail on their evil voyage with every hope of infamous success. Those who deal in evil carry along with them the springs of their own destruction upon which they will tread, in spite of every caution, and their imagined security is but the brink of the pit into which they are to fall. It was so with the captain of this slave ship. He arrived in Africa, took in a considerable number of slaves, and in order to complete his cargo, went on shore, leaving his mate in charge of the vessel. This mate was a bold, wicked, reckless, and ungovernable spirit, and perceiving in Benito de Soto a mind congenial with his own, he fixed on him as a fit person to join in a design he had conceived, of running away with the vessel, and becoming a pirate. Accordingly, the mate proposed his plan to Soto, who not only agreed to join in it, but declared that he himself had been contemplating a similar enterprise during the voyage. They both were at once of a mind, and they lost no time in maturing their plot. Their first step was to break the matter to the other members of the crew. In this they proceeded cautiously, and succeeded so far as to gain over 22 of the whole, leaving 18 who remained faithful to their trust. Every means was used to corrupt the well-disposed. Both persuasion and threats were resorted to, but without effect, and the leader of the conspiracy, the mate, began to despair of attaining the desired object. Soto, however, was not so easily depressed. He at once decided on seizing the ship upon the strength of his party, and without consulting the mate, he collected all the arms of the vessel, called the conspirators together, put into each of their possession a cutlass and a brace of pistols, and arming himself in like manner, advanced at the head of the gang, drew his sword, and declared the mate to be the commander of the ship, and the men who joined him part owners. Still, those who had rejected the evil offer remained unmoved, on which Soto ordered out the boats, and pointing to the land, cried out, "There is the African coast. This is our ship. One or the other must be chosen by every man on board within 5 minutes." This declaration, although it had the effect of preventing any resistance that might have been offered by the well-disposed to the taking of the vessel, did not change them from their purpose. They still refused to join in the robbery, and entered one by one into the boat, at the orders of Soto, and with but one pair of oars, all that was allowed to them, put off for the shore, from which they were then 10 miles distant. Had the weather continued calm, as it was when the boat left the ship, she would have made the shore by dusk, but unhappily a strong gale of wind set in shortly after her departure, and she was seen by Soto and his gang struggling with the billows and approaching night, at such a distance from the land as she could not possibly accomplish while the gale lasted. All on board the ship agreed in opinion that the boat could not live, as they flew away from her at the rate of 10 knots an hour, under close reefed topsails, leaving their unhappy messmates to their inevitable fate. Those of the pirates who were lately executed at Cadiz declared that every soul in the boat perished. The drunken uproar which that night reigned in the pirate ship was in horrid unison with the raging elements around her. Contention and quarreling followed the brutal inebriety of the pirates. Each evil spirit sought the mastery of the others, and Soto, which was the fiend of all, began to grasp and grapple for his proper place, the head of such a diabolical community. The mate, now the chief, at once gave the reins to his ruffian tyranny, and the keen eye of Soto saw that he who had fawned with him the day before would next day rule him with an iron rod. Prompt in his actions as he was penetrating in his judgment, he had no sooner conceived a jealousy of the leader than he determined to put him aside, and as his rival lay in his drunken sleep, Soto put a pistol to his head and deliberately shot him. For this act he excused himself to the crew, by stating to them that it was in their protection he did the act, that their interest was the other's death, and concluded by declaring himself their leader, and promising a golden harvest to their future labors, provided they obeyed him. Soto succeeded to the height of his wishes, and was unanimously hailed by the crew as their captain. On board the vessel, as I before stated, were a number of slaves, and these the pirates had well secured under hatches. They now turned their attention to those half-starved, half-suffocated creatures. Some were for throwing them overboard, while others, not less cruel, but more desirous of gain, proposed to take them to some port in one of those countries that deal in human beings, and there sell them. The latter recommendation was adopted, and Soto steered for the West Indies, where he received a good price for his slaves. One of those wretched creatures, a boy, he reserved as a servant for himself, and this boy was destined by Providence to be the witness of the punishment of those white men who tore away from their homes himself and his brethren. He alone will carry back to his country the truth of heaven's retribution, and heal the wounded feelings of broken kindred with the recital of it. The pirates now entered freely into the villainous pursuit, and plundered many vessels. Among others was an American brig, the treatment of which forms the chef d'oeuvre of their atrocity. Having taken out of this brig all the valuables they could find, they hatched down all hands to the hold, except a black man, who was allowed to remain on deck for the special purpose of affording in his torture an amusing exhibition to Soto and his gang. They set fire to the brig, then lay to observe the progress of the flames, and as the miserable African bounded from rope to rope, now climbing to the masthead, now clinging to the shrouds, now leaping to one part of the vessel and now to another, their enjoyment seemed raised to its highest pitch. At length the hatches opened to the devouring element, the tortured victim of their fiendish cruelty fell exhausted into the flames, and the horrid and revolting scene closed amidst the shouts of the miscreants who had caused it. Of their other exploits, that which ranks next to turpitude, and which led to their overthrow, was the piracy of the Morning Star. They fell in with that vessel near the island Ascension in the year 1828, as she was on her voyage from Ceylon to England. This vessel, besides a valuable cargo, had on board several passengers, consisting of a major and his wife, an assistant surgeon, 2 civilians, about 25 invalid soldiers, and 3 or 4 of their wives. As soon as Benito de Soto perceived the ship, which was at daylight on the 21st of February, he called up all hands, and prepared for attacking her. He was at the time steering on an opposite course to that of the Morning Star. On reconnoitring her, he at first supposed she was a French vessel, but Barbazan, one of his crew, who was himself a Frenchman, assured him the ship was British. "So much the better," exclaimed Soto, in English, for he could speak that language. "We shall find the more booty." He then ordered the sails to be squared, and ran before the wind in chase of his plunder, from which he was about 2 leagues distant. The Defensor de Pedro, the name of the pirate ship, was a fast sailer, but owing to the press of canvas which the Morning Star hoisted soon after the pirate had commenced the chase, he did not come up with her so quickly as he had expected. The delay caused great uneasiness to Soto, which he manifested by muttering curses and restlessness of manner. Sounds of savage satisfaction were to be heard from every mouth but his at the prospect. He alone expressed his anticipated pleasure by oaths, menaces, and mental inquietude. While Barbazan was employed in superintending the clearing of the decks, the arming and breakfasting of the men, he walked rapidly up and down, revolving in his mind the plan of the approaching attack, and when interrupted by any of the crew, he would run into a volley of imprecations. In one instant he struck his black boy a violent blow with a telescope, because he had asked him if he would like his morning coffee of chocolate. As soon, however, as he set his studding sails, and perceived that he was gaining on the Morning Star, he became somewhat tranquil, began to eat heartily of cold beef, drank his chocolate at a draught, and coolly sat down on the deck to smoke a cigar. In less than a quarter of an hour the pirate had gained considerable on the other vessel. Soto now, without raising from where he sat, ordered a gun, with blank cartridge, to be fired, and the British colours to be hoisted; but finding this measure had not the effect of bringing the Morning Star to, he cried out, "Shot the long gun and give it her point blank." The order was obeyed, but the shot fell short of the intention, on which he jumped up and cursed the fellows for bunglers who had fired the gun. He then ordered them to load the canister shot, and took the match in his own hand. He did not, however, fire immediately, but waited until he was nearly abreast of his victim, then directing the aim himself, and ordering a man to stand by the flag to haul it down. Fired with an air that showed he was sure of his mark, he then ran to haul up the Colombian colours, and having done so, cried out through the speaking trumpet, "Lower your boat down this moment, and let your captain come on board with his papers." During this fearful chase the people on board the Morning Star were in the greatest alarm, but however their apprehensions might have been excited, that courage, which is so characteristic of a British sailor, never for a moment forsook the captain. He boldly carried on sail, and although one of the men fell from a wound, and the ravages of the shot were everywhere around him, he determined not to strike. But unhappily he had not a single gun on board, and no small arms that could render his courage availing. The tears of the women, and the prudent advice of the passengers overcoming his resolution, he permitted himself to be guided by the general opinion. One of the passengers volunteered himself to go on board the pirate, and a boat was lowered for the purpose. Both vessels now lay to within 50 yards of each other. and a strong hope arose in those on board the Morning Star that the gentleman who had volunteered to go to the pirate might, through his exertions, avert at least the worst of the dreaded calamity. Some people here, in their quiet security, had made no scruple of declaring that the commanding officer of the soldiers on board should not have so tamely yielded to the pirate, particularly as he had his wife along with him, and consequently a misfortune to dread, that might be though even worse than death. But all who knew the true state of the circumstances, and reflect upon it, will allow that he adopted the only chance of escaping that which was to be most feared by a husband. The long gun, which was on a pivot in the center of the pirate ship, could in a few shots sink the Morning Star, and even had resistance been made to the pirates as they boarded her, had they been killed or made prisoners, the result would not be much better. It was evident that the Defensor de Pedro was the best sailor, consequently the Morning Star could not hope to escape. In fact, submission or total destruction was the only choice. The commanding officer, therefore, acted for the best when he recommended the former. There was some slight hope of escaping with life, and without personal abuse, by surrendering, but to contend must be inevitable death. The gentleman who had gone in a boat to the pirate returned in a short time, exhibiting every proof of the ill treatment he had received from Soto and his crew. It appears that when the villains learned that he was not the captain, they fell upon and beat him, as well as the sailors along with him, in a most brutal manner, and with the most horrid imprecations told him, that if the captain did not instantly come, on his return to the vessel they would blow the ship out of the water. This report at once decided the captain in the way he was to act. Without hesitation he stepped into the boat, taking with him his second mate, 3 soldiers, and a sailor boy, and proceeded to the pirate. On going on board that vessel, along with the mate, Soto, who stood near the mainmast, with his drawn cutlass in his hand, desired him to approach, while the mate was ordered by Barbazan to go to the forecastle. Both these unfortunate individuals obeyed, and were instantly slaughtered. Soto now ordered 6 picked men to descend into the boat, amongst whom was Barbazan. To him the leader addressed his orders, the last of which was, to take care to put all in the prize to death, and then sink her. The 6 pirates, who proceeded to execute his savage demand, were all armed alike. They each carried a brace of pistols, a cutlass, and a long knife. Their dress was composed of a sort of coarse cotton checkered jacket and trousers, shirts that were open at the collar, red woolen caps, and broad canvas waist belts, into which were the pistols and the knives. They were all athletic men, and seemed such as might well be trusted with the sanguinary errand on which they were dispatched. While the boat was conveying them, Soto held in his hand a cutlass, reddened with the blood of the murdered captain, and stood scowling on them with silence, while another ruffian with a lighted match stood by the long gun, ready to support the boarding, if necessary, with a shot that would sweep the deck. As the boarders approached the Morning Star, the terror of the females became excessive. They clung to their husbands in despair, who endeavored to allay their fears by their own vain hopes, assuring them that a quiet submission nothing more than the plunder of the vessel was to be apprehended. But a few minutes miserably undeceived them. The pirates rapidly mounted the side, and as they jumped on deck, commenced to cut right and left at all within their reach, uttering at the same time the most dreadful oaths. The females, screaming, hurried to hide themselves below as well as they were able, and the men fell or fled before the pirates, leaving them entire masters of the decks. When the pirates had succeeded in effectively prostrating all the people on the deck, they drove most of them below, and reserved the remainder to assist in their operations. Unless the circumstances be closely examined, it may be wondered how 6 men could have so easily overcome a crew of English seamen supported by about 20 soldiers with a major at their head. But it will not appear so surprising when it is considered that the sailors were altogether unarmed, the soldiers were worn out invalids, and more particularly that the pirate carried a heavy long gun, ready to sink her victim at a shot. Major Logie was fully impressed with the folly of opposing so powerful and desperate an enemy, and therefore advised submission as the only course for the safety of those under his charge, presuming no doubt that something like humanity might be found in the breast even of the worst of men. But alas! he was woefully deceived in his estimate of the villain's nature, and felt, when too late, that even death would have been preferable to the barbarous treatment he was forced to endure. Beaten, bleeding, terrified, the men lay huddled together in the hold, while the pirates proceeded in their work of pillage and brutality. Every trunk was hauled forth, every portable article of value heaped for the plunder. Money, plate, charts, nautical instruments, and 7 parcels of valuable jewels, which formed part of the cargo. These were carried from below on the backs of those men whom the pirates selected to assist them, and for 2 hours they were thus employed, during which time Soto stood upon his own deck, directing their operations, for the vessels were within 100 yards of each other. The scene which took place in the cabin exhibited a lascivious brutality. The sick officer, Mr. Gibson, was dragged from his berth, the clothes of the other passengers stripped from their backs, and the whole of the cabin passengers driven on deck, except the females, whom they locked up in the round house on deck, and the steward, who was detained to serve the pirates with wine and eatables. His treatment no doubt hastened the death of Gibson. The unfortunate gentleman did not long survive it. As the passengers were forced up the cabin ladder, the feelings of Major Logie, it may be imagined, were of the most heart-rending description. In vain did he entreat to be allowed to remain. He was hurried away from even the chance of protecting his defenseless wife, and battened down with the rest in the hold, there to be racked with the fearful apprehensions of their almost certain doom. The labors of the robbers being now concluded, they sat down to regale themselves, preparatory to the chef d'oeuvre of their diabolical enterprise, and a more terrible group of demi-devils, the steward declares, could not be well imagined than commanded his attention at the cabin table. However, as he was a Frenchman, and naturally polite, he acquitted himself of the office of cupbearer, if not as gracefully, at least as anxiously, as ever did Ganymede herself. Yet, notwithstanding this readiness to serve the visitors in their gastronomic desires, the poor steward felt ill requited. He was twice frightened into an icicle, and twice thawed back into conscious horror, by the rudeness of those he entertained. In one instance, when he had filled out a sparkling glass for a ruffian, and believed he had quite won the heart of the drinker by the act, he found himself grasped roughly and tightly by the throat, and the point of a knife staring him in the face. It seems the fellow who thus seized him had felt between his teeth a sharp bit of broken glass, and fancying that something had been put in the wine to poison him, he determined to prove his suspicions by making the steward swallow what remained in the bottle from which the liquor had been drawn, and thus unceremoniously prefaced his command. However, ready and implicit obedience averted further bad consequences. The other instance of the steward's jeopardy was this. When the repast was ended, one of the gentlemen coolly requested him to waive all delicacy, and point out the place in which the captain's money was concealed. He might as well have asked him to produce the philosopher's stone. However, pleading the truth was of no use. His determined requisitor seconded the demand by snapping a pistol at his breast. Having misfired, he recocked and again presented, but the fatal weapon was struck aside by Barbazan, who reproved the rashness with a threat, and thus averted the steward's impending fate. It was then, with feeling of satisfaction, he heard himself ordered to go down to the hold, and in a moment he was bolted in among his fellow sufferers. The ruffians indulged in the pleasure of the bottle for some time longer, and then having ordered down the females, treated them with even less humanity than characterized their conduct towards the others. The screams of the helpless females were heard in the hold by those who were unable to render them assistance, and agonizing, indeed, must these screams have been in their incarcerated bearers. How far the brutality of pirates was carried in this stage of the horrid proceedings we can only surmise. Fortunately, their lives were spared, although, as it afterwards appeared, the orders of Soto were to butcher every being on board, and it is thought that those orders were not put into action in consequence of the villains having wasted so much time in drinking and otherwise indulging themselves, for it was not until the loud voice of their chief was heard to recall them that they prepared to leave the ship. They therefore contented themselves with fastening the women within the cabin, heaping heavy lumber on the hatches of the hold, and boring holes in the planks of the vessel below the surface of the water, so that in destroying the unhappy people at one swoop they might make up for the lost time. They then left the ship, sinking fast to her apparently certain fate. It may be reasonably supposed, bad as their conduct was towards the females, and pitiable as was the suffering it produced, that the lives of the whole left to perish were preserved through it, for the ship must have gone down if the women had been either taken out of her or murdered, and those in the hold inevitably have gone with her to the bottom. But by good fortune the females succeeded in forcing their way out of the cabin, and became the means of liberating the men confined in the hold. When they came on deck it was nearly dark, yet they could see the pirate ship at a considerable distance. With all her sails set and bearing away from them, they prudently waited, concealed from the possibility of being seen by the enemy, and when the night fell they crept to the hatchway, and called out to the men below to endeavor to effect their liberation, informing them that the pirate was away and out of sight. They then united their efforts, and the lumber being removed, the hatches gave way to the force below, so that the released captives breathed of hope again. The delightful draught, however, was checked when the ship was found to contain 6 feet of water. A momentary collapse took possession of all their newly excited expectation. Cries and groans of despair burst forth, but the sailors' energy quickly returned and was followed by that of others. They set to work at the pumps, and by dint of labor succeeded in keeping the vessel afloat. Yet to direct her course was impossible, the pirates having completely disabled her, by cutting away her rigging, and sawing the mast all the way through. The eye of Providence, however, was not averted from the hapless people, for they fell in with a vessel next day that relieved them from their distressing situation, and brought them to England in safety. We will now return to Soto, and show how the hand of that Providence that secured his intended victims fell upon himself and his wicked associates. Intoxicated with their infamous success, the night had far advanced before Soto learned that the people in the Morning Star, instead of being slaughtered, were only left to be drowned. The information excited his utmost rage. He reproached Barbazan and those who had accompanied them in the boarding with disobeying his orders, and declared that now there could be no security for their lives. Late as the hour was, and long as he had been steering away from the Morning Star, he determined to put back, in the hope of eventually preventing the escape of those in the devoted vessel by seeing them destroyed before his eyes. Soto was a follower of the principle inculcated by the old maxim, "Dead men tell no tales," and in pursuit of his doctrine lost not a moment in putting about and running back. But it was too late. He could find no trace of the vessel, and so consoled himself with the belief that she was at the bottom of the sea, many fathoms below the keen and cognizance of Admiralty courts. Soto, thus satisfied, bent his course to Europe. On his voyage he fell in with a small brig, boarded, plundered, sunk her, and that he might not again run the hazard of encountering living witnesses of his guilt, murdered the crew, with the exception of one individual, whom he took along with him, on account of his knowledge of the course to Corunna, whither he intended to proceed. But faithful to his principle of self-protection, as soon as he had made full use of the unfortunate sailor, and found himself in sight of the destined port, he came up to him at the helm, which he held in his hand. "My friend," said he, "is that the harbor of Corunna?" "Yes," was the reply. "Then," rejoined Soto, "you have done your duty well, and I am obliged to you for your services." On the instant he drew a pistol and shot the man, then coolly flung his body overboard, took the helm himself, and steered into his native harbor as little concerned if he had returned from an honest voyage. At this port he obtained papers in a false name, disposed of a great part of his booty, and after a short stay set out for Cadiz, where he expected a market for the remainder. He had a fair wind until he came within sight of the coast near that city. It was coming on dark, and he lay to, expecting to go into his anchorage next morning. But the wind shifted to the westward, and suddenly began to blow a heavy gale. It was right on the land. He luffed his ship as close to the wind as possible, in order to clear a point that stretched outward, and beat off a windward, but his lee way carried him towards the land, and he was caught when he least expected the trap. The gale increased, the night grew pitchy dark, the roaring breakers were on his lee beam, the drifting vessel strikes, rebounds, and strikes again. The cry of horror rings through the flapping cordage, and despair is in the eyes of the demon crew. Helpless they lie amid the wraths of the storm, and darkened face of heaven, for the first time, strikes terror on their guilty hearts. Death is before them, but not with a merciful quickness does he approach. Hour after hour the frightful vision glares upon them, and at length disappears only to come upon them again in a more dreadful form. The tempest abates, and the sinners were spared for the time. As the daylight broke, they took to their boats, and abandoned the vessel to preserve their lives. But there was no repentance in the pirates. Along with the night and the winds went the voice of conscience, and they thought no more of what had passed. They stood upon the beach gazing at the wreck, and the first thought of Soto was to sell it, and purchase another vessel for the renewal of his atrocious pursuits. With a marked decision of his character, he proposed his intention to his followers, and received their full approbation. The plan was instantly arranged. They were to present themselves as honest, shipwrecked mariners to the authorities at Cadiz. Soto was to take upon himself the office of mate, or contramaestre, to an imaginary captain, and thus obtain their sanction in disposing of the vessel. In their assumed character, the whole proceeded to Cadiz, and presented themselves before the proper officers of the marine. Their story was listened to with sympathy, and for a few days everything went on their satisfaction. Soto had succeeded so well as to conclude the sale of the wreck with a broker. For the sum of $1,750 the contract was signed, but fortunately the money was not yet paid. When suspicion arose from some inconsistencies in the pirates' account of themselves, and 6 of them were arrested by the authorities, Soto and one of his crew instantly disappeared from Cadiz, and succeeded in arriving at the neutral ground before Gibraltar, and 6 more made their escape to the Caracas. None are permitted to enter the fortress of Gibraltar without permission from the governor or a passport. Soto and his companion, therefore, took up their quarters at a posada on the neutral ground, and resided there in security for several days. The busy and daring mind of the former could not long remain inactive. He proposed to his companion to attempt to enter the garrison in disguise and by stealth, but could not avail upon him to consent. He therefore resolved to go in alone, and his object in doing so was to procure a supply of money by a letter of credit, which he brought with him from Cadiz. His companion, more wise than he, chose the safer course. He knew that the neutral ground was not much controllable by the laws either of the Spanish or the English, and although there was not much probability of being discovered, he resolved not to trust to chance in so great a stake as his life, and he proved to have been right in his judgment, for had he gone to Gibraltar, he would have shared the same fate of his chief. This man is the only one of the whole gang who had not met with the punishment of his crimes, for he succeeded in effecting his escape on board some vessel. It is not even suspected to what country he is gone, but his description, no doubt, is registered. The steward of the Morning Star informed me that he is a tall, stout man, with fair hair and fresh complexion, of a mild and gentle countenance, but that he was one of the worst villains of the whole piratical crew. I believe he is stated to be a Frenchman. Soto secured his admission into the garrison by a false pass, and took up his residence at an inferior tavern in a narrow lane which runs off the main street of Gibraltar, and is kept by a man by the name of Basso. The appearance of his house suits well with the associations of the worthy Benito's life. I have occasion to pass the door frequently at night, for our barrack, the casement, is but a few yards from it. I never look at the place without feeling an involuntary sensation of horror. The smoky and dirty nooks, the distant groups of dark Spaniards, Moors, and Jews, their shallow countenances made yellow by the fight of dim oil lamps, the unceiled rafters of the room above, seen through unshuttered windows, and the consciousness of their having covered the atrocious Soto, combined this effect upon me. In this den the villain remained for a few weeks, and during this time seemed to enjoy himself, as if he had never committed a murder. The story he told Basso of his circumstances was, that he had come to Gibraltar on his way to Cadiz from Malaga, and were merely awaiting the arrival of a friend. He dressed expensively, generally wore a white hat of the best English quality, silk stockings, white trousers, and blue frock coat. His whiskers were large and bushy, and his hair, which was very black, profuse, long, and naturally curled, was much in the style of a London preacher of prophetic and anti-poetic notoriety. He was deeply browned with the sun, and had an air and gait expressive of his bold, enterprising, and desperate mind. Indeed, when I saw him in his cell and at his trial, although his frame was attenuated almost to a skeleton, the color of his face a pale yellow, his eyes sunken, and hair closely shorn, he still exhibited strong traces of what he had been, still retained his erect and fearless carriage, his quick, fiery, malevolent eyes, his hurried and concise speech, and his close and pertinent style of remark. He appeared to me such a man as would have made a hero in the ranks of his country, had circumstances placed him in the proper road to fame. But ignorance and poverty turned into the most ferocious robber, one who might have rendered service and been an honour to his sunken country. I should like to hear what the phrenologists say of his head. It appears to me to be the most peculiar I had ever seen, and certainly, as far as the bump of destructiveness went, bore the theory fully out. It is rumoured here that the skull has been sent to the savants of Edinburgh. If this is the case, we shall no doubt be made acquainted with their sage opinions upon the subject, and great conquerors will receive a further assurance of how much they resemble in their physical nature the greatest murderers. When I visited the pirate in the Moorish castle where he was confined, he was sitting in his cold, narrow, miserable cell upon a pallet of straw, eating his coarse meal from a tin plate. I thought him more an object of pity than vengeance. He looked so worn with disease, so crushed with suffering, yet so affable, frank, and kind in his address, for he had happened to be in a communicative mood, a thing that was by no means common with him. He spoke of his long confinement, till I thought the tears were about to start from his eyes, and alluded to his approaching trial with satisfaction. But his predominant characteristic, ferocity, appeared in his small piercing black eyes before I left him, as he alluded to his keeper, the provost, in such a way that made me suspect his desire for blood was not yet extinguished. When he appeared in court on his trial, his demeanour was quite altered. He seemed to me to have suddenly risen out of the wretch he was in his cell, to all the qualities I had heard of him. He stood erect and unembarrassed. He spoke with a strong voice, attended closely to the proceedings, occasionally examined the witnesses, and at the conclusion protested against the justice of his trial. He sometimes spoke to the guards around him, and sometimes affected an air of carelessness of his awful situation, which, however, did not sit easy upon him. Even here the leading trait of his mind broke forth, for when the interpreter commenced his office, the language which he made use of being pedantic and affected, Soto interrupted him thus, while a scowl sat upon his brow that terrified the man of words: "I don't understand you, man. Speak Spanish like others, and I'll listen to you." When the dirk that belonged to Mr. Robinson, the trunk and clothes taken from Mr. Gibson, and the pocket book containing the ill-fated captain's handwriting were placed before him, and proved to have been found in his room, and when the maid servant of the tavern proved that she found the dirk under his pillow every morning on arranging his bed, and when he was confronted with his own black slave between two wax lights, the countenance of the villain appeared in its true nature, not depressed nor sorrowful, but vivid and ferocious. And when the patient and dignified governor, Sir George Donne, passed the judge's sentence of the law upon him, he looked daggers at his heart, and assumed a horrid silence, more eloquent than words. The criminal persisted up to the day before his execution in asserting his innocence, and inveighing against the injustice of his trial, but the certainty of his fate, and the awful voice of religion, at length subdued him. He made an unreserved confession of his guilt, and became truly penitent, gave up to the keeper the blade of a razor which he had secreted between the soles of his shoes for the acknowledged purpose of adding suicide to his crimes, and seemed to wish for the moment that was to send him before his Creator. I witnessed his execution, and I believe there never was a more contrite man than he appeared to be, yet there was no drivelling fears upon him. He walked firmly at the tail of the fatal cart, gazing sometimes at his coffin, sometimes at the crucifix which he held in his hand. The symbol of divinity he frequently pressed to his lips, repeated the prayer spoken in his ear by the attendant clergyman, and seemed regardless of everything but the world to come. The gallows were erected beside the water, and fronting the neutral ground. He mounted the cart as firmly as he had walked behind it, and held up his face to heaven in the beating rain, calm, resigned, but unshaken. And finding the halter too high for his neck, he boldly stepped upon his coffin, and placed his head in the noose. Then watching the first turns of the wheels, he murmured, Adios todos, farewell all, and leaned forward to facilitate his fall. The black slave of the pirate stood upon the battery trembling before his dying master to behold the awful termination of a series of events, the recital of which to his African countrymen, when he shall return to his home, will give them no doubt a dreadful picture of European civilization. The black boy was acquitted at Cadiz, but the men who had fled to the Caracas, as well as those arrested after the wreck, were convicted, executed, their limbs severed, and hung on tenterhooks as a warning to all pirates. End of chapter 9. Recording by Ben Wilford of Jackson, Tennessee.
Section 10 of The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian von Diedenroth. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Section 10. The Adventures of Captain Robert Kidd. The easy access to the harbor of New York, the number of hiding places about its waters, and the laxity of its newly organized government about the year 1695 made it a great rendezvous of pirates, where they might dispose of their booty and concert new depredations. As they brought home with them wealthy lading of all kinds, the luxuries of the tropics, and the sumptuous spoils of the Spanish provinces, and disposed of them with the proverbial carelessness of freebooters, they were welcome visitors to the thrifty traders of New York. Crews of these desperadoes, therefore, the renegades of every country and every clime, might be seen swaggering in open day about the streets, elbowing its quiet inhabitants, trafficking their rich outlandish plunder at half or quarter price to the wary merchant, and then squandering their prize money in taverns, drinking, gambling, singing, carousing, and astounding the neighborhood with midnight brawl and revelry. At length, these excesses rose to such a height as to become a scandal to the provinces, and to call loudly for the interposition of government. Measures were accordingly taken to put a stop to this widely extended evil, and to drive the pirates out of the colonies. Among the distinguished individuals who lurked about the colonies was Captain Robert Kidd. His real name was William Kidd, who in the beginning of King William's War commanded a privateer in the West Indies, and by his several adventurous actions acquired the reputation of a brave man, as well as an experienced seaman. But he had now become notorious as a nondescript animal of the ocean. He was somewhat of a trader, something more of a smuggler, but mostly a pirate. He had traded many years among the pirates in a little rakish vessel that could run into all kinds of water. He knew all their haunts and lurking places, and was always hooking about on mysterious voyages. Upon the good old maxim of setting a rogue to catch a rogue, Captain Kidd was recommended by the Lord Bellamont, then governor of Barbados, as well as by several other persons, to the government here as a person very fit to be entrusted to the command of a government ship, and to be employed in cruising upon the pirates, as knowing those seas perfectly well, and being acquainted with all their lurking places. But what reasons governed the politics of those times I cannot tell. But this proposal met with no encouragement here, though it is certain it would have been of great consequence to the subject, our merchants suffering incredible damages by those robbers. Upon this neglect, the Lord Bellamont and some others, who knew what great captures had been made by the pirates, and what prodigious wealth must be in their possession, were tempted to fit out a ship at their own private charge, and to give the command of her to Captain Kidd, and to give the thing a greater reputation, as well as to keep their seamen under better command, they procured the king's commission for the said Captain Kidd, of which the following is an exact copy. William Rex, William the Third, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, and so on. To our trusty and well-beloved Captain Robert Kidd, commander of the ship the Adventure Galley, or to any other, the commander of the same for the time being, greeting. Whereas we are informed that Captain Thomas II, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Wake, and Captain William Mays or Mace, and other subjects, natives or inhabitants of New York and elsewhere, in our plantations in America, have associated themselves with divers others wicked and ill-disposed persons, and do, against the law of nations, commit many and great piracies, robberies, and depredations on the seas upon the parts of America, and in other parts, to the great hindrance and discouragement of trade and navigation, and to the great danger and hurt of our loving subjects, our allies, and all others, navigating the seas upon their lawful occasions. Now, know ye, that we being desirous to prevent the aforesaid mischiefs, and as much as in us lies, to bring the said pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers to justice, have thought fit, and do hereby give and grant to the said Robert Kidd, to whom our commissions for exercising the office of Lord High Admiral of England have granted a commission as a private man of war, bearing date the 11th day of December, 1695, and unto the commander of said ship for the time being, and unto the officers, mariners, and others which shall be under your command, full power and authority to apprehend, seize, and take into your custody, as well the said Captain Thomas II, John Ireland, Captain Thomas Wake, and Captain William Mays or Mace, as all such pirates, freebooters, and sea rovers, being either our subjects or of other nations associated with them, which you shall meet with upon the seas or coasts of America, or upon any other seas or coasts, which are the ships and vessels, and all such merchandises, money, goods, and wares, as shall be found on board or with them. In any case, they shall willingly yield themselves, but if they will not yield without fighting, then you are by force to compel them to yield, and we also require you to bring or cause to be brought such pirates, freebooters, or sea rovers as you shall seize to a legal trial, to the end they may be proceeded against according to the law in such cases, and we do hereby command all our officers, ministers, and other our loving subjects whatsoever to be aiding and assisting to you in the premises, and we do hereby enjoin you to keep an exact journal of your proceedings in execution of the premises, and set down the names of such pirates and of their officers and company, and the names of such ships and vessels as you shall by virtue of these presents take and seize, and the quantities of arms, ammunition, provision, and lading of such ships, and the true value of the same, as near as you judge. And we do hereby strictly charge and command you, as you will answer to the contrary, at your peril, that you do not in any manner offend or molest our friends or allies, their ships or subjects, by color or pretense of these presents, or the authority granted. In witness whereof we have caused our great seal of England to be affixed to these presents, given at our court in Kensington, the 26th day of January, 1695, in the 7th year of our reign. Captain Kidd had also another commission, which was called a commission of reprisals. For it being then wartime, this commission was to justify him in the taking of French merchant ships, in case he should meet with any. But as this commission is nothing to our present purpose, we shall not burthen the reader with it. Previous to sailing, Captain Kidd buried his Bible on the seashore, in Plymouth Sound, its divine precepts being so at variance with his wicked course of life that he did not choose to keep a book which condemned him in his lawless career. With these two commissions he sailed out of Plymouth in May 1696 in the Adventure Galley of 30 guns and 80 men. The place he first designed for was New York. In his voyage thither he took a French banker, but this was no act of piracy, he having a commission for that purpose, as we have just observed. When he arrived at New York, he put up articles for engaging more hands, it being necessary to his ship's crew, since he proposed to deal with a desperate enemy. The terms he offered were that every man should have a share of what was taken, reserving for himself and owners 40 shares, upon which encouragement he soon increased his company to 155 men. With this company he sailed first for Madeira, where he took in wine and some other necessaries. From thence he proceeded to Bonavista, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, to furnish the ship with salt, and from thence went immediately to St. Jago, another of the Cape de Verde Islands, in order to stock himself with provisions. When all this was done, he bent his course to Madagascar, the known rendezvous of pirates. In his way, he fell in with Captain Warren, commodore of 3 men of war. He acquainted him with his design, kept them company 2 or 3 days, and then leaving them, made the best of his way for Madagascar, where he arrived in February 1696, just 9 months from his departure from Plymouth. It happened that at this time the pirate ships were most of them out in search of prey, so that according to the best intelligence Captain Kidd could get, there was not one of them at that time about the island. Wherefore, having spent some time in watering his ship, and taking in more provisions, he thought of trying his fortune on the coast of Malabar, where he arrived in the month of June following, 4 months from his reaching Madagascar. Hereabouts he made an unsuccessful cruise, touching sometimes at the island of Mohila and sometimes at the Johanna between Malabar and Madagascar. His provisions were every day wasting, and his ship began to want repair. Wherefore, when he was at Johanna, he found means of borrowing a sum of money from some Frenchmen who had lost their ship, but saved their effects, and with this he purchased materials for putting his ship in good repair. It does not appear all this while that he had the least design of turning pirate, for near Mohila and Johanna both he met with several Indian ships richly laden, to which he did not offer the least violence, though he was strong enough to have done what he pleased with them. And the first outrage or depredation I find he committed upon mankind was after his repairing his ship and leaving Johanna. He touched at a place called Mabi upon the Red Sea, where he took some guinea corn from the natives by force. After this, he sailed to Bab's Key, a place upon a little island at the entrance of the Red Sea. Here it was that he first began to open himself to his ship's company, and let them understand that he intended to change his measures, for, happening to talk of the Mocha fleet, which was to sail that way, he said, "We have been unsuccessful hitherto, but courage, my boys, we'll make our fortunes out of this fleet." And finding that none of them appeared averse to it, he ordered a boat out, well manned, to go upon the coast to make discoveries, commanding them to take a prisoner and bring him to him, or get intelligence any way they could. The boat returned in a few days, bringing him word that they saw 14 or 15 ships ready to sail, some with English, some with Dutch, and some with Moorish colors. We cannot account for this sudden change in his conduct, otherwise than by supposing that he first meant well, while he had hopes of making his fortune by taking of pirates, but now, weary of ill success, and fearing lest his owners, out of humor at their great expenses, should dismiss him, and he should want employment, and be marked out for an unlucky man, rather, I say, than run the hazard of poverty, he resolved to do his business one way, since he could not do it another. He therefore ordered a man continually to watch at the masthead, lest this fleet should go by them, and about 4 days later, towards evening, it appeared in sight, being convoyed by one English and one Dutch man of war. Kidd soon fell in with them, and getting into the midst of them, fired at a Moorish ship which was next him. But the men of war, taking the alarm, bore down upon Kidd, and firing upon him, obliged him to steer off, he not being strong enough to contend with them. Now he had begun hostilities. He resolved to go on, and therefore he went and cruised along the coast of Malabar. The first prize he met was a small vessel belonging to Aden. The vessel was Moorish, and the owners were Moorish merchants. But the master was an Englishman. His name was Parker. Kidd forced him and a Portuguese that was called Don Antonio, which were all the Europeans on board, to take on with him. The first he designed as a pilot, and the last as an interpreter. He also used the men very cruelly, causing them to be hoisted up by the arms and drubbed with a naked cutlass to force them to discover whether they had money on board, and where it lay. But as they had neither gold nor silver on board, he got nothing by his cruelty. However, he took from them a bale of pepper and a bale of coffee, and so let them go. A little time after he touched at Carawar, a place upon the same coast, where before he arrived the news of what he had done to the Moorish ship had reached them, for some of the English merchants there had received an account of it from the owners, who corresponded with men, wherefore, as soon as Kidd came in, he was suspected to be the person who committed this piracy, and when Mr. Harvey and Mr. Mason, two of the English factory, came upon board and asked for Parker and Antonio, the Portuguese. But Kidd denied that he knew any such persons, having secured them both in a private place in the hold, where they were kept for 7 or 8 days, that is, till Kidd sailed from thence. However, the coast was alarmed, and a Portuguese man of war was sent out to cruise. Kidd met with her, and fought her about 6 hours, gallantly enough, but finding her too strong to be taken, he quitted her, for he was able to run away from her when he would. Then he went to a place called Porca, where he watered his ship and bought a number of hogs of the natives to victual his company. Soon after this, he came up with a Moor ship, the master whereof was a Dutchman called Schipper Mitchell, and chased her under French colors, which they, observing, hoisted French colors too. When he came up with her, he hailed her in French, and they, having a Frenchman on board, answered him in the same language, upon which he ordered them to send their boat on board. They were obliged to do so, and having examined who they were, and from whence they came, he asked the Frenchman who was a passenger if he had a French pass for himself. The Frenchman gave him to understand that he had. Then he told the Frenchman that he must pass for a captain, and by, says he, you are the captain. The Frenchman durst not refuse doing as he would have him. The meaning of this was that he would seize the ship as fair prize, and as if she had belonged to French subjects, according to a commission he had for that purpose, though one would think, after what he had already done, he need not have recourse to a quibble to give his actions a color. In short, he took the cargo and sold it some time after, yet he still seemed to have some fears upon him, lest these proceedings should have a bad end, for, coming up with a Dutch ship some time after, when his men thought of nothing but attacking her, Kidd opposed it. Upon which a mutiny arose, and the majority being for taking the said ship, and arming themselves to man the boat to go and seize her, he told them, such as did, never should come on board him again, which put an end to the design, so that he kept company with the said ship some time, without offering her any violence. However, this dispute was the occasion of an accident, upon which an indictment was grounded against Kidd, for Moore, the gunner, being one day upon deck, and talking with Kidd about the said Dutch ship, some words arose between them, and Moore told Kidd that he had ruined them all, upon which Kidd, calling him a dog, took up a bucket and struck him with it, which breaking his skull, he died next day. But Kidd's penitential fit did not last long, for coasting along Malabar, he met with a great number of boats, all of which he plundered. Upon the same coast he also fell in with a Portuguese ship, which he kept possession of a week, and then having taken out of her some chests of India goods, 30 jars of butter, with some wax, iron, and 100 bags of rice, he let her go. Much about the same time he went to one of the Malabar islands for wood and water, and his cooper, being ashore, was murdered by the natives, upon which Kidd himself landed, and burnt and pillaged several of their houses, the people running away, but having taken one, he caused him to be tied to a tree, and commanded one of his men to shoot him. Then putting to sea again, he took the greatest prize which fell into his hands while he followed this trade. This was a Moorish ship of 400 tons, richly laden, named the Queda Merchant, the master whereof was an Englishman, by the name of Wright, for the Indians often make use of English or Dutchmen to command their ships, their own mariners not being so good artists in navigation. Kidd chased her under French colors, and having come up with her, he ordered her to hoist out her boat and send on board of him, which being done, he told Wright he was his prisoner, and informing himself concerning the said ship, he understood there were no Europeans on board, except 2 Dutch and 1 Frenchman, all the rest being Indians or Armenians, and that the Armenians were part owners of the cargo. Kidd gave the Armenians to understand that if they would offer anything that was worth his taking for their ransom, he would hearken to it, upon which they proposed to pay him 20,000 rupees, not quite £3,000 sterling. But Kidd judged this would be making a bad bargain, wherefore he rejected it, and setting the crew on shore at different places on the coast, he soon sold as much of the cargo as came to £10,000. With part of it he also trafficked, receiving in exchange provisions or such other goods as he wanted. By degrees he disposed of the whole cargo, and when the division was made, it came to about £200 a man, and having reserved 40 shares to himself, his divided amounted to about £8,000 sterling. The Indians along the coast came on board and trafficked with all freedom, and he punctually performed his bargains, till about the time he was ready to sail, and then, thinking he should have no further occasion for them, he made no scruple of taking their goods and setting them on shore, without any payment in money or goods, which they little expected, for as they had been used to deal with pirates, they always found them men of honor in the way of trade, a people enemies to deceit, and that scorned to rob but in their own way. Kidd put some of his men on board the Quedagh Merchant, and with this ship and his own sailed for Madagascar. As soon as he had arrived and cast anchor, there came on board of him a canoe, in which were several Englishmen, who had formerly been well acquainted with Kidd. As soon as they saw him, they saluted him, and told him they were informed he was come to take them and hang them, which would be a little unkind in such an old acquaintance. Kidd soon dissipated their doubts, by swearing he had no such design, and that he was now in every aspect their brother, and just as bad as they, and calling for a cup of bamboo, drank their captain's health. These men belonged to a pirate ship, called the Resolution, formerly the Mocha Merchant, whereof one Captain Culliford was commander, and which lay at anchor not far from them. Kidd went on board with them, promising them his friendship and assistance, and Culliford, in his turn, came on board of Kidd, and Kidd, to testify his sincerity in iniquity, finding Culliford in want of some necessaries, made him a present of an anchor and some guns, to fit him out for sea again. The Adventure galley was now so old and leaky that they were forced to keep 2 pumps continually going, wherefore Kidd shifted all the guns and tackle out of her into the Quedagh Merchant, intending her for his man of war, and as he had divided the money before, he now made a division of the remainder of the cargo, soon after which the greatest part of the company left him, some going on board Captain Culliford, and others absconding into the country, so that he had not above 40 men left. He put to sea and happened to touch at Amboina, one of the Dutch Spice Islands, where he was told that the news of his actions had reached England, and that he was there declared a pirate. The truth of it is, his piracy so alarmed our merchants that some motions were made in Parliament to inquire into the commission that was given him and the persons who fitted him out. These proceedings seemed to lean a little hard upon Lord Bellamont, who thought himself so touched thereby that he published a justification of himself in a pamphlet, after Kidd's execution. In the meantime, was thought advisable, in order to stop the course of these piracies, to publish a proclamation, offering the king's free pardon to all such pirates as should voluntarily surrender themselves, whatever piracies they had been guilty of at any time before the last day of April, 1699. That is to say, for all piracies committed eastward of the Cape of Good Hope to the longitude and meridian of Socotora and Cape Cormoran, in which proclamation Avery and Kidd were accepted by name. When Kidd left Amboina, he knew nothing of this proclamation, for certainly, had he had notice of his being accepted in it, he would not have been so infatuated as to run himself into the very jaws of danger, but relying upon his interest with the Lord Bellamont, and fancying that a French pass or two he found on board some of the ships he took would serve to countenance the matter, and that part of the booty he got would gain him new friends, I say all these things made him flatter himself that all would be hushed, and that justice would but wink at him. Wherefore he sailed directly for Boston laden with booty, with a crew of swaggering companions at his heels. But no sooner did he show himself in Boston than the alarm was given of his reappearance, and measures were taken to arrest him. The daring character which Kidd had acquired, however, and the desperate fellows who followed like bulldogs at his heels, caused a little delay in his arrest. He took advantage of this to bury the greater part of his immense treasure, which has never been found, and then carried a high head about the streets of Boston. He even attempted to defend himself when arrested, but was secured and thrown into prison. Such was the formidable character of this pirate and his crew, that a frigate was sent to convey them to England for trial. Accordingly, a sessions of Admiralty being held at the Old Bailey in May 1701, Captain Kidd, Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Robert Lumley, William Jenkins, Gabriel Loff, Hugh Parrott, Richard Barleycorn, Abel Owens, and Darby Mullins were arraigned for piracy and robbery on the high seas, and all found guilty except 3. These were Robert Lumley, William Jenkins, and Richard Barleycorn, who, proving themselves to be apprentices to some of the officers of the ship, and producing their indentures in court, were acquitted. The 3 above mentioned, though they were proved to be concerned in taking and sharing the ship and goods mentioned in the indictment, yet, as the gentleman of the long robe rightly distinguished, there was a great difference between their circumstances and the rest. For there must go an intention of the mind and a freedom of the will to the committing an act of felony or piracy. A pirate is not to be understood to be under constraint, but a free agent. For in this case, the bare act will not make a man guilty unless the will make it so. Now a servant, it is true, if he go voluntarily and have his proportion, he must be accounted a pirate, for then he acts upon his own account, and not by compulsion. And these persons, according to the evidence, received their part, but whether they accounted to their masters for their shares afterwards is the matter in question. And what distinguishes them as free agents, or men that did go under the compulsion of their masters, which being left to the consideration of the jury, they found them not guilty. Kidd was tried upon an indictment of murder also, viz. For killing Moore, the gunner, and found guilty of the same. Nicholas Churchill and James Howe pleaded the king's pardon, as having surrendered themselves within the time limited in the proclamation, and Colonel Bass, governor of West Jersey, to whom they surrendered, being in court, and called upon, proved the same. However, this plea was overruled by the court, because there being 4 commissioners named in the proclamation, viz. Captain Thomas Warren, Israel Hayes, Peter Delanoy, and Christopher Pollard, esquires, who were appointed commissioners and sent over on purpose to receive the submissions of such pirates as should surrender, it was adjudged no other person was qualified to receive their surrender, and that they could not be entitled to the benefit of the said proclamation because they had not in all circumstances complied with the conditions of it. Darby Mullins urged in his defense that he served under the king's commission, and therefore could not disobey his commander without incurring great punishments, that whenever a ship or ships went out upon any expedition under the king's commission, the men were never allowed to call their officers to an account, why they did this or why they did that, because such a liberty would destroy all discipline, that if anything was done which was unlawful, the officers were to answer for it, for the men did no more than their duty in obeying orders. He was told by the court that acting under the commission justified in what was lawful, but not in what was unlawful. He answered, he stood in need of nothing to justify him in what was lawful, but the case of seamen must be very hard, if they must be brought in such danger for obeying the commands of their officers, and punished for not obeying them, and if they were allowed to dispute the orders, there could be no such thing as command kept at sea. This seemed to be the best defense the thing could bear, but his taking a share of the plunder, the seamen's mutinying on board several times, and taking upon them to control the captain, showed there was no obedience paid to the commission, and that they acted in all things according to the custom of pirates and freebooters, which weighing with the jury, they brought him in guilty with the rest. As to Captain Kidd's defense, he insisted much on his own innocence, and the villainy of his men. He said he went out in a laudable employment, and had no occasion, being then in good circumstances, to go a-pirating. That the men often mutinied against him, and did as they pleased, that he was threatened to be shot in the cabin, and that 95 left him at once, and set fire to his boat, so that he was disabled from bringing his ship home, or the prizes he took, to have them regularly condemned, which he said were taken by virtue of a commission under the broad seal, they having French passes. The captain called one Colonel Hewson to his reputation, who gave him an extraordinary character, and declared to the court that he had served under his command and been in 2 engagements with him against the French, in which he fought as well as any man he ever saw, that there were only Kidd's ship and his own against Monsieur de Casse, who commanded a squadron of 6 sail, and they got the better of him. But this being several years before the facts mentioned in the indictment were committed, proved of no manner of service to the prisoner on his trial. As to the friendship shown to Culliford, a notorious pirate, Kidd denied and said he intended to have taken him, but his men being a parcel of rogues and villains, refused to stand by him, and several of them ran away from his ship to the said pirate. But the evidence being full and particular against him, he was found guilty as before mentioned. When Kidd was asked what he had said to say why sentence should not pass against him, he answered that he had nothing to say, but that he had been sworn against by perjured and wicked people. And when sentence was pronounced, he said, "My lord, it is a very hard sentence. For my part, I am the most innocent person of them all. Only I have been sworn against by perjured persons." Wherefore, about a week after, Captain Kidd, Nicholas Churchill, James Howe, Gabriel Loff, Hugh Parrott, Abel Owen, and Darby Mullins were executed at Execution Dock, and afterwards hung up in chains at some distance from each other down the river, where their bodies hung exposed for many years. Kidd died hard, for the rope with which he was first tied up broke with his weight, and he tumbled to the ground. He was tied up a second time, and more effectually. Hence came the story of Kidd's being twice hung. Such is Captain Kidd's true story, but it has given birth to an innumerable progeny of traditions. The report of his having buried great treasures of gold and silver, which he actually did before his arrest, set the brains of all the good people along the coast in a ferment. There were rumors on rumors of great sums of money found here and there, sometimes in one part of the country, sometimes in another, of coins with Moorish inscriptions, doubtless the spoils of his eastern prizes. Some reported the treasure to have been buried in solitary, unsettled places about Plymouth and Cape Cod, but by degrees various other parts, not only on the eastern coast, but along the shores of the Sound, and even Manhattan and Long Island, were gilded by these rumors. In fact, the vigorous measures of Lord Bellomont had spread sudden consternation among the pirates in every part of the provinces. They had secreted their money and jewels in lonely, out-of-the-way places, about the wild shores of the sea-coast, and dispersed themselves over the country. The hand of justice prevented many of them from ever returning to regain their buried treasures, which remain to this day thus secreted and are irrecoverably lost. This is the cause of those frequent reports of trees and rocks bearing mysterious marks, supposed to indicate the spots where treasure lay hidden, and many have been the ransackings after the pirates' booty. A rocky place on the shores of Long Island, called Kidd's Ledge, has received great attention from the money diggers, but they have not as yet discovered any treasures. End of Section 10. Recording by Brian von Diedenroth. www.vondedenroth.com.
Chapter 11 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 11. The bloody career and execution of Vincent Benavides, a pirate on the west coast of South America. Vincent Benavides was the son of the Gallier of Quirihue in the district of Conception. He was a man of ferocious manners, and had been guilty of several murders. Upon the breaking out of the Revolutionary War, he entered the Patriot army as a private soldier, and was a sergeant of grenadiers at the time of the first Chilean Revolution. He, however, deserted to the Spaniards, and was taken prisoner in their service, when they sustained on the plains of Maypo on the 5th of April, 1818, that defeat which decided their fortunes in that part of America and secured the independence of Chile. Benavides, his brother, and some other traitors to the Chilean cause were sentenced to death and brought forth in the plaza, or public square of Santiago, in order to be shot. Benavides, though terribly wounded by the discharge, was not killed, but he had the presence of mind to counterfeit death in so perfect a manner that the imposture was not suspected. The bodies of the traitors were not buried, but dragged away to a distance, and there left to be devoured by the gallinazos, or vultures. The sergeant who had the superintendence of this part of the ceremony had a personal hatred to Benavides, on account of that person having murdered some of his relations, and to gratify his revenge he drew his sword and gave the dead body, as he thought, a severe gash in the side as they were dragging it along. The resolute Benavides had the fortitude to bear this also, without flinching or even showing the least indication of life, and one cannot help regretting that so determined a power of endurance had not been turned to a better purpose. Benavides lay like a dead man in the heap of carcasses until it became dark, and then, pierced with shot and gashed by the sword as he was, he crawled to a neighboring cottage, the inhabitants of which received him with the greatest kindness and attended him with the greatest care. The daring ruffian, who knew the value of his own talents and courage, being aware that General San Martin was planning the expedition to Peru, a service in which there would be much of desperation and danger, sent word to the general that he was alive, and invited him to a secret conference at midnight, in the same plaza in which it was believed Benavides had been shot. The signal agreed upon was, that they should strike fire 3 times with their flints, as that was not likely to be answered by any but the proper party, and yet was not calculated to awaken suspicion. San Martin, alone, and provided with a brace of pistols, met the desperado, and after a long conference it was agreed that Benavides should, in the meantime, go out against the Arakan Indians, but that he should hold himself in readiness to proceed to Peru, when the expedition suited. Having procured the requisite passports, he proceeded to Chile, where, having again diverted the Chileans, he succeeded in persuading the commander of the Spanish troops that he had force sufficient to carry on the war against Chile, and the commander in consequence retired to Valdivia, and left Benavides commander of the whole frontier on the Biobio. Having thus cleared the coast of the Spanish commander, he went over to the Araucans, or rather he formed a band of armed robbers who committed every cruelty, and were guilty of every perfidy in the south of Chile. Wherever Benavides came, his footsteps were marked with blood, and the old men, the women, and the children were butchered, lest they should give notice of his motions. When he had rendered himself formidable by land, he resolved to be equally powerful upon the sea. He equipped a corsair with instructions to capture the vessels of all nations, and as Arucan is directly opposite the island of Santa Maria, where vessels put in for refreshment after having doubled Cape Horn, his situation was well adapted for his purpose. He was but too successful. The first of his prizes was the American ship Hero, which he took by surprise in the night. The second was the Herculia, a brig belonging to the same country. While the unconscious crew were proceeding, as usual, to catch seals on this island, lying about 3 leagues from the mainland of Aruca, an armed body of men rushed from the woods, and overpowering them, tied their hands behind them, and left them under a guard on the beach. These were no other than the pirates, who now took the Herculia's own boats, and going on board surprised the captain and 4 of his crew, who had remained to take care of the brig, and having brought off the prisoners from the beach, threw them all into the hold, closing the hatches over them. They then tripped the vessel's anchor, and sailing over in triumph to Aruca, were received by Benavides with a salute of musketry fired under the Spanish flag, which it was their chief's pleasure to hoist on that day. In the course of the next night Benavides ordered the captain and his crew to be removed to a house on shore, at some distance from the town, then taking them out one by one, he stripped and pillaged them of all they possessed, threatening them the whole time with drawn swords and loaded muskets. Next morning he paid the prisoners a visit and ordered them to the capital, called together the principal people of the town, and desired each to select one as a servant. The captain and 4 others not happening to please the fancy of anyone, Benavides, after saying he would himself take charge of the captain, gave directions, on pain of instant death, that some one should hold themselves responsible for the other prisoners. Some days after this they were called together, and required to serve as soldiers in the pirates' army, an order to which they consented, knowing well by what they had already seen that the consequence of refusal would be fatal. Benavides, though unquestionably a ferocious savage, was, nevertheless, a man of resource, full of activity and of considerable energy of character. He converted the whale spears and harpoons into lances for his cavalry and halberts for his sergeants, and out of the sails he made trousers for half of his army. The carpenters he set to work making baggage carts and repairing his boats. The armorers he kept perpetually at work, mending muskets and making pikes, managing in this way to turn the skill of every one of his prisoners to some useful account. He treated the officers too not unkindly, allowed them to live in his house, and was very anxious on all occasions to have their advice respecting the equipment of his troops. Upon one occasion, when walking with the captain of the Herculia, he remarked that his army was now almost complete in every respect, except in one essential particular, and it cut him, he said, to the soul, to think of such a deficiency. He had no trumpets for his cavalry, and added that it was utterly impossible to make the fellows believe themselves dragoons, unless they heard a blast in their ears at every turn, and neither men nor horses would ever do their duty properly, if not roused to it by the sound of a trumpet. In short, he declared, some device must be hit upon to supply this equipment. The captain, willing to ingratiate himself with a pirate, after a little reflection, suggested to him that trumpets might easily be made of copper sheets on the bottoms of the vessels he had taken. "Very true," cried the delighted chief. "How came I not to think of that before?" Instantly all hands were employed in ripping off the copper, and the armorers being set to work under his personal superintendence, the whole camp, before night, resounded with the warlike blasts of the cavalry. The captain of the ship, who had given him the brilliant idea of the copper trumpets, had by these means so far won upon his good will and confidence as to be allowed a considerable range to walk on. He, of course, was always looking out for some plan of escape, and at length an opportunity occurring, he, with the mate of the Ocean and 9 of his crew, seized 2 whaleboats, imprudently left on the banks of the river, and rowed off. Before quitting the shore, they took the precaution of staving all the other boats, to prevent pursuit, and accordingly, though their escape was immediately discovered, they succeeded in getting so much the start of the people whom Benavides sent in pursuit of them, that they reached St. Mary's Island in safety. Here they caught several seals, upon which they subsisted very miserably till they reached Valparaiso. It was in consequence of their report of Benavides' proceedings, made to Sir Thomas Hardy, the commander-in-chief, that he deemed it proper to send a ship to rescue, if possible, the remaining unfortunate captives at Aruca. Benavides having manned the Herculia, it suited the mate, the captain and crew being detained as hostages, to sail with the brig to Chile, and seek aid from the Spanish governor. The Herculia returned with a 24-pounder, 2 field pieces, 11 Spanish officers, and 20 soldiers, together with the most flattering letters and congratulations to the worthy ally of his most Catholic Majesty. Soon after this he captured the Perseverance, English whaler, and the American brig Ocean, bound for Lima, with several thousand stand of arms on board. The captain of the Herculia, with the mate of the Ocean, and several men, after suffering great hardships, landed at Valparaiso, and gave notice of the proceedings of Benavides, and in consequence Sir Thomas Hardy directed Captain Hall to proceed to Aruca with the convoy, to set the captives free if possible. It was for the accomplishment of this service that Captain Hall sailed from Valparaiso, and he called at Conception on his way, in order to glean information respecting the pirate. Here the captain ascertained that Benavides was between two considerable bodies of Chilean force, on the Chilean side of the Biobio, and one of those bodies between him and the river. Having to wait 2 days at Conception for information, Captain Hall occupied them in observing the place. The country he describes as green and fertile, and having none of the dry and desert character of the environs of Valparaiso. Abundance of vegetables, wood, and also coals are found on the shores of the bay. On the 12th of October the captain heard of the defeat of Benavides, and his flight, alone, across the Biobio into the Araucan country, and also that 2 of the Americans whom he had taken with him had made their escape and were on board the Chacabuco. As these were the only persons who could give Captain Hall information respecting the prisoners of whom he was in quest, he set out in search of the vessel, and after 2 days' search found her at anchor near the island of Mocha. From thence he learned that the captain of the Ocean, with several English and American seamen, had been left at Aruca when Benavides went on his expedition, and he sailed for that place immediately. He was too late, however. The Chilean forces had already made a successful attack, and the Indians had fled, setting fire to the town and the ships. The Indians, who were in league with the Chileans, were every way as wild as those who arrayed themselves under Benavides. Captain Hall, upon his return to Conception, though dissuaded from it by the governor, visited the Indian encampment. When the captain and his associates entered the courtyard, they observed a party seated on the ground, round a great tub of wine, who hailed their entrance with loud shouts, or rather yells, and boisterously demanded their business, to all appearance very little pleased with the interruption. The interpreter became alarmed, and wished them to retire, but this the captain thought imprudent, as each man had his long spear close at hand, resting against the eaves of the house. Had they attempted to escape, they must have been taken, or possibly sacrificed, by these drunken savages. As their best chance seemed to lie in treating them without any show of distrust, they advanced to the circle with a good-humoured confidence, which appeased them considerably. One of the party rose and embraced them in the Indian fashion, which they had learned from the gentlemen who had been prisoners with Benavides. After the ceremony they roared out to them to sit down on the ground, and with the most boisterous hospitality insisted on their drinking with them, a request which they cheerfully complied with. Their anger soon vanished, and was succeeded by mirth and satisfaction, which speedily became as outrageous as their displeasure had been at first. Seizing a favourable opportunity, Captain Hall stated his wish to have an interview with their chief, upon which a message was sent to him, but he did not think fit to show himself for a considerable time, during which they remained with the party round the tub, who continued swilling their wine like so many hogs. Their heads soon became affected, and their obstreperous mirth increasing every minute, the situation of the strangers became by no means agreeable. At length Peneleo's door opened, and the chief made his appearance. He did not condescend, however, to cross the threshold, but leaned against the doorpost to prevent falling, being by some degrees more drunk than any of his people. A more finished picture of a savage cannot be conceived. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man, with a prodigiously large head, and a square-shaped, bloated face, from which peeped out 2 very small eyes, partly hid by an immense superfluity of black, coarse, oily, straight hair, covering his cheeks, hanging over his shoulders, and rendering his head somewhat the shape and size of a beehive. Over his shoulders was thrown a poncho of coarse blanket stuff. He received them very gruffly, and appeared irritated and sulky at having been disturbed. He was still more offended when he learned that they wished to see his captive. They in vain endeavoured to explain their real views, but he grunted out his answer in a tone and manner which showed them plainly that he neither did nor wished to understand them. Whilst in conversation with Peneleo, they stole an occasional glance at his apartment. By the side of the fire burning in the middle of the floor was seated a young Indian woman, with long black hair reaching to the ground. This, they conceived, could be no other than one of the unfortunate persons they were in search of, and they were somewhat disappointed to observe that the lady was neither in tears nor apparently very miserable. They therefore came away impressed with the unsentimental idea that the amiable Peneleo had already made some impression on her young heart. 2 Indians, who were not so drunk as the rest, followed them to the outside of the court, and told them that several foreigners had been taken by the Chileans in the battle near Chilian, and were now safe. The interpreter hinted to them that this was probably invented by these cunning people on hearing their questions in the court, but he advised them as a matter of policy to give them each a piece of money and to get away as far as they could. Captain Hall returned to Conception on the 23rd of October, reached Valparaiso on the 26th, and in 2 weeks thereafter the men of whom he was in search made their appearance. The bloody career of Benavides now drew near to a close. The defeat on the Chilean side of the Biobio and the burning of Aruca with the loss of his vessels he never recovered. At length, in the end of December 1821, discovering the miserable state to which he was reduced, he entreated the Intendant of Conception that he might be received on giving himself up along with his partisans. This generous chief accepted his offer, and informed the supreme government, but in the meantime Benavides embarked in a launch at the mouth of the river Lebo and fled, with the intention of joining a division of the enemy's army, which he supposed to be at some one of the ports on the south coast of Peru. It was indeed absurd to expect any good faith from such an intriguer, for in his letters at this time he offered his services to Chile and promised fidelity, while his real intention was still to follow the enemy. He finally left the unhappy province of Conception, the theatre of so many miserable scenes, overwhelmed with the misery which he had caused, without ever recollecting that it was in that province that he had first drawn his breath. His despair in the boat made his conduct insupportable to those who accompanied him, and they rejoiced when they were obliged to put into the harbour of Topocalma in search of water of which they had run short. He was now arrested by some patriotic individuals. From the notorious nature of his crimes alone, even the most impartial stranger would have condemned him to the last punishment, but the supreme government wished to hear what he had to say for himself, and ordered him to be tried according to the laws. It appearing on his trial that he had placed himself beyond the laws of society, such punishment was awarded him as any one of his crimes deserved. As a pirate he merited death, and as a destroyer of whole towns it became necessary to put him to death in such a manner as might satisfy outraged humanity, and terrify others who should dare to imitate him. In pursuance of the sentence passed upon him, he was dragged from the prison in a pannier tied to the tail of a mule, and was hanged in the great square. His head and hands were afterwards cut off, in order to their being placed upon high poles, to point out the places of his horrid crimes, Santa Juana, Tarpalanca, and Aruca. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 12. The Life of Captain Davis, with an account of his surprising the fort at Gambia. Davis was born in Monmouthshire, and from a boy trained to the sea. His last voyage from England was in the sloop Cadogan from Bristol, in the character of chief mate. This vessel was captured by the pirate England upon the Guinea coast, whose companions plundered the crew and murdered the captain, as is related in England's Life. Upon the death of Captain Skinner, Davis pretended that he was urged by England to become a pirate, but that he resolutely refused. He added that England, pleased with his conduct, had made him captain in room of Skinner, giving him a sealed paper which he was not to open until he was in a certain latitude, and then expressly to follow the given directions. When he arrived at the appointed place, he collected the whole crew, and solemnly read his sealed instructions, which contained a generous grant of the ship and all her stores to Davis and his crew, requesting them to go to Brazil and dispose of the cargo to the best advantage, and make an equal division of the money. Davis then commanded the crew to signify whether they were inclined to follow that mode of life, when, to his astonishment and chagrin, the majority positively refused. Then, in a transport of rage, he desired them to go where they would. Knowing that part of the cargo was consigned to merchants in Barbados, they directed their course to that place. When arrived there, they informed the merchants of the unfortunate death of Skinner, and of the proposal which had been made to them. Davis was accordingly seized and committed to prison, but he having never been in the pirates' service, nothing could be proved to condemn him, and he was discharged without a trial. Convinced that he could never hope for employment in that quarter after this detection, he went to the island of Providence, which he knew to be a rendezvous for pirates. Upon his arrival there, he was grievously disappointed, because the pirates who frequented that place had just accepted of his Majesty's pardon and had surrendered. Captain Rogers having equipped 2 sloops for trade, Davis obtained employment in one of these, called the Buck. They were laden with European goods to a considerable value, which they were to sell or exchange with the French and Spanish. They first touched at the island of Martinique, belonging to the French, and Davis, knowing that many of the men were formerly in the pirates' service, enticed them to seize the master, and to run off with the sloop. When they had effected their purpose, they hailed the other ship, in which they knew that there were many hands ripe for rebellion, and, coming to, the greater part joined Davis. Those who did not choose to adhere to them were allowed to remain in the other sloop and continue their course, after Davis had pillaged her of what things he pleased. In full possession of the vessel, and stores and goods, a large bowl of punch was made. Under its exhilarating influence it was proposed to choose a commander, and to form their future mode of policy. The election was soon over, and a large majority of legal votes were in favor of Davis, and, no scrutiny demanded, Davis was declared duly elected. He then drew up a code of laws to which he himself swore, and required the same bond of alliance from the rest of the crew. He then addressed them in a short and appropriate speech, the substance of which was a proclamation of war with the whole world. They next consulted what part would be most convenient to clean the vessel, and it was resolved to repair to Coxon's Hole, at the east end of the island of Cuba, where they could remain in perfect security, as the entrance was so narrow that one ship could keep out 100. They, however, had no small difficulty in cleaning their vessel, as there was no carpenter among them. They performed that laborious task in the best manner they could, and then made to the north side of Hispaniola. The first sail they met with was a French ship of 12 guns, which they captured, and while they were plundering her, another appeared in view. Inquiring of the Frenchmen, they learned that she was a ship of 24 guns and 60 men. Davis proposed to his crew to attack her, assuring them that she would prove a rich prize. This appeared to the crew such a hazardous enterprise that they were rather adverse to the measure, but he acquainted them that he had conceived a stratagem that he was confident would succeed. They might, therefore, safely leave the matter to his management. He then commenced chase, and ordered his prize to do the same. Being a better sailor, he soon came up with the enemy and showed his black colors. With no small surprise at his insolence in coming so near them, they commanded him to strike. He replied that he was disposed to give them employment until his companion came up, who was able to contend with them. Meanwhile, assuring them that, if they did not strike to him, it would most certainly fare the worse for them, then giving them a broadside, he received the same in return. When the other pirate ship drew near, they, according to the directions of Davis, appeared upon decks in white shirts, which making an appearance of numbers, the Frenchmen were intimidated, and struck. Davis ordered the captain with 20 of his men to come on board, and they were all put in irons except the captain. He then dispatched 4 of his men to the other ship, and calling aloud to them, desired that his compliments should be given to the captain, with a request to send a sufficient number of hands to go on board their new prize, to see what they had got in her. At the same time he gave them a written paper with their proper instructions, even to nail up the small guns, to take out all the arms and powder, and to go every man on board the new prize. When his men were on board her, he ordered the greater part of the prisoners to be removed into the empty vessels, and by this means secured himself from any attempt to recover their ship. During 3 days, these 3 vessels sailed in company, but finding that his late prize was a heavy sailer, he emptied her of everything that he stood in need of, and then restored her to the captain with all his men. The French captain was so much enraged at being thus miserably deceived, that upon the discovery of this stratagem he would have thrown himself overboard, had not his men prevented him. Captain Davis then formed the resolution of parting with the other prize ship also, and soon afterwards steered northward and took a Spanish sloop. He next directed his course towards the Western Islands, and from Cape de Verde Islands cast anchor at St. Nicholas and hoisted English colours. The Portuguese supposed that he was a privateer, and Davis, going on shore, was hospitably received, and they traded with him for such articles as they found most advantageous. He remained here 5 weeks, and he and half of his crew visited the principal town of the island. Davis, from his appearing in the dress of a gentleman, was greatly caressed by the Portuguese, and nothing was spared to entertain and render him and his men happy. Having amused themselves during a week, they returned to the ship, and allowed the other half of the crew to visit the capital and enjoy themselves in like manner. Upon their return, they cleaned their ship and put to sea, but 4 of the men were so captivated with the ladies and the luxuries of the place that they remained in the island, and one of them married and settled there. Davis now sailed for Bonavista, and perceived nothing in that harbour, steered for the Isle of May. Arriving there, he found several vessels in the harbour, and plundered them of whatever he found necessary. He also received a considerable reinforcement of men, the greater part of whom entered willingly into the piratical service. He likewise made free with one of the ships, equipped her for his own purpose, and called her the King James. Davis next proceeded to St. Jago to take in water. Davis with some of the others going on shore to seek water, the governor came to inquire who they were, and expressed his suspicion of their being pirates. Upon this, Davis seemed highly affronted, and expressed his displeasure in the most polite but determined manner. He, however, hastened on board, informed his men, and suggested the possibility of surprising the fort during the night. Accordingly, all his men being well armed, they advanced to the assault, and from the carelessness of the guards, they were in the garrison before the inhabitants were alarmed. Upon the discovery of their danger, they took shelter in the governor's house, and fortified it against the pirates. But the latter, throwing in some grando shells, ruined the furniture and killed several people. The alarm was circulated in the morning, and the country assembled to attack them. But unwilling to stand a siege, the pirates dismounted the gun, pillaged the fort, and fled to their ships. When at sea, they mustered their hands, and found that they were 70 strong. Then they consulted among themselves what course they should steer, and were divided in opinion. But by a majority it was carried to sail for Gambia, on the coast of Guinea. Of this opinion was the captain, who, having been employed in that trade, was acquainted with the coast, and informed his companions that there was always a large quantity of money deposited in that castle, and he was confident, if the matter was entrusted to him, that he should successfully storm that fort. From their experience of his former prudence and courage, they cheerfully submitted to his direction, in the full assurance of success. Arrived at Gambia, he ordered all his men below, except just so many as were necessary to work the vessel, that those from the fort, seeing so few hands, might have no suspicion that she was any other than a trading vessel. He then ran under the fort and cast anchor, and, having ordered out the boat, manned with 6 men indifferently dressed, he, with the master and doctor, dressed themselves like gentlemen, in order that the one party might look like foremastmen, and the other like merchants. In rowing ashore, he instructed his men what to say if any questions were put to them by the garrison. On reaching land, the party were conducted by a file of musketeers into the fort, and kindly received by the governor, who inquired what they were and whence they came. They replied that they were from Liverpool, and bound for the river Senegal, to trade for gum and elephant's teeth, but that they were chased on that coast by 2 French men of war, and narrowly escaped being taken. We were now disposed, continued Davis, to make the best of our voyage, and would willingly trade here for slaves. The governor then inquired what were the principal articles of their cargo. They replied that they were iron and plate, which were necessary articles in that place. The governor then said that he would give them slaves for all their cargo, and asked if they had any European liquor on board. They answered that they had a little for their own use, but that he should have a hamper of it. He then treated them with the greatest civility, and desired them all to dine with him. Davis answered that as he was commander of the vessel, it would be necessary for him to go down to see if she were properly moored, and to give some other directions, but that these gentlemen might stay, and he would return before dinner, and bring the hamper with him. While in the fort, his eyes were keenly employed to discover the position of the arms, and how the fort might most successfully be surprised. He discovered that there was a sentry standing near a guardhouse, in which there were a quantity of arms heaped up in a corner, and that a considerable number of small arms were in the governor's hall. When he went on board, he ordered some hands on board a sloop lying at anchor, lest, hearing any bustle, they should come to the aid of the castle. Then, desiring his men to avoid too much liquor, and to be ready when he should hoist the flag from the walls to come to his assistance, he proceeded to the castle. Having taken these precautions, and formed these arrangements, he ordered every man who was to accompany him to arm himself with 2 pairs of pistols, which he himself also did, concealed under their clothes. He then directed them to go to the guard-room, and fall into conversation, and immediately upon his firing a pistol out of the governor's window, to shut the men up and secure the arms in the guard-room. When Davis arrived, dinner not being ready, the governor proposed that they should pass the time in making a bowl of punch. Davis's boatswain, attending him, had an opportunity of visiting all parts of the house and observing their strength. He whispered his intelligence to his master, who, being surrounded by his own friends, and seeing the governor unattended by any of his retinue, presented a pistol to the breast of the latter, informing him that he was a dead man unless he should surrender the fort and all its riches. The governor, thus taken by surprise, was compelled to submit, for Davis took down all the pistols that hung in the hall and loaded them. He then fired his pistol out of the window. His men flew like lions, presenting their pistols to the soldiers, and while some carried out the arms, the rest secured the military, and shut them all up in the guard-house, placing a guard on the door. Then one of them struck the Union flag on top of the castle, which the men from the vessel perceiving, rushed to the combat, and in an instant were in possession of the castle, without tumult or bloodshed. Davis then harangued the soldiers, many of whom enlisted with him, and those who declined he put on board the small ships, and to prevent the necessity of a guard, or the possibility of escape, carried off the sails, rigging, and cables. That day being spent in feasting and rejoicing, the castle saluting the ship, and the ship the castle, on the day following they proceeded to examine the contents of their prize. They, however, were greatly disappointed in their expectations, a large sum of money having been sent off a few days before. But they found money to the amount of about £2,000 in gold, and many valuable articles of different kinds. They carried on board their vessel whatever they deemed useful, gave several articles to the captain and crew of the small vessel, and allowed them to depart, while they dismounted the guns and demolished the fortifications. After doing all the mischief that their vicious minds could possibly devise, they weighed anchor, but in the meantime, perceiving a small sail bearing towards them with all possible speed, they hastened to prepare for her reception, and made towards her. Upon her near approach, they discovered that she was a French pirate of 14 guns and 64 men, and one half French, the other half negroes. The Frenchmen were in high expectation of a rich prize, but when he came nearer, he suspected, from the number of her guns and men, that she was a small English man of war. He determined, notwithstanding, upon the bold attempt of boarding her, and immediately fired a gun, and hoisted his black colours. Davis immediately returned the compliment. The Frenchman was highly gratified at this discovery. Both hoisted out their boats and congratulated each other. Mutual civilities and good offices passed, and the French captain proposed to Davis to sail down the coast with him, in order to look out for a better ship, assuring him that the very first that could be captured should be his, as he was always willing to encourage an industrious brother. They first touched at Sierra Leone, where they espied a large vessel, and Davis, being the swifter sailor, came first up with him. He was not a little surprised that she did not endeavour to make off, and began to suspect her strength. When he came back alongside her, she fired a whole broadside, and hoisted black colours. Davis did the same, and fired a gun to leeward. The satisfaction of these brothers in iniquity was mutual, at having thus acquired so much additional strength and ability to undertake more formidable adventures. 2 days were devoted to mirth and song, and upon the third, Davis and Coquelin, the captain of the new Confederate, agreed to go in the French pirate ship to attack the fort. When they approached, the men in the fort, apprehensive of their character and intentions, fired all the guns upon them at once. The ship returned the fire, and afforded employment until the 2 other ships arrived, when the men in the fort, seeing such a number on board, lost courage, and abandoned the fort to the mercy of the robbers. They took possession, remained there 7 weeks, and cleaned their vessels. They then called a council of war to deliberate concerning future undertakings, when it was resolved to sail down the coast in company, and for the greater regularity and grandeur, Davis was chosen commodore. That dangerous enemy, strong drink, had well nigh, however, sown the seeds of discord among these affectionate brethren. But Davis, alike prepared for council or for war, addressed them to the following purport: "Hear ye, you Coquelin and Lebois," which was the name of the French captain. "I find, by strengthening you, I have put a rod into your hands to whip myself, but I am still able to deal with you both. However, since we met in love, let us part in love, for I find that 3 of a trade can never agree long together." Upon this, the other 2 went on board of their respective ships, and steered different courses. Davis held down the coast, and reaching Cape Apollonia, he captured 3 vessels, 2 English and 1 Scottish, plundered them, and allowed them to proceed. In 5 days after, he met with a Dutchman of 30 guns and 90 men. She gave Davis a broadside, and killed 9 of his men. A desperate engagement ensued, which continued from 1 o'clock at noon until 9 next morning, when the Dutchman struck. Davis equipped her for the pirate service, and called her the Rover. With his 2 ships he sailed for the bay of Anamaboa, which he entered upon noon, and took several vessels which were waiting to take in negroes, gold, and elephants' teeth. Davis made a present of one of these vessels to the Dutch captain and his crew, and allowed them to go in quest of their fortune. When the fort had intelligence that they were pirates, they fired at them, but without any effect. Davis fired also, and hoisted the black colours, but deemed it prudent to depart. The next day, after he left Anamaboa, the man at the masthead discovered a sail. It may be proper to inform our readers that according to the laws of pirates, the man who first discovered a vessel is entitled to the best pair of pistols in the ship, and such is the honour attached to these, that a pair of them has been known to sell for £30. Davis pursued that vessel, which, being between him and the shore, laboured hard to run aground. Davis, perceiving this, got between her and the land, and fired a broadside at her, when she immediately struck. She proved to be a very rich prize, having on board the governor of Accra, with all his substance going to Holland. There was in money to the amount of £15,000, beside a large quantity of merchant goods and other valuable articles. Before they reached the Isle of Princes, the St. James sprang a leak, so that the men and the valuable articles were removed into Davis's own ship. When he came in sight of the fort, he hoisted English colours. The Portuguese, seeing a large ship sailing towards the shore, sent a sloop to discover her character and destination. Davis informed them that he was an English man of war, sent out in search of some pirates which they had heard were in this quarter. Upon this he was piloted into the port, and anchored below the guns at the fort. The governor was happy to have Englishmen in his harbour, and to do honour to Davis sent down a file of musketeers to escort him to the fort, while Davis, the more to cover his design, ordered 9 men, according to the custom of the English, to row him on shore. Davis also took the opportunity of cleaning and preparing all things for renewing his operations. He, however, could not contentedly leave the fort without receiving some of the riches of the island. He formed a scheme to accomplish his purpose, and communicated the same to his men. His design was to make the governor a present of a few negroes in return for his kindness, then to invite him, with a few of his principal men and friars belonging to the island, to dine on board his ship, and secure them all in irons until each of them would give a large ransom. They were accordingly invited, and very readily consented to go, and, deeming themselves honored by his attention, all that were invited would certainly have gone on board. Fortunately, however, for them, a negro who was privy to the horrible plan of Davis swam on shore during the night, and gave information of the danger to the governor. Retreat of the pirates, and death of Captain Davis. The governor occupied the whole night in strengthening the defences and posting the men in the most advantageous places. Soon after daybreak the pirates, with Captain Davis at their head, were discovered landing from the boats, and quickly marched across the open space towards the fort. A brisk fire was opened upon them from the fort, which they returned in a spirited manner. At length a hand grenade thrown from the wooden veranda of the fort killed 3 of the pirates, but several of the Portuguese were killed. The veranda of the fort being of wood and very dry, it was set fire to by the pirates. This was a great advantage to the attacking party, who could now distinguish those in the fort without being so clearly seen themselves. But at this moment Captain Davis fell, mortally wounded by a musket ball in his belly. The fall of their chief, and the determined resistance of those in the fort, checked the impetuosity of the assailants. They hesitated, and at last retreated, bearing away with them their wounded commander. The Portuguese cheered, and led on by the governor now became the assailants. Still the pirates' retreat was orderly. They fired and retired, rank behind rank, successively. They kept the Portuguese at bay until they had arrived at the boats, when a charge was made and a severe conflict ensued. But the pirates had lost too many men, and without their captain felt dispirited. As they lifted Davis into the boat in his dying agonies, he fired his pistol at his pursuers. They now pulled with all their might to escape from the muskets of the Portuguese, who followed them along the banks of the river, annoying them in their retreat to the vessel. And those on board, who expected to hoist in treasure, had to receive naught but their wounded comrades and dead commander. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 13. Authentic History of the Malay Pirates of the Indian Ocean, with a narrative of the expedition against the inhabitants of Kuala Batu, commanded by Commodore Downes. A glance at the map of the East India Islands will convince us that this region of the globe must, from its natural configuration and locality, be peculiarly liable to become the seat of piracy. These islands form an immense cluster, lying as if it were in the high road which connects the commercial nations of Europe and Asia with each other, affording 100 fastnesses from which to waylay the traveller. A large proportion of the population is at the same time confined to the coasts or the estuaries of rivers. They are fishermen and mariners, they are barbarous and poor, therefore rapacious, faithless, and sanguinary. These are circumstances, it must be confessed, which militate strongly to beget a piratical character. It is not surprising, then, that the Malays should have been notorious for their depredations from our first acquaintance with them. Among the tribes of the Indian Islands, the most noted for their piracies are, of course, the most idle, and the least industrious, and particularly such as are unaccustomed to follow agriculture or trade as regular pursuits. The agricultural tribes of Java and many of Sumatra never commit piracy at all, and the most civilized inhabitants of Celebes are very little addicted to this vice.
Among the most confirmed pirates are the true Malays, inhabiting the small islands about the eastern extremity of the Straits of Malacca, and those lying between Sumatra and Borneo, down to Biliton and Cabomatir. Still more noted than these are the inhabitants of certain islands situated between Borneo and the Philippines, of whom the most desperate and enterprising are the Sulus and Illanoons, the former inhabiting a well-known group of islands of the same name, and the latter being one of the most numerous nations of the great island of Magindondo. The depredations of the proper Malays extend from Junkceylon to Java, through its whole coast as far as Grip to Papir and Criti, in Borneo and the western coast of Celebes. In another direction they infest the coasting trade of the Cochin Chinese and Siamese nations in the Gulf of Siam, finding sale for their booty and shelter for themselves in the ports of Tringham, Kelantan, and Sahang. The most noted piratical stations of these people are the small islands about Lingin and Rio, particularly Galang, Tamiang, and Mafar. The chief of this last has 70 or 80 proas fit to undertake piratical expeditions. The Sulu pirates chiefly confine their depredations to the Philippine Islands, which they have continued to infest with little interruption for nearly 3 centuries, in open defiance of the Spanish authorities and the numerous establishments maintained to check them. The piracies of the Illanoons, on the contrary, are widely extended, being carried on all the way from their native country to the Spice Islands on one side, and to the Straits of Malacca on the other. In these last, indeed, they have formed for the last few years 2 permanent establishments. One of these, situated on Sumatra, near Indragiri, is called Ridi. The other, a small island on the coast of Linga, is named Salangut. Besides those who are avowed pirates, it ought to be particularly noticed that a great number of the Malayan princes must be considered as accessories to their crimes, for they afford them protection, contribute to their outfit, and often share in their booty, so that a piratical proa is too commonly more welcome in their harbors than a fair trader. The Malay piratical proas are from 6 to 8 tons burden, and run from 6 to 8 fathoms in length. They carry from 1 to 2 small guns, with commonly 4 swivels or rantakas to each side, and a crew of from 20 to 30 men. When they engage, they put up a strong bulwark of thick plank. The Illanoon proas are much larger and more formidable, and commonly carry from 4 to 6 guns, and a proportionable number of swivels, and have not unfrequently a double bulwark covered with buffalo hides. Their crews consist of from 40 to 80 men. Both, of course, are provided with spears, krisses, and as many firearms as they can procure. Their modes of attack are cautious and cowardly, for plunder and not fame is their object. They lie concealed under the land until they find a fit object and opportunity. The time chosen is when a vessel runs aground or is becalmed in the interval between the land and sea breezes. A vessel under way is seldom or never attacked. Several of the marauders attack together and station themselves under the bows and quarters of a ship when she has no longer steerage way and is incapable of pointing her guns. The action continues often for several hours, doing very little mischief, but when the crews are exhausted with a defense or have expended their ammunition, the pirates take this opportunity of boarding in a mass. This may suggest the best means of defense. A ship, when attacked during a calm, ought, perhaps, rather to stand on the defensive, and wait, if possible, the setting in of the sea breeze, than attempt any active operations, which would only fatigue the crew, and disable them from making the necessary defense when boarding is attempted. Boarding netting, pikes, and pistols appear to afford effectual security, and indeed we conceive that a vessel thus defended by resolute crews of Europeans or Americans stand but little danger from any open attack of pirates whatsoever, for their guns are so ill served that neither the hull or the rigging of a vessel can receive much damage from them, however much protracted the contest. The pirates are upon the whole extremely impartial in the selection of their prey, making little choice between natives and strangers, giving always, however, a natural preference to the most timid and the most easily overcome. When an expedition is undertaken by the Malay pirates, they range themselves under the banner of some piratical chief noted for his courage and conduct. The native prince of the place where it is prepared supplies the adventurers with arms, ammunition, and opium, and claims as his share of the plunder the female captives, the cannon, and 1/3 of all the rest of the booty. In November 1827 a principal chief of pirates named Sindana made a descent upon Mamudgu with 45 proas, burnt 3/4 of the campong, driving the Rajah with his family among the mountains. Some scores of men were killed and 300 made prisoners, besides women and children to half that amount. In December following, when I was there, the people were slowly returning from the hills, but had not yet attempted to rebuild the campong, which lay in ashes. During my stay here, 10 weeks, the place was visited by 2 other piratical chiefs, one of which was from Kylie, the other from Mandar Point under Bem Bowen, who appeared to have charge of the whole. Between them they had 134 proas of all sizes. Among the most desperate and successful pirates of the present day, Raga is most distinguished. He is dreaded by people of all denominations, and universally known as the Prince of Pirates. For more than 17 years this man has carried on a system of piracy to an extent never before known. His expeditions and enterprises would fill a large volume. They have invariably been marked with singular cunning and intelligence, barbarity and reckless inattention to the shedding of human blood. He has emissaries everywhere and has intelligence of the best description. It was about the year 1813 Raga commenced operations on a large scale. In that year he cut off 3 English vessels, killing the captains with his own hands. So extensive were his depredations about that time that a proclamation was issued from Batavia declaring the east coast of Borneo to be under strict blockade. 2 British sloops of war scoured the coast, one of which, the Elk, Captain Reynolds, was attacked during the night by Raga's own proa, who unfortunately was not on board at the time. This proa, which Raga personally commanded, and the loss of which he frequently laments, carried 8 guns and was full of his best men. A European vessel was faintly descried about 3 o'clock one foggy morning. The rain fell in torrents. The time and weather were favorable circumstances for a surprise, and the commander, determined to distinguish himself in the absence of the Rajah Raga, gave directions to close, fire the guns, and board. He was the more confident of success as the European vessel was observed to keep away out of the proper course on approaching her. On getting within about 100 fathoms of the Elk, they fired their broadside, gave a loud shout, and with their long oars pulled towards their prey. The sound of a drum beating to quarters no sooner struck the ear of the astonished Malays than they endeavored to get away. It was too late. The ports were opened, and a broadside, accompanied by 3 British cheers, gave sure indications of their fate. The captain hailed the Elk and would fain persuade him it was a mistake. It was indeed a mistake, and one not to be rectified by the Malayan explanation. The proa was sunk by repeated broadsides, and the commanding officer refused to pick up any of the people, who, with the exception of 5, were drowned. These, after floating 4 days on some spars, were picked up by a forgotten proa, and told the story to Raga, who swore anew destruction to every European he should henceforth take. This desperado has for upwards of 17 years been the terror of the Straits of Macassar, during which period he has committed the most extensive and dreadful excesses, sparing no one. Few respectable families along the coast of Borneo and Celebes but have to complain of the loss of a proa, or of some number of their race. He is not more universally dreaded than detested. It is well known that he has cut off and murdered the crews of more than 40 European vessels, which have either been wrecked on the coasts or entrusted themselves in native ports. It is his boast that 20 of the commanders have fallen by his hands. The western coast of Celebes, for about 250 miles, is absolutely lined with proas, belonging principally to 3 considerable rajahs, who act in conjunction with Raga and other pirates. Their proas may be seen in clusters of from 50, 80, and 100. At Sediano I counted 147 laying on the sand at high water mark in parallel rows, and kept in a horizontal position by poles completely ready for the sea. Immediately behind them are the campongs, in which are the crews. Here likewise are kept the sails, gunpowder, etc., necessary for their equipment. On the very summits of the mountains, which in many parts rise abruptly from the sea, may be distinguished innumerable huts. Here reside people who are constantly on the lookout. A vessel within 10 miles of the shore will not probably perceive a single proa, yet in less than 2 hours, if the tide be high, she may be surrounded by some hundreds. Should the water be low, they will push off during the night. Signals are made from mountain to mountain along the coast with the utmost rapidity, during the daytime by flags attached to long bamboos, at night by fires. Each chief sends forth his proas, the crews of which, in hazardous cases, are infuriated with opium, when they will most assuredly take the vessel, if she be not better provided than most merchantmen. Mr. Dalton, who went to the Pergottan River in 1830, says, "Whilst I remained here there were 71 proas of considerable sizes, 39 of which were professed pirates. They were anchored off the point of a small promontory on which the Rajah has an establishment and bazaar. The largest of these proas belonged to Raga, who received by the fleet of proas in which I came his regular supplies of arms and ammunition from Singapore. Here nestle the principal pirates, and Raga holds his headquarters. His grand depot was a few miles farther up. Rajah Agi Bota himself generally resides some distance up a small river which runs eastward of the point. Near his habitation stands the principal bazaar, which would be a great curiosity for a European to visit, if he could only manage to return, which very few have. The Raga gave me a pressing invitation to spend a couple of days at his country house, but all the Bugis' nakadas strongly dissuaded me from such an attempt. I soon discovered the cause of their apprehension. They were jealous of Agi Bota, well knowing he would plunder me, and considered every article taken by him was so much loss to the Sultan of Koti, who naturally would expect the people to reserve me for his own particular plucking. When the fact was known of a European having arrived in the Pergottan River, this amiable prince and friend of Europeans, impatient to seize his prey, came immediately to the point from his country house, and sending for the nakada of the proa, ordered him to land me and all my goods instantly. An invitation now came for me to go on shore and amuse myself with shooting, and look at some rare birds of beautiful plumage, which the Rajah would give me if I would accept of them. But knowing what were his intentions, and being well aware that I should be supported by all the Bugis' proas from Koti, I feigned sickness, and requested that the birds might be sent on board. Upon this Agi Bota, who could no longer restrain himself, sent off 2 boats of armed men, who robbed me of many articles, and would certainly have forced me on shore or murdered me in the proa, had not a signal been made to the Bugis' nakadas, who immediately came with their people, and with spears and krisses drove the Rajah's people overboard. The nakadas, 9 in number, now went on shore when a scene of contention took place, showing clearly the character of this chief. The Bugis from Koti explained that with regard to me it was necessary to be particularly circumspect, as I was not only well known in Singapore, but the authorities in that settlement knew that I was on board the Sultan's proa, and they themselves were responsible for my safety. To this circumstance alone I owe my life on several occasions, as in the event of anything happening to me, every nakada was apprehensive of his proa being seized on his return to Singapore. I was therefore more peculiarly cared for by this class of men, and they are powerful. The Rajah answered the nakadas by saying I might be disposed of as many others had been, and no further notice taken of the circumstance. He himself would write to Singapore that I had been taken by an alligator, or bitten by a snake, whilst out shooting, and as for what property I might have in the proa, he would divide it with the Sultan of Koti. The Bugis, however, refused to listen to any terms, knowing the Sultan of Koti would call him to an account for the property, and the authorities of Singapore for my life. Our proa, with others, therefore dropped about 4 miles down the river, where we took in fresh water. Here we remained 6 days, every argument being in vain to entice me on shore. At length the Bugis' nakadas came to the determination to sail without passes, which brought the Rajah to terms. The proas returned to the point, and I was given to understand I might go on shore in safety. I did so, and was introduced to the Rajah, whom I found under a shed with about 150 of his people. They were busy gambling, and had the appearance of what they really are, a ferocious set of banditti. Agibbota is a good-looking man about 40 years of age, of no education whatever. He divides his time between gaming, opium, and cockfighting; that is in the interval of his more serious and profitable employment, piracy and rapine. He asked me to produce what money I had about me. On seeing only 10 rupees, he remarked that it was not worth while to win so small a sum, but that if I would fight cocks with him he would lend me as much money as I wanted, and added it was beneath his dignity to fight under 50 reals a battle. On my saying it was contrary to an Englishman's religion to bet wagers, he dismissed me. Immediately after, the 2 Rajahs produced their cocks and commenced fighting for 1 rupee a side. I was now obliged to give the old Baudere 5 rupees to take some care of me, as whilst walking about the people not only thrust their hands into my pockets, but pulled the buttons from my clothes. Whilst sauntering behind the Rajah's campong, I caught sight of a European woman, who, on perceiving herself observed, instantly ran into one of the houses, no doubt dreading the consequences of being recognized. There are now in the house of Agibbota 2 European women; up the country there are others, besides several men. The Bugis, inimical to the Rajah, made no secret of the fact. I had heard of it on board the proa, and some person in the bazaar confirmed the statement. On my arrival, strict orders had been given to the inhabitants to put all European articles out of sight. One of my servants, going into the bazaar, brought me such accounts as induced me to visit it. In one house were the following articles: 4 Bibles, 1 in English, 1 in Dutch, and 2 in the Portuguese languages; many articles of wearing apparel, such as jackets and trousers, with the buttons altered to suit the natives; pieces of shirts tagged to other parts of dress; several broken instruments, such as quadrants, spy glasses, 2; binnacles with pieces of ship's sails, bolts, and hoops; a considerable variety of gunners' and carpenters' tools, stores, etc. In another shop were 2 pelisses of faded lilac color. These were of modern cut and fashionably made. On inquiring how they became possessed of these articles, I was told they were some wrecks of European vessels on which no people were found, whilst others made no scruple of averring that they were formerly the property of people who had died in the country. All the goods in the bazaar belonged to the Rajah and were sold on his account. Large quantities were said to be in his house up the river, but on all hands it was admitted Raga and his followers had by far the largest part of what was taken. A mandoor, or head of one of the campongs, showed me some women's stockings, several of which were marked with the letters S.W. Also 2 chemises, one with the letters S.W., 2 flannel petticoats, a miniature portrait frame (the picture was in the Rajah's house), with many articles of dress of both sexes. In consequence of the strict orders given on the subject, I could see no more. Indeed, there were both difficulty and danger attending these inquiries. I particularly wanted to obtain the miniature picture, and offered the mandor 50 rupees if he could procure it. He laughed at me, and pointing significantly to his kriss, drew one hand across my throat and then across his own, giving me to understand such would be the result to us both on such an application to the Rajah. It is the universal custom of the pirates on this coast to sell the people for slaves immediately on their arrival, the Rajah taking for himself a few of the most useful, and receiving a percentage upon the purchase money of the remainder, with a moiety of the vessel and every article on board. European vessels are taken up the river, where they are immediately broken up. The situation of European prisoners is indeed dreadful in a climate like this, where even the labor of natives is intolerable. They are compelled to bear all the drudgery, and allowed a bare sufficiency of rice and salt to eat. It is utterly impossible for Europeans who have seen these pirates at such places as Singapore and Batavia to form any conception of their true character. There they are under immediate control, and every part of their behavior is a tissue of falsehood and deception. They constantly carry about with them a smooth tongue, cringing demeanor, a complying disposition which always asserts and never contradicts, a countenance which appears to anticipate the very wish of the Europeans, and which so generally imposes upon his understanding that he at once concludes them to be the best and gentlest of human beings. but let the European meet them in any of their own campongs, and a very different character they will appear. The character and treacherous proceeding narrated above, and the manner of cutting off vessels and butchering their crews, apply equally to all the pirates of the East India Islands, by which many hundred European and American vessels have been surprised and their crews butchered. On the 7th of February, 1831, the ship Friendship, Captain Endicott of Salem, Massachusetts, was captured by the Malays while lying at Kuala Batu on the coast of Sumatra. In the forenoon of the fatal day, Captain Endicott, Mr. Barry, second mate, and 4 of the crew, it seems, went on shore as usual for the purpose of weighing pepper, expecting to obtain that day 2 boatloads, which had been promised them by the Malays. After the first boat was loaded, they observed that she delayed some time in passing down the river, and her crew, being composed of Malays, was supposed by the officers to be stealing pepper from her, and secreting it in the bushes. In consequence of this conjecture, 2 men were sent off to watch them, who, on approaching the boat, saw 5 or 6 Malays leap from the jungle and hurry on board of her. The former, however, supposed them to be the boat's crew, as they had seen an equal number quit her previous to their own approach. In this they were mistaken, as will subsequently appear. At this time a brig hove in sight, and was seen standing towards Susu, another pepper port, distant about 5 miles. Captain Endicott, on going to the beach to ascertain whether the brig had hoisted any colours, discovered that the boat with pepper had approached within a few yards of the Friendship, manned with an unusual number of natives. It appears that when the pepper boats came alongside of the Friendship, as but few of the hands could work at a time, numbers of the Malays came on board, and on being questioned by Mr. Knight, the first officer, who was in the gangway taking an account of the pepper, as to their business, their reply was that they had come to see the vessel. Mr. Knight ordered them into their boat again, and some of them obeyed, but only to return immediately to assist in the work of death, which was now commenced by attacking Mr. Knight and the rest of the crew on board. The crew of the vessel being so scattered, it was impossible to concentrate their force so as to make a successful resistance. Some fell on the forecastle, one in the gangway, and Mr. Knight fell upon the quarter deck, severely wounded by a stab in the back while in the act of snatching from the bulwarks a boarding pike with which to defend himself. The 2 men who were taking the pepper on a stage, having vainly attempted to get on board to the assistance of their comrades, were compelled to leap into the sea. One of them, Charles Converse of Salem, being severely wounded, succeeded in swimming to the bobstays, to which he clung until taken on board by the natives, and from some cause he was not afterwards molested. His companion, John Davis, being unable to swim, drifted with the tide near the boat tackle or davit falls, the blocks being overhauled down near the water. One of these he laid hold of, which the Malays perceiving, dropped their boat astern and dispatched him. The cook sprang into a canoe alongside, and in attempting to push off she was capsized, and being unable to swim, he got on the bottom and paddled ashore with his hands, where he was made prisoner. Gregory, an Italian, sought shelter in the foretop gallant cross trees, where he was fired at several times by the Malays with the muskets of the Friendship, which were always kept loaded and ready for use while on the coast. 3 of the crew leaped into the sea and swam to a point of land near a mile distant, to the northward of the town, and unperceived by the Malays on shore, pursued their course to the northward towards Cape Felix, intending to go to the port of Annalaboo, about 45 miles distant. Having walked all night, they found themselves on the following morning near the promontory, and still 25 miles distant from Annalaboo. When Mr. Endicott, Mr. Barry, and the 4 seamen arrived at the beach, they saw the crew jumping into the sea. The truth now, with all its horrors, flashed upon his mind, that the vessel was attacked, and in an instant they jumped on board the boat and pushed off. At the same time a friendly Rajah, named Po Adam, sprang into the boat. He was the proprietor of a port and considerable property at a place called Pulokio, but 3 miles distant from the mouth of the river Kuala Batu. More business had been done by the Rajah during the 8 years past than by any other on the Pepper coast. He had uniformly professed himself friendly to the Americans, and he has generally received the character of their being honest. Speaking a little English as he sprang into the boat, he exclaimed, "Captain, you got trouble. Malay kill you. He kill Po Adam too." Crowds of Malays assembled on both sides of the river, brandishing their weapons in a menacing manner, while a ferry boat, manned with 8 or 10 of the natives, armed with spears and krisses, pushed off to prevent the officers regaining their ship. The latter exhibited no fear and flourished the cutlass of Po Adam in a menacing manner from the bows of the boat. It so intimidated the Malays that they fled to the shore, leaving a free passage to the ship. But as they got near her they found that the Malays had got entire possession of her. Some of them were promenading the deck, others were making signals of success to the people on shore, while with the exception of one man aloft, not an individual of the crew could be seen. 3 Malay boats with about 50 men now issued from the river in the direction of the ship, while the captain and his men, concluding that their only hope of recovering their vessel was to obtain assistance from some other ships, directed their course towards Muchie, where they knew that several American vessels were lying at anchor. 3 American captains, upon hearing the misfortunes of their countrymen, weighed anchor immediately for Quallah Battoo, determined, if possible, to recover the ship. By 4 o'clock on the same day they gained an anchorage off that place. The Malays, in the meantime, had removed on shore every movable article belonging to the ship, including specie, besides several cases of opium, amounting in all to upwards of $30,000. This was done on the night of the 9th, and on the morning of the 10th they contrived to heave in the chain cable and get the anchor up to the bows, and the ship was drifting finely towards the beach, when the cable, not being stopped abaft the bitts, began suddenly to run out with great velocity. But a bight having by accident been thrown forward of the windlass, a riding turn was the consequence, and the anchor in its descent was suddenly checked about 15 fathoms from the house. A squall soon after coming on, the vessel drifted obliquely towards the shore, and grounded upon a coral reef near half a mile to the southward of the town. The next day, having obtained a convenient anchorage, a message was sent by a friendly Malay who came on board at Susu, demanding the restoration of the ship. The Rajah replied that he would not give her up, but that they were welcome to take her if they could. A fire was now opened upon the Friendship by the vessels. Her decks were crowded with Malays, who promptly returned the fire, as did also the forts on shore. This mode of warfare appeared undecisive, and it was determined to decide the contest by a close action. A number of boats being manned and armed with about 30 officers and men, a movement was made to carry the ship by boarding. The Malays did not wait the approach of this determined attack, but all deserted the vessel to her lawful owners, when she was taken possession of and warped out into deep water. The appearance of the ship, at the time she was boarded, beggars all description. Every part of her bore ample testimony to the scene of violence and destruction with which she had been visited. The objects of the voyage were abandoned, and the Friendship returned to the United States. The public were unanimous in calling for a redress of the unparalleled outrage on the lives and property of citizens of the United States. The government immediately adopted measures to punish so outrageous an act of piracy by dispatching the frigate Potomac, Commodore Downes' commander. The Potomac sailed from New York the 24th of August, 1831. After touching at Rio Janeiro and the Cape of Good Hope, she anchored off Quallah Battoo in February, 1832, disguised as a Danish ship, and came to in merchantman style, a few men being sent aloft, dressed in red and blue flannel shirts, and one sail being clewed up and furled at a time. A reconnoitering party were sent on shore disguised as pepper dealers, but they returned without being able to ascertain the situations of the forts. The ship now presented a busy scene. It was determined to commence an attack upon the town the next morning, and every necessary preparation was accordingly made. Muskets were cleaned, cartridge boxes buckled on, cutlasses examined and put in order, etc. At 12 o'clock at night all hands were called. Those assigned to take part in the expedition were mustered, when Lieutenant Shubrick, the commander of the detachment, gave them special orders. when they entered the boats and proceeded to the shore, where they effected a landing near the dawn of day, amid a heavy surf, about a mile and a half to the north of the town, undiscovered by the enemy, and without any serious accident having befallen them, though several of the party were thoroughly drenched by the beating of the surf, and some of their ammunition was injured. The troops then formed and took up their line of march against the enemy, over a beach of deep and heavy sand. They had not proceeded far before they were discovered by a native at a distance, who ran at full speed to give the alarm. A rapid march soon brought them up with the first fort, when a division of men under the command of Lieutenant Hoff was detached from the main body and ordered to surround it. The first fort was found difficult of access, in consequence of a deep hedge of thorn bushes and brambles with which it was environed. The assault was commenced by the pioneers with their crows and axes, breaking down the gates and forcing a passage. This was attended with some difficulty, and gave the enemy time for preparation. They raised their war whoop, and resisted most manfully, fighting with spears, sabres, and muskets. They had also a few brass pieces in the fort, but they managed them with so little skill as to produce no effect, for the balls uniformly whizzed over the heads of our men. The resistance of the Malays was in vain, the fort was stormed, and soon carried. Not, however, till almost every individual in it was slain. Po Mahomet, a chief of much distinction, and who was one of the principal persons concerned in the outrage on the Friendship, was here slain. The mother of Chedula, another rajah, was also slain here. Another woman fell at this port, but her rank was not ascertained. She fought with the spirit of a desperado. A seaman had just scaled one of the ramparts, when he was severely wounded by a blow received from a weapon in her hands, but her life paid the forfeit of her daring, for she was immediately transfixed by a bayonet in the hands of the person whom she had so severely injured. His head was wounded by a javelin, his thumb nearly cut off by a sabre, and a ball was shot through his hat. Lieutenants Edson and Ferret proceeded to the rear of the town, and made a bold attack upon that fort, which, after a spirited resistance on the part of the Malays, surrendered. Both officers and marines here narrowly escaped with their lives. One of the natives in the fort had trained his piece in such a manner as to rake their whole body, when he was shot down by a marine while in the very act of applying a match to it. The cannon was afterwards found to have been filled with bullets. This fort, like the former, was environed with thick jungle, and great difficulty had been experienced in entering it. The engagement had now become general, and the alarm universal. Men, women, and children were seen flying in every direction, carrying the few articles they were able to seize in the moments of peril, and some of the men were cut down in the flight. Several of the enemy's proas, filled with people, were severely raked by a brisk fire from the 6-pounder, as they were sailing up the river to the south of the town, and numbers of the natives were killed. The third and most formidable fort was now attacked, and it proved the most formidable, and the cooperation of the several divisions was required for its reduction, but so spirited was the fire poured into it that it was soon obliged to yield, and the next moment the American colors were seen triumphantly waving over its battlements. The greater part of the town was reduced to ashes. The bazaar, the principal place of merchandise, and most of the private dwellings were consumed by fire. The triumph had now been completed over the Malays. Ample satisfaction had been taken for their outrages committed upon our own countrymen, and the bugle sounded the return of the ship's forces, and the embarkation was soon after effected. The action had continued about 2 hours and a half, and was gallantly sustained both by officers and men from its commencement to its close. The loss on the part of the Malays was near 100 killed, while of the Americans only 2 lost their lives. Among the spoils were a Chinese gong, a Koran taken at Mahomet's fort, and several pieces of rich gold cloth. Many of the men came off richly laden with spoils which they had taken from the enemy, such as rajah's scarfs, gold and silver chunam boxes, chains, earrings and finger rings, anklets and bracelets, and a variety of shawls, krisses richly hilted and with gold scabbards, and a variety of other ornaments. Money to a considerable amount was brought off. That nothing should be left undone to have an indelible impression on the minds of these people, of the power of the United States to inflict punishment for aggressions committed on her commerce in seas however distant, the ship was got under way the following morning, and brought to with a spring on her cable within less than a mile of the shore, when the larboard side was brought to bear nearly upon the site of the town. The object of the Commodore in this movement was not to open an indiscriminate or destructive fire upon the town and inhabitants of Quallah Battoo, but to show them the irresistible power of 32-pound shot, and to reduce the fort of Tuca de Lama, which could not be reached on account of the jungle and stream of water on the morning before, and from which a fire had been opened and continued during the embarkation of the troops on their return to the ship. The fort was very soon deserted, while the shot was cutting it to pieces, and tearing up whole cocoa trees by the roots. In the afternoon a boat came off from the shore bearing a flag of truce to the Commodore, beseeching him in all the practised forms of submission of the East that he would grant them peace and cease to fire his big guns. Hostilities now ceased, and the Commodore informed them that the objects of his government in sending him to their shores had now been consummated in the punishment of the guilty who had committed their piracies on the Friendship. Thus ended the intercourse with Quallah Battoo. The Potomac proceeded from this place to China, and from thence to the Pacific Ocean. After looking to the interests of the American commerce in those parts, she arrived at Boston in 1834, after a 3 years' absence. End of Chapter 13 of The Pirate's Own Book. Recording by Joelle Peebles.
Chapter 14 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 14. The Adventures of Captain Condent. Captain Condent was a Plymouth-born man, but we are as yet ignorant of the motives and time of his first turning pirate. He was one of those who thought fit to retire from Providence, on Governor Rogers' arrival at that island, in a sloop belonging to Mr. Simpson of New York, a Jew merchant, of which sloop he was then quartermaster. Soon after they left the island, an accident happened on board, which put the whole crew into consternation. They had among them an Indian man, whom some of them had beaten. In revenge, he got most of the arms forward into the hold, and designed to blow up the sloop, upon which some advised scuttling the deck, and throwing grenade shells down, but Condent said that was too tedious and dangerous, since the fellow might fire through the deck and kill several of them. He, therefore, taking a pistol in one hand, and his cutlass in the other, leaped into the hold. The Indian discharged a piece at him, which broke his arm, but, however, he ran up and shot the Indian. When he was dead, the crew hacked him to pieces, and the gunner, ripping up his belly and tearing out his heart, broiled and ate it. After this, they took a merchantman called the Duke of York, and some disputes arising among the pirates, the captain, and one half of the company, went on board the prize. The other half, who continued in the sloop, chose Condent captain. He shaped his course for the Cape de Verde Islands, and in his way took a merchant ship from Madeira, laden with wine, and bound for the West Indies, which he plundered and let go. Then coming to the Isle of May, one of the said islands, he took the whole salt fleet, consisting of about 20 sail. Wanting a boom, he took out the mainmast of one of these ships to supply the want. Here he took upon himself the administration of justice, inquiring into the manner of the commanders' behavior to their men, and those against whom the complaint was made, he whipped and pickled. He took what provision and other necessaries he wanted, and having augmented his company by volunteers and forced men, he left the ships and sailed to St. Jago, where he took a Dutch ship, which had formerly been a privateer. This proved also an easy prize, for he fired but one broadside, and clapping her on board, carried her without resistance, for the captain and several men were killed, and some wounded by his great shot. The ship proving for his purpose, he gave her the name of the Flying Dragon, went on board with his crew, and made a present of his sloop to a mate of an English prize, whom he had forced with him. From hence he stood away from the coast of Brazil, and in his cruise took several Portuguese ships, which he plundered and let go. After these he fell in with a right galley, Captain John Spelt, commander, hired by the South Sea Company, to go to the coast of Angola for slaves, and thence to Buenos Aires.
This ship he detained a considerable time, and the captain being his townsman, treated him very civilly. A few days after he took Spelt, he made prize of a Portuguese, laden with bale goods and stores. He rigged the right galley anew, and put on board of her some of the goods. Soon after he had discharged the Portuguese, he met with a Dutch East Indiaman of 28 guns, whose captain was killed the first broadside, and took her with little resistance, for he had hoisted the pirates' colours on board Spelt's ship. He now, with 3 sail, steered for the islands of Ferdinando, where he hove down and cleaned the Flying Dragon. Having careened, he put 11 Dutchmen on board Captain Spelt, to make amends for the hands he had forced from him, and sent him away, making him a present of the goods he had taken from the Portuguese ship. When he sailed himself, he ordered the Dutch to stay at Ferdinando 24 hours after his departure, threatening, if he did not comply, to sink his ship, if he fell a second time into his hands, and to put all the company to the sword. He then stood for the coast of Brazil, where he met a Portuguese man of war of 70 guns, which he came up with. The Portuguese hailed him, and he answered, "From London, bound to Buenos Aires." The Portuguese manned his shrouds and cheered him, when Condent fired a broadside, and a smart engagement ensued for the space of 3 glasses, but Condent, finding himself overmatched, made the best of his way, and being the best sailor, got off. A few days after, he took a vessel of the same nation, who gave an account that he had killed above 40 men in the Guarda del Costa, beside a number wounded. He kept along the coast to the southward, and took a French ship of 18 guns, laden with wine and brandy, bound for the South Sea, which he carried with him into the river of Plate. He sent some of his men ashore to kill some wild cattle, but they were taken by the crew of a Spanish man of war. On their examination before the captain, they said they were 2 Guinea ships, with slaves belonging to the South Sea Company, and on this story were allowed to return to their boats. Here 5 of his forced men ran away with his canoe. He plundered the French ship, cut her adrift, and she was stranded. He proceeded along the Brazil coast, and hearing a pirate ship was lost upon it, and the pirates imprisoned, he used all the Portuguese who fell into his hands, who were many, very barbarously, cutting off their ears and noses. And as his master was a papist, when they took a priest, they made him say mass at the mainmast, and would afterwards get on his back and ride him about the decks, or else load and drive him like a beast. He from this went to the Guinea coast, and took Captain Hill, in the Indian Queen. In Luengo Bay he saw 2 ships at anchor, one a Dutchman of 44 guns, the other an English ship called the Fame, Captain Bowen commander. They both cut and ran ashore. The Fame was lost, but the Dutch ship the pirate got off and took with him. When he was at sea again, he discharged Captain Hill, and stood away for the East Indies. Near the Cape he took an Ostend East Indiaman, of which Mr. Nash, a noted merchant of London, was supercargo. Soon after he took a Dutch East Indiaman, discharged the Ostender, and made for Madagascar. At the Isle of St. Mary he met with some of Captain Halsey's crew, whom he took on board with other stragglers, and shaped his course for the East Indies, and in the way, at the Isle of Johanna, took, in company with 2 other pirates he met at St. Mary's, the Cassandra East Indiaman, commanded by Captain James McCraig. He continued his course for the East Indies, where he made a very great booty, and returning, touched at the island of Mascarenhas, where he met with a Portuguese ship of 70 guns, with the Viceroy of Goa on board. This ship he made prize of, and hearing she had money on board, they would allow of no ransom, but carried her to the coast of Zanguebar, where was a Dutch fortification, which they took and plundered, razed the fort, and carried off several men voluntarily. From hence they stood for St. Mary's, where they shared their booty, broke up their company, and settled among the natives. Here a snow came from Bristol, which they obliged to carry a petition to the governor of Mascarenhas for a pardon, though they paid the master very generously. The governor returned answer he would take them into protection if they would destroy their ships, which they agreed to, and accordingly sunk the Flying Dragon and company. Condent and some others went to Mascarenhas, where Condent married the governor's sister-in-law, and remained some time, but, as I have been credibly informed, he is since come to France, settled at St. Malo's, and drives a considerable trade as a merchant. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melanie Chernick. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 15. The Life of Captain Edward Lowe. This ferocious villain was born in Westminster, and received an education similar to that of the common people in England. He was by nature a pirate, for even when very young, he raised contributions among the boys of Westminster, and if they declined compliance, a battle was the result. When he advanced a step farther in life, he began to exert his ingenuity at low games, and cheating all in his power, and those who pretended to maintain their own right he was ready to call to the field of combat. He went to sea in company with his brother, and continued with him for 3 or 4 years. Going over to America, he wrought in a rigging house at Boston for some time. He then came home to see his mother in England, returned to Boston, and continued for some years longer at the same business. But being of a quarrelsome temper, he differed with his master, and went on board a sloop bound for the Bay of Honduras. While there, he had the command of a boat, employed in bringing logwood to the ship. In that boat there were 12 men, well armed, to be prepared for the Spaniards, from whom the wood was taken by force. It happened one day that the boat came to the ship just a little before dinner was ready, and Lowe desired that they might dine before they returned. The captain, however, ordered them a bottle of rum, and requested them to take another trip, as no time was to be lost. The crew were enraged, particularly Lowe, who took up a loaded musket and fired at the captain. But missing him, another man was shot, and they ran off with the boat. The next day they took a small vessel, went on board her, hoisted a black flag, and declared war with the whole world. In their rovings, Lowe met with Lowther, who proposed that he should join him and thus promote their mutual advantage. Having captured a brigantine, Lowe, with 40 more, went on board her, and leaving Lowther, they went to seek their own fortune. Their first adventure was the capture of a vessel belonging to Amboy, out of which they took the provisions and allowed her to proceed. On the same day they took a sloop, plundered her, and permitted her to depart. The sloop went into Black Island, and sent intelligence to the governor that Lowe was on the coast. 2 small vessels were immediately fitted out, but before their arrival, Lowe was beyond their reach. After this narrow escape, Lowe went into port to procure water and fresh provisions, and then renewed his search of plunder. He next sailed into the harbor of Port Rosemary, where were 13 ships, but none of them of any great strength. Lowe hoisted the black flag, assuring them that if they made any resistance they should have no quarter, and manning their boat, the pirates took possession of every one of them, which they plundered and converted to their own use. They then put on board a schooner 10 guns and 50 men, named her the Fancy, and Lowe himself went on board of her, while Charles Harris was constituted captain of the brigantine. They also constrained a few of the men to join them and sign their articles. After an unsuccessful pursuit of 2 sloops from Boston, they steered for the Leeward Islands, but in their way were overtaken by a terrible hurricane. The search for plunder gave place to the most vigorous exertion to save themselves. On board the brigantine all hands were at work both day and night. They were under the necessity of throwing overboard 6 of her guns and all the weighty provisions. In the storm, the 2 vessels were separated, and it was some time before they again saw each other. After the storm, Lowe went into a small island west of the Caribbees, refitted his vessels, and got provision for them in exchange of goods. As soon as the brigantine was ready for sea, they went on a cruise until the Fancy should be prepared, and during that cruise met with a vessel which had lost all her masts in the storm, which they plundered of goods to the value of 1,000 pounds and returned to the island. When the Fancy was ready to sail, a council was held what course they should next steer. They followed the advice of the captain, who thought it not safe to cruise any longer to the leeward, lest they should fall in with any of the men of war that cruised upon that coast, so they sailed for the Azores. The good fortune of Lowe was now singular. In his way thither he captured a French ship of 34 guns, and carried her along with him. Then entering St. Michael's Roads, he captured 7 sail, threatening with instant death all who dared to oppose him. Thus, by inspiring terror, without firing a single gun, he became master of all that property. Being in want of water and fresh provisions, Low sent to the governor demanding a supply, upon condition of releasing the ships he had taken, otherwise he would commit them to the flames. The request was instantly complied with, and 6 of the vessels were restored. But, a French vessel being among them, they emptied her of guns and all her men except the cook, who, they said, being a greasy fellow, would fry well. They accordingly bound the unfortunate man to the mast, and set the ship on fire. The next who fell in their way was Captain Carter, in the right galley, who, because he showed some inclination to defend himself, was cut and mangled in a barbarous manner. There were also 2 Portuguese friars, whom they tied to the foremast, and several times let them down before they were dead, merely to gratify their own ferocious dispositions. Meanwhile, another Portuguese, beholding this cruel scene, expressed some sorrow in his countenance, upon which one of the wretches said he did not like his looks, and so, giving him a stroke across the body with his cutlass, he fell upon the spot. Another of the miscreants, aiming a blow at a prisoner, missed his aim, and struck Low upon the underjaw. The surgeon was called, and stitched up the wound, but Low finding fault with the operation, the surgeon gave him a blow which broke all the stitches, and left him to sew them himself. After he had plundered this vessel, some of them were for burning her, as they had done the Frenchmen, but instead of that, they cut her cables, rigging, and sails to pieces, and sent her adrift to the mercy of the waves. They next sailed for the island of Madeira, and took up a fishing boat with 2 old men and a boy. They detained one of them, and sent the other on shore with a flag of truce, requesting the governor to send them a boat of water, else they would hang the other man at the yardarm. The water was sent, and the man dismissed. They next sailed for the Canary Islands, and there took several vessels, and being informed that 2 small galleys were daily expected, the sloop was manned and sent in quest of them. They, however, missing their prey, and being great in want of provision, went into St. Michael's in the character of traders, and being discovered, were apprehended, and the whole crew conducted to the castle, and treated according to their merits. Meanwhile, Low's ship was overset upon the careen and lost, so that, having only the fancy schooner remaining, they all, to the number of 100, went on board her, and set sail in search of new spoils. They soon met a rich Portuguese vessel, and after some resistance, captured her. Low tortured the men to constrain them to inform him where they had hid her treasures. He accordingly discovered that, during the chase, the captain had hung a bag with 11,000 moidores out of the cabin window, and that, when they were taken, he had cut the rope and allowed it to fall into the sea. Upon this intelligence, Low raved and stormed like a fury, ordered the captain's lips to be cut off and broiled before his eyes, then murdered him and all his crew. After this bloody action, the miscreants steered northward, and in their course seized several vessels, one of which they burned, and plundering the rest allowed them to proceed. Having cleaned in one of the islands, they then sailed for the Bay of Honduras. They met a Spaniard coming out of the bay, which had captured 5 Englishmen and a Pink, plundered them, and brought away the master's prisoners. Low hoisted Spanish colors, but, when he came near, hung up the black flag, and the Spaniard was seized without resistance. Upon finding the masters of the English vessels in the hold, and seeing English goods on board, a consultation was held, when it was determined to put all the Spaniards to the sword. This was scarcely resolved upon, when they commenced with every species of weapons, to massacre every man, and some flying from their merciless hands into the waves, a canoe was sent in pursuit of those who endeavored to swim on shore. They next plundered the Spanish vessel, restored the English masters to their respective vessels, and set the Spaniard on fire. Low's next cruise was between the Leeward Islands and the mainland, where, in a continued course of prosperity, he successively captured no less than 19 ships of different sizes, and in general treated their crews with a barbarity unequaled even among pirates. But it happened that the Greyhound, of 20 guns and 120 men, was cruising upon that coast. Informed of the mischief these miscreants had done, the Greyhound went in search of them. Supposing they had discovered a prize, Low and his crew pursued them, and the Greyhound, allowing them to run after her until all things were ready to engage, turned upon the 2 sloops. One of these sloops was called the Fancy, and commanded by Low himself, and the other the Ranger, commanded by Harris. Both hoisted their piratical colors, and fired each a gun. When the Greyhound came within musket shot, she hauled up her mainsail and clapped close upon a wind to keep the pirates from running to leeward, and then engaged. But when the rogues found whom they had to deal with, they edged away under the man-of-war's stern, and the Greyhound standing after them, they made a running fight for about 2 hours. But little wind happening, the sloops gained from her by the help of their oars, upon which the Greyhound left off firing, turned all hands to her own oars, and at 3 in the afternoon came up with them. The pirates hauled upon a wind to receive the man-of-war, and the fight was immediately renewed, with a brisk fire on both sides, till the Ranger's mainyard was shot down. Under these circumstances, Low abandoned her to the enemy, and fled. The conduct of Low was surprising in this adventure, because his reputed courage and boldness had hitherto so possessed the minds of all people that he became a terror even to his own men. But his behavior throughout this whole action showed him to be a base, cowardly villain, for had Low's sloop fought half so briskly as Harris's had done, as they were under a solemn oath to do, the man-of-war, in the opinion of some present, could never have hurt them. Nothing, however, could lessen the fury or reform the manners of that obdurate crew. Their narrow escape had no good effect upon them, and with redoubled violence they renewed their depredations and cruelties. The next vessel they captured was 80 miles from land. They used the master with the most wanton cruelty, then shot him dead, and forced the crew into the boat with a compass, a little water, and a few biscuits, and left them to the mercy of the waves. They, however, beyond all expectation, got safe to shore. Low proceeded in his villainous career with 2 fatal success. Unsatisfied with satiating their avarice and walking the common path of wickedness, those inhuman wretches, like to Satan himself, made mischief their sport, cruelty their delight, and the ruin and murder of their fellow men their constant employment. Of all the piratical crews belonging to the English nation, none ever equaled Low in barbarity. Their mirth and their anger had the same effect. They murdered a man from good humor as well as from anger and passion. Their ferocious disposition seemed only to delight in cries, groans, and lamentations. One day, Low, having captured Captain Graves, a Virginia man, took a bowl of punch in his hand and said, "Captain, here's half this to you." The poor gentleman was too much touched with his misfortunes to be in a humor for drinking. He therefore modestly excused himself. Upon this, Low cocked and presented a pistol in the one hand, and his bowl in the other, saying, "Either take the one or the other." Low next captured a vessel called the Christmas, mounted her with 34 guns, went on board her himself, assumed the title of admiral, and hoisted the black flag. His next prize was a brigantine, half manned with Portuguese and half with English. The former he hanged, and the latter he thrust into their boat and dismissed, while he set fire to the vessel. The success of Low was unequaled, as well as his cruelty, and during a long period he continued to pursue his wicked course with impunity. All wickedness comes to an end, and Low's crew at last rose against him, and he was thrown into a boat without provisions and abandoned to his fate. This was because Low murdered the quartermaster while he lay asleep. Not long after he was cast adrift, a French vessel happened along and took him into Martinico, and after a quick trial by the authorities, he received short shift on a gallows erected for his benefit. End of chapter 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Morgan Saletta. Life and Adventures of Captain Edward England. This adventurer was mate of a sloop that sailed from Jamaica, and was taken by Captain Winter, a pirate, just before the settlement of the pirates at Providence Island. After the pirates had surrendered to His Majesty's pardon, and Providence Island was peopled by the English government, Captain England sailed to Africa. There he took several vessels, particularly the Cadogan, from Bristol, commanded by one Skinner. When the latter struck to the pirate, he was ordered to come on board in his boat. The person upon whom he first cast his eye proved to be his old boatswain, who stared him in the face and accosted him in the following manner: "Ah, Captain Skinner, is it you, the only person I wished to see? I am much in your debt, and I shall pay you in your own coin." The poor man trembled in every joint, and dreaded the event, as he well might. It happened that Skinner and his old boatswain, with some of his men, had quarreled, so that he thought fit to remove them on board a man of war, while he refused to pay them their wages. Not long after, they found means to leave the man of war, and went on board a small ship in the West Indies. They were taken by a pirate, and brought to Providence, and from thence sailed as pirates with Captain England. Thus, accidentally meeting their old captain, they severely revenged the treatment they had received. After the rough salutation which has been related, the boatswain called to his comrades, laid hold of Skinner, tied him fast to the windlass, and pelted him with glass bottles until they cut him in a shocking manner, then whipped him about the deck until they were quite fatigued, remaining deaf to all his prayers and entreaties, and at last, in an insulting tone, observed, that as he had been a good master to his men, he should have an easy death, and upon this shot him through the head. Having taken such things out of the ship as they stood most in need of, she was given to Captain Davis in order to try his fortune with a few hands. Captain England, some time after, took a ship called the Pearl, for which he exchanged his own sloop, fitted her up for piratical service, and called her the Royal James. In that vessel he was very fortunate, and took several ships of different sizes and different nations. In the spring of 1719, the pirates returned to Africa, and beginning at the river Gambia, sailed down the coast to Cape Corso, and captured several vessels. Some of them they pillaged and allowed to proceed, some they fitted out for the pirate service, and others they burned. Leaving our pirate upon this coast, the Revenge and the Flying King, two other pirate vessels, sailed for the West Indies, where they took several prizes, and then cleared and sailed for Brazil. There they captured some Portuguese vessels, but a large Portuguese man of war coming up to them proved an unwelcome guest. The Revenge escaped, but was soon lost upon that coast. The Flying King in despair ran ashore. There were then 70 on board, 12 of whom were slain, and the remainder taken prisoners. The Portuguese hanged 38 of them. Captain England, whilst cruising upon that coast, took the Peterborough of Bristol and the Victory. The former they detained, the latter they plundered and dismissed. In the course of his voyage, England met with 2 ships, but these taking shelter under Cape Corso Castle, he unsuccessfully attempted to set them on fire. He next sailed down to Witta Road, where Captain Labouche had been before England, and left him no spoil. He now went into the harbor, cleaned his own ship, and fitted the Peterborough, which he called the Victory. During several weeks the pirates remained in this quarter, indulging in every species of riot and debauchery, until the natives, exasperated with their conduct, came to an open rupture, when several of the negroes were slain, and one of their towns set on fire by the pirates. Leaving that port, the pirates, when at sea, determined by vote to sail for the East Indies, and arrived at Madagascar. After watering and taking in some provisions, they sailed for the coast of Malabar. This place was situated in the Mogul Empire, and is one of its most beautiful and fertile districts. It extends from the coast of Canora to Cape Comorin. The original natives are Negroes, but a mingled race of Mahometans, who are generally merchants, have been introduced in modern times. Having sailed almost round the one half of the globe, literally seeking whom they might devour, our pirates arrived in this hitherto untried and prolific field for their operations. Not long after their settlement at Madagascar, they took a cruise, in which they captured 2 Indian vessels and a Dutchman. They exchanged the latter for one of their own, and directed their course again to Madagascar. Several of their hands were sent on shore with tents and ammunition, to kill such beasts and venison as the island afforded. They also formed the resolution to go in search of Avery's crew, which they knew had settled upon the island, but as their residence was upon the other side of the island, the loss of time and labor was the only fruit of their search. They tarried here but a very short time, then steered their course to Joanna, and coming out of that harbor, fell in with 2 English vessels and an Ostend ship, all Indiamen, which, after a most desperate action, they captured. The particulars of this extraordinary action are related in the following letter from Captain Macra. Bombay, November 16th, 1720. We arrived on the 25th of July last, in company with the Greenwich at Joanna, an isle not far from Madagascar. Putting in there to refresh our men, we found 14 pirates who came in their canoes from the Mayotta, where the pirate ship to which they belonged, viz., the Indian Queen, 250 tons, 28 guns, and 90 men, commanded by Captain Oliver de Labouche, bound from the Guinea coast to the East Indies, had been bulged and lost. They said they left the captain and 40 of their men building a new vessel, to proceed on their wicked designs. Captain Kirby and I, concluding that it might be of great service to the East India Company to destroy such a nest of rogues, were ready to sail for that purpose on the 17th of August, about 8 o'clock in the morning, when we discovered 2 pirates standing into the Bay Joanna, one of 34, and the other of 36 guns. I immediately went on board the Greenwich, where they seemed very diligent in preparation for an engagement, and I left Captain Kirby with mutual promises of standing by each other. I then unmoored, got under sail, and brought 2 boats ahead to row me close to the Greenwich, but he, being open to a valley and a breeze, made the best of his way from me, which an Ostender in our company, of 22 guns, seeing, did the same, though the captain had promised heartily to engage with us, and I believe would have been as good as his word, if Captain Kirby had kept his. About half an hour after 12, I called several times to the Greenwich to bear down to our assistance, and fired a shot at him, but to no purpose. For though we did not doubt but he would join us, because, when he got about a league from us, he brought his ship to and looked on, yet both he and the Ostender basely deserted us, and left us engaged with barbarous and inhuman enemies, with their black and bloody flags hanging over us, without the least appearance of ever escaping, but to be cut to pieces. But God in his good providence determined otherwise. For, notwithstanding their superiority, we engaged them both about 3 hours, during which time the biggest of them received some shot betwixt wind and water, which made her keep off a little to stop her leaks. The other endeavored all she could to board us, by rowing with her oars, being within half a ship's length of us about an hour, but by good fortune we shot all her oars to pieces, which prevented them, and by consequence saved our lives. About 4 o'clock most of the officers and men posted on the quarter-deck being killed and wounded, the largest ship making up to us with diligence, being still within a cable's length of us, often giving us a broadside, there being now no hopes of Captain Kirby's coming to our assistance. We endeavored to run ashore, and though we drew 4 feet of water more than the pirate, it pleased God that he stuck fast on a higher ground than, happily, we fell in with, so was disappointed a second time from boarding us. Here we had a more violent engagement than before. All my officers and most of my men behaved with unexpected courage, and, as we had a considerable advantage by having a broadside to his bow, we did him great damage, so that had Captain Kirby come in then, I believe we should have taken both the vessels, for we had one of them sure, but the other pirate, who was still firing at us, seeing the Greenwich did not offer to assist us, supplied his consort with 3 boats full of fresh men. About 5 in the evening the Greenwich stood clear away to sea, leaving us struggling hard for life, in the very jaws of death, which the other pirate that was afloat, seeing, got a warp out, and was hauling under our stern. By this time, many of my men being killed and wounded, and no hopes left of us escaping, being all murdered by enraged barbarous conquerors, I ordered all that could to get into the longboat, under the cover of the smoke of our guns, so that, with what some did in boats, and others by swimming, most of us that were able got ashore by 7 o'clock. When the pirates came aboard, they cut 3 of our wounded men to pieces. I, with some of my people, made what haste I could to Kingstown, 25 miles from us, where I arrived next day, almost dead with the fatigue and loss of blood, having been sorely wounded in the head by a musket ball. At this town I heard that the pirates had offered $10,000 to the country people to bring me in, which many of them would have accepted, only they knew the king and all his chief people were in my interest. Meanwhile, I caused a report to be spread that I was dead of my wounds, which much abated their fury. About 10 days after, being pretty well recovered, and hoping the malice of our enemies was nigh over, I began to consider the dismal condition we were reduced to, being in a place where we had no hopes of getting a passage home, all of us in a manner naked, not having had time to bring with us either a shirt or a pair of shoes, except what we had on. Having obtained leave to go on board the pirates with the promise of safety, several of the chief of them knew me, and some of them had sailed with me, which I found to be of great advantage, because, notwithstanding their promise, some of them would have cut me to pieces, and all that would not enter with them, had it not been for their chief captain, Edward England, and some others whom I knew. They talked of their burning one of our ships, which we had so entirely disabled as to be no farther use to them, and to fit the Cassandra in her room, but in the end I managed the affair so well that they made me a present of the said shattered ship, which was Dutch-built, and called the Fancy. Her burden was about 300 tons. I procured also 129 bales of the company's cloth, though they would not give me a rag of my own clothes. They sailed the 3rd of September, and I, with jury masts and such old sails as they left me, made a shift to do the like on the 8th, together with 43 of my ship's crew, including 2 passengers and 12 soldiers, having no more than 5 tons of water aboard. After a passage of 48 days, I arrived here on the 26th of October, almost naked and starved, having been reduced to a pint of water a day, and almost in despair of ever seeing land, by reason of the calms we met with between the coast of Arabia and Malabar. We had in all 13 men killed and 24 wounded, and we were told that we destroyed about 90 or 100 of the pirates. When they left us, they were about 300 whites and 80 black on both ships. I am persuaded, had our consort the Greenwich done his duty, we had destroyed both of them, and got 200,000 pounds for our owners and selves, whereas the loss of the Cassandra may justly be imputed to his deserting us. I have delivered all the bales that were given me into the company's warehouse, for which the governor and council have ordered me a reward. Our governor, Mr. Boone, who is extremely kind and civil to me, had ordered me home with the packet, but Captain Harvey, who had a prior promise, being home in with the fleet, goes in my room. The governor had promised me a country voyage to help to make up my losses, and would have me stay and accompany him to England next year. Captain Macra was certainly in imminent danger, in trusting himself and his men on board the pirate ship, and unquestionably nothing but the desperate circumstances in which he was placed could have justified so hazardous a step. The honor and influence of Captain England, however, protected him and his men from the fury of the crew, who would willingly have wreaked their vengeance upon them. It is pleasing to discover any instance of generosity or honor among such an abandoned race, who bid defiance to all the laws of honor, and, indeed, are regardless of all laws human and divine. Captain England was so steady to Captain Macra that he informed him it would be with no small difficulty and address that he would be able to preserve him and his men from the fury of the crew, who were greatly enraged at all the resistance which had been made. He likewise acquainted him that his influence and authority among them was giving place to that of Captain Taylor, chiefly because the dispositions of the latter were more savage and brutal. They therefore consulted between them what was the best method to secure the favor of Taylor and keep him in good humor. Macra made the punch to flow in great abundance, and employed every artifice to soothe the mind of that ferocious villain. A single incident was also very favorable to the unfortunate captain. It happened that a pirate, with a prodigious pair of whiskers, a wooden leg, and stuck round with pistols, came blustering and swearing upon the quarter-deck, inquiring, "Where is Captain Macra?" He naturally supposed that this barbarous-looking fellow would be his executioner, but, as he approached, he took the captain by the hand, swearing that he was an honest fellow, and that he had formerly sailed with him, and would stand by him, and let him see the man that would touch him. This terminated the dispute, and Captain Taylor's disposition was so ameliorated with punch, that he consented that the old pirate ship, and so many bales of cloth, should be given to Macra, and then sank into the arms of intoxication. England now pressed Macra to hasten away, lest the ruffian, upon his becoming sober, should not only retract his word, but give liberty to the crew to cut him and his men to pieces. But the gentler temper of Captain England, and his generosity toward the unfortunate Macra, proved the organ of much calamity to himself. The crew, in general, deeming the kind of usage which Macra had received inconsistent with piratical policy, they circulated a report that he was coming against them with the company's force. The result of these invidious reports was to deprive England of his command, and to excite these cruel villains to put him on shore, with 3 others, upon the island of Mauritius. If England and his small company had not been destitute of every necessary, they might have made a comfortable subsistence here, as the islands abound with deer, hogs, and other animals. Dissatisfied, however, with their solitary situation, Captain England and his 3 men exerted their industry and ingenuity, and formed a small boat, with which they sailed to Madagascar, where they subsisted upon the generosity of some more fortunate piratical companions. Captain Taylor detained some of the officers and men belonging to Captain Macra, and having repaired their vessel, sailed for India. The day before they made land, they espied 2 ships to the eastward, and supposing them to be English, Captain Taylor ordered one of the officers of Macra's ship to communicate to him the private signals between the company's ships, swearing that if he did not do so immediately, he would cut him into pound pieces. But the poor man, being unable to give the information demanded, was under the necessity of enduring their threats. Arrived at the vessels, they found that they were 2 Moorish ships, laden with horses. The pirates brought the captains and merchants on board, and tortured them in a barbarous manner, to constrain them to tell where they had hid their treasure. They were, however, disappointed, and the next morning they discovered land, and at the same time a fleet on shore plying to windward. In this situation they were at a considerable loss how to dispose of their prizes. To let them go would lead to their discovery, and thus defeat the design of their voyage, and it was a distressing matter to sink the men and the horses, though many of them were for adopting that measure. They, however, brought them to anchor, threw all the sails overboard, and cut one of the masts half through. While they lay at anchor and were employed in taking in water, one of the above-mentioned fleet moved toward them with English colors, and was answered by the pirate with a red ensign, but they did not hail each other. At night they left the musket ships, and sailed after the fleet. About 4 next morning the pirates were in the midst of the fleet, but seeing their vast superiority, were greatly at a loss what method to adopt. The Victory had become leaky, and their hands were so few in number, that it only remained for them to deceive, if possible, the English squadron. They were unsuccessful in gaining anything out of that fleet, and had only the wretched satisfaction of burning a single galley. They, however, that day seized a galliot laden with cotton, and made inquiry of the men concerning the fleet. They protested that they had not seen a ship since they left Gogo, and earnestly implored their mercy, but, instead of treating them with lenity, they put them to the rack, in order to extort farther confession. The following day a fresh easterly wind blew hard, and rent the galliot's sails. Upon this the pirates put her company into a boat, with nothing but a trysail, no provisions, and only 4 gallons of water, and, though they were out of sight of land, left them to shift for themselves. It may be proper to inform our readers that one Angria, an Indian prince of considerable territory and strength, had proved a troublesome enemy to Europeans, and particularly to the English. Calabar was his principal fort, situated not many leagues from Bombay, and he possessed an island in sight of the port, from whence he molested the company's ships. His art in bribing the ministers of the Great Mogul, and the shallowness of the water that prevented large ships of war from approaching, were the principal causes of his safety. The Bombay fleet, consisting of 4 grabs, the London and the Kandwa, and 2 other ships, with a galliot, having an additional 1,000 men on board for this enterprise, sailed to attack a fort belonging to Angria upon the Malabar coast. Though their strength was great, yet they were totally unsuccessful in their enterprise. It was this fleet returning home that our pirates discovered upon the present occasion. Upon the sight of the pirates, the commodore of the fleet intimated to Mr. Brown, the general, that as they had no orders to fight, and had gone upon a different purpose, it would be improper for them to engage. Informed of the loss of this favorable opportunity of destroying the robbers, the governor of Bombay was highly enraged, and giving the command of the fleet to Captain Macra, ordered him to pursue and engage them wherever they should be found. The pirates having barbarously sent away the galliot with her men, they arrived southward, and between Goa and Karwar they heard several guns, so that they came to anchor, and sent their boat to reconnoiter, which returned next morning with the intelligence of 2 grabs lying at anchor in the road. They accordingly weighed, ran toward the bay, and in the morning were discovered by the grabs, who had just time to run under India Diva Castle for protection. This was the more vexatious to the pirates, as they were without water. Some of them, therefore, were for making a descent upon the island, but that measure not being generally approved, they sailed toward the south, and took a small ship, which had only a Dutchman and 2 Portuguese on board. They sent one of these on shore to the captain, to inform him that, if he would give them some water and fresh provisions, he might have his vessel returned. He replied that, if they would give him possession over the bar, he would comply with their request. But, suspecting the integrity of his design, they sailed for Lakadiva Islands, uttering dreadful imprecations against the captain. Disappointed in finding water at these islands, they sailed to Melinda Island, and sent their boats on shore to discover if there was any water, or if there were any inhabitants. They returned with the information that there was an abundance of water, that the houses were only inhabited by women and children, the men having fled at the appearance of the ships. They accordingly hastened to supply themselves with water, used the defenseless women in a brutal manner, destroyed many of their fruit trees, and set some of their houses on fire. While off the island, they lost several of their anchors by the rockiness of the ground, and one day, blowing more violently than usual, they were forced to take to sea, leaving several people and most of the water casks. But when the gale was over, they returned to take in their men and water. Their provisions being nearly exhausted, they resolved to visit the Dutch at Cochin. After sailing 3 days, they arrived off Telesheri, and took a small vessel belonging to Governor Adams, and brought the master on board, very much intoxicated, who informed them of the expedition of Captain Macra. This intelligence raised their utmost indignation. "A villain," said they, "to whom we have given a ship and presents, to come against us. He ought to be hanged, and since we cannot show our resentment to him, let us hang the dogs his people, who wish him well, and would do the same if they were clear." "If it be in my power," said the quartermaster, "both masters and officers of ships shall be carried with us for the future, only to plague them. Now, England, we mark him for this." They proceeded to Calicut, and attempting to cut out a ship, were prevented by some guns placed upon the shore. One of Captain Mackra's officers was under deck at this time, and was commanded both by the captain and the quartermaster to tend the braces on the booms, in hopes that a shot would take him before they got clear. He was about to have excused himself, but they threatened to shoot him, and when he expostulated and claimed their promise to put him on shore, he received an unmerciful beating from the quartermaster, Captain Taylor, to whom that duty belonged, being lame in his hands. The next day following, they met a Dutch galliot, laden with limestone, bound for Calicut, on board of which they put one Captain Fox, and some of the crew interceding for Mackra's officer, Taylor and his party replied, "If we let this dog go, who has overheard our designs and resolutions, he will overset all our well-advised resolutions, and particularly the supply we are seeking for at the hands of the Dutch." When they arrived at Cochin, they sent a letter on shore by a fishing boat, entered the road, and anchored, each ship saluting the fort with 11 guns, and receiving the same number in return. This was the token of their welcome reception, and at night a large boat was sent, deeply laden with liquors and all kinds of provisions, and in it a servant of John Trumpet, one of their friends, to inform them that it would be necessary for them to run further south, where they would be supplied both with provisions and naval stores. They had scarcely anchored at the appointed place when several canoes with white and black inhabitants came on board, and continued without interruption to perform all the good offices in their power during their stay in that place. In particular, John Trumpet brought a large boat of arrack and 60 bales of sugar, as a present from the governor and his daughter, the former receiving in return a table clock, and the other a gold watch, the spoil of Captain Mackra's vessel. When their provisions were all on board, Trumpet was rewarded with about 6,000 or 7,000 pounds, was saluted with 3 cheers and 11 guns, and several handsful of silver were thrown into the boat for the men to gather at pleasure. There being little wind that night, they remained at anchor, and in the morning were surprised with the return of Trumpet, bringing another boat equally well stored with provisions, with chests of piece goods and ready-made clothes, and along with him the fiscal of the place. At noon they espied a sail toward the south, and immediately gave chase, but she outsailed them, and sheltered under the fort of Cochin. Informed that they would not be molested in taking her from under the castle, they sailed towards her, but upon the fort firing 2 guns, they ran off, for fear of more serious altercation, and returning, anchored in their former station. They were too welcome visitants to be permitted to depart, so long as John Trumpet could contrive to detain them. With this view he informed them that in a few days a rich vessel, commanded by the governor of Bombay's brother, was to pass that way. That government is certainly in a wretched state which is under the necessity of trading with pirates in order to enrich itself, nor will such a government hesitate by what means an injury can be repaired, or a fortune gained. Neither can language describe the low and base principles of a government which could employ such a miscreant as John Trumpet in its service. He was a tool in the hands of the government of Cochin, and, as the dog said in the fable, "What is done by the master's orders is the master's action," or, as the same sentiment is, perhaps, better expressed in the legal axiom, "Qui facit per alium facit per se." While under the direction of Trumpet, some proposed to proceed directly to Madagascar, but others were disposed to wait until they should be provided with a store ship. The majority being of the latter opinion, they steered to the south, and seeing a ship on shore were desirous to get near her, but the wind preventing, they separated, the one sailing northward and the other southward, in hopes of securing her when she should come out, whatever direction she might take. They were now, however, almost entrapped in the snare laid for them. In the morning, to their astonishment and consternation, instead of being called to give chase, 5 large ships were near, which made a signal for the pirates to bear down. The pirates were in the greatest dread lest it should be Captain Mackra, of whose activity and courage they had formerly sufficient proof. The pirate ships, however, joined and fled with all speed from the fleet. In 3 hours' chase, none of the fleet gained upon them, except one grab. The remainder of the day was calm, and, to their great consolation, the next day this dreaded fleet was entirely out of sight. Their alarm being over, they resolved to spend the Christmas in feasting and mirth, in order to drown care and to banish thought. Nor did one day suffice, but they continued their reveling for several days, and made so free with their fresh provisions, that in their next cruise they were put upon short allowance, and it was entirely owing to the sugar and other provisions that were in the leaky ship, that they were preserved from absolute starvation. In this condition, they reached the island of Mauritius, refitted the Victory, and left that place with the following inscription written upon one of the walls: "Left this place on the 5th of April, to go to Madagascar for Lemos." This they did lest any visit should be paid to the place during their absence. They, however, did not sail directly from Madagascar, but the island of Mascarius, where they fortunately fell in with a Portuguese of 70 guns, lying at anchor. The greater part of her guns had been thrown overboard, her masts lost, and the whole vessel disabled by a storm. She therefore became an easy prey to the pirates. Conde de Ericeira, viceroy of Goa, who went upon the fruitless expedition against Angria the Indian, and several passengers, were on board. Besides other valuable articles in specie, they found in her diamonds to the amount of $4 millions. Supposing that the ship was an Englishman, the viceroy came on board next morning, was made prisoner, and obliged to pay $2,000 as a ransom for himself and the other prisoners. After this he was sent ashore, with an express engagement to leave a ship to convey him and his companions to another port. Meanwhile, the pirates received intelligence that a vessel was to the leeward of the island, which they pursued and captured. But instead of performing their promise to the viceroy, which they could easily have done, they sent the Ostender along with some of their men to Madagascar, to inform their friends of their success, with instructions to prepare masts for the prize, and they soon followed, carrying 2,000 Negroes in the Portuguese vessel. Madagascar is an island larger than Great Britain, situated upon the eastern coast of Africa, abounding with all sorts of provisions such as oxen, goats, sheep, poultry, fish, citrons, oranges, tamarinds, dates, cocoa nuts, bananas, wax, honey, rice, cotton, indigo, and all other fruits common in that quarter of the globe, ebony of which lances are made, gums of several kinds, and many other valuable productions. Here, in St. Augustine's Bay, the ships sometimes stop to take in water, when they make the inner passage to India and do not intend to stop at Joanna. The pirates now divided their plunder, receiving 42 diamonds per man, or in smaller proportion according to their magnitude. A foolish, jocular fellow, who had received a large diamond of the value of 42, was highly displeased, and so went and broke it in pieces, exclaiming that he had many more shares than either of them. Some, contented with their treasure, and unwilling to run the risk of losing what they possessed, and perhaps their lives also, resolved to remain with their friends at Madagascar, under the stipulation that the longest livers should enjoy all the booty. The number of adventurers now being lessened, they burned the viceroy, cleaned the Cassandra, and the remainder went on board her under the command of Taylor, whom we must leave for a little while, in order to give an account of the squadron which arrived in India in 1721. When the Commodore arrived at the Cape, he received a letter that had been written by the governor of Pondicherry to the governor of Madras, informing him that the pirates were strong in the Indian seas, that they had 11 sail and 1,500 men, but adding that many of them retired about that time to Brazil and Guinea, while others fortified themselves at Madagascar, Mauritius, Joanna, and Mahilla, and that a crew under the command of Condon, in a ship called the Dragon, had captured a vessel with 13 lakhs of rupees on board, and, having divided their plunder, had taken up their residence with their friends at Madagascar. Upon receiving this intelligence, Commodore Matthews sailed for these islands as the most probable place of success. He endeavored to prevail on England at St. Mary's to communicate to him what information he could give respecting the pirates, but England declined, thinking that this would be almost to surrender at discretion. He then took up the guns of the Jubilee sloop that were on board, and the men of war made several cruises in search of the pirates, but to no purpose. The squadron was then sent down to Bombay, was saluted by the fort, and after these exploits returned home. The pirate Captain Taylor, in the Cassandra, now fitted up the Portuguese man of war, and resolved upon another voyage to the Indies, but, informed that 4 men of war had been sent after the pirates in that quarter, he changed his determination and sailed for Africa. Arrived there, they put in a place near the Spirito Sancto, on the coast of Monomotapa. As there was no correspondence by land, nor any trade carried on by sea to this place, they thought that it would afford a safe retreat. To their astonishment, however, when they approached the shore, it being in the dusk of the evening, they were accosted by several shot. They immediately anchored, and in the morning saw that the shot had come from a small fort of 6 guns, which they attacked and destroyed. This small fort was erected by the Dutch East India Company a few weeks before, and committed to the care of 150 men, the 1/2 of whom had perished by sickness or other causes. Upon their petition, 16 of these were admitted into the society of the pirates, and the rest would have also been received had they not been Dutchmen, to whom they had a rooted aversion. In this place they continued during 4 months, refitting their vessels, and amusing themselves with all manner of diversions, until the scarcity of their provisions awakened them to industry and exertion. They, however, left several parcels of goods to the starving Dutchmen, which Mynheer joyfully exchanged for provisions with the next vessel that touched at that fort. Leaving that place, they were divided in opinion what course to steer. Some went on board the Portuguese prize, and, sailing for Madagascar, abandoned the pirate life, and others going on board the Cassandra, sailed for the Spanish West Indies. The mermaid man of war, returning from a convoy, got near the pirates, and would have attacked them, but a consultation being held, it was deemed inexpedient, and thus the pirates escaped. A sloop was, however, dispatched to Jamaica with the intelligence, and the Lancaster was sent after them. But they were some days too late, the pirates having, with all their riches, surrendered to the governor of Portobello.
End of chapter 16. Read by Morgan Saletta.
Chapter 17 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 17. Account of the Lynn Pirates and Thomas Field, who was buried in his cave by the great earthquake. In the year 1658 there was a great earthquake in New England. Some time previous, on one pleasant evening, a little after sunset, a small vessel was seen to anchor near the mouth of Saugus River. A boat was presently lowered from her side, into which 4 men descended, and moved up the river a considerable distance when they landed, and proceeded directly into the woods. They had been noticed by only a few individuals, but in those early times, when the people were surrounded by danger, and easily susceptible of alarm, such an incident was well calculated to awaken suspicion, and in the course of the evening the intelligence was conveyed to many houses. In the morning the people naturally directed their eyes toward the shore, in search of the strange vessel, but she was gone, and no trace could be found either of her or her singular crew. It was afterwards ascertained that, on the morning, one of the men at the ironworks, on going into the foundry, discovered a paper on which was written, that if a quantity of shackles, handcuffs, hatchets, and other articles of iron manufacture were made and deposited with secrecy in a certain place in the woods which was particularly designated, an amount of silver in their full value would be found in their place. The articles were made in a few days, and placed in conformity with all the directions. On the next morning they were gone, and the money was found according to the promise. But though a watch had been kept, no vessel was seen. Some months afterwards the 4 men returned, and selected one of the most secluded and romantic spots in the woods of Saugus for their abode. The place of their retreat was a deep, narrow valley, shut in on 2 sides by craggy, precipitous rocks, and shrouded on the others by thick pines, hemlocks, and cedars, between which there was only one small spot to which the rays of the sun at noon could penetrate. On climbing up the rude and almost perpendicular steps of the rock on either side, the eye could command a full view of the bay on the south, and a prospect of a considerable portion of the surrounding country. The place of their real retreat has ever since been called the Pirates' Glen, and they could not have selected a spot on the coast for many miles more favorable for the purposes both of concealment and observation. Even at this day, when the neighborhood has become thickly peopled, it is still a lonely and desolate place, and probably not 1 in 100 of the inhabitants has ever descended into its silent and gloomy recess. There the pirates built a small hut, made a garden, and dug a well, the appearance of which is still visible. It has been supposed that they buried money, but though people have dug there, and in many other places, none has ever been found. After residing there some time, their retreat became known, and one of the king's cruisers appeared on the coast. They were traced to their glen, and 3 of them were taken and carried to England, where it is probable they were executed. The other, whose name was Thomas Field, escaped to a rock in the woods, about 2 miles to the north, in which was a spacious cavern, where the pirates had previously deposited some of their plunder. There the fugitive fixed his residence, and practiced the trade of a shoemaker, occasionally coming down to the village to obtain articles of sustenance. He continued his residence till the great earthquake in 1658, when the top of the rock was loosened, and crushed down into the mouth of the cavern, enclosing the unfortunate inmate in its unyielding prison. It has ever since been called the Pirates' Dungeon. A part of the cavern is still open, and is much visited by the curious. This rock is situated on a lofty range of thickly wooded hills, and commands an extensive view of the ocean, for 50 miles both north and south. A view from the top of it at once convinces the beholder that it would be impossible to select a place more convenient for the haunt of a gang of pirates, as all the vessels bound in and out of the harbors of Boston, Salem, and the adjacent ports can be distinctly seen from its summit. Saugus River meanders among the hills a short distance to the south, and its numerous creeks, which extend among thick bushes, would afford good places to secrete boats, until such time as the pirates descried a sail, when they could instantly row down the river, attack and plunder them, and with their booty return to the cavern. This was evidently their mode of procedure. On an open space in front of the rock are still to be seen distinct traces of a small garden spot, and in the corner is a small well, full of stones and rubbish. The foundation of the wall round the garden remains, and shows that the spot was of a triangular shape, and was well selected for the cultivation of potatoes and common vegetables. The aperture in the rock is only about 5 feet in height, and extends only 15 feet into the rock. The needle is strongly attracted around this, either by the presence of magnetic iron ore or some metallic substance buried in the interior. The Pirates' Glen, which is some distance from this, is one of nature's wildest and most picturesque spots, and the cellar of the pirates' hut remains to the present time, as does a clear space which was evidently cultivated at some remote period. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 18. History of the Ladrone Pirates, and their depredations on the coast of China, with an account of the enterprises and victories of Mistress Cheng, a female pirate. The Ladrones, as they were christened by the Portuguese at Macao, were originally a disaffected set of Chinese that revolted against the oppression of the Mandarins. The first scene of their depredations was the western coast, about Cochin China, where they began by attacking small trading vessels in rowboats, carrying from 30 to 40 men each. They continued this system of piracy, and thrived and increased in numbers under it, for several years. At length, the fame of their success, and the oppression and horrid poverty and want that many of the lower orders of the Chinese labored under, had an effect of augmenting their bands with astonishing rapidity. Fishermen and other destitute classes flocked by hundreds to their standard, and their audacity growing with their numbers, they not merely swept the coast, but blockaded all the rivers and attacked and took several large government war junks, mounting from 10 to 15 guns each. These junks being added to their shoals of boats, the pirates formed a tremendous fleet, which was always along shore, so that no small vessel could safely trade on the coast. When they lacked prey on the sea, they laid the land under tribute. They were at first accustomed to go on shore and attack the maritime villages, but becoming bolder, like the buccaneers, made long inland journeys, and surprised and plundered even large towns. An energetic attempt made by the Chinese government to destroy them only increased their strength, for in their first encounter with the pirates, 28 of the imperial junks struck, and the remaining 12 saved themselves by a precipitate retreat. The captured junks, fully equipped for war, were a great acquisition to the robbers, whose numbers now increased more rapidly than ever. They were in their plenitude of power in the year 1809, when Mr. Glasspool had the misfortune to fall into their hands, at which time that gentleman supposed their force to consist of 70,000 men, navigating 800 large vessels and 1,000 small ones, including rowboats. They were divided into 6 large squadrons under different flags, the red, the yellow, the green, the blue, the black, and the white. These wasps of the oceans, as the Chinese historian called them, were further distinguished by the names of their respective commanders. By these commanders a certain Cheng Yu had been most distinguished by his valor and conduct. By degrees, Cheng obtained almost a supremacy of command over the whole united fleet, and so confident was this robber in his strength and daily augmenting means, that he aspired to the dignity of a king, and went so far as openly to declare his patriotic intention of hurling the present Tartar family from the throne of China, and of restoring the ancient Chinese dynasty. But, unfortunately for the ambitious pirate, he perished in a heavy gale, and instead of placing a sovereign on the Chinese throne, he and his lofty aspirations were buried in the Yellow Sea. And now comes the most remarkable passage in the history of these pirates. Remarkable with any class of men, but doubly so among the Chinese, who entertain more than the general Oriental opinion of the inferiority of the fair sex. On the death of Cheng Yi, his legitimate wife had sufficient influence over the freebooters to induce them to recognize her authority in the place of her deceased husband's, and she appointed one Pao as her lieutenant and prime minister, and provided that she should be considered the mistress or commander-in-chief of the united squadrons. This Pao had been a poor fisher-boy, picked up with his father at sea while fishing by Ching Yu, whose goodwill and favor he had fortune to captivate, and by whom, before that pirate's death, he had been made a captain. Instead of declining under the rule of a woman, the pirates became more enterprising than ever. Cheng's widow was clever as well as brave, and so was her lieutenant Pao. Between them they drew up a code of law for the better regulation of the freebooters. In this it was decreed that if any man went privately on shore, or did what they call transgressing the bars, he should have his ears slit in the presence of the whole fleet. A repetition of the same unlawful act was death. No one article, however trifling in value, was to be privately subtracted from the booty or plundered goods. Everything they took was regularly entered on the register of their stores. The following clause of Mistress Cheng's code is still more delicate. No person shall debauch at his pleasure captive women, taken in the villages and open places, and brought on board ship. He must first request the ship's purser for permission, and then go aside in the ship's hold. To use violence against any woman, or to wed her without permission, shall be punished with death. By these means an admirable discipline was maintained on board the ships, and the peasantry on shore never let the pirates want for gunpowder, provisions, or any other necessity. On a piratical expedition, either to advance or retreat without orders was a capital offence. Under these philosophical institutions, and the guidance of a woman, the robbers continued to scour the China Sea, plundering every vessel they came near. The great war mandarin, Kuo Lang Lin, sailed from the Boca Tigris into the sea to fight the pirates. Pao gave him a tremendous drubbing, and gained a splendid victory. In this battle, which lasted from morning to night, the mandarin Kuo Lang Lin, a desperate fellow himself, levelled a gun at Pao, who fell on the deck as the piece went off, his disheartened crew concluding it was all over with him. But Pao was quick-eyed. He had seen the unfriendly intention of the mandarin, and thrown himself down. The great mandarin was soon after taken with 15 junks. 3 were sunk. The pirate lieutenant would have dealt mercifully with him, but the fierce old man suddenly seized him by the hair on the crown of his head, and grinned at him so that he might provoke him to slay him. But even then Powell spoke kindly to him. Upon this he committed suicide, being 70 years of age. After several victories and reverses, the Chinese historian says our men of war, escorting some merchant ships, happened to meet the pirate chief nicknamed the Jewel of the Crew, cruising at sea. The traders became exceedingly frightened, but our commander said, "This not being the flag of our widow Cheng Yi, we are a match for them. Therefore we will attack and conquer them." Then ensued a battle. They attacked each other with guns and stones, and many people were killed and wounded. The fighting ceased towards evening, and began again next morning. The pirates and the men of war were very close to each other, and they boasted mutually about their strength and valor. The traders remained at some distance. They saw the pirates mixing gunpowder in their beverage. They looked instantly red about the face and the eyes, and then fought desperately. This fighting continued 3 days and nights incessantly. At last, becoming tired on both sides, they separated. To understand this inglorious bulletin, the reader must remember that many of the combatants only handled bows and arrows, and pelted stones, and that Chinese powder and guns are both exceedingly bad. The pathos of the conclusion does somewhat remind one of the Irishman's dispatch during the American War. It was a bloody battle while it lasted, and the sergeant of marines lost his cartouche box. The Admiral Ting River was sent to sea against them. This man was surprised at anchor by the ever-vigilant Pow, to whom many fishermen and other people on the coast must have acted as friendly spies. Seeing escape impossible, and that his officers stood pale and inactive by the flagstaff, the Admiral conjured them, by their fathers and mothers, their wives and children, and by the hopes and brilliant reward if they succeeded, and of vengeance if they perished, to do their duty, and the combat began. The Admiral had the good fortune at the onset of killing with one of his great guns the pirate captain, the jewel of the crew. But the robbers swarmed thicker and thicker around him, and when the dreaded Pow lay him by the board, without help or hope, the Mandarin killed himself. An immense number of his men perished in the sea, and 25 vessels were lost. After his defeat, it was resolved by the Chinese government to cut off all their supplies of food and starve them out. All vessels that were in port were ordered to remain there, and those at sea or on the coast ordered to return with all speed. But the pirates, full of confidence, now resolved to attack the harbors themselves, and to ascend the rivers which are navigable for many miles up country, and rob the villages. The consternation was great when the Chinese saw them venturing above the government forts. The pirates separated, Mistress Cheng plundering in one place, Pow in another, and O po Tai in another. It was at this time that Mr. Glasspool had the ill fortune to fall into their power. This gentleman, then an officer in the East India Company's ship, the Marquis of Ely, which was anchored under an island about 12 miles from Macao, was ordered to proceed to the latter place with a boat to procure a pilot. He left the ship in one of the cutters with 7 British seamen well armed on the 17th of September 1809. He reached Macao in safety, and having done his business there and procured a pilot, returned towards the ship the following day. But unfortunately the ship had weighed anchor and was under sail, and in consequence of squally weather accompanied with thick fogs, the boat could not reach her, and Mr. Glasspool and his men and the pilot were left at sea in an open boat. Our situation, says that gentleman, was truly distressing, night closing fast, with a threatening appearance, blowing fresh, with a hard rain and a heavy sea. Our boat very leaky, without a compass, anchor, or provisions, and drifting fast on a lee shore, surrounded with dangerous rocks, and inhabited by the most barbarous pirates. After suffering dreadfully for 3 whole days, Mr. Glasspool, by the advice of the pilot, made for a narrow channel, where he presently discovered 3 large boats at anchor, which, on seeing the English boat, weighed and made sail towards it. The pilot told Mr. Glasspool they were Ladrones, and that if they captured the boat they would certainly put them all to death. After rowing tremendously for 6 hours they escaped these boats, but on the following morning, falling in with a large fleet of the pirates, which the English mistook for fishing boats, they were captured. About 20 savage-looking villains, said Mr. Glasspool, who were stowed at the bottom of the boat, leapt on board us. They were armed with short swords in either hand, one of which they laid upon our necks, and pointed the other to our breasts, keeping their eyes fixed on the officer, waiting his signal to cut or desist. Seeing we were incapable of making any resistance, the officer sheathed his sword, and the other immediately followed his example. They then dragged us into their boat, and carried us on board one of their junks, with the most savage demonstrations of joy, and, as we supposed, to torture us and put us to a cruel death. When on board the junk, they rifled the Englishmen, and brought heavy chains to chain them to the deck. At this time a boat came and took me, with one of my men and an interpreter, on board the chief's vessel. I was then taken before the chief. He was seated on deck in a large chair, dressed in purple silk with a black turban on. He appeared to be about 30 years of age, a stout, commanding-looking man. He took me by the coat and drew me close to him, then questioned the interpreter very strictly, asking who we were and what was our business in that part of the country. I told him to say we were Englishmen in distress, having been 4 days at sea without provision. This he would not credit, but said we were bad men, and that he would put us all to death, and then ordered some men to put the interpreter to the torture until he confessed the truth. Upon this occasion, a ladrone, who had been once to England and spoke a few words of English, came to the chief and told him we were really Englishmen, that we had plenty of money, adding that the buttons on my coat were gold. The chief then ordered us some coarse brown rice, of which we made a tolerable meal, having eaten nothing for nearly 4 days, except a few green oranges. During our repast, a number of ladrones crowded round us, examining our clothes and hair, and giving us every possible annoyance. Several of them brought swords and laid them on our necks, making signs that they would soon take us on shore and cut us in pieces, which I am sorry to say was the fate of some hundreds during my captivity. I was now summoned before the chief, who had been conversing with the interpreter. He said I must write to my captain and tell him if he did not send $100,000 for our ransom in 10 days, he would put us all to death. After vainly expostulating to lessen the ransom, Mr. Glasspool wrote the letter, and a small boat came alongside it and took it to Macao. Early in the night the fleet sailed, and anchored about 1 o'clock the following day in a bay under the island of Lantau, where the head admiral of the Ladrones, our acquaintance Pau, was lying at anchor, with about 200 vessels and a Portuguese brig they had captured a few days before, and the captain and part of the crew of which they had murdered. Early the next morning a fishing boat came to inquire if they had captured a European boat. They came to the vessel the English were in. One of the boatmen spoke a few words of English, and told me that he had a Ladrone pass, and was sent by our captain in search of us. I was rather surprised to find he had no letter. He appeared to be well acquainted with the chief, and remained in the cabin smoking opium, and playing cards all the day. In the evening I was summoned with the interpreter before the chief. He questioned us in much milder tone, saying he now believed we were Englishmen, a people he wished to be friendly with, and that if our captain would lend him $70,000 till he returned from his cruise up the river, he would repay him, and send us all to Macao. I assured him it was useless writing on these terms, and unless our ransom was speedily settled, the English fleet would sail, and render our enlargement altogether ineffectual. He remained determined, and said if it were not sent, he would keep us, and make us fight, or put us to death. I accordingly wrote, and gave my letter to the man belonging to the boat before mentioned. He said he could not return with an answer in less than 5 days. The chief now gave me the letter I wrote when first taken. I have never been able to ascertain his reasons for detaining it, but supposed he dared not negotiate for our ransom without orders from the head admiral, who I understood was sorry at our being captured. He said the English ships would join the Mandarins and attack them. While the fleet lay here, one night the Portuguese who were left in the captured brig murdered the Ladrones that were on board of her, cut the cables, and fortunately escaped through the darkness of the night. At daylight the next morning, the fleet, amounting to about 500 sail of different sizes, weighed to proceed on their intended cruise up the rivers, to levy contributions on the towns and villages. It is impossible to describe what my feelings at this critical time, having received no answer to my letters, and the fleet under way to sail, hundreds of miles up a country never visited by Europeans, there to remain probably for many months, which would render all opportunities for negotiating our enlargement totally ineffectual, as the only method of communication is by boats that have to pass from the Ladrones, and they dare not venture above 20 miles from Macao, being obliged to come and go in the night to avoid the Mandarins. And if these boats should be detected in having any intercourse with the Ladrones, they are immediately put to death, and all their relations, though they had not joined in the crime, share in the punishment, in order that not a single person of their families should be left to imitate the crimes or avenge their death. The following is a very touching incident in Mr. Glasspool's narrative. Wednesday, the 26th of September, at daylight, we passed in sight of our own ships at anchor under the island of Chung Po. The chief then called me, pointing to the ships, and told the interpreter to tell us to look at them, for we should never see them again. About noon we entered a river to the westward of the bog. 3 or 4 miles from the entrance we passed a large town situated on the side of a beautiful hill, which is tributary to the Ladrones. The inhabitants saluted them with songs as they passed. After committing numerous minor robberies, the Ladrones now prepared to attack a town with a formidable force, collected in rowboats from the different vessels. They sent a messenger to the town demanding a tribute of $10,000 annually, saying, if these terms were not complied with, they would land, destroy the town, and murder all the inhabitants, which they certainly would have done, had the town laid in a more advantageous situation for their purpose, and, being placed out of reach of their shot, they allowed them to come to terms. The inhabitants agreed to pay $6,000, which they were to collect by the time of our return down the river. This finesse had the desired effect, for during our absence they mounted a few guns on a hill, which commanded the passage, and gave us in lieu of the dollars a warm salute on our return. October the 1st, the fleet weighed in the night, dropped by the tide up the river, and anchored very quietly before a town surrounded by a thick wood. Early in the morning the Ladrones assembled in rowboats and landed. They gave a shout, and rushed into the town, sword in hand. The inhabitants fled to the adjacent hills in numbers apparently superior to the Ladrones. We may easily imagine to ourselves the horror with which these miserable people must be seized, on being obliged to leave their homes and everything dear to them. It was a most melancholy sight to see women in tears, clasping their infants in their arms, and imploring mercy for them from those brutal robbers. The old and the sick, who were unable to fly or make resistance, were either made prisoners or most inhumanly butchered. The boats continued passing and repassing from the junks to the shore, in quick succession, laden with booty, and the men besmeared with blood. 250 women and several children were made prisoners, and sent on board different vessels. They were unable to escape with the men, owing to that abominable practice of cramping their feet. Several of them were not able to move without assistance. In fact, they might all be said to totter rather than to walk. 20 of these poor women were sent on board the vessel I was in. They were hauled on board by the hair, and treated in a most savage manner. When the chief came on board, he questioned them respecting the circumstances of their friends, and demanded ransoms accordingly, from $6,000 to $600 each. He ordered them a berth on deck, at the after part of the vessel, where they had nothing to shelter them from the weather, which at this time was very variable, the days excessively hot, and the nights cold, with heavy rains. The town being plundered of everything valuable, it was set on fire, and reduced to ashes by the morning. The fleet remained here 3 days, negotiating for the ransom of the prisoners, and plundering the fish tanks and gardens. During all this time the Chinese never ventured from the hills, though they were frequently not more than 100 Ladrones on shore at a time, and I'm sure the people on the hills exceeded 10 times that number. On the 10th we formed a junction with the Black Squadron, and proceeding many miles up a wide and beautiful river, passing several ruins of villages that had been destroyed by the Black Squadron, on the 17th the fleet anchored abreast 4 mud batteries, which defended a town, so entirely surrounded with wood that it was impossible to form any idea of its size. The weather was very hazy, with hard squalls of rain. The Ladrones remained perfectly quiet for 2 days. On the 3rd day the forts commenced a brisk fire for several hours. The Ladrones did not return a single shot, but weighed in the night and dropped down the river. The reasons they gave for not attacking the town or returning the fire were that Joss had not promised them success. They are very superstitious, and consult their idol on all occasions. If his omens are good, they will undertake the most daring enterprises. The fleet now anchored opposite the ruins of the town, where the women had been made prisoners. Here we remained 5 or 6 days, during which time about 100 of the women were ransomed. The remainder were offered for sale among the Ladrones for $40 each. The woman is considered the lawful wife of the purchaser, who would be put to death if he discarded her. Several of them leapt overboard and drowned themselves rather than submit to such infamous degradation. Mai Ying, the wife of Ki Chu Yang, was very beautiful, and a pirate being about to seize her by the head, she abused him exceedingly. The pirate bound her to the yardarm, but on abusing him yet more, the pirate dragged her down and broke 2 of her teeth, which filled her mouth and jaws with blood. The pirate sprang up again to bind her. Ying allowed him to approach, but as soon as he came nearer her, she laid hold of his garments with her bleeding mouth, and threw both him and herself into the river, where they were both drowned. The remaining captives of both sexes were, after some months, liberated, on having paid a ransom of 15,000 liang, or ounces of silver. The fleet then weighed, continues Mr. Glasspool, and made sail down the river to receive the ransom from the town before mentioned. As we passed the hill, they fired several shots at us, but without effect. The Ladrones were much exasperated and determined to revenge themselves. They dropped out of reach of their shot and anchored. Every junk sent about 100 men each on shore to cut paddy and destroy their orange groves, which were most effectually performed for several miles down the river. During our stay here, they received information of 9 boats lying up a creek, laden with paddy. Boats were immediately dispatched after them. Next morning these boats were brought to the fleet. 10 or 12 men were taken in them. As these had made no resistance, the chief said he would allow them to become Ladrones, if they agreed to take the usual oaths before Joss. 3 or 4 of them refused to comply, for which they were punished in the following cruel manner. Their hands were tied behind their back, a rope from the masthead rove through their arms, and hoisted 3 or 4 feet from the deck, and 5 or 6 men flogged them with their rattans, twisted together till they were apparently dead, then hoisted them up to the masthead and left them hanging nearly an hour, then lowered them down and repeated the punishment till they died or complied with the oath. On the 28th of October, I received a letter from Captain K, brought by a fisherman who had told him he would give us all back for $3,000. He advised me to offer 3,000, and if not accepted, extend it to 4, but not further, as it was bad policy to offer much at first. At the same time, assuring me we should be liberated, let the ransom be what it would. I offered the chief the 3,000, which he disdainfully refused, saying it was not to be played with, and unless they sent $10,000 and 2 large guns with several casks of gunpowder, he would soon put us to death. I wrote to Captain K, and informed him of the chief's determination, requesting, if an opportunity offered, to send us a shift of clothes, for which it may be easily imagined we were much distressed, having been 7 weeks without a shift, although constantly exposed to the weather, and of course frequently wet. On the 1st of November, the fleet sailed up a narrow river, and anchored at night within 2 miles of a town called Little Whampoa. In front of it was a small fort, and several Mandarin vessels lying in the harbour. The chief sent the interpreter to me, saying, I must order my men to make cartridges and clean their muskets, ready to go on shore in the morning. I assured the interpreter I should give the men no such orders, and they must please themselves. Soon after the chief came on board, threatening to put us all to a cruel death if we refused to obey his orders. For my own part, I remained determined, and advised the men not to comply, as I thought by making ourselves useful we should be accounted too valuable. A few hours afterwards he sent to me again, saying that if myself and the quartermaster would assist them at the great guns, that if also the rest of the men went on shore and succeeded in taking the place, he would then take the money offered for our ransom, and give them $20 for each Chinaman's head they cut off. To these proposals we cheerfully acceded, in hopes of facilitating our deliverance. The Mandarin vessels continued firing, having blocked up the entrance of the harbour to prevent the Ladrone boats entering. At this the Ladrones were much exasperated, and about 300 of them swam on shore, with a short sword lashed close under each arm, They then ran along the banks of the river till they came abreast of the vessels, and then swam off again and boarded them. The Chinese thus attacked, leapt overboard and endeavored to reach the opposite shore. The Ladrones followed and cut the greater number of them to pieces in the water. They next towed the vessels out of the harbor and attacked the town with increased fury. The inhabitants fought about a quarter of an hour, and then retreated to an adjacent hill, from which they were soon driven with great slaughter. After this, the Ladrones returned and plundered the town, every boat leaving with its lading. The Chinese on the hills, perceiving most of the boats were off, rallied and retook the town, after killing nearly 200 Ladrones. One of my men was unfortunately lost in this dreadful massacre. The Ladrones landed a second time, drove the Chinese out of the town, then reduced it to ashes, and put all their prisoners to death without regard of either age or sex. I must not omit to mention a most horrid, though ludicrous circumstance which happened at this place. The Ladrones were paid by their chief $10 for every Chinaman's head they produced. One of my men, turning the corner of a street, was met by a Ladrone running furiously after a Chinese. He had a drawn sword in his hand, and 2 Chinamen's heads which he had cut off, tied by their tails and slung round his neck. I was witness myself to some of them producing 5 or 6 to obtain payment. On the 4th of November, an order arrived from the Admiral for the fleet to proceed immediately to Lantau, where he was lying with only 2 vessels, and 3 Portuguese ships and a brig constantly annoying him. Several sail of Mandarin vessels were daily expected. The fleet weighed and proceeded towards Lantau. On passing the island of Lin Tin, 3 ships and a brig gave chase to us. The Ladrones prepared to board, but night closing we lost sight of them. I am convinced they altered their course and stood from us. These vessels were in the pay of the Chinese government, and styled themselves the Invincible Squadron, cruising in the river Tigris to annihilate the Ladrones. On the 5th, in the morning, the Red Squadron anchored in the bay under Lantau. The Black Squadron stood to the eastward. In the afternoon of the 8th of November, 4 ships, a brig and a schooner, came off the mouth of the bay. At first the pirates were much alarmed, supposing them to be English vessels come to rescue us. Some of them threatened to hang us from the masthead for them to fire at, and with much difficulty we persuaded them that they were Portuguese. The Ladrones had only 7 junks in a fit state for action. These they hauled outside, and moored them head and stern across the bay, and manned all the boats belonging to the repairing vessels ready for boarding. The Portuguese, observing these manoeuvres, hove to, and communicated by boats. Soon afterwards they made sail, each ship firing her broadside as she passed, but without effect, the shot falling far short. The Ladrones did not return a single shot, but waved their colours and threw up their rockets, to induce them to come further in, which they might easily have done, the outside junks lying in 4 fathoms of water, which I sounded myself, though the Portuguese in their letters to Macau lamented that there was not sufficient water for them to engage closer, but that they would certainly prevent their escaping before the Mandarin fleet arrived. On the 20th of November, early in the morning, discovered an immense fleet of Mandarin vessels standing for the bay. On nearing us, they formed a line and stood close in. Each vessel, as she discharged her guns, tacked to join the rear and reload. They kept up a constant fire for about 2 hours, when one of their largest vessels was blown up by a firebrand thrown from a Ladrone junk, after which they kept at a more respectful distance, but continued firing without intermission till the 21st at night, when it fell calm. The Ladrones towed out 7 large vessels, with about 200 rowboats to board them, but a breeze springing up, they made sail and escaped. The Ladrones returned into the bay and anchored. The Portuguese and Mandarins followed, and continued a heavy cannonading during the night and the next day. The vessel I was in had her foremast shot away, which they supplied very expeditiously by taking a mainmast from a smaller vessel. On the 23rd, in the evening, it again fell calm. The Ladrones towed out 15 junks in 2 divisions, with the intention of surrounding them, which was nearly effected, having come up with and boarded one, when a breeze suddenly sprang up. The captured vessel mounted 22 guns. Most of her crew leapt overboard, 60 or 70 were taken, immediately cut to pieces and thrown into the river. Early in the morning the Ladrones returned into the bay, and anchored in the same situation as before. The Portuguese and Mandarins followed, keeping up a constant fire. The Ladrones never returned a single shot, but always kept in readiness to board, and the Portuguese were careful never to allow them an opportunity. On the 28th, at night, they sent 8 fire vessels, which, if properly constructed, must have done great execution, having every advantage they could wish for to effect their purpose. A strong breeze and a tide directed into the bay, and the vessels lying so close together that it was impossible to miss them. On their first appearance, the Ladrones gave a general shout, supposing them to be Mandarin vessels on fire, but were very soon convinced of their mistake. They came very regularly into the center of the fleet, 2 and 2, burning furiously. One of them came alongside the vessel I was in, but they succeeded in booming her off. She appeared to be a vessel of about 30 tons. Her hold was filled with straw and wood, and there were a few small boxes of combustibles on her deck, which exploded alongside of us without doing any damage. The Ladrones, however, towed them all on shore, extinguished the fire, and broke them up for firewood. The Portuguese claimed the credit of constructing these destructive machines, and actually sent a dispatch to the governor of Macao, saying they had destroyed at least 1/3 of the Ladrones' fleet, and hoped soon to effect their purpose by totally annihilating them. On the 29th of November, the Ladrones being all ready for sea, they weighed and stood boldly by, bidding defiance to the invincible squadron and imperial fleet, consisting of 93 war junks, 6 Portuguese ships, a brig, and a schooner. Immediately after the Ladrones weighed, they made all sail. The Ladrones chased them 2 or 3 hours, keeping up a constant fire. Finding they did not come up with them, they hauled their wind and stood to the eastward. Thus terminated the boasted blockade, which lasted 9 days, during which time the Ladrones completed all their repairs. In this action not a single Ladrone vessel was destroyed, and their loss was about 30 or 40 men. An American was also killed, one of 3 that remained out of the 8 taken in a schooner. I had 2 very narrow escapes. The first, a 12-pounder shot fell within 3 or 4 feet of me. Another took a piece out of a small brass swivel on which I was standing. The chief's wife frequently sprinkled me with garlic water, which they considered an effectual charm against shot. The fleet continued under sail all night, steering towards the eastward. In the morning they anchored in a large bay, surrounded by lofty and barren mountains. On the 2nd of December, I received a letter from Lieutenant Morn, commander of the Honourable Company's cruiser Antelope, saying that he had the ransom on board, and had been 3 days cruising after us, and wished me to settle with the chief on the securest method of delivering it. The chief agreed to send us in a small gunboat till we came within sight of the Antelope. Then the Compradore's boat was to bring the ransom and receive us. I was so agitated at receiving this joyful news that it was with difficulty I could scrawl about 2 or 3 lines to inform Lieutenant Morn of the arrangements I had made. We were all so deeply affected by the gratifying tidings that we seldom closed our eyes, but continued watching day and night for the boat. On the 6th she returned with Lieutenant Morn's answer, saying he would respect any single boat, but would not allow the fleet to approach him. The chief then, according to his first proposal, ordered a gunboat to take us, and with no small degree of pleasure we left the Ladrone fleet about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At 1 p.m. saw the Antelope under all sail, standing towards us. The Ladrone boat immediately anchored, and dispatched the Compradore's boat for the ransom, saying that if she approached nearer they would return to the fleet, and they were just weighing when she shortened sail and anchored about 2 miles from us. The boat did not reach her till late in the afternoon, owing to the tides being strong against her. She received the ransom and left the Antelope just before dark. A Mandarin boat that had been lying concealed under the land and watching their manoeuvres gave chase to her, and was within a few fathoms of taking her, when she saw a light, which the Ladrones answered, and the Mandarin hauled off. Our situation was now a critical one. The ransom was in the hands of the Ladrones, and the Compradore dare not return with us for fear of a second attack from the Mandarin boat. The Ladrones would not wait till morning, so we were obliged to return with them to the fleet. In the morning the chief inspected the ransom, which consisted of the following articles: 2 bales of superfine cloth, 2 chests of opium, 2 casks of gunpowder, and a telescope, the rest in dollars. He objected to the telescope not being new, and said he should detain one of us till another was sent, or $100 in lieu of it. The comprador, however, agreed with him for the $100. Everything being at length settled, the chief ordered 2 gunboats to convey us near the Antelope. We saw her before dusk, when the Ladrone boat left us. We had the inexpressible pleasure of arriving on board the Antelope at 7 p.m., when we were most cordially received, and heartily congratulated on our safe and happy deliverance from a miserable captivity, which we had endured for 11 weeks and 3 days. Signed, Richard Glasspool, China, December the 8th, 1809. The Ladrones have no settled residence on shore, but live constantly in their vessels. The after part is appropriated to the captain and his wives. He generally has 5 or 6. With respect to the conjugal rights, they are religiously strict. No person is allowed to have a woman on board unless married to her according to their laws. Every man is allowed a small berth about 4 feet square, where he stows with his wife and family. From the number of souls crowded in so small a space, it must naturally be supposed that they are horridly dirty, which is evidently the case, and their vessels swarm with all kind of vermin. Rats in particular, which they encourage to breed and eat as great delicacies. In fact, there are very few creatures they will not eat. During our captivity we lived 3 weeks on caterpillars boiled with rice. They are much addicted to gambling, and spend all their leisure hours at cards and smoking opium. At the time of Mr. Glasspool's liberation, the pirates were at the height of their power. After such repeated victories over the Mandarin ships, they had set at naught the imperial allies, the Portuguese, and not only the coast, but the rivers of the Celestial Empire seemed to be at their discretion. And yet their formidable association did not many months survive this event. It was not, however, defeat that reduced it to the obedience of the laws. On the contrary, that extraordinary woman, the widow of Cheng Yi, and the daring Power were victorious and more powerful than ever, when dissensions broke out amongst the pirates themselves. Ever since the favor of the chieftainess had elevated Power to the general command, there had been enmity and altercations between him and the chief, O po tai, who commanded one of the flags or divisions of the fleet, and it was only by the deference and respect they both owed to Cheng Yi's widow that they had been prevented from turning their arms against each other long before. At length, when the brave Power was surprised and cooped up by a strong blockading force of the Emperor's ships, O po tai showed all his deadly spite, and refused to obey the orders of Pow, and even of the chieftainess, which were that he should sail to the relief of his rival. Pow, with his bravery and usual good fortune, broke through the blockade, but when he gave in contact with O po tai, his rage was too violent to be restrained. O po tai at first pleaded that his means and strength had been insufficient to do what had been expected of him, but concluded by saying, "Am I bound to come and join the forces of Pow?" "Would you then separate before us?" cried Pow, more enraged than ever. O po tai answered, "I will not separate myself." Pow: "Why then do you not obey the orders of the wife of Cheng Yi and my own? What is this else than separation, that you do not come to assist me when I am surrounded by the enemy? I have sworn it that I will destroy thee, wicked man, that I may do away with this soreness on my back." The summons of Power when blockaded to O po tai was in language equally figurative. "I am harassed by the government's officers outside in the sea. Lips and teeth must help one another. If the lips are cut away, the teeth will feel cold. How shall I alone be able to fight the government forces? You should therefore come to the head of your crew to attack the government squadron in the rear. I will then come out of my station and make an attack in front. The enemy be so taken in the front and rear will, even supposing we cannot master him, certainly be thrown into disorder." The angry words of Pow were followed by others, and then by blows. Pow, though at the moment far inferior in force, first began the fight, and ultimately sustained a sanguinary defeat and the loss of 16 vessels. Our loathing for this cruel, detestable race must be increased by the fact that the victors massacred all their prisoners, or 300 men. This was the death blow to the Confederacy which had so long defied the Emperor's power, and which might have effected his dethronement. O po tai, dreading the vengeance of Paou and his mistress, Cheng Yi's widow, whose united forces would have quintupled his own, gained over his men to his views, and proffered a submission to government on condition of free pardon and a proper provision for all. The petition of the pirates is so curious a production, and so characteristic of the Chinese, that it deserves to be inserted at length. It is my humble opinion that all robbers of an overwhelming force, whether they had their origin from this or any other cause, have felt the humanity of government at different times. Liang Shang, who 3 years plundered the city, was nevertheless pardoned, and at last made a minister of state. Wakang often challenged the arms of the country, and he was suffered to live, and at last made a cornerstone of the empire. Ju Ming pardoned 7 times Mang Huao, and Quang Kung 3 times set Chao Chao at liberty. Ma Huen persuaded not the exhausted robbers, and Yo Fai killed not those who made their submission. There are many instances of such transactions both in former and recent times, by which the country was strengthened, and government increased its power. We now live in a very populous age. Some of us could not agree with their relations, and were driven out like noxious Swedes. Some, after having tried all they could, without being able to provide for themselves, at last joined bad society. Some lost their property by shipwrecks. Some withdrew into this watery empire to escape from punishment. In such a way, those who in the beginning were only 3 or 5 were in the course of time increased to 1,000 or 10,000, and so it went on increasing every year. Would it not have been wonderful if such a multitude, being in want of their daily bread, had not resorted to plunder and robbery to gain their subsistence, since they could not in any other manner be saved from famine? It was from necessity that the laws of the empire were violated, and the merchants robbed of their goods. Being deprived of our land and of our native places, having no house or home to resort to, and relying only on the chance of wind and water, even could we for a moment forget our griefs, we might fall in with a man of war, who with stones, darts, and guns would knock out our brains. Even if we dared to sail up a stream, and boldly go on, with anxiety of mind under wind, rain, and stormy weather, we must everywhere prepare for fighting. Whether we went to the east or to the west, and after having felt all the hardships of the sea, the night dew was our only dwelling, and the rude wind our meal. But now we will avoid these perils, leave our connections, and desert our comrades. We will make our submission. The power of government knows no bounds. It reaches to the islands in the sea, and every man is afraid, and sighs. Oh, we must be destroyed by our crimes. None can escape who opposeth the laws of the government. May you then feel compassion for those who are deserving of death. May you sustain us by your humanity. The government that had made so many lamentable displays of its weakness were glad to make an unreal parade of its mercy. It was but too unhappy to grant all the conditions instantly, and in the fulsome language of its historians, feeling that compassion is the way of heaven, that it is the right way to govern by righteousness, it therefore redeemed these pirates from destruction, and pardoned their former crimes. O po tai, however, then struck his free flag, and the pirates were hardly in the power of the Chinese, when it was proposed by many that they should all be treacherously murdered. The governor happened to be more honorable and humane, or probably only more politic than those who had made this foul proposal. He knew that such a bloody breach of faith would forever prevent the pirates still in arms from voluntarily submitting. He knew equally well, even weakened as they were by O po tai's defection, that the government could not reduce them by force, and he thought by keeping his faith with them he might turn the force of those who had submitted against those who still held out, and so destroy the pirates with the pirates. Consequently, the 8,000 men it had been proposed to cut off in cold blood were allowed to remain uninjured, and their leader, Opotai having changed his name to that of Ho Bin, or the Lustre of Instruction, was elevated to the rank of an imperial officer. The widow of Cheng Yi and her favorite Pao continued for some months to pillage the coast and to beat the Chinese and the Mandarin's troops and ships, and seemed almost as strong as before the separation of Opotai's flag. That example was probably operating in the minds of many of the outlaws. Finally, the lawless heroine herself, it was the spirit that kept the complicated body together. Seeing that Opotai had been made a government officer, and that he continued to prosper, began also to think of making her submission. I am, said she, 10 times stronger than Opotai, and government will perhaps, if I submit, act towards me as they have done with Opotai. A rumour of her intentions having reached shore, the Mandarin sent off a Captain Chow, a doctor of Macau, who, said the historian, being already well acquainted with the pirates, did not need any introduction, to enter on preliminaries with them. When the worthy practitioner presented himself to Pao, that friend concluded he had been committing some crime, and had come for safety to that general refugium peccatorum, the pirate fleet. The doctor explained, and assured the chief, that if he would submit, government was inclined to treat him and his far more favourably and more honourably than Opotai. But if he continued to resist, not only a general arming of all the coasts and rivers, but Opotai was to proceed against him. At this part of his narrative, our Chinese historian is again so curious that I shall quote his words at length. When Fai Hiang Chao came to Pao, he said, "Friend Pao, do you know why I come to you?" Pao, thou hast committed some crime, and comest to me for protection. Chow, by no means. Pao, you will then know how it stands concerning the report about our submission, if it is true or false? Chow, you are again wrong here, sir. What are you in comparison with Opotai? Pao, who is bold enough to compare me with Opotai? Chow, I know very well that Opotai could not come up to you, sir. But I mean only that since Opotai has made his submission, since he has got his pardon and been created a government officer, how would it be if you with your whole crew were also to submit, and if his excellency should desire to treat you in the same manner, and to give you the same rank as Opotai? Your submission would produce more joy to government than the submission of Opotai. You should not wait for wisdom to act wisely. You should make up your mind to submit to the government with all your followers. I will assist you in every respect. It would be the means of securing your own happiness and the lives of all your adherents. Chang Pao remained like a statue without motion, and Fai Huang Chao went on to say, "You should think about this affair in time, and not stay till the last moment. Is it not clear that Opotai, since you could not agree together, has joined government? He being enraged against you will fight, united with the forces of the government, for your destruction. And who could help you, so that you might overcome your enemies? If Opotai could before vanquish you quite alone, how much more can he now, when he is united with the government? Opotai will then satisfy his hatred against you, and you yourself will soon be taken, either at Wei Chow or at Niao Chow. If the merchant vessels of Hu Chow, the boats of Quang Chow, and all the fishing vessels unite together to surround and attack you in the open sea, you will certainly have enough to do. But even supposing they should not attack you, you will soon feel the want of provisions to sustain you and all your followers. It is always wisdom to provide before things happen. Stupidity and folly never think about future events. It is too late to reflect upon events when things have happened. You should therefore consider this matter in time." Pao was puzzled, but after being closeted for some time with his mistress, Cheng Yi's widow, who gave her high permission for him to make arrangements with Dr. Chow, he said he would repair with his fleet to the Boca Tigris, and there communicate personally with the organs of government. After 2 visits had been paid to the pirate fleets by 2 inferior mandarins, who carried the inferior proclamation of free pardon, and who, at the order of Cheng Yi's widow, were treated to a sumptuous banquet by Pao, the governor-general of the province went himself in one vessel to the pirate ships that occupied a line of 10 li off the mouth of the river. As the governor approached, the pirates hoisted their flags, played on their instruments, and fired their guns, so that the smoke rose in clouds, and then bent sail to meet him. On this, the dense population that were ranged thousands after thousands along the shore to witness the important reconciliation became sorely alarmed, and the governor general seemed to have had a strong inclination to run away. But in brief space of time, the long dreaded widow of Cheng Yi, supported by the Lieutenant Pao, and followed by 3 other of her principal commanders, mounted the side of the governor's ship, and rushed through the smoke to the spot where his Excellency was stationed. When they fell on their hands and knees, shed tears, knocked their heads on the deck before him, and received his gracious pardon, and promised for future kind treatment. They then withdrew, satisfied, having promised to give in a list of their ships, and of all else they possessed within 3 days. But the sudden apparition of some large Portuguese ships and some government war junks made the pirates suspect treachery. They immediately set sail, and negotiations were interrupted for several days. They were at last concluded by the boldness of their female leader. "If the Governor General," said this heroine, "a man of the highest rank, could come out to us quite alone, why should not I, a mean woman, go to the officers of government? If there be danger in it, I take it all on myself. No person among you need trouble himself about me. My mind is made up, and I will go to Canton." Pao said, "If the widow of Cheng Yi goes, we must all fix a time for her return. If this pass without our obtaining any information, we must collect all our forces and go before Canton. This is my opinion as to what ought to be done. Comrades, let me hear yours." The pirates then struck with the intrepidity of their chieftainess, and loving her more than ever, answered, "Friend Pao, we have heard thy opinion, but we think it better to wait for the news here, on the water, than to send the wife of Cheng Yi alone to be killed." Nor would they allow her to leave the fleet. Matters were in this state of indecision when the 2 inferior mandarins, who had before visited the pirates, ventured out to repeat their visit. These officers protested no treachery had been intended, and pledged themselves that if the widow of Cheng Yi would repair to the governor, she would be kindly received, and everything settled to their heart's satisfaction. With this, in the language of our old ballads, up spoke Miss Cheng. "You say well, gentlemen, and I will go myself to Canton with some of our other ladies, accompanied by you." And accordingly, she and a number of the pirates' wives and their children went fearlessly to Canton, arranged everything, and found that they had not been deceived. The fleet soon followed. On its arrival, every vessel was supplied with pork and with wine, and every man, in lieu it must be supposed of the share of the vessels and plundered property he resigned, received at the same time a bill for a certain quantity of money. Those who wished it could join the military force of government for pursuing the remaining pirates, and those who objected dispersed and withdrew into the country. This is the manner in which the great red squadron of the pirates was pacified. The valiant Pao, following the example of his rival O po Tai, entered into the service of government, and proceeded against such of his former associates and friends as would not accept the pardon offered them. There was some hard fighting, but the 2 renegadoes successfully took the chief Shi Ul, forced the redoubtable captain, styled the Scourge of the Eastern Ocean, to surrender himself, drove Frog's Meal, another dreadful pirate, to Manila, and finally, and within a few months, destroyed or dissipated the wasps of the ocean together. I have already noticed the marked intention of the Chinese historian to paint the character of Pao in a poetic or epic manner. When describing the battle with Shi Ul, he says, "They fought from 7 o'clock in the morning till 1 at noon, burnt 10 vessels, and killed an immense number of the pirates. Shi Ul was so weakened that he could scarcely make any opposition. On perceiving this through the smoke, Pao mounted on a sudden the vessel of the pirate, and cried out, 'I, Chang Pao, am come,' and at the same moment he cut some pirate to pieces. The remainder were then hardly dealt with. Pao addressed himself in an angry tone to Shi Ul, and said, 'I advise you to submit. Will you not follow my advice? What have you to say?' Shi Ul was struck with amazement, and his courage left him. Howe advanced and bound him, and the whole crew were then taken captives. From that period, says our Chinese historian, in conclusion, ships began to pass and repass in tranquillity. All became quiet on the rivers and tranquil on the four seas. People lived in peace and plenty. Men sold their arms and bought oxen to plough their field. They buried sacrifice and said prayers on top of the hills, and rejoiced themselves by singing behind screens during daytime, and, grand climax to all, the governor of the province, in consideration of all his valuable services in the pacification of the pirates, was allowed by an edict of the Son of Heaven to wear peacock's feathers with 2 eyes. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 19. The Life of Captain Lewis. Captain Lewis was at an early age associated with pirates. We first find him a boy in company with the pirate Bannister, who was hanged at the yardarm of a man-of-war, inside of Port Royal, Jamaica. This Lewis and another boy were taken with him, and brought into the island hanging by the middle at the Mizen Peak. He had a great aptitude for languages, and spoke perfectly well that of the Mosquil Indians, French, Spanish, and English. I mention our own, because it is doubted whether he was French or English, for we cannot trace him back to his origin. He sailed out of Jamaica till he was a lusty lad, and was then taken by the Spaniards at the Havana, where he tarried some time. But at length he and 6 more ran away with a small canoe, and surprised a Spanish periagua, out of which 2 men joined them, so that they were now 9 in company. With this periagua they surprised a turtling sloop, and forced some of the hands to take on with them. The others they sent away in the periagua. He played at this small game, surprising and taking coasters and turtlers, till with forced men and volunteers he made up a company of 40 men. With these he took a large pink-built ship, bound for Jamaica to the Bay of Campeachy, and after her several others bound to the same place. And having intelligence that there lay in the bay a fine Bermuda-built brigantine of 10 guns, commanded by Captain Tucker, he sent the captain of the Pink to him with a letter, the purport of which was, that he wanted such a brigantine, and if he would part with her, he would pay him 10,000 pieces of 8. If he refused this, he would take care to lie in his way, for he was resolved, either by fair or foul means, to have the vessel. Captain Tucker, having read the letter, sent for the masters of vessels then lying in the bay, and told them, after he had shown the letter, that if they would make him up 54 men, for there were about 10 Bermuda sloops, he would go out and fight the pirates. They said no, they would not hazard their men. They depended on their sailing, and every one must take care of himself as well as he could. However, they all put to sea together, and spied a sail under the land, which had a breeze while they lay becalmed. Some said he was a turtler, others the pirate, and so it proved, for it was honest Captain Lewis, who, putting out his oars, got in among them. Some of the sloops had 4 guns, some 2, some none. Joseph Dill had 2, which he brought on one side and fired smartly at the pirate, but unfortunately one of them split and killed 3 men. Tucker called to all the sloops to send him men, and he would fight Lewis, but to no purpose. Nobody came on board him. In the meanwhile a breeze sprung up, and Tucker, trimming his sails, left them, who all fell a prey to the pirate, into whom, however, he fired a broadside at going off. One sloop, whose master I will not name, was a very good sailor and was going off. But Lewis, firing a shot, brought her to, and he lay by till all the sloops were visited and secured. Then Lewis sent on board him, and ordered the master into his sloop. As soon as he was on board, he asked the reason of him lying by and betraying the trust his owners had reposed in him, which was doing like a knave and coward, and he would punish him accordingly. For, said he, you might have got off being so much a better sailor than my vessel. After this speech, he fell upon him with a rope's end, and then, snatching up his cane, drove him about the decks without mercy. The master, thinking to pacify him, told him he had been out trading in that sloop several months, and had on board a good quantity of money, which was hid, and which, if he would send on board a black belonging to the owners, he would discover to him. This had not the desired effect, but one quite contrary, for Lewis told him he was a rascal and villain for this discovery, and he would pay him for betraying his owners, and redoubled his strokes. However, he sent and took the money and negro, who was an able sailor. He took out of his prizes what he had occasion for, 40 able negro sailors and a white carpenter. The largest sloop, which was about 90 tons, he took for his own use and mounted her with 12 guns. His crew was now about 80 men, whites and blacks. After these captures, he cruised in the Gulf of Florida, laying in wait for the West India homeward-bound ships that took the leeward passage, several of which, falling into his hands, were plundered by him and released. From hence he went to the coast of Carolina, where he cleaned his sloop, and a great many men whom he had forced ran away from him. However, the natives traded with him for rum and sugar, and brought him all he wanted, without the government's having any knowledge of him, for he had got into a very private creek, though he was very much on his guard, that he might not be surprised from the shore. From Carolina he cruised on the coast of Virginia, where he took and plundered several merchantmen, and forced several men, and then returned to the coast of Carolina, where he did abundance of mischief. As he had now an abundance of French on board, who had entered with him, and Lewis, hearing the English had a design to maroon them, he secured the men he suspected, and put them in a boat, with all the other English, 10 leagues from shore, with only 10 pieces of beef, and sent them away, keeping none but French and negroes. These men, it is supposed, all perished in the sea. From the coast of Carolina he shaped his course for the banks of Newfoundland, where he overhauled several fishing vessels, and then went into Trinity Harbor in Conception Bay, where there lay several merchantmen, and seized a 24-gun galley called the Herman. The commander, Captain Beale, told Lewis if he would send his quartermaster ashore he would furnish him with necessaries. He being sent ashore, a council was held among the masters, the consequence of which was the seizing the quartermaster, whom they carried to Captain Woodes Rogers. He chained him to a sheet anchor which was ashore, and planted guns at the point to prevent the pirate getting out, but to little purpose, for the people at one of these points firing too soon, Lewis quitted the ship, and by the help of oars and the favor of the night got out in his sloop, though she received many shot in her hull. The last shot that was fired at the pirate did him considerable damage. He lay off and on the harbor, swearing he would have his quartermaster, and intercepted 2 fishing shallops, on board of one of which was the captain of the galley's brother. He detained them, and sent word, if his quartermaster did not immediately come off, he would put all his prisoners to death. He was sent on board without hesitation. Lewis and the crew inquired how he had been used, and he answered very civilly, "It's well," said the pirate, "for had you been ill treated, I would have put all these rascals to the sword." They were dismissed, and the captain's brother going over the side, the quartermaster stopped him, saying he must drink the gentleman's health ashore, particularly Captain Rogers's, and whispering him in the ear, told him, if they had known of his being chained all night, he would have been cut in pieces with all his men. After this poor man and his shallop's company were gone, the quartermaster told the usage he had met with, which enraged Lewis, and made him reproach his quartermaster, whose answer was, that he did not think it just the innocent should suffer for the guilty. The masters of the merchantmen sent to Captain Tudor Trevor, who lay at St. John's in the Sheerness man-of-war. He immediately got under sail, and missed the pirate but 4 hours. She kept along the coast and made several prizes, French and English, and put into a harbor where a French ship lay making fish. She was built at the latter end of the war, for a privateer was an excellent sailor, and mounted 24 guns. The commander hailed him. The pirate answered from Jamaica with rum and sugar. The Frenchman bid him go about his business, that a pirate sloop was on the coast, and he might be the rogue. If he did not immediately sheer off, he would fire a broadside into him. He went off and lay a fortnight out at sea, so far as not to be descried from the shore, with resolution to have the ship. The Frenchman being on his guard, in the meanwhile raised a battery on the shore, which commanded the harbor. After a fortnight, when he was thought to be gone off, he returned, and took 2 of the fishing shallops belonging to the Frenchman, and manning them with pirates, they went in. One shallop attacked the battery, the other surprised, boarded, and carried the ship just as the Morning Star appeared, for which reason he gave her that name. In the engagement the owner's son was killed, who made the voyage out of curiosity only. The ship being taken, 7 guns were fired, which was the signal, and the sloop came down and lay alongside the ship. The captain told him he supposed he only wanted his liquor, but Lewis made answer he wanted his ship, and accordingly hoisted all his ammunition and provision into her. When the Frenchman saw they would have his ship, he told her trim, and Lewis gave him the sloop, and excepting what he took for provision, all the fish he had made. Several of the French took on with him, who with others, English and French, had by force or voluntarily made him up 200 men. From Newfoundland he steered for the coast of Guinea, where he took a great many ships, English, Dutch, and Portuguese. Among these ships was one belonging to Carolina, commanded by Captain Smith. While he was in chase of this vessel, a circumstance occurred, which made his men believe he dealt with the devil. His fore and maintop mast being carried away, he, Lewis, running up the shrouds to the maintop, tore off a handful of hair, and throwing it into the air, used this expression, "Good devil, take this till I come." And it was observed that he came afterwards faster up with the chase than before the loss of his topmasts. Smith being taken, Lewis used him very civilly, and gave him as much or more in value than he took from him, and let him go, saying he would come to Carolina when he had made money on the coast, and would rely on his friendship. They kept some time on the coast, when they quarrelled among themselves, the French and English, of which the former were more numerous, and they resolved to part. The French therefore chose a large sloop newly taken, thinking the ship's bottom, which was not sheathed, damaged by the worms. According to this agreement, they took on board what ammunition and provision they thought fit out of the ship, and put off, choosing one Labar, captain. As it blew hard, and the decks were encumbered, they came to an anchor under the coast, to stow away their ammunition, goods, etc. Lewis told his men they were a parcel of rogues, and he would make them refund. Accordingly he run alongside, his guns being all loaded and new primed, and ordered him to cut away his mast, or he would sink him. Labar was obliged to obey. Then he ordered them all ashore. They begged the liberty of carrying their arms, goods, etc., with them, but he allowed them only their small arms and cartridge boxes. Then he brought the sloop alongside, put everything on board the ship, and sunk the sloop. Labar and the rest begged to be taken on board. However, though he denied them, he suffered Labar and some few to come, with whom he and his men drank plentifully. The negroes on board Lewis told him the French had a plot against him. He answered he could not withstand his destiny, for the devil told him in the great cabin he should be murdered that night. In the dead of the night, the rest of the French came on board in canoes, got into the cabin, and killed Lewis. They fell on the crew, but after an hour and a half's dispute, the French were beaten off, and the quartermaster, John Cornelius, an Irishman, succeeded Lewis. He was the mildest mannered man that ever scuttled ship or cut a throat, With such true breeding of a gentleman, you never could discern his real thought. Pity he loved an adventurous life's variety, he was so great a loss to good society. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Logan McCammon. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 20. The Life, Career, and Death of Captain Thomas White. He was born at Plymouth, where his mother kept a public house. She took great care of his education, and when he was grown up, as he had an inclination to the sea, procured him the king's letter. After he had served some years on board a man of war, he went to Barbados, where he married, got into the merchant service, and designed to settle in the island. He had the command of the Marigold brigantine given to him, in which he made 2 successful voyages to Guinea and back to Barbados. In his third, he had the misfortune to be taken by a French pirate, as were several other English ships, the masters and inferior officers of which they detained being in want of good artists. The brigantine belonging to White they kept for their own use, and sunk the vessel they before sailed in. But meeting with the ship on the Guinea coast more fit for their purpose, they went on board her and burnt the brigantine. It is not my business here to give an account of this French pirate, any further than Captain White's story obliges me, though I beg leave to take notice of their barbarity to the English prisoners, for they would set them up as a butt or mark to shoot at, several of whom were thus murdered in cold blood, by way of diversion. White was marked out for a sacrifice by only of these villains, who, for what reason I know not, had sworn his death, which he escaped thus. One of the crew, who had a friendship for White, knew this fellow's design to kill him in the night, and therefore advised him to lie between him and the ship's side, with intention to save him, which indeed he did, but was himself shot by the murderous villain, who mistook him for White. After some time cruising along the coast, the pirates doubled the Cape of Good Hope, and shaped their course for Madagascar, where, being drunk and mad, they knocked their ship on the head, at the south end of the island, at a place called by the natives Alexa. The country thereabouts was governed by a king, named Mafeli. When the ship struck Captain White, Captain Borman, born in the Isles of Wight, formerly a lieutenant of a man of war, but in the merchant service when he fell into the hands of the pirates, Captain Bowen and some other prisoners got into the longboat, and with broken oars and barrel staves, which they found in the bottom of the boat, paddled to Augustin Bay, which is about 14 or 15 leagues from the wreck, where they landed, and were kindly received by the King of Bavaw, the name of that part of the island, who spoke good English. They stayed here a year and a half at the king's expense, who gave them a plentiful allowance of provisions, as was his custom to all white men, who met with any misfortunes on his coast. His humanity not only provided for such, but the first European vessel that came in he always obliged to take in the unfortunate people, let the vessel be what it would, for he had no notion of any difference between pirates and merchants. At the expiration of the above term, a pirate brigantine came in, on board which the king obliged them to enter, or travel by land to some other place, which they durst not do, and of 2 evils chose the least, that of going on board the pirate vessel, which was commanded by one William Reed, who received them very civilly. This commander went along the coast, and picked up what Europeans he could meet with. His crew, however, did not exceed 40 men. He would have been glad of taking some of the wrecked Frenchmen, but for the barbarity they had used towards the English prisoners, however, it was impracticable. For the French, pretending to lord it over the natives, whom they began to treat inhumanely, were set upon by them, 1/2 of their number cut off, and the other half made slaves. Reed, with his gang and a brigantine of 60 tons, steered his course for the Persian Gulf, where they met a grab, a 1-mast vessel of about 200 tons, which was made a prize. They found nothing on board but bale goods, most of which they threw overboard in search of gold, and to make room in the vessel, but as they learned afterwards, they threw over, in their search, what they so greedily hunted for there was a considerable quantity of gold concealed in one of the bales they tossed into the sea. In this cruise, Captain Reed fell ill and died, and was succeeded by one James. The brigantine being small, crazy, and worm-eating, they shaped their course for the island of Mayotta, where they took out the masts of the brigantine, fitted up the grab, and made a ship of her. Here they took in a quantity of fresh provisions, which are in this island very plentiful and very cheap, and found a 12-oared boat, which formerly belonged to the Ruby East Indiamen, which had been lost there. They stayed here all the monsoon time, which is about 6 months, after which they resolved for Madagascar. As they came in with the land, they spied a sail coming round from the east side of the island. They gave chase on both sides, so that they soon met. They hailed each other, and receiving the same answer from each vessel, viz. From the other seas, they joined company. This vessel was a small French ship laden with liquors from Martinico, first commanded by one Forget, to trade for the pirates with slaves at Ambonavoula, on the east side of the island, in the latitude of 17 degrees 30 minutes, and was by them taken over by the following manner. The pirates, who were headed by George Booth, now commander of the ship, went on board, as they had often done, to the number of 10, and carried money with them under pretence of purchasing what they wanted. This Booth had formerly been gunner of a pirate ship, called the Dolphin. Captain Forget was pretty much upon his guard, and searched every man as he came over the side, and a pair of pocket pistols were found upon a Dutchman, who was the first that entered. The captain told him that he was a rogue, and had design upon his ship, and the pirates pretended to be so angry with this fellow's offering to come on board with arms, that they threatened to knock him on the head, and tossing him roughly into the boat, ordered him ashore, though they had before taken an oath on Bible either to carry the ship or die in the undertaking. They were all searched, but they however contrived to get on board 4 pistols, which were all the arms they had for the enterprise, though Forget had 20 hands on board, and his small arms on the awning, to be in readiness. The captain invited them into the cabin to dinner, but Booth chose to dine with the petty officer, though one Johnson, Isaac, and another went down. Booth was to give the watchword, which was "Hurrah!" Standing near the awning, and being a nimble fellow, at one spring he threw himself upon it, drew the arms to him, fired his pistol among the men, one of whom he wounded, who jumping overboard was lost, and gave the signal. 3, I said, were in the cabin, and 7 upon deck, who with handspikes and the arms seized secured the ship's crew. The captain and his 2 mates, who were at dinner in the cabin, hearing the pistol, fell upon Johnson, and stabbed him in several places with their forks. But they being silver, did him no great damage. Forget snatched his piece, which he snapped at Isaac's breast several times, but it would not go off. At last, finding his resistance vain, he submitted, and the pirates set him, and those of his men who would not join them on shore, allowing him to take his books, papers, and whatever else he claimed as belonging to himself, and besides treating him very humanely, gave him several casks of liquor, and arms and powder, to purchase provisions in the country. I hope this discretion, as it was in a manner needful, will be excused. I shall now proceed. After they had taken in the Dolphin's company, which were on the island, and increased their crew, by that means, to the number of 80 hands, they had sailed to St. Mary's, where Captain Mawson's ship lay at anchor, between the island and the main. This gentleman and his whole ship's company had been cut off at the instigation of Ort Van Til, a Dutchman of New York. Out of her they took water cask and other necessaries, which having done, they designed for the river Methelage, on the west side of Madagascar, in the latitude of 16 degrees or thereabouts, to salt up provisions, and to proceed to the East Indies, cruise off the islands of St. John, and lie in wait for the more ships for Mocha. In their way to Methelage they fell in, as I have said, with the pirate, on board of which was Captain White. They joined company, came to an anchor together in the above named river, where they had cleaned, salted, and took in their provisions, and were ready to go to sea, when a large ship appeared in sight and stood into the same river. The pirates knew not whether she was a merchantman or man of war. She had been the latter, belonging to the French king, and could mount 50 guns. But being taken by the English, she was bought by some London merchants, and fitted out from that port to slave at Madagascar, and go to Jamaica. The captain was a young, inexperienced man, who was put in with a nurse. The pirates sent their boats to speak with them, but the ship firing at them, they concluded it a man of war, and rowed ashore. The Grab standing in, and not keeping her wind so well as the French-built ship, run among a parcel of mangroves, and a stump piercing her bottom, she sunk, the other run aground, let go her anchor, and came to no damage, for the tide of flood fetched her off. The captain of the Speaker, for that was the name of the ship which frightened the pirates, was not a little vain of having forced these 2 vessels ashore, though he did not know whether they were pirates or merchantmen, and could not help expressing himself in these words: "How will my name ring on the exchange, when it is known I have run 2 pirates aground?" Which gave handle to a satirical return from one of his men after he was taken, who said, "Lord, how our captain's name will ring on the exchange, when it is heard he frightened 2 pirate ships ashore, and was taken by their boats afterwards." When the Speaker came within shot, she fired several times at the 2 vessels, and when she came to anchor, several more into the country, which alarmed the negroes, who, acquainting their king, he would allow him no trade, to the pirates living ashore, and who had a design on his ship, interceded for them, telling the king they were their countrymen, and what had happened was through a mistake, it being a custom among them to fire their guns by way of respect, and it was owing to the gunner of the ship's negligence that they fired shot. The captain of the Speaker sent his purser ashore to go up the country to the king, who lived about 24 miles from the coast, to carry a couple of small arms inlaid with gold, a couple of brass blunderbusses, and a pair of pistols as presents, and to require trade. As soon as the purser was ashore, he was taken prisoner by one Tom Collins, a Welshman, born in Pembroke, who lived on shore, and had belonged to the charming Mary of Barbados, which went out with a commission but was converted to a pirate. He told the purser he was his prisoner, and must answer the damage done to 2 merchants who were slaving. The purser answered that he was not commander, that the captain was a hot rash youth, put into business by his friends, which he did not understand. But however, satisfaction should be made. He was carried by Collins on board Booth's ship, where, at first, he was talked to in pretty strong terms, but after a while very civilly used, and the next morning sent up to the king with a guide, and peace made for him. The king allowed them trade, and sent down the usual presents, a couple of oxen between 20 and 30 people laden with rice, and as many more with the country liquor called toke. The captain then settled the factory on the shore side, and began to buy slaves and provisions. The pirates were among them, and had opportunities of sounding the men, and knowing in what posture the ship lay, they found by one human, belonging to the Speaker, that there were not above 40 men on board, and that they had lost the second mate and 20 hands in the longboat, on the coast, before they came into this harbour, but that they kept a good lookout, and had their guns ready primed. However, he, for 100 pounds, undertook to wet all the priming, and assist in taking the ship. After some days the captain of the Speaker came on shore, and was received with great civility by the heads of the pirates, having agreed before to make satisfaction. In a day or 2 after, he was invited by them to eat a barbecued shoat, which invitation he accepted. After dinner Captain Bowen, who was, I have already said, a prisoner on board the French pirate, but now become one of the fraternity, and master of the Grab, went out and returned with a case of pistols in his hand, and told the captain of the Speaker, whose name I won't mention, that he was his prisoner. He asked, upon what account? Bowen answered, they wanted his ship, his was a good one, and they were resolved to have her, to make amends for the damage he had done them. In the meanwhile his boat's crew and the rest of the men ashore were told by others of the pirates, who were drinking with them, that they were also prisoners. Some of them answered, zounds, we don't trouble our heads what we are, let's have t'other bowl of punch. A watchword was given, and no boat to be admitted on the ship. This word, which was for that night, Coventry, was known to them. At 8 o'clock they manned the 12-oared boat, and the one they found at Mayotta with 24 men, and set out for the ship. When they were put off, the captain of the Speaker desired them to come back, as he wanted to speak with them. Captain Booth asked what he wanted. He said, they could never take his ship. Then, said Booth, we'll die in or alongside of her. But, replied the captain, if you will go with safety, don't board on the larboard side, for there is a gun out of the steerage loaded with partridge, which will clear the docks. They thanked him, and proceeded. When they were near the ship they were hailed, and the answer was, the Coventry. All well, said the mate, get the lights over the side. But spying the second boat, he asked what boat that was. One answered it was a raft of water, another that it was a boat of beef. This disagreement in the answers made the mate suspicious, who cried out, pirates, take your arms, my lads, and immediately clapped a match to a gun, which, as the primary was before wet by the treachery of Hugh Man, only fizzed. They boarded in the instant, and made themselves masters of her, without the loss of a man on either side. The next day they put necessary provisions on board the French-built ship, and gave her to the captain of the Speaker, and those men who would go off with him, among whom was man, who had betrayed his ship, for the pirates had both paid him the 100 I agreed, and kept his secret. The captain having thus lost his ship, sailed in that which the pirates gave him, for Johanna, where he fell ill and died with grief. The pirates having here victualled, they sailed for the bay of St. Augustine, where they took in between 70 and 80 men, who had belonged to the ship Alexander, commanded by Captain James, a pirate. They also took up her guns, and mounted the Speaker with 54, which made up their number, and 240 men, besides slaves, of which they had about 20. From hence they sailed for the East Indies, but they stopped at Zanzibar for fresh provisions, where the Portuguese had once a settlement, but now inhabited by Arabians. Some of them went ashore with the captain to buy provisions. The captain was sent for by the governor, who went with about 14 in company. They passed through the guard, and where they had entered the governor's house, they were all cut off, and, at the same time, Others who were in different houses in the town were set upon, which made them fly to the shore. The longboat, which lay off a grappling, was immediately put in by those who looked after her, where there were not above half a dozen of the pirates who brought their arms ashore, but they piled them so well, for they were in the boat, that most of the men got into her. The quartermaster ran down sword in hand, and though he was attacked by many, he behaved himself so well, that he got into a little canoe, put off, and reached the longboat. In the interim, the little fort the Arabians had played upon the ship, which returned the salute very warmly. Thus they got on board, with the loss of Captain Booth and 20 men, and set sail for the East Indies. When they were under sail, they went to voting for a new captain, and the quartermaster, who had behaved so well in the last affair with the Arabians, was chosen. But he declining all command, the crew made choice of Bowen for captain, Pickering to succeed him as master, Samuel Herot, a Frenchman, for quartermaster, and Nathaniel North for captain quartermaster. Things being thus settled, they came to the mouth of the Red Sea, and fell in with 13 sail of Moor ships, which they kept company with the greater part of the day, but afraid to venture on them, as they took them for Portuguese men of war, at length part were for boarding, and advised it. The captain, though he said little, did not seem inclined, for he was but a young pirate, though an old commander of a merchantman. Those who pushed for boarding then desired Captain Boorman, already mentioned, to take the command, but he said he would not be an usurper, that nobody was more fit for it than he who had it, that for his part he would stand by his foozle, and went forward to the forecastle with such as would have him take the command, to be ready to board, on which the captain's quartermaster said, if they were resolved to engage, their captain, whose representative he was, did not want resolution, therefore ordered them to get their tacks on board, for they had already made a clear ship, and get ready for boarding, which they accordingly did, and coming up with the sternmost ship, they fired a broadside into her, which killed 2 Moors, clapped her on board and carried her, but night coming on, they made only this prize, which yielded them £500 per man. From hence they sailed to the coast of Malabar. The adventures of these pirates on this coast are already set down in Captain Bowen's life, to which I refer the reader, and shall only observe, that Captain White was all this time before the mast, being a forced man from the beginning. Bowen's crew dispersing, Captain White went to Methelage, where he lived ashore with the king, not having an opportunity of getting off the island till another pirate ship, called the Prosperous, commanded by one Howard, who had been bred a lighterman on the river Thames, came in. This ship was taken at Augustine by some pirates from shore, and the crew of their longboat, which joined them, at the instigation of one Ranton, boatswain mate, who sent for water. They came on board in the night and surprised her, though not without resistance, in which the captain and chief mate were killed, and several others wounded. Those who were ashore with Captain White, resolving to enter in this ship, determined him to go also, rather than be left alone with the natives, hoping, by some accident or other, to have an opportunity of returning home. He continued on board the ship, in which he was made quartermaster, till they met with, and all went on board of Bowen, as is set down in his life, in which ship he continued after Bowen left them. At Port Dolphin he went off in the boats to fetch some of the crew ashore, the ship being blown to sea the night before, the ship not being able to get in, and he supposing her gone to the west side of the island, as they had formerly proposed, he steered that course in the boat with 26 men. They touched at Augustine, expecting the ship, but she not appearing in a week, the time they waited, the king ordered them to be gone, telling them they imposed on him with lies, for he did not believe they had any ship. However, he gave them fresh provision. They took in water and made for Methelage. Here, as Captain White was known to the king, they were kindly received, and stayed about a fortnight in expectation of the ship. But she not appearing, they raised their boat a streak, salted the provision the king gave them, put water aboard, and stood for the north end of the island, designing to go around, believing their ship might be at the island of St. Mary. When they came to the north end, the current, which sets to the northwest for 8 months in the year, was so strong they found it impossible to get round. Wherefore they got into a harbour, of which there are many for small vessels. Here they stayed about 3 weeks or a month, when part of the crew were for burning the boat, and travelling over land to a black king of their acquaintance, whose name was Reberimbo, who lived at a place called Manangoromazai, in latitude 15 degrees, or thereabouts. As this king had been several times assisted by whites in his wars, he was a great friend to them. Captain White dissuaded them from his undertaking, and with much ado saved the boat. But one half of the men being resolved to go by land, they took what provisions they thought necessary, and set out. Captain White, and those who stayed with him, conveyed them a day's journey, and then returning, he got into the boat with his companions, and went back to Methelage, fearing these men might return, prevail with the rest, and burn the boat. Here he built a deck on his boat, and lay by 3 months, in which time there came in 3 pirates with a boat, who had formerly been trepanned on board the Severn and Scarborough men of war, which had been looking for pirates on the east side, from which ships they made their escape at Mohila, in a small canoe to Johanna, and from Johanna to Mayotta, where the king built them the boat which brought them to Methelage. The time of the current setting with violence to the northwest being over, they proceeded together in White's boat, burning that of Mayotta to the north end, where the current running yet too strong to get around, they went into a harbour and stayed there a month, maintaining themselves with fish and wild hogs, of which there was a great plenty. At length, having fine weather and the strength of the current abating, they got round, and after sailing about 40 miles on the east side, they went into a harbour, where they found a piece of a jacket, which they knew belonged to one of those men who had left them to go overland. He had been a forced man and a ship carpenter. This they supposed he had torn to wrap round his feet, that part of the country being barren and rocky, as they sailed along the coast. They came to anchor in convenient harbours every night, till they got as far as Manangaromazai, where King Reberimbo resided, where they went in to inquire for their men who left them at the north end, and to recruit with provisions. The latter was given them, but they could get no information of their companions. From hence they went to the island of St. Mary, where a canoe came off to them with a letter directed to any white man. They knew it to be the hand of one of their former shipmates. The contents of this letter was to advise them to be on their guard, and not trust too much to the blacks of this place. They having been formerly treacherous, they inquired after their ship, and were informed that the company had given her to the Moors, who were gone away with her, and that they themselves were settled at Ambonovola, about 20 leagues to the southward of St. Mary, where they lived among the negroes as so many sovereign princes. One of the blacks who brought off the letter went on board their boat, carried them to the place called Ulumba, a point of land made by a river on one side, and the sea on the other, where 12 of them lived together in a large house they had built, and fortified with about 20 pieces of cannon. The rest of them were settled in small companies of about 12 or 14 together, more or less, up the said river, and along the coast, every nation by itself, as the English, French, Dutch, and sea. They made inquiry of the consorts after the different prizes which belonged to them, and they found all very justly laid to be given them, if ever they returned, as were that belonged to the men who went overland. Captain White, hankering after home, proposed going out again in the boat, for he was adverse to settling with them, and many others agreed to go under his command, and if they could meet with the ship to carry them to Europe, to follow their old vacation. But the others did not think it reasonable he should have the boat, but that it should be set to sail for the benefit of the company. Accordingly it was set up, and Captain White bought it for 400 pieces of 8, and with some of his old consorts, whose number was increased by the other of the ship's crew, he went back the way he had come to Methelage. Here he met with a French ship of about 50 tons and 6 guns, which had been taken by some pirates who lived at Marathon, on the east side of the island, and some of the De Grave East Indiaman's crew, to whom the master of her refused a passage to Europe. For as he had himself been a pirate and quartermaster to Bowen in the Speaker, he apprehended their taking away his ship. War then existing between England and France, he thought they might do it without being called in question as pirates. The pirates who had been concerned in taking Herald's ship, for that was his name, had gone up the country, and left her to the men belonging to the De Grave, who had fitted her up, cleaned and tallowed her, and got in some provision, with a design to go to the East Indies, that they might light on some ship to return to their own country. Captain White, finding these men proposed joining him, and going round to Ambonovola to make up a company, it was agreed upon, and they unanimously chose him commander. They accordingly put to sea, and stood away round the south end of the island, and touched at Don Mascarenas, where he took in a surgeon, and stretching over again to Madagascar, fell in with Ambonovola, and made up his complement of 60 men. From hence he shaped his course for the island of Mayotta, where he cleaned his ship, and waited for the season to go into the Red Sea. His provisions being taken in, the time proper, and the ship well fitted, he steered for Babo Mandeb, and running into a harbour, waited for the Mocha ships. He here took 2 grabs laden with provisions, and having some small money and drugs aboard, these he plundered of what was for his turn, kept them a fortnight by him, and let them go. Soon after they espied a lofty ship, upon which they put to sea, but finding her European built, and too strong to attempt, for it was a Dutchman, they gave over the chase, and were glad to shake them off, and return to their station, fancying they were here discovered from the coast of Arabia, or that the grabs had given information of them stood over the Ethiopian shore, keeping a good look out for the Mocha ships. A few days after, they met with a large ship of about 1,000 tons and 600 men, called the Malabar, which they chased, kept company with her all night, and took in the morning, with the loss of only their boatswain, and 2 or 3 men wounded. In taking the ship, they damaged their own so much by springing their foremast, carrying away their bowsprit, and beating in part of their upper works, that they did not think her longer fit for their use. They therefore filled her away with prisoners, gave them provisions, and sent them away. Some days after this they espied a Portuguese man of war of 44 guns, which they chased, but gave it over by carrying away their maintopmast, so that they did not speak with her, for the Portuguese took no notice of them. 4 days after they had left this man of war, they fell in with a Portuguese merchantman, which they chased with English colours flying. The chase, taking White for an English man of war or East Indian man, made no sail to get from him, but on his coming up, bought to, and sent his boat on board with a present of sweetmeats for the English captain. His boat's crew was detained, and the pirates getting into the boat with their arms, went on board and fired on the Portuguese, who being surprised, asked if war was broke out between England and Portugal. They answered in the affirmative, but the captain could not believe them. However, they took what they liked, and kept him with them. After 2 days they met with the Dorothy, an English ship, Captain Penruddock commander, coming from Mocha. They exchanged several shots in the chase, but when they came alongside of her, they entered their men, and found no resistance. She being navigated by Moors, no Europeans, except the officers being on board. On a vote they gave Captain Penruddock, from whom they took a considerable quantity of money, the Portuguese ship and cargo, with what bail he pleased to take out of his own, bid him go about his business, and make what he could of her. As to the English ship, they kept her for their own use. Soon after they plundered the Malabar ship, out of which they took as much money as came to 200 sterling a man, but missed 50,000 sequins, which were hid in a jar under a cow's stall, kept for the giving milk to the poor supercargo and ancient man. They then put the Portuguese and more prisoners on board the Malabar, and sent them about their business. The day after they had sent them away, one Captain Benjamin Stacy and a ketch of 6 guns fell into their hands. They took what money he had, and what goods and provisions they wanted. Among the money were $500, a silver mug, and 2 spoons belonging to a couple of children on board, who were under the care of Stacy. The children took on for their loss, and the captain asked the reason of their tears, was answered by Stacy, and the above sum and plate was all the children had to bring them up. Captain White made a speech to his men, and told them it was cruel to rob the innocent children, upon which, by unanimous consent, all was restored to them again. Besides, they made a gathering among themselves, and made a present to Stacy's mate, and other of his inferior officers, and about $120 to the children. They then discharged Stacy and his crew, and made the best of their way out of the Red Sea. They came into the Bay of Dhofar, where they found a ketch at anchor, which the people had made prize of. By seizing the master and boat's crew ashore, they found a French gentleman, one Monsieur Berger, on board, whom they carried with them, took out about $2,000, and sold the ketch to the chef ashore for provisions. Hence they sailed for Madagascar, but touched at Mascarenas, where several of them went ashore with their booty, about 1,200 sterling a man. Here taking in fresh provisions, White steered for Madagascar, and fell in with Hopeful Point, where they shared their goods, and took up settlements ashore, where White built a house, bought cattle, took off the upper deck of ship, and was fitting her up for the next season. When she was near ready for sea, Captain John Halsey, who had made a broken voyage, came in with a brigantine, which being a more proper vessel for their turn, they desisted from working on the ship, and those who had a mind for fresh adventures went on board Halsey, among whom Captain White entered before the mast. At his return to Madagascar, White was taken ill of a flux, which in about 5 or 6 months ended his days. Finding his time was drawing nigh, he made his will, left several legacies, and named 3 men of different nations, guardian to a son he had by a woman in the country, requiring he might be sent to England with the money he left him, by the first English ship, to be brought up in the Christian religion, in hopes that he might live a better man than his father. He was buried with the same ceremony they used at the funerals of their companions, which is mentioned in the account of Halsey. Some years after, an English ship touching there, the guardians faithfully discharged their trust, and put him on board with the captain, who brought up the boy with care, acting by him as became a man of probity and honor. End of Life, Career, and Death of Captain Thomas White. Recording by Logan McCammon.
Chapter 21 of the Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 21. The Life, Atrocities, and Bloody Death of Blackbeard. Edward Teach was a native of Bristol, and, having gone to Jamaica, frequently sailed from that port as one of the crew of a privateer during the French War. In that station he gave frequent proofs of his boldness and personal courage, but he was not entrusted with any command until Captain Benjamin Hornigold gave him the command of a prize which he had taken. In the spring of 1717, Hornigold and Teach sailed from Providence for the continent of America, and on their way captured a small vessel with 120 barrels of flour, which they put on board their own vessel. They also seized 2 other vessels. From one they took some gallons of wine, and from the other plunder to a considerable value. After cleaning upon the coast of Virginia, they made a prize of the large French Guineaman bound to Martinique, and Teach, obtaining the command of her, went to the island of Providence, and surrendered to the king's clemency. Teach now began to act an independent part. He mounted his vessel with 40 guns, and named her the Queen Anne's Revenge. Cruising near the island of St. Vincent, he took a large ship called the Great Allen, and after having plundered her of what he deemed proper, set her on fire. A few days after, Teach encountered the Scarborough man-of-war, and engaged her for some hours, but perceiving his strength and resolution, she retired and left Teach to pursue his depredations. His next adventure was with a sloop of 10 guns, commanded by Major Bonnet, and these 2 men cooperated for some time, but Teach, finding him unacquainted with naval affairs, gave the command of Bonnet's ship to Richards, one of his own crew, and entertained Bonnet on board his own vessel. Watering at Turniff, they discovered a sail, and Richards, with the Revenge, slipped her cable, and ran out to meet her. Upon seeing the black flag hoisted, the vessel struck, and came to under the stern of Teach the Commodore. This was the adventure from Jamaica. They took the captain and his men on board the great ship, and manned his sloop for their own service. Weighing from Turniff, where they remained during a week, and sailing to the bay, they found there a ship and 4 sloops. Teach hoisted his flag and began to fire at them, upon which the captain and his men left their ship and fled to the shore. Teach burned 2 of these sloops and let the other 3 depart. They afterwards sailed to different places, and having taken 2 small vessels, anchored off the bar of Charleston for a few days. Here they captured a ship bound for England, as she was coming out of the harbor. They next seized a vessel coming out of Charleston, and 2 pinks coming into the same harbor, together with a brigantine with 14 negroes. The audacity of these transactions, performed in sight of the town, struck the inhabitants with terror, as they had been lately visited by some other notorious pirates. Meanwhile, there were 8 sail in the harbor, none of which durst set to sea for fear of falling into the hands of Teach. The trade of this place was totally interrupted, and the inhabitants were abandoned to despair. Their calamity was greatly augmented from this circumstance, that a long and desperate war with the natives had just terminated, when they began to be infested by these robbers. Teach, having detained all the persons taken in these ships as prisoners, they were soon in great want of medicines, and he had the audacity to demand a chest from the governor. This demand was made in a manner not less daring than insolent. Teach sent Richards, the captain of the Revenge, with Mr. Marks, one of the prisoners, and several others, to present their request. Richards informed the governor that unless their demand was granted, and he and his companions returned in safety, every prisoner on board the captured ships should instantly be slain, and the vessels consumed to ashes. During the time that Mr. Marks was negotiating with the governor, Richards and his associates walked the streets at pleasure, while indignation flamed from every eye against them as the robbers of their property and the terror of their country. Though the affront thus offered to the government was great and most audacious, yet to preserve the lives of so many men, they granted their request, and sent on board a chest valued at 300 or 400 pounds. Teach, as soon as he received the medicines and his fellow pirates, pillaged the ships of gold and provisions, and then dismissed the prisoners with their vessels. From the bar of Charleston they sailed to North Carolina. Teach now began to reflect how he could best secure the spoil, along with some of the crew who were his favorites. Accordingly, under pretense of cleaning, he ran his vessel on shore and grounded, then ordered the men in Hand's sloop to come to his assistance, which they, endeavoring to do, also ran aground, and so they were both lost. Then Teach went into the tender with 40 hands, and upon a sandy island, about a league from the shore, where there was neither bird nor beast, nor herb for their subsistence, he left 17 of his crew, who must inevitably have perished had not Major Bonnet received intelligence of their miserable situation and sent a longboat for them. After this barbarous deed, Teach, with the remainder of his crew, went and surrendered to the governor of North Carolina, retaining all the property which had been acquired by his fleet. The temporary suspension of the depredations of Blackbeard, for so he was now called, did not proceed from a conviction of his former errors, or a determination to reform, but to prepare for future and more extensive exploits. As governors are but men, and not unfrequently by no means possessed of the most virtuous principles, the gold of Blackbeard rendered him comely in the governor's eyes, and, by his influence, he obtained a legal right to the great ship called the Queen Anne's Revenge. By order of the governor, a court of the Vice Admiralty was held at Bathtown, and that vessel was condemned as a lawful prize which he had taken from the Spaniards, though it was a well-known fact that she belonged to English merchants. Before he entered upon his new adventures, he married a young woman of about 16 years of age, the governor himself attending the ceremony. It was reported that this was only his 14th wife, about 12 of whom were yet alive. And though this woman was young and amiable, he behaved towards her in a manner so brutal that it was shocking to all decency and propriety even among his abandoned crew of pirates. In his first voyage, Blackbeard directed his course to the Bermudas, and meeting with 2 or 3 English vessels, emptied them of their stores and other necessaries, and allowed them to proceed. He also met with 2 French vessels bound for Martinique, the one light and the other laden with sugar and cocoa. He put the men on board the latter into the former, and allowed her to depart. He brought the freighted vessel into North Carolina, where the governor and Blackbeard shared the prizes. Nor did their audacity and villainy stop here. Teach and some of his abandoned crew waited upon his excellency, and swore that they had seized the French ship at sea without a soul on board. Therefore a court was called, and she was condemned. The honourable governor received 60 hogsheads of sugar for his share, his secretary 20, and the pirates the remainder. But, as guilt always inspires suspicion, Teach was afraid that some one might arrive in the harbour who might detect the roguery. Therefore, upon pretence that she was leaky and might sink, and so stop up the entrance to the harbour where she lay, they obtained the governor's liberty to drag her into the river, where she was set on fire, and when burnt down to the water her bottom was sunk, so that she might never rise in judgment against the governor and his confederates. Blackbeard, now being in the province of Friendship, passed several months in the river, giving and receiving visits from the planters, while he traded with the vessels which came to that river, sometimes in the way of lawful commerce, and sometimes in his own way. When he chose to appear the honest man, he made fair purchases on equal barter, but when this did not suit his necessities or his humour, he would rob at pleasure, and leave them to seek their redress from the governor, and the better to cover his intrigues with his excellency, he would sometimes outbrave him to his face, and administer to him a share of that contempt and insolence which he so liberally bestowed upon the rest of the inhabitants of the province. But there are limits to human insolence and depravity. The captains of the vessels who frequented that river, and had been so often harassed and plundered by Blackbeard, secretly consulted with some of the planters what measures to pursue, in order to banish such an infamous miscreant from their coasts, and to bring him to deserved punishment. Convinced from long experience that the governor himself, to whom it belonged, would give no redress, they represented the matter to the governor of Virginia, and entreated that an armed force might be sent from the men of war lying there, either to take or to destroy those pirates who infested their coast. Upon this representation, the governor of Virginia consulted with the captains of the 2 men of war as to the best measures to be adopted. It was resolved that the governor should hire 2 small vessels, which could pursue Blackbeard into all his inlets and creeks, that they should be manned from the men of war, and the command given to Lieutenant Maynard, an experienced and resolute officer. When all was ready for his departure, the governor called an assembly, in which it was resolved to issue a proclamation, offering a great reward to any who, within a year, should take or destroy any pirate. Upon the 17th of November, 1717, Maynard left James's River in quest of Blackbeard, and on the evening of the 21st came in sight of the pirate. This expedition was fitted out with all possible expedition and secrecy, no boat being permitted to pass that might convey any intelligence, while care was taken to discover where the pirates were lurking. His Excellency, the Governor of Bermuda, and his secretary, however, having obtained information of the intended expedition, the latter wrote a letter to Blackbeard, intimating that he had sent him 4 of his men, who were all he could meet within or about town, and so bade him to be on his guard. These men were sent from Bath Town to the place where Blackbeard lay, about the distance of 20 leagues. The hardened and infatuated pirate, having been often deceived by false intelligence, was the less attentive to this information, nor was he convinced of its accuracy until he saw the sloops sent to apprehend him. Though he had then only 20 men on board, he prepared to give battle. Lieutenant Maynard arrived with his sloops in the evening, and anchored, as he could not venture, under cloud of night, to go into the place where Blackbeard lay. The latter spent the night in drinking with the master of a trading vessel, with the same indifference as if no danger had been near. Nay, such was the desperate wickedness of this villain, that, it is reported, during the carousals of that night, one of his men asked him, in case anything should happen to him during the engagement with the 2 sloops which were waiting to attack him in the morning, whether his wife knew where he had buried all his money? When he impiously replied that nobody but himself and the devil knew where it was, and the longest liver should take all. In the morning Maynard weighed and sent his boat to sound, which, coming near the pirate, received her fire. Maynard then hoisted royal colours, and made directly towards Blackbeard with every sail and oar. In a little time the pirate ran aground, and so also did the king's vessels. Maynard lightened his vessel of the ballast and water, and made towards Blackbeard. Upon this he hailed him in his own rude style. "Damn you for villains, who are you, and from whence come you?" The lieutenant answered, "You may see from our colours we are no pirates." Blackbeard bade him send his boat on board, that he might see who he was. But Maynard replied, "I cannot spare my boat, but I will come on board of you as soon as I can with my sloop." Upon this Blackbeard took a glass of liquor and drank to him, saying, "I'll give no quarter nor take any from you." Maynard replied he expected no quarter from him, nor should he give him any. During this dialogue the pirate's ship floated, and the sloops were rowing with all expedition towards him. As she came near, the pirate fired a broadside, charged with all manner of small shot, which killed or wounded 20 men. Blackbeard's ship, in a little after, fell broadside to the shore. One of the sloops, called the Ranger, also fell astern. But Maynard, finding that his own sloop had way, and would soon be on board of Teach, ordered all his own men down, while himself and the man at the helm, who he commanded to lie concealed, were the only persons who remained on deck. He, at the same time, desired them to take their pistols, cutlasses, and swords, and be ready for action upon his call, and, for greater expedition, 2 ladders were placed in the hatchway. When the king's sloop boarded, the pirates' case boxes, filled with powder, small shot, slugs, and pieces of lead and iron, with a quick match in the mouth of them, were thrown into Maynard's sloop. Fortunately, however, the men being in the hold, they did small injury on the present occasion, though they are usually very destructive. Blackbeard, seeing few or no hands upon deck, cried to his men that they were all knocked on the head except 3 or 4, and therefore, said he, "Let us jump on board and cut to pieces those that are alive." Upon this, during the smoke occasioned by one of these case boxes, Blackbeard, with 14 of his men, entered, and were not perceived until the smoke was dispelled. The signal was given to Maynard's men, who rushed up in an instant. Blackbeard and the lieutenant exchanged shots, and the pirate was wounded. They then engaged sword in hand until the sword of the lieutenant broke, but fortunately one of his men at that instant gave Blackbeard a terrible wound in the neck and throat. The most desperate and bloody conflict ensued. Maynard with 12 men, and Blackbeard with 14. The sea was dyed with blood all around the vessel, and uncommon bravery was displayed upon both sides. Though the pirate was wounded by the first shot from Maynard, though he had received 20 cuts and as many shots, he fought with desperate valor, but at length, when in the act of cocking his pistol, fell down dead. By this time 8 of his men had fallen, and the rest being wounded cried out for quarter, which was granted, as the ringleader was slain. The other sloop also attacked the men who remained in the pirate vessels, until they also cried out for quarter. And such was the desperation of Blackbeard that, having small hope of escaping, he had placed a negro with a match at the gunpowder door, to blow up the ship the moment that he should have been boarded by the king's men, in order to involve the whole in general ruin. That destructive broadside at the commencement of the action, which at first appeared so unlucky, was, however, the means of their preservation from the intended destruction. Maynard severed the pirate's head from his body, suspended it upon his bowsprit end, and sailed to Bathtown to obtain medical aid for his wounded men. In the pirate sloop several letters and papers were found, which Blackbeard would certainly have destroyed previous to the engagement, had he not determined to blow her up upon his being taken, which disclosed the whole villainy between the honourable governor of Bermuda and his honest secretary on the one hand, and the notorious pirate on the other, who had now suffered the just punishment of his crimes. Scarcely was Maynard returned to Bathtown, when he boldly went and made free with the 60 hogsheads of sugar in the possession of the governor, and the 20 in that of his secretary. After his men had been healed at Bathtown, the lieutenant proceeded to Virginia, with the head of Blackbeard still suspended on his bowsprit end, as a trophy of his victory, to the great joy of all the inhabitants. The prisoners were tried, condemned, and executed, and thus all the crew of that infernal miscreant Blackbeard were destroyed, except 2. One of these was taken out of a trading vessel, only the day before the engagement, in which he received no less than 70 wounds, of all which he was cured. The other was Israel Hands, who was master of the Queen Anne's Revenge. He was taken at Bathtown, being wounded in one of Blackbeard's savage humours. One night Blackbeard, drinking in his cabin with Hands, the pilot, and another man, without any pretence, took a small pair of pistols and cocked them under the table, which, being perceived by the man, he went on deck, leaving the captain, Hands, and the pilot together. When his pistols were prepared, he extinguished the candle, crossed his arms, and fired at his company. The one pistol did no execution, but the other wounded Hands in the knee. Interrogated concerning the meaning of this, he answered with an imprecation that if he did not now and then kill one of them, they would forget who he was. Hands was eventually tried and condemned, but as he was about to be executed, a vessel arrived with a proclamation prolonging the time of his Majesty's pardon, which Hands pleading, he was saved from a violent and shameful death. In the commonwealth of pirates, he who goes the greatest length of wickedness is looked upon with a kind of envy amongst them, as a person of a most extraordinary gallantry. He is therefore entitled to be distinguished by some post, and, if such a one has but courage, he must certainly be a great man. The hero of whom we are writing was thoroughly accomplished in this way, and some of his frolics of wickedness were as extravagant as if he aimed at making his men believe he was a devil incarnate. Being one day at sea, and a little flushed with drink, "Come," said he, "let us make a hell of our own, and try how long we can bear it." Accordingly, he with 2 or 3 others went down into the hold, and closing up all the hatches, filled several pots full of brimstone, and other combustible matter. They then set it on fire, and so continued till they were almost suffocated, when some of the men cried out for air. At length he opened the hatches, not a little pleased that he had held out the longest. Those of his crew who were taken alive told a story which may appear a little incredible. that once upon a cruise they found out that they had a man on board more than their crew. Such a one was seen several days amongst them, sometimes below and sometimes upon deck. Yet no man in the ship could give any account who he was, or from whence he came, but that he disappeared a little before they were cast away in their great ship, and it seems they verily believed it was the devil. One would think these things should have induced them to reform their lives, but being so many reprobates together, they encouraged and spirited one another up in their wickedness, to which a continual course of drinking did not a little contribute. In Blackbeard's journal, which was taken, there were several memoranda of the following nature, all written with his own hand. Such a day, rum all out, our company somewhat sober, a damned confusion amongst us, rogues applauding, great talk of separation, so I looked sharp for a prize. Such a day took one, with a great deal of liquor on board, so kept the company hot, damned hot, then all things went well again. We shall close the narrative of this extraordinary man's life by an account of the cause why he was denominated Blackbeard. He derived his name from his long black beard, which, like a frightful meteor, covered his whole face, and terrified all America more than any comet that had ever appeared. He was accustomed to twist it with ribbon in small quantities, and turn them about his ears. In time of action he wore a sling over his shoulders with 3 braces of pistols. He stuck lighted matches under his hat, which appeared on both sides of his face and eyes, naturally fierce and wild, made him such a figure that the human imagination cannot form a conception of a fury more terrible and alarming. And if he had the appearance and look of a fury, his actions corresponded with that character. End of chapter 21. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, September 2008.
Chapter 22 of The Pirate's Own Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pirate's Own Book by Charles Ellms. Chapter 22. The Exploits, Arrest, and Execution of Captain Charles Vane. Charles Vane was one of those who stole away the silver which the Spaniards had fished up from the wrecks of the galleons in the Gulf of Florida, and was at Providence when Governor Rogers arrived there with 2 men of war. All the pirates who were then found at this colony of rogues submitted and received certificates of their pardon, except Captain Vane and his crew, who, as soon as they saw the men of war enter, slipped their cable, set fire to a prize they had in the harbor, sailed out with their piratical colors flying, and fired at one of the men of war as they went off from the coast. 2 days after, they met with a sloop belonging to Barbados, which they took, and kept the vessel for their own use, putting aboard 25 hands, with one Yates, the commander. In a day or 2 they fell in with a small interloping trader, with a quantity of Spanish pieces of 8 aboard, bound for Providence, which they also took along with them. With these 2 sloops, Vane went to a small island and cleaned, where he shared the booty and spent some time in a riotous manner. About the latter end of May 1718, Vane and his crew sailed, and being in want of provisions, they beat up for the Windward Islands. In the way they met with a Spanish sloop, bound from Puerto Rico to the Havana, which they burnt, stowed the Spaniards into a boat, and left them to get to the island by the blaze of their vessel. Steering between St. Christopher's and Anguilla, they fell in with a brigantine and a sloop, freighted with such cargo as they wanted, from whom they got provisions for sea store. Some time after this, standing to the northward, in the track the old English ships take in their voyage to the American colonies, they took several ships and vessels, which they plundered of what they thought fit, and then let them pass. About the latter end of August, with his consort Yates, came off South Carolina, and took a ship belonging to Ipswich, laden with logwood. This was thought convenient enough for their own business, and therefore they ordered their prisoners to work, and threw all the lading overboard. But when they had more than half cleared the ship, the whim changed, and they would not have her. So Coggershaw, the captain of the captured vessel, had his ship again, and he was suffered to pursue his voyage home. In this voyage the pirates took several ships and vessels, particularly a sloop from Barbados, a small ship from Antigua, a sloop belonging to Curaçao, and a large brigantine from Guinea, with upwards of 90 negroes aboard. The pirates plundered them all and let them go, putting the negroes out of the brigantine aboard Yates's vessel. Captain Vane always treated his consort with very little respect, and assumed a superiority over him and his crew, regarding the vessel but as a tender to his own. This gave them disgust, for they thought themselves as good pirates, and as great rogues as the best of them. So they caballed together, and resolved, the first opportunity, to leave the company, and accept of his Majesty's pardon, or set up for themselves, either of which they thought more honorable than to be the servants to Vane. The putting aboard so many negroes, where there were so few hands to take care of them, aggravated the matter, though they thought fit to conceal or stifle their resentment at that time. In a day or two, the pirates lying off at anchor, Yates in the evening slipped his cable and put his vessel under sail, standing into the shore, which when Vane saw, he was highly provoked, and got his sloop under sail to chase his consort. Vane's brigantine sailing best, he gained ground of Yates, and would certainly have come up with them, had he had a longer run. But just as he got over the bar, when Vane came within gunshot of him, he fired a broadside at his old friend, and so took his leave. Yates came into North Edisto River, about 10 leagues to the southward of Charleston, and sent an express to the governor to know if he and his comrades might have the benefit of his Majesty's pardon, promising that, if they might, they would surrender themselves to his mercy, with the sloops and negroes. Their request being granted, they all came up, and received certificates, and Captain Thompson, from whom the negroes were taken, had them all restored to him, for the use of his owners. Vane cruised some time off the bar in hopes to catch Yates at his coming out again, but therein he was disappointed. However, he there took 2 ships from Charleston, which were bound home to England. It happened just at this time that 2 sloops well manned and armed were equipped to go after a pirate, which the governor of South Carolina was informed lay then in Cape Fear, river cleaning. But Colonel Rhett, who commanded the sloops, meeting with one of the ships that Vane had plundered, going back over the bar for such necessities as had been taken from her, and she giving the colonel an account of being taken by the pirate Vane, and also that some of her men, while they were prisoners on board of him, had heard the pirate say they should glean in one of the rivers to the southward, he altered his first design, and instead of standing to the northward in pursuit of the pirate in Cape Fear River, turned to the southward after Vane, who had ordered such reports to be given out on purpose to put any force that should come after him upon a wrong scent, for he stood away to the northward, so that the pursuit proved to be of no effect. Colonel Rhett's speaking with this ship was the most unlucky thing that could have happened, because it turned him out of the road which, in all probability, would have brought him into the company of Vane, as well as of the pirate he went after, and so they might have both been destroyed. Whereas, by the colonel's going a different way, he not only lost the opportunity of meeting with one, but if the other had not been infatuated, and lain 6 weeks together at Cape Fear, he would have missed him likewise. However, the colonel having searched the rivers and inlets, as directed, for several days without success, at length sailed in prosecution of his first design, and met with the pirate accordingly, whom he fought and took. Captain Vane went into an inlet to the northward, where he met with Captain Teach, otherwise Blackbeard, whom he saluted, when he found who he was, with his great guns loaded with shot, it being the custom among pirates when they meet to do so, though they are wide of one another. Blackbeard answered the salute in the same manner, and mutual civilities passed between them some days, when, about the beginning of October, Vane took leave, and sailed farther to the northward. On the 23rd of October, off Long Island, he took a small brigantine bound from Jamaica to Salem in New England, besides a little sloop. They rifled the brigantine and sent her away. From thence they resolved on a cruise between Cape Mice and Cape Nicholas, where they spent some time without seeing or speaking with any vessel, till the latter end of November. They then fell in with a ship, which it was expected would have struck as soon as their black colors were hoisted. But instead of this, she discharged a broadside upon the pirate, and hoisted French colors, which showed her to be a French man of war. Vane desired to have nothing more to say to her, but trimmed his sails and stood away from the Frenchman. However, Monsieur, having a mind to be better informed who he was, set all his sails and crowded after him. During this chase the pirates were divided in their resolution what to do. Vane, the captain, was for making off as fast as he could, alleging that the man of war was too strong for them to cope with. But one John Rackham, their quartermaster, and who was a kind of check upon the captain, rose up in defense of a contrary opinion, saying that though she had more guns and a greater weight of metal, they might board her, and then the best boys would carry the day. Rackham was well seconded, and the majority was for boarding, but Vane urged that it was too rash and desperate an enterprise, the man of war appearing to be twice their force, and that their brigantine might be sunk by her before they could reach to board her. The mate, one Robert Deal, was of Vane's opinion, as were about 15 more, and all the rest joined with Rackham, the quartermaster. At length the captain made use of his power to determine this dispute, which in these cases is absolute and uncontrollable, by their own laws, that is, the captain's absolute right of determining in all questions concerning fighting, chasing, or being chased, in all other matters whatsoever, the captain being governed by a majority. So the brigantine having the heels, as they term it, of the Frenchman, she came clear off. But the next day the captain's conduct was obliged to stand the test of a vote, and a resolution passed against his honor and dignity, which branded him the name of coward, deposed him from the command, and turned him out of the company with marks of infamy. And with him went all those who did not vote for boarding the French man of war. They had with them a small sloop that had been taken by them some time before, which they gave to Vane and the discarded members, and that they might be in a condition to provide for themselves by their own honest endeavors, they let them have a sufficient quantity of provisions and ammunition. John Rackham was voted captain of the brigantine in Vane's room, and he proceeded towards the Caribbee Islands, where we must leave him till we have finished our history of Charles Vane. The sloop sailed for the Bay of Honduras, and Vane and his crew put her in as good a condition as they could by the way, that they might follow their old trade. They cruised 2 or 3 days off the northwest part of Jamaica, and took a sloop and 2 piraguas, all the men of which entered with them. The sloop they kept, and Robert Deal was appointed captain. On the 16th of December, the 2 sloops came into the bay, where they found only one vessel at anchor. She was called the Pearl of Jamaica, and got under sail at the sight of them. But the pirate sloops coming near Roland, and showing no colors, he gave them a gun or 2, whereupon they hoisted the black flag, and fired 3 guns each at the Pearl. She struck, and the pirates took possession, and carried her away to a small island called Barnacho, where they cleaned. By the way they met with a sloop from Jamaica, as she was going down to the bay, which they also took. In February, Vane sailed from Barnacho for a cruise. But some days after he was out, a violent tornado overtook him, which separated him from his consort, and after 2 days' distress, threw his sloop upon a small uninhabited island near the Bay of Honduras, where she staved to pieces, and most of her men were drowned. Vane himself was saved, but reduced to great straits for want of necessaries, having no opportunity to get anything from the wreck. He lived here some weeks, and was supported chiefly by fishermen who frequented the island with small crafts from the main to catch turtles and other fish. While Vane was upon this island, a ship put in there from Jamaica for water, the captain of which, one Holford, an old buccaneer, happened to be Vane's acquaintance. He thought this a good opportunity to get off, and accordingly applied to his old friend. But Holford absolutely refused him, saying to him, "Charles, I shan't trust you aboard my ship unless I carry you as a prisoner, for I shall have you caballing with my men, knocking me on the head, and running away with my ship pirating." Vane made all the protestations of honor in the world to him, but it seems Captain Holford was too intimately acquainted with him to repose any confidence at all in his words or oath. He told him he might easily find a way to get off if he had a mind to it. "I am going down to the bay," said he, "and shall return hither in about a month. And if I find you upon the island when I come back, I'll carry you to Jamaica, and there hang you." "How can I get away?" answered Vane. "Are there not fishermen's dories upon the beach? Can't you take one of them?" replied Holford. "What!" said Vane. "Would you have me steal a dory, then?" "Do you make it a matter of conscience," replied Holford, "to steal a dory when you have been a common robber and pirate, stealing ships and cargoes, and plundering all mankind that fell in your way? Stay here if you are so squeamish." And he left him to consider of the matter. After Captain Holford's departure, another ship put into the same island, in her way home, for water. None of the company knowing Vane, he easily passed for another man, and so was shipped for the voyage. One would be apt to think that Vane was now pretty safe, and likely to escape the fate which his crimes had merited. But here a cross accident happened that ruined all. Holford, returning from the bay, was met by this ship, and the captains being very well acquainted with each other, Holford was invited to dine aboard, which he did. As he passed along to the cabin, he chanced to cast his eye down into the hold, and there saw Charles Vane at work. He immediately spoke to the captain, saying, "Do you know whom you have got aboard there?" "Why," said he, "I have shipped a man at such an island, who was cast away in a trading sloop, and he seems to be a brisk hand." "I tell you," replied Captain Holford, "it is Vane, the notorious pirate." "If it be he," cried the other, "I won't keep him." "Why, then," said Holford, "I'll send and take him aboard, and surrender him at Jamaica." This being agreed upon, Captain Holford, as soon as he returned to his ship, sent his boat with his mate, armed, who, coming to Vane, showed him a pistol, and told him he was his prisoner. No man daring to make opposition, he was brought aboard and put into irons, and when Captain Holford arrived at Jamaica, he delivered up his old acquaintance to justice, at which place he was tried, convicted, and executed, as was some time before Vane's consort, Robert Dill, who was brought thither by one of the men of war. It is clear from this how little ancient friendship will avail a great villain, when he is deprived of the power that had before supported and rendered him formidable. End of chapter 22.